Pei Shiwan once believed that her ability to thrive as a concubine in her maternal family stemmed from her proficiency in tea arts and her knack for charming her father, the head of the household. She took great pride in this perception until she entered the residence of the 8th prince. The 8th prince, favored by his mother, overshadowed the queen and left her with no standing in the palace. His maternal clan held immense power, leaving the officials with no respite, while he himself basked in favor, leaving the other princes with no opportunity to rise. The former court and harem harbored deep resentment towards this mother-son duo, wishing for their swift downfall. However, their wishes bore no fruit. The noble consort continued to flourish, and the 8th prince remained arrogant. Pei Shiwan assessed the situation. They could indulge in their desires, for there was no hope left. Having read numerous novels, she was not deceived. Such individuals were commonly referred to as antagonists, often serving the purpose of being sacrificed by the protagonist, though exceptions existed, such as being stabbed in the street. Take them away, they have grown cold, she mused. Thus, she too began to act recklessly, for who knew how long her good fortune would last. Let us drink today, and let tomorrow take care of itself. Unexpectedly, the 8th prince's lifespan proved to be lengthy. One day, he declared his intention to enforce strict discipline in the harem, targeting those skilled in tea arts, those who caused mischief, the innocent-looking, and the malevolent. Pei Shiwan counted on her fingers, realizing that this time, it was her turn to face the consequences. Chapter 1. The irritable favorite concubine ***. Take it away. Who cares for such worthless items? Li Yixuan should either come himself or cease his visits altogether. What does he mean by sending these trinkets? Get out. By the time of the afternoon, Pei Shiwan had yet to prepare herself. Dressed in a light pink gown, her long black hair fell carelessly, accentuating her fair skin. Her exquisite face bore only anger, her red lips curling into a mocking smile as she extended her hands and effortlessly swept a wooden box off the table, sending it crashing to the ground. The box opened, spilling pearls and gems all over the floor, while a pure gold ring rolled away, disappearing into a corner. She did not even glance at them, as if those jewels were no more significant than dust falling from the beams. Alas, why must you act this way? Concubine Pei? What is the necessity? The chamberlain, Liang En, retreated while attempting to placate her. I will relay your sentiments to His Highness. Do not let your temper rise. Pei Shiwan remained indifferent. As Liang En stepped back, he thought it remarkable that this mistress dared to confront a prince and casually utter his name. Such audacity had its foundation. Her beauty was a rarity. Han Yu hurried outside, producing an unadorned silk pouch and placing it in Liang En's hands. Do not take offense, my lady is not angry with you. She simply has that temperament. You should not take it to heart. Liang En quickly tucked the pouch away, smiling broadly. What a lovely lady. Concubine Pei has a wonderful nature. Why should we hold a grudge? I shall return and inform His Highness.
Han reabovet slightly.
Thank you, dear brother. Liang En nodded and left, retreating to a secluded area where he opened the pouch to find 2 silver ingots, at least 10 taels. This concubine Pei truly has a tempestuous nature, and is indeed generous. Those serving in front of His Highness would never easily bear the wrath of a woman from the harem. A few harsh words could easily bring such a reward. Moreover, she was merely venting her frustrations on the prince, not on him. Satisfied, Liang En departed. Han Yu returned to the room, waving others away and sighing. Do as you please. Is this our household? Does the 8th prince possess a good character? Have you never witnessed his wrath? One day, when he is furious, he may strike you as well. While scolding, Han Yu gathered the items Pei Shiwan had thrown to the ground. I spared him last night by not intercepting. I have already given him face. How can you remain calm in such a situation? Pei Shiwan pouted, extending her hand in mock reproach. You only know how to blame me. My nails need attention. Attention, indeed. I gave Liang En 10 taels, which is not a small amount.
Han I head.
Not small. You always handle matters well. With all these gifts, should funds run low, we can pawn them, Pei Shiwan replied absent-mindedly. Such fine items squandered. Look at these. Are they not exquisite? Why has your temperament become so peculiar? Han Yu rolled her eyes, continuing to tidy up. Pei Shiwan leaned against the window, smiling nonchalantly. They won't break. What is there to grieve? We are trapped here, and you think a few jewels will bring joy. Han Yu thought to herself that while they may not break, they could certainly become deformed. Enough, no need to speak further. You never appreciate advice, so I shall refrain. At the very least, do exercise some caution. Pei Shiwan turned to her. I am always prudent in my actions. You need not worry. I may have a fiery temperament, but am I heartless? Bringing you into the estate, would I neglect your well-being? Han Yu fell silent. It was true that no one who had followed Pei Shiwan had ever suffered. Sigh, I am merely concerned. The prince's residence is not the same as our Pei family. What should concern me is not what I do, Pei Shiwan thought. The 8th prince and his mother had been arrogant for many years. Should they fall one day, all within this estate would perish alongside them. This was an evident truth that could not be avoided. The emperor was aging. How many years could he possibly have left? Once he was gone. At that thought, she recalled the saying, "Let us drink today, and let tomorrow take care of itself." Tomorrow. Let us live to see tomorrow. Liang returned to the front courtyard, embellishing his tale. It seems Concubine Pei was quite upset, discarding everything. Her eyes even reddened. Li Yixuan scoffed, continuing to work on the painting of a wintry river scene he had labored over for months. He tossed the brush onto the table, stood to stretch his wrists and neck, and then kicked Liang and lightly on the leg. She has red eyes? How much did you pocket, you mutt? Nothing escapes your notice, your highness, Liang replied, producing the silk pouch. I have yet to inspect it. You fool, a little money, and you are bought off? Li Xuan's tone was not accusatory, nor was he angry. It was light and airy. I would not dare, your highness. This is merely Concubine Pei playing a jest. It benefits me. If it were a serious matter, even if gold mountains were offered, I would rather die than bow my head, Liang declared solemnly. Ah, at least you understand. Off you go. Li Yixuan waved him away. Liang thanked him and exited joyfully. Is Pei's audacity a result of my indulgence?
Li Yixuan inquirat.
Standing nearby, Zongjio remarked, Your Highness enjoys her. It is merely playful antics. After all, she is just a concubine. If you like her, what harm is there in indulging her? One day, if your affections wane, she will naturally know her place. Let it be mere trifles. I have heard the second prince's illness has worsened? Li Yixuan inquired, gathering his composure. Your Highness, compared to the crown prince's condition, the 6th son of the Eastern Palace may soon be beyond saving. The Eastern Palace had been plagued with misfortune over the years, suffering repeated losses. Should the 6th son pass, only a newborn infant would remain. Li Yixuan chuckled. Look at me. My heart is blackened. Hearing this truly brings me joy. Zongjio chuckled as well, but did not respond. In the harem, Anu finished tidying up, summoned someone to clean the room, and brewed tea. Tomorrow is the birthday of the prince's consort, yet there has been no movement today, she said softly. The 8th prince does not mention it. What can a consort say? Should I celebrate my own birthday? Pei Shiwan scoffed. You always say I lack decorum. Look at the rules in this estate. Do you see any order here? Ancestral spirits. Others may lack propriety. But should we not fear? Han Yu fretted excessively. All right. The gifts were not prepared in advance. If we are to present them, let it be done face to face. Otherwise, we shall give them privately. It seems we have no choice. After all, we have spared the formal greetings today, likely because the princess consort is feeling unwell again, Han Yu remarked. Pei Shiwan did not respond to this comment, but simply stated, Please help me with my attire. The weather is pleasant today, and I wish to take a stroll in the garden. Han Yu complied, summoning attendants to assist Pei Shiwan in changing and grooming. As they entered the garden, they soon spotted a few individuals in a nearby pavilion, likely enjoying the blooming flowers. It was indeed the perfect season for the autumn chrysanthemums. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, the scenery was truly delightful these past few days. Upon approaching, they heard the cheerful voices of children, belonging to the side consort Zheng and her son, the eldest of the household. Is that not Sister Pei?
Come.
The weather is still a bit sunny today, Consort Zheng called out with a smile. Pei Shiwan approached her, Greetings, Consort Zheng, and to the eldest son as well. The young master rose to return the Greetings, Consort Pei. I heard that the palace has bestowed numerous precious chrysanthemums, so I came to see. However, before we could arrive, this little rascal declared he could not walk anymore, Consort Zheng said, playfully patting her son's back. Very well, let us send him back. How about Sister Pei, and I go and have a look? That sounds wonderful, Pei Shiwan replied with a smile, readily agreeing. Quickly, take the young master back and coax him to drink some water, Consort Zheng waved her hand. Once the child had departed, she continued with a smile, We have not taken a stroll together in quite some time. Your sister has always been busy caring for the children. I wouldn't want to disturb you, Pei Shiyuan replied. You are not one to visit often, while Sister Lu, who entered the household with you, is quite the social butterfly. She is curious about everything, and by now, she probably knows what the favored consort enjoys, Consort Zheng remarked. Sister Lu refers to Lu Shufei, one of the 4 who entered the household with Pei Shiyuan in the spring. Regardless of the truth in this statement, Lu Shufei is indeed quite capable. Had it not been for the princess consort exempting the formal greetings this morning, I can only imagine how Sister Lu would have boasted about her recent night with the prince, Consort Zheng scoffed. Her penchant for boasting is a talent of hers. Consort Zheng, should you share such thoughts with me, I might impulsively confront Lu Shufei, and then it would be said that it was you who instigated me, Pei Shiyuan replied with a smile, though the underlying meaning was clear. Consort Zheng was also astute. Although she entered the household a year later than the princess consort, she managed to overshadow her, having borne the household's eldest son. The princess consort, while not barren, had suffered the loss of a son at just 1 year old and had experienced a miscarriage as well. These events were remnants of years past, and few within the household were still aware of them. Yet, in a courtyard like Li Yixuan's, could there truly be no secrets? The eldest son was now 4 years old, and the main residence had seen no new pregnancies. One had given birth to the household's eldest son, while another had produced the eldest daughter, together overshadowing the princess consort. It was only when Pei Shiyuan and Lu Qingwan entered the household that their influence began to wane, but they still occupied a lower status. Furthermore, there was another concubine, He Shufei, who had given birth to the second son, a formidable opponent in her own right. You jest, dear sister. I never suggested you confront Lu Shufei. We are all sisters here. Such talk is indeed alarming, Consort Zheng said, not upset. Consider it mere banter. Who does not know that the prince cherishes you above all? Only you would say such a thing, Consort Zheng. Is it not common knowledge that the prince favors you and Sister Yang? We are merely novelties to him, a source of amusement, Pei Shiyuan replied with a huff. Yet, Lu is quite difficult. She is not easily dealt with. At her words, Consort Zheng smiled, but inwardly rolled her eyes. How dare Pei Shiyuan accuse another of being difficult? Was she not aware of her own shortcomings? By the way, I have yet to ask. The princess consort's birthday is in 2 days. Though no plans have been announced, we must still prepare a gift. Have you made any arrangements? Consort Zheng inquired. What is there to prepare if there are no festivities? Did you prepare something as well? If it comes to it, we can simply send a few valuable items, Pei Shiyuan replied impatiently. Since I entered the household in March, it has been half a year, and I have hardly seen the prince visit the main residence. Consort Zheng sighed. The princess consort's health is poor. There is little we can do. I heard that. Consort Zheng lowered her voice. The princess consort's father has sent yet another petition. Pei Shiyuan frowned. That old fool. Indeed, it is no wonder the prince does not favor her. Her family does not consider her well-being, Consort Zheng scoffed. Pei Shiyuan huffed. Very well, it has nothing to do with me. She did not wish to dwell on this. The people in this household truly lacked decorum. The father of Princess Consort Chen was a censor, whose role was to petition the emperor regarding the undue favoritism shown to the favored consort, often at the expense of the empress. Or to denounce the 8th prince's arrogance, essentially opposing any disorderly conduct. Princess Consort Chen was of a similar disposition. While she could not manage the inner courtyard, she fervently desired that everyone within it be virtuous and compliant, all while encouraging the 8th prince to behave well. Their intentions were noble, and indeed, this father and daughter duo were justified in their claims. Yet regrettably, no one heeded their words. From another perspective, this innocent Chen found herself ensnared in a den of wolves. Within this household, none of Li Yixuan's women genuinely respected Princess Consort Chen. Pei Shiyuan felt similarly. She understood that the princess consort was in the right, but what could she do? However, the conversations Consort Zheng shared with her were not merely casual chatter. Both Consort Zheng and Consort Yang harbored aspirations to supplant the princess consort. If they could not act themselves, it would be ideal for someone else to take the initiative. Pei Shiyuan's volatile temperament, often leading her to anger the prince, was precisely what they desired. Consort Zheng, recognizing the moment to cease, shifted her focus back to the enjoyment of the flowers alongside Pei Shiyuan. Truly, he was the emperor's most cherished son. Everything in the palace was bestowed upon him first, and even that which was not available in the palace would be given to him ahead of time. The exquisite chrysanthemums were indeed a sight to behold. "These black chrysanthemums are splendid," Consort Jing remarked, lightly brushing her fan against a petal. "What is this one?" Pei Shiyuan asked, pointing to a flower with delicate pinkish-white petals. The attending eunuch promptly stepped forward to explain. In response to the consort's inquiry, "This pot is called Rouge Dots on Snow, named for its outer petals being snow-white while the inner petals resemble light rouge." "Ah, beautiful. Are there more in the flower house? If so, please have a few pots sent to me." "Regrettably, esteemed consort, these were all sent from the palace and are the last of their kind," the eunuch replied hurriedly. Chapter 3. Impudence. It is well known that concubine Pei has a fiery temperament. When angered, she addresses even the princes by their names, leaving them all in trepidation. Though there are no reports of her physically reprimanding her subordinates, her sharp tongue is notorious. "You're not clever, are you? If my sister fancies something, just send it over," laughed Consort Zheng. "Enough. It's merely a display for all to see. What is the harm in me taking it?" Pei Shiyuan waved her hand dismissively. "It's getting late. I must take my leave. Sister Zheng, enjoy your time." With that, she disregarded Consort Zheng's protests and exited. Juxiang, Consort Zheng's maid, frowned. She's becoming increasingly unruly. "Leaving just like that?" "She's favored, so she needn't mind the rules," Consort Zheng huffed. "She'll surely fall someday," Juxiang scoffed. Meanwhile, Hanyu was cautioning Consort Zheng. "Miss, do not heed her words. She speaks naught but falsehoods." "What did she say?" Pei Shiyuan inquired. Hanyu hesitated, while another maid, Yue Chang, chuckled. "Our concubine seems to have forgotten." Hanyu shook her head, choosing silence. As the group returned to their residence, noon was approaching. The servants brought tea for Pei Shiyuan, who had a fondness for melon-sliced tea, a name that persists despite the absence of the Luan region. It may not be particularly rare, yet it remains her favorite. Naturally, it is served daily, and the finest quality is presented. After enjoying tea and a light lunch, she retired for a nap. Just as she awoke, the 8th prince arrived. She felt no urge to rise. Instead, she merely turned over, observing him enter the inner chamber without a hint of decorum.
Indeed.
The entire estate belonged to him. There was no need for restraint. She was merely a concubine, unworthy of discussing privacy. "Why are you still asleep?" Li Yixuan inquired from across the room. "Humph. How was I to know you were coming? Had I known, I would have dressed properly and knelt outside to greet you." Pei Shiyuan replied nonchalantly, arranging her long hair. "Kneel to greet me? Have you ever knelt?" Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. His appearance was striking, particularly his eyebrows that seemed to reach his temples, and his enchanting phoenix eyes, which captivated attention. His expressions conveyed a sense of carefree charm. He was not one to take matters seriously, having been pampered throughout his life, never facing any adversity. Thus, his demeanor was always relaxed, as if even the sky falling would be trivial, easily managed. Yet here was Pei Shiyuan, audacious enough to treat him like an ordinary man, even daring to call him by his name. How refreshing it was for him. "Are you still angry? What's there to be upset about? I didn't plan to visit you last night. This morning, I brought you so many fine gifts. Surely one of them is enough to elicit envy?" Li Yixuan leaned forward, gazing intently at Pei Shiyuan.
"Ha.
"I certainly wouldn't cherish something from the Li family. My Pei family, isn't one of great lineage. And as a concubine, I've not encountered such luxuries before. Now that I have, do you really think I'll flaunt it?" "You underestimate me," she retorted.
Ah.
"But I find your spirit delightful. Do you even realize your own origins? Who instilled such audacity in you?" Li Yixuan stepped closer, seizing her chin. "How dare you?" He was perpetually intrigued by her boldness, questioning what gave her such confidence. "Let go. You're pinching me," Pei Shiyuan huffed, freeing herself from his grasp.
"I was born this way."
"Born well," Li Yixuan noted, gripping her waist. "Still angry? Speak, and let me know how to appease you." "Humph, since you mentioned it. I do have a desire. During the flower viewing this morning, I saw a pot of chrysanthemums called Rouge Dot Snow. I fancy it, but alas, it's no longer in the estate. I thought it must be something of great significance. Can't you count? The gifts I presented this morning could easily be exchanged for 10 or 8 pots of that flower. You're not interested in it. Now you seek a mere pot of common flowers?"
Li Shun skuffa.
"Today, I care not for your treasures. I desire that flower. In the future, I shall not care for you, Li Yixuan, but I will demand your belt," Pei Shiyuan declared, rising from his lap and playfully pushing his handsome face, feigning indifference. Li Yixuan smiled, his gaze fixed on her as he leaned back. Zhongjiao, go and fetch her 10 or 8 pots. Outside, Zhongjiao acknowledged the command and departed. As expected from the 8th prince, he acted swiftly. Before nightfall, 6 pots of flowers arrived, not 10 or 8, due to their rarity, cultivated exclusively for the palace. This was a considerable feat, as all available stock had been gathered. Pei Shiyuan did not dwell on the specifics. She arranged the flowers before sitting beside Li Yixuan in his embrace. I want this, your highness. If you grant it, it shall be your merit. Should anyone else desire flowers, if you provide more, I shall toss all 6 pots at their heads.
Impudança, Li Yixun remarca legally.
It is worth noting that the female protagonist possesses a unique mindset due to her reincarnation, which is not pivotal to the narrative but adds depth. Both leads embody villainous traits. They are inherently flawed. Do not impose the logic of virtuous characters upon them. The male lead's background would typically render him a target for elimination in other stories. Moreover, the female lead is particularly adept at manipulation. Those who cannot tolerate such behavior should withdraw early. Do not express disdain for her character midway through the narrative. Such reactions would sadden me. Avoid inquiries regarding the mutual affections between the leads. Interpret their relationship as you will. Rest assured, there will be no dissolution of harems. Questions regarding purity are unwelcome. I harbor a strong aversion to the term double purity. From my perspective, a reasonable lifestyle within the constraints of society is not inherently immoral. Our protagonists maintain their honor beyond mere physicality. This tale unfolds as a narrative of a cunning female lead and a dark, multifaceted male lead. Lastly, while this story shares thematic elements with the world of the Empress, the current Emperor's incompetence has led to the elevation of concubines over wives, an unjust state of affairs. However, the female protagonist operates within this flawed framework. Although the established norms may not apply here, I still believe them to be valid. Ultimately, right and wrong are overshadowed by the notion that the seat determines the mind. If we can engage in enjoyable discussions, let us proceed with the reading. If not, I wish you all happiness. Chapter 4. Misguided Thoughts. I'm hungry. Pei Shiyuan leaned against him. If I were truly audacious, I would have thrown these flowers at your head. Clearly, I am being obedient and sensible. Li Yixuan's lips twitched, but he refrained from retorting. In this courtyard, no other woman could rival her audacity. Yet, she had the audacity to claim she was sensible. However, her beauty, intelligence, and eloquence rendered her captivating, even in her mischief. This was the prowess of the Pei family. Little did he know that Pei Shiyuan had long engaged in a battle of wits with her biological father, thriving in the Pei household despite her status as a concubine. During dinner, news spread throughout the estate that earlier, Pei Concubine had chosen the exquisite chrysanthemums, and by nightfall, the prince had sent 6 pots. The chrysanthemums were in full bloom. While ordinary varieties were plentiful, these rare cultivated specimens were reserved for the palace's mid-autumn festivities. Anyone fortunate enough to possess a pot would boast for ages, and now she had received 6. How could envy not arise? Confined in the inner courtyard, women competed for scarce resources. Whether flowers or jewelry, it ultimately revolved around seeking the affection of men. With Pei Shiyuan's current situation, the precious chrysanthemums were freely bestowed, an act that would incite ire. After satisfying their appetites, Pei Shiyuan naturally felt inclined to engage in the activities befitting a concubine. Li Yixuan occasionally found himself particularly curious about the enchanting Pei, who, despite her alluring nature, demonstrated a remarkable sense of restraint, never using such matters to ensnare him. It was neither a matter of her coyness nor her willingness. When she was inclined, she would not easily let go. Exhausted, Pei Shiyuan rested against Li Yixuan's chest, remarking, "Your Highness is quite reckless." Li Yixuan, disinclined to respond, remained silent. Feeling a chill, Pei Shiyuan drew the blanket around herself, nearly succumbing to slumber, while Li Yixuan instructed, "Accompany me tomorrow." Pei Shiyuan, uncertain if she had acquiesced, fell into a deep sleep within moments. Upon awakening, she had entirely forgotten the conversation. As she opened her eyes, she noticed the man still asleep beside her. Outside, Hanyu called out, "Your Highness, concubine. The guards are here to summon you for departure." Pei Shiyuan acknowledged with a hum and nudged Li Yixuan. "Wake up, Your Highness." Li Yixuan turned over. "Prepare yourself. I shall take you out." "And where to? Did you not listen to a word I said last night?" Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. So where are we going? What should I wear? Pei Shiwan's demeanor was notably amiable at this moment. To the racetrack. You can figure it out yourself. Hurry up, Li Yixuan replied impatiently. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes at him before stepping down. In the clean room, Hanyu stated, I have already informed the main courtyard of your absence. Pei Shiwan simply nodded. This was expected. The prince had yet to rise, and as her attendant, she could hardly abandon him to pay respects. In the main courtyard, the princess consort, Chun, sat at the head of the table, flanked by two secondary consorts, Zhang and Yang. Below them were the concubines Lu and He, while Pei Shiwan's seat remained conspicuously empty. Further back were the maidservants Yi Zhang and Wei, with Zhang and Lin being former palace maids gifted to the 8th prince before his marriage, primarily to instruct him in matters of human relations, making them older than him. At 25 and 24, respectively, they had become mere talismans, as the 8th prince seldom visited them now. The secondary consort Zheng and maidservant Wei had entered the household earlier than Yang and He, while Lu and Yi had joined Pei Shiwan in March. Lu remarked, She has taken leave for a month. How can she request absence so often? It's quite unbecoming for a consort, and the princess consort should exercise some control. What kind of decorum is this? The prince is with her. Does she expect him to abandon his duties? Chen's face remained impassive. Though that may be the case. There are times when the prince is not present, and she does not come, claiming discomfort or dissatisfaction. Lu scoffed. That vixen knows how to charm him. She receives jewelry in the morning and rare chrysanthemums in the afternoon, hoarding all the benefits for herself. Well, that is her skill. The prince has remarked on her beauty and insists on providing her with exquisite gifts, Yi interjected. Yet regardless of her worth, the princess consort still holds precedence.
Yang replied coldly.
What's the use of discussing this when she is not here? It's as if anyone can control anyone else, he commented while sipping tea. Though the words were unflattering, Chen did not counter them. The gathering soon dispersed. Upon exiting the main courtyard, they learned that the prince had taken Pei Shiwan out of the estate. How outrageous. She didn't even inform you. Chen's maid, Qiu Shuang, frowned. Chen sighed. What is there to say? She seems increasingly incapable of managing the inner court, having learned so many lessons, yet seeming to have forgotten them all. Inside the carriage, Pei Shiwan languidly leaned against Li Yixuan. Does Princess Rongqing seldom reside here? Indeed, she prefers the countryside. She often visits the racetrack, Li Yixuan nodded. Is it appropriate for you to take me along? If women are to accompany, shouldn't it be the legitimate wife? Forget it. Your era lacks proper etiquette.
Li Yixuan remarca indifferently.
Pei Shiwan fell silent, feeling the sting of being treated as an object without rights. After a while, noticing Pei Shiwan's displeasure, Li Yixuan curiously inquired, What is it now? I bring you out for a breath of fresh air, and yet you are dissatisfied? Is this merely a stroll for me? Or am I just a trinket you can take out at will? If your highness is genuinely kind, I would be most grateful. Confined to the inner court, I grow weary. However, if you regard me as mere amusement, remember, I am your woman. How you perceive me reflects upon yourself. To belittle me is to belittle you. Pei Shiwan asserted. Li Yixuan paused. Enough. I have not thought of you that way. Perhaps you are the one who is overthinking. If you continue this, I shall send you back. He felt a flicker of anger at her misinterpretation of his intentions. Hanyu was alarmed, but Pei Shiwan remained unmoved. Did you not claim to cherish me above all? Am I not allowed a few words? Are you that stingy?
Li Yun playfully pinched her nose,
causing her eyes to water, but she remained unperturbed. As they prepared to disembark, Li Yixuan cast a sidelong glance at Pei Shiwan, mockingly stating, The women who have served me have only met their end at my hand, not been sent away for amusement. Pei Shiwan alighted from the carriage. It has indeed been a long time since I rode. I shall deal with you upon our return, Li Yixuan warned.
Han Yui, supporting Pei Shiwan,
pinched her arm in irritation, thinking that the girl would eventually frighten herself. Did she not think before speaking? Pei Shiwan shot Hanyu a glare before following Li Yixuan inside. Not long after, they were met by a man dressed as a palace attendant, who smiled. Your Highness. The 8th prince has finally arrived. The princess has instructed us to wait for you. Behind him, those managing the racetrack bowed in greeting. Who else is here?
Li Yixuan inquired.
In response to the 8th prince, the 5th, 7th, 10th, 11th, and 12th princes have all arrived, as well as the 6th, 7th, and 13th princesses. along with the young master and young lady from Princess Rongqing's household, along with several other young lords and ladies from noble families, the attendant replied. Upon hearing this, Pei Shiwan realized her misunderstanding. This was not merely a gathering of men. The Dazhou dynasty was not insular. It was, in fact, more liberal than its predecessors, allowing mixed gatherings as long as men and women did not remain alone together. However, married women found themselves less free than before marriage. In this context, it was indeed inappropriate to bring a concubine. Yet, under the reign of the Zhenyu dynasty, starting from the emperor, the practice of favoring concubines over wives had long since corrupted the meaning of decorum. The racetrack spanned a vast expanse of land. Princess Rongqing was the emperor's sister. Although not of the same mother, the emperor was the legitimate son of the late emperor, whose other legitimate siblings had not survived to adulthood. Princess Rongqing's mother was the now-retired Song Taifei, who, despite not being the emperor's full sister, shared a close relationship with him and thus enjoyed considerable privileges. She was indeed a somewhat legendary figure. Upon arriving, the eighth prince would naturally pay his respects to his aunt first. Thus, Li Yixuan led Pei Shiwan to seek out the others. As the last to arrive, the eighth prince, given his current status and favor, was met with deference even from older princes, who dared not assume an air of superiority. However, it was whispered among them that they had devised numerous schemes against him in secret. The eighth brother has arrived. We have been waiting for you. The third prince greeted with a smile. At 30, the third prince was due for a title, yet the emperor seemed to have forgotten this. Ignoring the petitions from court officials, rumor had it that the emperor had decided to grant titles to the princes, but despite not having been formally titled, the eighth prince's treatment far exceeded that of many princes. Please, third brother, he replied respectfully. Li Yixuan offered a respectful gesture, expressing his greetings. May His Highness the third prince be at ease, he said. Pei Shiwan did not linger on him, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The group made their way towards the building located to the north of the horse paddock, and before they could enter, they were greeted. The eighth prince has arrived, and the esteemed aunt awaits him. She insists that the proceedings cannot commence without him.
Is that so?
The eighth prince chuckled.
Aunt.
Your nephew has come to pay his respects. Once inside, most of the attendees stood to pay their respects to the eighth prince. Pei Shiwan, standing behind him, merely performed a modest curtsy to the assembly, for if she were to greet each person individually, it would surely exhaust her. However, due to the eighth prince's unique status, no one dared to openly trouble him or his companions. Come, let us sit for a moment before changing, said Princess Rongqing, who was already dressed in riding attire and seated. What delightful tea has my aunt prepared? Li Yixuan advanced to take a seat, disregarding the fact that the other princes, older than him, remained standing. Yet, no one dared to admonish him. They were evidently accustomed to his behavior, regardless of what has been prepared. Your favored jade sprouts shall not be absent. Why stand when you can sit and enjoy tea? Princess Rongqing remarked with a smile. The guests expressed their gratitude and took their seats. Pei Shiwan settled behind Li Yixuan, and though Princess Rongqing cast a fleeting glance in her direction, she did not inquire about her identity nor engage her in conversation. This was entirely expected, as Pei Shiwan was merely a secondary consort and not the eighth prince's primary wife. A high-ranking princess would not initiate conversation with her. Nonetheless, since she was brought by the eighth prince, the attendants treated her with respect. Regardless of her lower status, it was a matter of hospitality. As Pei Shiwan surveyed the room, she noted that she was not the only one to accompany the eighth prince. The 10th, 11th, and 12th princes also had companions, though she was unaware of their identities. Eighth brother, it has been quite some time since you last visited the palace to see mother. She was lamenting about it just yesterday, Princess 13 reproached. She was not born of the favored consort, but after her mother passed away, she was raised by the favored consort. Following the birth of the eighth prince, the favored consort's health declined, and she bore no more children. Nevertheless, regardless of the number of children, she remained a cherished consort. Is it truly a long time? It has only been 4 days. Very well. I shall visit the palace tomorrow, the eighth prince replied. Excellent. I shall return and inform mother. She will undoubtedly be delighted, Princess 13 responded with a smile. What auspicious events do we have today, dear aunt? Inquired the 10th prince. 10th brother, are you unaware? A batch of fine horses has arrived. And today we are to test them, the 12th prince declared. Is that so? From where do these horses come? The western regions? The 10th prince's excitement was palpable. Indeed, they are from the western regions. You shall try them shortly. They have undergone training, but they remain spirited. Those lacking in riding skills should exercise caution. I will have the guards accompany you to ensure no mishaps occur, Princess Ronqing responded with a smile. The younger princes were quite thrilled, for these horses were akin to the carriages of later times, which wealthy young man would not be enamored. After finishing their tea, Li Yixuan went to change into suitable riding attire. His tall stature and graceful figure made the dark riding outfit accentuate his slender waist and long legs even more. Pei Xiuan also donned a light green riding outfit, swiftly tying her hair into a high ponytail, a preparation she had made earlier. After securing it with a cloth strip and adorning it with a ribbon, she emerged in her new attire, causing Li Yixuan to pause in admiration. You look splendid, he remarked. Pei Xiuan did not respond, thinking, what else would one wear to ride? Adorning oneself with jewelry only to have it fall off while galloping seemed impractical. The assembly, noticing her, cast glances her way, yet hesitated to stare too intently, primarily due to the 8th prince's notorious temperament, which deterred any from offending him. Princess 13, now dressed in vibrant red riding attire, glanced at Pei Xiuan and asked, 8th brother, should we invite sister-in-law to join us? I do not dare to be addressed as such by a princess. Pei Xiuan curtsied. Shall we go? Li Yixuan inquired. Indeed, Pei Xiuan replied quickly, sensing that he intended to tame the spirited horses. She followed the princess. The princess's attitudes towards her remained somewhat indifferent. Princess 13, perhaps due to her closer ties with the 8th prince, reluctantly spoke to Pei Xiuan. Chapter 6. The assassination at the horse paddock. This was to be expected. Why would the princesses hold any regard for a secondary consort from a prince's household? Han Yu remained behind, accompanied by a guard. The guard selected a gentle mare for her, a chestnut color, and Pei Xiuan skillfully mounted the horse. Having ridden while at the Pei residence, she found it easy to ride in this era. Learning to ride was no great feat. The Pei family, being of official status, had afforded her the privilege of riding, and her father would grant her every whim as long as she behaved. Until she entered the 8th prince's courtyard, she had been free to ride on the estate. After a hiatus of merely 6 months, her skills were still intact. The ladies gathered to compete, and they followed the lead of the 6th princess. Pei Xiuan did not pay much attention to the details of the competition, nor did she intend to participate. Once the event began, she rode at a leisurely pace. It had been a while since she felt the exhilarating thrill of the wind against her face. As she rode, she gradually accelerated. After circling the grove, she noticed that the princesses had already determined the victor. It was the eldest daughter of General Zhou, Zhou Haiying, a strikingly spirited young woman. Just as Pei Xiuan intended to steer her horse towards a quieter area, a sudden shout rang out, "This horse is problematic." In an instant, she was unsure who had called out, but instinctively, she turned her horse and galloped away. The next moment, she heard the distressed whinny of a horse, followed by another cry of panic. Pei Xiuan swiftly dismounted and moved towards the edge of the grove, wanting to avoid being swept up in the chaos. Although she could ride, her skills were not exceptional. If trouble arose, waiting for help could be dire. The prince's area was in disarray. "Your Highness, be cautious," shouted the guard of the 7th prince as he rushed forward. The 7th prince's horse had bolted, and he appeared alarmed. Following suit, both the 8th prince and the 10th prince's horses also took off. The guards hurried to pursue them, but they were riding ordinary horses from the paddock, far inferior in strength to the wild ones from the western regions, making it difficult to catch up to the frenzied steeds. With such speed, the princes dared not leap from their mounts, as that would be perilous. In mere moments, they burst out of the paddock and into the forest beyond. Pei Xiuan's heart raced, for this was not the first time chaos had erupted. The first incident occurred before she even entered the estate, when news of an assassination attempt on the 8th prince had spread, and no perpetrators were ever apprehended. This time, it was uncertain who the target was. As Zhong Jiao and several guards chased after them, Li Yixuan was struggling to control his horse, which was clearly acting erratically. It was evident that foul play was afoot. Just as a guard prepared to advance, he suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, duck." Li Yixuan instinctively bent down, clutching tightly to his steed as an arrow, flying from an unknown source, whizzed past him. "Protect the 8th prince. There is an assassin." Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Jiao and the guards dismounted to restrain the frenzied horse, shielding the 8th prince in the process. Once the horse was subdued, it quickly began to foam at the mouth, clearly in distress. The assailant could not continue firing arrows indefinitely. Realizing they were being pursued, they would surely flee. Soon, the guards from the paddock arrived, and Princess Rongqing's personal guard ordered the area to be sealed off for a search. Meanwhile, the 7th and 10th princes were unharmed, though the 10th prince had fallen from his horse, sustaining scrapes to his face and arm. What had begun as a delightful outing had turned into chaos, and Princess Rongqing's expression darkened. Investigate thoroughly. Who dares to cause trouble in my paddock? What are they attempting to achieve? Your Highness, this matter must be reported to His Majesty. Someone has been firing arrows from the shadows, and the arrows are poisoned. It is evident they were aimed at the 8th prince, Zhongjiu stated, holding up the poisoned arrow, which glimmered with an unnatural blue-black sheen, emanating a chilling presence. Princess Rongqing's demeanor soured further. I shall proceed to the palace immediately. Li Yixuan furrowed his brow and asked, Where is the Pei family? From the back of the crowd. Pei Shiwan responded, Your Highness, I am here. The crowd parted to make way for her, and she approached to ask, Are you injured, Your Highness? No, I am fine.
Li Shun nudda.
Come, send my orders to search the mountains immediately. Bring General Fu here. This area falls under his jurisdiction, does it not? Although Li Yixuan appeared outwardly calm, those familiar with him understood that his anger was simmering beneath the surface. 8 brother, as princes, we lack the authority to mobilize officials. The 3rd prince interjected, concerned. Moreover, General Fu is tasked with guarding the capital. It would not do for you to act recklessly. 3rd brother, there are those who intend to assassinate me. What do you mean by obstructing me at this moment? Li Yixuan scoffed coldly. 8 brother, I merely wish to advise you against hasty actions. It would be prudent to report to father in the palace. Our aunt has already dispatched someone to seal off the mountains. The 3rd prince's face darkened at being so rebuffed. 8 brother, do not act impulsively. 3rd brother means well. The 5th prince hurried to mediate. Zhongjiu, are you not sending someone? Li Yixuan dismissed them, uninterested. While other princes might lack the authority to command the guards of the capital, the 8th prince certainly did. Zhongjiu, ever obedient to the 8th prince, had already sent word. Princess Rongqing offered no objections. She knew that until the matter was clarified, she could not offer any explanations. Go change. Today is our aunt's day to host. Once the truth is uncovered, she will provide you with an explanation. Do not blame our aunt. This is the work of nefarious individuals, not her fault, the 3rd prince remarked. Zhongjiu, send someone to escort the Pei family home. Li Yixuan finally remembered that Pei Shiwan could return now. In front of so many, Pei Shiwan simply said, Your Highness, please take care. On the way back, Han Yu's face was pale. It was truly terrifying. How could someone dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Is it so surprising? The 8th prince and his mother have blocked many paths. Eliminating his beloved concubine would certainly serve their interests. There will be more than one who benefits in the future.
Han uriye sig head.
We are merely people of the 8th prince's household. Pei Shiwan remained silent, her head bowed. With swift horses, those sent to summon General Fu arrived quickly. General Fu, not daring to delay, immediately dispatched troops to the stables. Others rushed to report to the emperor. Upon learning of the assassination attempt on the 8th prince, the emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. The Empress Dowager also hurried to the palace. Though she refrained from lamenting, as soon as she arrived, the emperor reassured her, Do not worry, Sun'er is unhurt. He has dispatched people to search the mountains and will surely find the assassin. Even before he has been conferred a title, there are those who would wish him dead. This is the 2nd time this year, the Empress Dowager sighed. Your Majesty, he is my only child. If anything were to happen to him, I could not bear to live. Do not speak such words. I am here, and I will protect both you and him. Rest assured, I shall arrange for him to have more guards, the emperor replied, stroking the Empress Dowager's shoulder. As for the title, it is already decided. Who could possibly obstruct it? The emperor smiled warmly at the Empress Dowager. Do not be disheartened. Sun'er is safe. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply, her beautiful features devoid of light. It is all my fault. Enough of this talk. Come, look at this, the emperor urged, leading her to a writing desk and indicating for an attendant to unfurl a map. This is the geomantic chart of Sun'er's new residence. What do you think? Is this truly necessary? The residence he currently occupies is quite adequate. There is no need for such a grand estate. even if he is to be conferred a title. While it is a renovated royal residence, it is excessively large and opulent, the Empress Dowager remarked. It is just as I wish. I wanted him to reside within the palace, but he is unwilling. Since he lives outside, should he not have a larger residence? Very well, I understand your sentiments. Do not worry. In due time, I shall have him move in, and the title will be conferred this year, the emperor assured her. Then I thank your majesty on his behalf, the Empress Dowager replied, bowing. The search of the mountains proved effective. While no living suspects were apprehended, a corpse was discovered. The assassin had taken poison, and their attire was quite ordinary, purchased locally. Their features suggested they were from the north, and the bow and arrows were unremarkable. Further inspection would be required, and the body was taken back to the city for examination by the officials. The princes and princesses hurried into the palace. Meanwhile, Pei Shiyuan returned midway, her hair disheveled, inevitably stirring gossip within the household. As soon as she arrived at her quarters, news of her return from accompanying the prince was already common knowledge. Luncheon had not yet been served when the main courtyard sent word for her to come and speak. Pei Shiyuan felt annoyed. Are they so impatient that they cannot wait for me to eat? Should I send someone to notify them? Yu Chong suggested. Han Yu thought to advise her to go at once, but sighed instead, remaining silent. Go, bring me my meal, and tell the main courtyard that I will be there shortly, Pei Shiyuan commanded. Han Yu hurried to relay the message and helped her dress. Even with a swift meal and getting ready, half an hour had passed. By the time she arrived at the main courtyard, it was evident everyone had been waiting anxiously. Before the princess consort could speak, Concubine Yang remarked, Pei Shiyuan, you truly are arrogant, relying on your favor. The mistress has summoned you, yet you remain so leisurely. Pei Shiyuan ignored her, performing her greetings before stating, this morning at the stables, the prince was attacked. Chun Shi gasped, rising from her seat, is the prince unharmed? Where is he? When I returned, the prince was uninjured. He said he would send people to search for the assassin. I suspect he has already entered the palace. She reported. With this shocking revelation, no one could concern themselves with her tardiness. After all, the prince's safety took precedence over a concubine's delay. Sit down and tell us everything in detail, Chun Shi urged anxiously. Pei Shiyuan recounted the events succinctly, and upon mentioning the poisoned arrows, Chun Shi's complexion drained of color, her hands gripping the armrests tightly. Disappointment in her husband had long been a burden, yet she could not accept his demise. All the women present shared a similar sentiment. Their rivalry stemmed from their connection to that man. If the eighth prince were to die, none would find peace. As they exited the main courtyard, Yu Chong remarked, looking at the princess consort, it seems she is still unwell. Tomorrow is her birthday. With this incident, who will remember to celebrate? Indeed. It seems the prince may not return early today, Pei Shiyuan replied. Though it was said, in truth, Li Yixuan did not return that night. While he occasionally stayed in the palace, given his status as a grand prince, it was typically inappropriate. However, the emperor permitted it. That night, who could not sleep? Pei Shiyuan did not know. She, at least, was able to rest. While he had not returned, word had spread that the entire residence was now under the watch of double the guards. The women in the rear courtyard remained unaware for the time being. The next morning, during the morning greetings in the main courtyard, not a single person mentioned the princess consort's birthday. She herself felt too constrained to bring it up. Adding to her frustrations, this morning, everyone lacked energy, as the eighth prince had yet to return to the residence. Thus, they quickly dispersed. In the palace, the Empress Dowager frowned. You know your father's thoughts, as do I. The Empress knows, and surely the Eastern Palace is not oblivious either. You have faced 2 assassination attempts this year. We cannot dismiss the possibility of them being involved. Whether they are or not, mother, why the urgency? The Eastern Palace is merely surviving. With the second prince as he is, can you truly say the others harbor no intentions? The crown prince is gravely ill and may not outlive the emperor. His own son has only one remaining, a mere infant. How can such a crown prince inherit the throne? But he is still the crown prince, and that holds weight, the Empress Dowager countered. That is of little consequence. There are still a few old figures siding with the Xie family, and the others should not be underestimated. There is no need for you to overthink. Just care for father well. As long as father is well, we shall be fine, the eighth prince reassured her. Indeed, the Empress Dowager smiled softly. Very well. You may return, take the geomantic chart and review it, making any changes you desire. The eighth prince agreed, but intended to visit his father before departing. When Emperor Zhenyu saw him arrive, the ministers had already departed. "Come here, my son," he called to the prince. "I have instructed the palace to prepare some items for you. They will be delivered to your residence shortly to help ease your shock." "No need, father," replied the eighth prince with a light-hearted smile. "I am not frightened. You insolent boy, you may not be scared, but your father certainly was." "That poisoned arrow nearly struck true," the emperor confessed, visibly shaken. "Father, it is my unfilial behavior that has alarmed you. Please do not worry, I am perfectly fine." "It was my guards who acted wisely," he reassured. "Indeed, they did well, and I shall reward them." Emperor Zhenyu nodded. Aunt Rongqing was unaware that the horses had been drugged. "Do not hold her accountable. We will investigate and clarify the matter. This time." The emperor did not nod in full agreement. The eighth prince was his beloved son, and even his long-favored sister was under suspicion. Nevertheless, he granted the eighth prince some leeway. "Very well, I understand. You may return now, but do not be lazy about visiting. Then I shall take my leave, and I will come to the palace the day after tomorrow to dine and converse with you," the eighth prince said cheerfully. Once outside the palace, Zhong Jiao reported. "The Dali temple examined the corpse. There is no issue with the body itself, but the shoes it wore were those of the palace guards. How foolish! Who would attempt to assassinate me while wearing such identifiable footwear?" The eighth prince frowned. "What about the horses? Any updates?" "None for now. All the horses have perished, having been administered a common agitation drug. However, the stable personnel have been detained and are currently under interrogation," Zhong Jiao replied. "Let us return to the residence," the eighth prince said as he boarded the carriage. Upon hearing of the eighth prince's return, Lady Qin promptly sent someone to inquire after him. Yet, he made his way directly to Pei Shiyuan's residence, instructing his attendant to inform the princess consort that he had no pressing matters. When Pei Shiyuan saw the eighth prince, she smiled. "Your Highness, I was worried about you and could not sleep well last night, thinking of you." The eighth prince tossed a wooden box onto the table. "Then consider this a reward. Tell me what you like." Curious, Pei Shiyuan opened the box to reveal a scroll of plans. As Han Yu and Yu Chong unfurled it, Pei Shiyuan exclaimed, "What is this? A geomantic map of the residence? Are we moving?" "Yes, once we select a good date, we shall relocate. And you may choose a place," Li Yixuan explained. "This residence is quite spacious. It has a complex of buildings in front and a large garden in the back," Pei Shiyuan observed. Scanning the plans, she fixed her gaze on a courtyard near the garden on the western side. "I think this spot is lovely." Li Yixuan glanced at it.
So remote?
"What is this? Do you no longer wish to see me? If you are unwilling to take a few steps." "It seems you do not wish to see me either," Pei Shiyuan retorted. "Do you truly like it?"
Li Shunin Kirat.
"Yes, it is close to the garden."
What is not to like?
She responded, moving closer to embrace him from behind. "However, I would like you to plant some trumpet vines along the wall. I adore them." "What else do you desire?" "I shall grant it all," Li Yixuan offered. "Then I would like a small kitchen," Pei Shiyuan requested. "How audacious of you. As a secondary consort, you dare ask for a kitchen?" "None of the primary or secondary consorts have one," Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. Pei Shiyuan stood up. "If you cannot provide it, do not make light of it as if I am asking for something absurd." "Presumptuous." Li Yixuan pulled her into his embrace. "Does this prince lack the means?" Pei Shiyuan said nothing, but gazed at him intently. "What more do you desire?" "You will know once I move in." "I cannot think of everything now," she replied, propping herself against his chest. "Have the assassins been caught?" "Dead," Li Yixuan frowned. Pei Shiyuan sighed against him. "Be cautious. If you were to perish, what would I do?" "At least you possess some conscience," he teased. "Your Highness, Lady Lu has arrived," the attendant Furu announced. "What is it?"
Li Shunin Kirat.
"I do not know. She did not mention it," the attendant replied. "Your Highness is truly favored. Should you not quickly invite her in?" Pei Shiyuan said, attempting to rise but finding herself held tightly. Resigned, she decided not to struggle. After all, they shared the same status, so if there was to be embarrassment, let it be shared. Lady Lu entered, momentarily stunned, before offering her greeting, inwardly cursing Pei Shiyuan for her blatant disregard for decorum. "Your Highness, I heard you were attacked. I could not sleep all night. Today, I was so eager for your return that I hastened to see you. Are you well?" She then shifted the conversation. Lady Pei, however, should not linger around His Highness during such a perilous time. Everyone in the residence is worried. Why should it concern you? He is the master. If he does not wish to come, can I summon him? Pei Shiwan frowned and scoffed. Regardless, you ought to be mindful. There are proper protocols to follow. Lady Lu admonished. Your decorum is not for you to dictate. We are of equal rank and you cannot govern my actions, Pei Shiwan retorted, attempting to rise. But noticing Li Yixuan still watching the exchange without releasing her. Let go. Did you not see how she was glaring at me? Do you expect me to repay your flirtation? Pei Shiwan exclaimed. Li Yixuan showed no concern for the quarrel, instead wearing an amused expression. How dare you be so disrespectful to the prince? Lady Lu was furious. Pei Shiwan, filled with indignation, merely laughed. So he wishes to remain silent, does he?
Fine.
With this, Pei Shiwan fell silent, resting her head on Li Yixuan's shoulder, ignoring Lady Lu entirely. I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment belongs to others. Lady Lu was indeed taken aback, unsure how to continue her argument. Li Yixuan chuckled briefly, finally speaking, since you have seen me, please inform the main courtyard that I am well. Lady Lu responded with a startled, yes, I understand. Hesitating, she added, as for Lady Pei, her lack of decorum is well known. This is not the first instance, Li Yixuan interjected with a smile. Now you may leave. Reluctantly, Lady Lu complied, casting a begrudging glance at the compliant Pei Shiwan before departing, seething with resentment. Once Lady Lu was gone, Pei Shiwan showed no inclination to move. Suddenly, Li Yixuan lifted her into his arms. You did not sleep well last night. Come, let us rest together. Last night, I was so unsettled, truly, he admitted. Pei Shiwan scoffed. If you are so capable, then do not let go of me today.
Ha.
Very well, I shall hold you even while in the restroom.
Li Shun Lauga.
When they finally reached the bed, Pei Shiwan quickly fell asleep. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, Lady Lu recounted the events, embellishing them as expected. You ought to keep a closer watch on her. In broad daylight, how disgraceful. She clings to the prince and refuses to let go, and yet the prince does nothing. Lady Chen sighed. I understand. You may return now. Reluctantly, Lady Lu departed. These two have been at odds since they entered the residence, like crows pecking at one another. Lady Chen remarked. Do not heed her words. You know the prince's temperament. Who would dare defy his wishes and cling to him? No, the wet nurse replied. Lady Pei may be unruly, but it is all within the prince's consent. I have heard she dares to call him by name, and he does not express anger. Lady Chen's expression darkened. There is truly no order in this household. Do not dwell on it too much. You have endured enough grievances over the years. If you accommodate his whims, you shall find less cause for anger, Nyo advised, feeling sorrowful. Today is your birthday, yet no one has mentioned it. I know, and I will not make things difficult for her. There is no benefit in that, Lady Chen replied, lowering her gaze. Over the years, she had competed with the two secondary consorts, suffering the consequences herself. Now that those with children could not compete, how could she resent a newly favored consort? Her reckless behavior would surely draw the ire of the others, and it was only a matter of time before someone retaliated. You need only to remain at ease. Nyo encouraged. This book does not contain terms like this servant or your highness, but rather speaks casually between us. It seems some have criticized the female protagonist's name for sounding masculine, haha. Chapter 9. The suffering party. Chen did not utter another word. When Pei Shiwan awakened, there were visitors in the front yard. Your highness, his majesty, has sent word for you to visit the Zongjing temple. The case has been transferred there, and there should be some developments. Zongjiao would not disclose any significant details in front of others. Zongjing Temple? Does this involve the Eastern Palace? Li Yixuan sat up. In response, the Crown Prince dispatched someone to inquire at Zongjing Temple, but no further information was provided.
Given the circumstances,
it is only natural for the Crown Prince to inquire, and he cannot evade responsibility since it now involves him. As Li Yixuan got off the bed, Pei Shiwan turned over, propping herself up on her hands. What are you looking at? Li Yixuan glanced down at her. Pei Shiwan replied, wear your clothes. It has nothing to do with me. Zongjiao, is today Chen's birthday? Li Yixuan suddenly inquired. Yes, today is the birthday of the royal consort. Zongjiao was somewhat bewildered as to why this topic had arisen. All right, go deliver the message. Prepare a banquet in the main courtyard. Wait for my return to commence the feast. It is only mid-afternoon. There is still ample time. Pei Shiwan lay back down, remarking, Your Highness certainly has a spontaneous nature. Li Yixuan had already dressed, and Yu Chang and Han Yu were tidying up his attire, one adjusting his belt, the other smoothing his hem. He leaned down, resting his chin on Pei Shiwan's shoulder. Just stay put. After Li Yixuan left, Pei Shiwan said, I am hungry. Please bring me something to eat. Yes. The gifts for the secondary consort were delivered this morning, but Yu Chang seems unsure of what to do. Isn't it Li Yixuan's fault for poor management? If we have sent one gift, we might as well send another. Ultimately, it is all from Li Yixuan's bounty. It cannot be exchanged for money. In the main courtyard, news suddenly arrived, and Chen was left uncertain whether to feel joy or dismay. Not hosting a celebration for her birthday would certainly be embarrassing. Yet, hastily organizing one lacked dignity. Chen remarked, I find it hard to bring this up, but has no one mentioned it to His Highness after all this time? Why must it be rushed like this? Oh, do not mention it. Following the incident, His Highness has been preoccupied. At least he still remembers, which is reassuring, Niu said. Chen took a deep breath. Have the preparations made. Ultimately, she felt drained. When Li Yixuan arrived at Zongjing Temple, the officials came out to greet him. What has transpired? What did the coroner say? Your Highness, the coroner did not identify anything unusual. The assailant died from arsenic poisoning. The only point of suspicion is the pair of shoes. But His Majesty has already ordered a thorough investigation. These are official boots. They should be traceable. This pair is new, so we will surely find their origin. Indeed. Your Highness, several suspicious individuals were apprehended at the horse grounds of Princess Rongqing. Initially, they denied everything, but after some coercion, they confessed that the Crown Prince had bribed someone to act. How audacious to falsely accuse the Crown Prince. Li Yixuan scoffed, though not displaying much anger. Yes. We have reported this matter, and His Majesty summoned us to bring you here for this reason. The Crown Prince is still unwell. This statement was rather amusing. If it had already been reported, why summon him? Li Yixuan sat in the main hall. Where is Wang Bo? Please make yourself comfortable. I will fetch Wang. The officials were perspiring profusely. The prince could afford to delay his appearance due to his status, but who could afford to offend this individual? Li Yixuan remained seated. Wang was His Majesty's third brother and had served as the Zongjing Temple minister for several years. He was known for his impartiality and fairness. However, everyone knew he always supported the orthodox line. While he did not explicitly endorse the Crown Prince, he consistently prioritized the Crown Prince's interests. When Wang emerged, Li Yixuan stood to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Wang Bo. No need for excessive courtesy. Eighth Prince, have a seat. Wang sat on the opposite side. I have summoned you today to discuss this case. Wang Bo, this procedure seems incorrect. Since you have reported to the Emperor, the investigation should proceed according to protocol. I am the aggrieved party. Why must you summon me? Li Yixuan was indifferent. Eighth Prince, although you are the aggrieved party, there are peculiarities in this matter. Especially now that it involves the Crown Prince, we must exercise caution. My invitation is to discuss the case with you. The Crown Prince is gravely ill. Having recently lost a child, how could he possibly act in such a manner now? Should His Majesty become furious upon hearing the news, the consequences would be dire. Li Yixuan interrupted. Wang Bo, I will reiterate, I am the aggrieved party. Whether or not the Crown Prince is involved, is it not your duty to ensure justice? Why make things difficult for me? If the Emperor were to become enraged, it is your responsibility to intervene. The Emperor is the Son of Heaven. Would he not examine the evidence before wrongfully accusing the Crown Prince? Wang had no response, as there had been many instances in recent years where the Emperor had wrongfully accused the Crown Prince. The Emperor's desire to depose the Crown Prince had never ceased. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Eighth Prince, we both know the Crown Prince's character. He is a benevolent person who has never targeted any of the other princes over the years. It is inconceivable that he would commit such an act. Naturally, Zongjing Temple is responsible for uncovering the truth, but this will require time. The Emperor is impatient and dotes on you. If he were to act in anger, even if the Crown Prince's innocence were later established, it would be of no avail. Let us not speak of anything else. As brothers, now is the time to plead for him, at least to ask the Emperor to refrain from anger for the time being. If it is ultimately determined that he is guilty, then no matter how furious the Emperor becomes, I would have nothing to say. Wang concluded. I understand Wang Bo's concerns. Given the situation, I will not disappoint you. However, today is my wife Chen's birthday. I will enter the palace to plead for leniency first thing tomorrow. If Wang Bo has no further matters, I shall take my leave.
Li Yixuan stood.
Very well. Eighth Prince's plea for leniency is indeed a positive development. Wang smiled, stroking his beard. Today is your daughter-in-law's birthday? I had no idea. I will have someone deliver a gift shortly. Thank you, Wang Bo. I will take my leave now. Li Yixuan cupped his hands and turned to depart. Wang nodded, watching him go.
Sigh.
Once Li Yixuan's figure disappeared, Wang let out a heavy sigh. Why must the prince burden himself so? Mastering it is as the royal family. One cannot stand idly by while the treacherous consort endangers the nation and allows the maternal relatives to seize power. Ing Shaoqing fell silent. Given his standing, he dared not easily engage in such disputes. The eighth prince sat in the carriage. Who do you think is behind this? The subordinate does not know. But such blatant evidence cannot be genuine. Although the Eastern Palace's hidden figures are more noteworthy, Zhong Jia replied. Let us return. We shall discuss this further in the palace tomorrow. At the residence, the main courtyard was already prepared. The eighth prince's household was not lacking in wealth. Aside from his salary, countless gifts were bestowed by the emperor each year. The palace also frequently sent offerings, which not all princes received. Out of 10 opportunities, they were fortunate to seize 1 or 2. Therefore, any task ordered by the eighth prince was executed swiftly. Pei Shiwan donned a beige dress and styled her hair in a modest bun before heading out. In the main courtyard, not all had gathered yet. As soon as Pei Shiwan entered, Zhang and Lin hurriedly stood to pay their respects. They came from humble backgrounds, were not favored, and were older, making them cautious in the rear court. In truth, they were somewhat pitiable. Had they remained palace maids, their lives would have been more carefree. Yet once they became consorts to the princes, they were bound to the estate for life. At the tender age of 24 or 25, one is still in the bloom of youth. Alas, upon gazing at the two of them, they appear rather lackluster. Greetings to Lady Pei, she said. No need. Pei Shiwan replied, and proceeded inside. Lady Yi approached to pay her respects as well. Greetings to you, Sister Pei. Why are you dressed so plainly today? Your fair complexion deserves vibrant colors. Oh, this garment was just delivered from the sewing room, Pei Shiwan responded. My eyes must be failing me. Though the hue is subtle, it is intricately embroidered. Look at the patterns. In this dim light, it may not be apparent, but it would surely shine under the sun. Lady Yi gazed in astonishment and envy. Among those who entered the estate on the same day, 2 were favored concubines, while she was merely a maid, naturally feeling inferior. With her shallow demeanor, what did Lady Pei lack? Gold and jade seemed trivial to her. What was this garment worth? Lady Lu entered, snorting disdainfully. Pei Shiwan, uninterested, took her seat. Soon after, Lady He and Lady Wei arrived. Lady He, being the elder and a mother of 2 sons, would typically warrant a rising acknowledgement from the others, yet in this household, such decorum was non-existent. A mere verbal greeting sufficed. Once seated, both secondary concubines arrived in succession. Lady Yang led the eldest daughter of the household, a delightful 3-year-old, exquisitely charming. Behind Lady Zheng, the nurse held the eldest son, a lively 4-year-old. Lady He had not brought her children upon her arrival. When they were all present, the prince's consort also emerged, and everyone paid their respects while congratulating her on her birthday. In celebration of the occasion, Lady Qin donned a splendid purple gown, adorned with golden peony embroidery, exuding opulence. Sisters, please take your seats. I have dispatched someone to the front courtyard to await His Highness's return. The feast shall commence soon, I presume. As she spoke, Li Xuan arrived. I apologize for my tardiness. Today is the prince's consort's birthday, so there is no need for formality. He waved his hand. The banquet was set in the main hall, and the guests laughed as they settled down. Each sat at separate tables, with the household musicians contributing to the festive atmosphere. Come, today is your special day. I raise a toast to you, Li Yixuan declared. The prince's consort quickly stood. I thank your highness, and shall drink with you. Though Lady Qin was actually a year younger than the 8th prince, she appeared several years his senior. Indeed, motherhood is a burdensome endeavor for women. She had lost her children, which aged her considerably. One by one, the guests toasted, though in their hearts, they did not regard Lady Qin highly. Yet, in the presence of the 8th prince, the pretense was lavishly maintained. After several rounds of toasting, Pei Shiwan observed the musicians playing while nibbling on appetizers. The family banquet was just that, nothing particularly to her liking. It was only when a soup arrived that her appetite was piqued. It must be time for crabs this year. Lady Lu exclaimed, "This crab roast soup is delightful." "Indeed, I had not thought of it," Lady Zheng replied. "The prince's consort does not favor this dish, so it is seldom seen in the household." "Sister, you are being too polite. If I do not fancy it, can't you still have some? I shall send someone to procure more tomorrow, just to satisfy your cravings," Lady Chen smiled. "That would be much appreciated, Your Highness." Lady Zheng replied, "Crabs are cold in nature. Moderation is wise," Lady Yang hinted. In this era, women invariably associated the term cold with fertility. Pei Shiwan dismissed the notion. "If there is crab soup, there must be live crabs in the kitchen, right? Your Highness, I wish to indulge." The guests were taken aback. It was rare for someone to be so brazen in such a setting. Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow, neither surprised nor displeased. "Did you not hear? Crabs are cold in nature. Do you still wish to partake? Life is fleeting. Who among us does not yearn for more when youth is still upon us? Why not savor the moment? Will you join, Your Highness?" Pei Shiwan inquired. "Ha ha ha, then let it be so. I am a man. Should I fear cold nature? Naturally. I shall indulge first," Li Yixuan replied. "But let it not be just you and Sister Pei. I, too, have a craving," Lady Jing interjected. "Then let us steam a few more. Those who enjoy it may partake," Li Yixuan commanded. He was inherently carefree, and Lady Chen's views often clashed with his, leading to many disappointments over the years. Perhaps she was correct, adhering to the customs of this era. No one was at fault. They simply did not suit each other as a couple. However, with experience, Lady Chen understood that there were many things she could not control. For instance, in this moment, she did not attempt to intervene. Lady Chen scrutinized Pei Shiwan. Young, beautiful, flamboyant, and audacious, Pei had remained unchanged throughout the 5 months since her arrival. She was unreserved in her expressions, never hesitating to voice her thoughts. Her temperament was fiery. It was not uncommon to hear of her losing her temper with the 8th prince. Yet, the 8th prince, one who had always been revered, showed remarkable tolerance for her spirited nature. The women in the rear courtyard each possessed their own personalities, yet none dared to be so brazen before the prince. The crabs soon graced the table. Though they were not particularly large, mostly comprising female crabs. Pei Shiwan felt a twinge of disappointment. However, she reminded herself that the male crabs were not yet in season. She deftly employed the crab opening tool, which, while no longer referred to as the crab 8 pieces, was simply effective. Each guest had crabs placed before them. Yet it was clear that many were hesitant about this dish. The cold nature was one concern, but not everyone could handle the task of opening crabs with grace. Should the endeavor turn messy, the atmosphere would sour, and none wished to appear foolish in front of the prince. Although the servants would assist, there was the fear that they might be inexperienced as well. After all, the personal maids of the masters typically did not engage in such tasks. Thus, despite expressing a desire to eat, when the moment arrived, few could partake. "Lady Shi, shall I assist?" Yu Chong offered softly. "I can manage on my own." Pei Shiwan replied with swift and graceful movements. "Please have the kitchen prepare more ginger tea, and bring it for everyone to enjoy later," Lady Chen suggested with a smile. Everyone naturally expressed their gratitude. After everyone had consumed one crab, Lady Lu began, observing Pei Shiwan as she continued to deftly shell her crab with disdain in her eyes. "I have heard that Sister Pei is quite picky, seldom relishing this or that. How is it today that crab has so thoroughly won your favor?" Pei Shiwan elegantly savored a piece of crab leg meat before responding leisurely. "Perhaps it is because crabs are rather obedient, not prone to idle chatter." Lady Zheng erupted in laughter. "Humph, sister, your tongue is quite sharp. It is said that Lord Pei's greatest affection is for you, Sister Pei. How curious that among the 3 daughters of the Pei family, the eldest born of the main wife, Lord Pei favors the illegitimate daughter so? It is indeed a coincidence, aside from the 2 palace maids, Zhang and Lin. They all hail from commoner backgrounds, naturally born of the main wife, and none could afford to take concubines. From Lady Chen downwards, to this day, only Pei Shiwan is of illegitimate birth." Pei Shiwan had never paid much heed to this status, having thrived on her cunning nature. Her life had been quite pleasant. No one in the Pei family had ever disparaged her for her illegitimacy. Yet, upon entering this household, these women incessantly sought to use this fact to belittle her. It was truly amusing. While legitimate birth is esteemed, Pei Shiwan was never one to conform to normalcy. "If you deem my illegitimacy as lowly, then so be it." Pei Shiwan let out a cold snicker as she finished the last bite of crab meat. Wiping her hands, she looked over. What is it that you wish to convey? I am merely curious as to how, as an illegitimate child, you command such regard from Lord Pei. Do enlighten us, Lady Lu replied, smiling. You might as well inquire of His Highness. He too is of illegitimate birth. Ask him how he has gained such favor from His Majesty despite his status. And let him instruct you, Pei Shiwan retorted. Upon hearing this, all were taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Yixuan. He, however, bore no anger, merely casting a sidelong glance at Pei Shiwan, choosing to remain silent as he continued to eat. He was not a conventional man, nor did he care much for distinctions of legitimacy. You are quite audacious. What is your identity to dare compare yourself with His Highness? Lady Lu was equally astonished. This woman dares to say anything. What is my identity to you? Does it concern you how my father dotes on me? Perhaps you should visit my family and inquire about it? Pei Shiwan tossed the handkerchief she had been using onto the table. Why do you incessantly bark at me like a mad dog? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me and wish to share my bed?
You.
Lady Lu's face flushed crimson. Pei, you are being outrageous.
Li Yixuan pausa momentarily.
Lu Wanin, if you wish to vie for favor, you should direct your efforts towards His Highness. What purpose does it serve to direct your energies at me? Today, His Highness finds me pleasing to the eye. But who knows when he may take a new favorite, and then you'll turn to gnaw at someone else. If you insist on targeting me, perhaps you should just reside with me. Pei Shiwan stood up, addressing His Highness and the royal consort. I have overeaten and must change my attire. I shall take my leave now. Chen was still stunned. You may go ahead. Li Yixuan's gaze was laden with meaning. Pei, you possess remarkable audacity. Please, do not be angered. Let it be assumed I have indulged too much. Pei Shiwan smiled, offered a slight bow, and turned to depart. Once outside the main courtyard, Yu Chong took a deep breath. Lady, you ought to temper your demeanor. No wonder Sister Han Yue was angered to the point of wanting to strike the master. It is truly frightening. All right, I shall be more restrained next time, Pei Shiwan replied with a smile. But do not divulge this to Han Yue. Growing up together makes it difficult to manage such a girl. She has been spoiled. Indeed, Yu Chong sighed. From my perspective, Lady Lu is hardly formidable. She lacks depth and tends to be superficial. Even if she harbors intentions, they are easily revealed. She simply seeks to vie for favor. The truly cunning individuals are the ones to be wary of. In their eyes, I am no different from Lu Wanin. I speak only the truth. Having lived for decades, I refuse to suffer indignities. Life is meant to be lived profitably. One must earn their way through it. Lady, you must also consider your own household, Yu Chong boldly suggested. Very well, I shall heed your advice and be more cautious moving forward, Pei Shiwan conceded. Upon their return, Han Yue would undoubtedly inquire, but regrettably, Pei Shiwan remained silent, and Yu Chong dared not speak. Han Yue, filled with suspicion, guessed that her master had indeed stirred trouble again. With a sigh, she attended to her without any further words. In the main courtyard, Pei Shiwan had exited so swiftly that everyone was momentarily taken aback. They struggled to articulate their feelings. Those who had experienced it understood that Pei Shiwan resembled a younger relative returning home for the new year, while the others remained at the table, engaged in idle chatter, oblivious to her departure. Your Highness, look at this Pei. Her disposition is utterly vile. How can she not even respect your presence? Lu Weiniang pouted playfully. Indeed, she is audacious, and I have no means of countering her. What do you suggest? Li Yixuan responded with a smile. Your Highness should punish her. She exhibits no sense of propriety, Lu Weiniang asserted. Lu, His Highness is merely jesting with you, Zheng. The side consort interjected with a smile. Pei is still young and beautiful. It is only natural she possesses a bit of temper. Not to mention, I believe His Highness finds it hard to punish her. Li Yixuan did not engage further, simply smiling. Zheng seemed to understand His Highness's sentiments better. Yang, the side consort, spoke with a hint of mockery. Chen intended to voice something but ultimately remained silent, merely observing with a smile. Logically, as the principal wife, she ought not to remain mute, but since Li Yixuan did not express anger, Lu Wanin, after all, was not Pei Shiwan. Though she made efforts to learn, she simply lacked the same boldness. After a few exchanges with His Highness receiving no response, she dared not continue. With nothing more to discuss, once the meal concluded, the guests discreetly made their exit. Today marked the royal consort's birthday. It would be inappropriate for His Highness to remain with them. Upon leaving the main courtyard, Lu Wanyin scoffed. Pei has grown increasingly arrogant. Her flirtatious demeanor is truly shameless. Chapter 12. Thoughts abound. All right. What use is it to constantly clash with her?
Young?
The side consort remarked with annoyance. When striking a snake, aim for its vital spot. Merely tapping its tail serves no purpose. One careless moment, and she might retaliate. Yes. I act out of concern for you, Lu Wanyin replied. I appreciate your good intentions, but there is no need to rush. You have only been in the residence for 5 or 6 months. Why the urgency? His Highness's interest is merely a fleeting fancy. Serve him well, and focus on bearing a child. That is of utmost importance, Yang advised. Return for now. Some matters do not require immediate attention. Lu Wanyin could only acquiesce. Meanwhile, in Zheng's courtyard, the maidservant Wei commented, this Lu consort is perpetually squabbling, while Yang pretends to be the virtuous one. A barking dog does not bite. However, I underestimated Pei. I knew she was temperamental, but I did not anticipate her audacity to speak such words to His Highness. How can His Highness indulge her? Zheng observed. Otherwise, why would she speak on Pei's behalf without reason, if not to test the waters? It seems His Highness truly is unperturbed. I have heard there are plans for a royal title, Wei mentioned. Yes, I am aware, Zheng nodded. Once the title is conferred, the position of heir may be determined. As you have given birth to a firstborn son, the title of heir rightfully belongs to the eldest. That is of utmost importance. Indeed, hence we must avoid causing any disturbances for the time being. Everything can wait. Zheng nodded in agreement. In the main courtyard, the 8th prince informed the royal consort about the imminent relocation. The Ministry of Rites has selected a date for the move. You should begin preparations tomorrow. Have someone bring you the geomancy charts to see how they are arranged. Yes, but why the sudden move? Is it because the emperor intends to confer a title to His Highness? Chun inquired. Perhaps, came the reply. In that case, I shall congratulate His Highness in advance. Chun smiled, for this was indeed good news. That night, no further conversations ensued. The following morning, upon seeing the geomancy charts, Chun realized they had been obtained from Pei. Autumn Frost remarked, how can His Highness leave this in Pei's hands? Is it proper for you to allow her to see it before you have? Enough, do not speak of it. Chun lowered her gaze, finding the mere mention of propriety laughable. Indeed, the messenger reported that this courtyard has been designated for Pei. Autumn Frost pointed to the chart, indicating the western courtyard nestled between the garden and the main buildings. This area seems rather secluded. Perhaps His Highness also finds her meddlesome, Autumn Frost speculated. Chun cast a glance at Autumn Frost, but chose not to respond. The chart had already been handed to Pei, indicating she was to make the selection. Was His Highness to dismiss her yet still seek her approval? What purpose did such self-deception serve? At least His Highness had sent her to relay messages to various parties. Meanwhile, Pei Shiyuan was also beginning to pack her belongings. Upon starting, she realized just how much she had accumulated. When she first entered the residence, it was just the two of them with a single trunk containing nothing more than a few garments and some small trinkets from her time at the Pei family, along with a few familiar books, writing materials, and a few heirlooms from her aunt. Now, however, it was evident that 10 large trunks would not suffice. Inform the household to prepare additional trunks. The clothes and fabrics belonging to the consort must be carefully packed to avoid damage. The jewelry, including jade and agate, must be wrapped securely to prevent damage during the move. Should we also gather some straw to pack the ornaments safely? There are numerous porcelain items as well. I shall go request them. As for the bedding, shall we not pack it in boxes? We can simply wrap it in coarse cloth to save space, Yu Chong suggested. Sister, I will go fetch the trunks. You all focus on your tasks, you go at it. Pei Shiyuan curiously approached and was met with a disarray in the washroom. Items strewn about haphazardly. So much stuff? Indeed. Most of it was sent by His Highness, along with rewards from the main courtyard when you first entered the residence. Plus the autumn items just distributed not long ago. Oh, let us gather them. I estimate we should send the items ahead to settle them before we follow. Pei Shiyuan remarked. The group nodded and continued their packing. At this moment in the palace, the 8th prince was conversing privately with His Majesty. Although he was unaware of the true culprit, he believed it could not possibly be the crown prince. Do you really trust him? Emperor Zhenyu inquired. The evidence is all too apparent, the 8th prince replied with a smile. Father, I know you care for me the most. But my second brother is in a pitiable state. Let us not rush. Let us see what the Zongjing Temple has to say. What can they possibly say? The last time you were attacked, nothing was uncovered, and now we have evidence, Emperor Zhenyu scoffed. If father is anxious, those old ministers will surely urge you to reconsider. Do you not find it bothersome? The eighth prince questioned. Enough, I have my own judgments. As long as I am alive, I alone hold the reins of the great Zhou. Whatever I wish to accomplish, they cannot obstruct, Emperor Zhenyu retorted with a cold smile. Father, do not be angry. I shall be cautious in the future. You have assigned me many guards. Nothing will go awry, said the eighth prince. Very well, I understand. Emperor Zhenyu replied with a smile. Select an auspicious day to relocate. During the new year, I shall grant you a title. I have already decided on the name. What is it? The eighth prince inquired. I shall not disclose it now, Emperor Zhenyu said with a wave of his hand. Disappointed, the eighth prince acquiesced. Well then, I shall patiently await your revelation. Whatever you bestow upon me will delight me. Ha ha ha, go visit your mother, then return to dine with me. There are many matters to attend to today. I shall visit your mother later, Emperor Zhenyu commanded, waving him off. After the eighth prince departed, Emperor Zhenyu's expression darkened. He still speaks in defense of that wretched child, Humph. His Highness also values brotherly affection, Inner Minister Qin Zheng remarked. Brotherly affection? They see how I regard the eighth prince. Which of them does not resent him? Where is this so-called brotherly affection? Emperor Zhenyu sneered. What news from the Empress? Your Majesty, there is no current news. The Empress merely sent someone to the East Palace to check on the Crown Prince, who is still unwell, Qin Zheng reported. What did the physician say? Emperor Zhenyu displayed little concern for the Crown Prince's health. The physician stated that the Crown Prince fell ill due to heartbreak. However, his health has always been frail, and any minor issue could lead to further illness. Since the birth of the young master, the Crown Prince has been restless at night. Qin Zheng explained. With such a constitution, can he inherit my throne? Can he bear the burden of the great Zhou's realm? A bunch of old fools insist on pushing him forward. If he succumbs to illness, it shall not be my fault, Emperor Zhenyu retorted coldly. I dare not comment on the Crown Prince, but his health is indeed inferior to that of the other princes, Qin Zheng bowed respectfully. Chapter 13. The risks are too great. What qualities does he possess that could compare to the eighth prince? Emperor Zhenyu scoffed. I shall see what those old men will say in the end. Yes, Qin Zheng dared not say more, as he understood the emperor's stance on the Crown Prince. At the eighth prince's residence, preparations were underway, resulting in a certain degree of chaos. Pei Shiyuan, finding it troublesome, decided to take a stroll outside. Concubine, look. The chrysanthemums are still blooming beautifully, Yu Chang remarked. Indeed, it is still not mid-autumn yet. I wonder what date the Ministry of Rites is set for the move, after mid-autumn or before. Pei Shiyuan mused. Perhaps it will be after mid-autumn? Only 9 days remain until then, Yu Chang replied. Our residence is not small and is quite well constructed. I wonder what the new residence will be like? It should be larger. According to the geomantic chart, the area is twice the size of this one, with a grander garden, a sizable artificial lake, and a pavilion in the middle, Pei Shiyuan elaborated. That sounds wonderful. You may stroll around leisurely, and perhaps even go boating, Yu Chang suggested. Indeed, it is quite possible. The old emperor has consistently lavished affection upon the eighth prince. This new residence might rival the summer palace. Of course, her assessment was based solely on the geomantic chart, and its accuracy was uncertain, but it was undeniably substantial. I wonder how the courtyard you selected will be. I can hardly wait to see, Yu Chang expressed eagerly. This is no challenge. I estimate we will need to move things ahead of time. You can go and settle in first while we follow later, Pei Shiyuan replied. But I must prioritize serving you, Yu Chang insisted. Go ahead. Hanyue will certainly refuse to go. If not you, then it must be Yue. Between the two of you, you are more meticulous, so you shall go, Pei Shiyuan decided. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Chang complied, recognizing her master's trust in her. Who is that ahead?
Miss Ye?
Yu Chang scrutinized. Yes, indeed, it is Miss Ye, she confirmed. Concubines are typically referred to as Mississippi. In principle, princes only have secondary consorts, not concubines. However, when the emperor conferred titles, Pei Shiyuan, Lu Wanyin, and Concubine, he were all granted the title of concubine, thus the eighth prince had concubines. Under normal circumstances, princes have 2 secondary consorts, and any additional concubines are either concubines or servants, without any formal recognition. After receiving his title, the configuration would be 2 secondary consorts for concubines and 10 concubines, while the servants for warmth are unregulated. One can have as many as desired. The 8th prince's situation was exceptional, and regarding this matter, it was uncertain whether there would be any officials who would voice their concerns. Missy approached with a bright smile. Greeting, concubine Pei, greetings. Pei Shiwan responded, not particularly fond of Miss Yi. This was primarily due to Miss Ye's intelligence. Pei Shiwan preferred not to engage with overly clever individuals, fearing deception. The weather is a bit chilly today. Are you not cold, concubine Pei? After all, it is autumn here in the north, and as autumn arrives, even if the temperature does not drop significantly, the wind carries a hint of chill, Missy observed. It is not cold at this moment, Pei Shiwan replied as she stepped onto the pavilion. Missy followed suit. I just passed by the courtyard of the secondary consort Zheng and overheard that the eldest son has caught a chill from rising early. Last night, I too felt quite cold. What? Did you not have thick blankets? Heating usually does not commence until September. Sometimes it begins in mid-September and can extend into October.
Monsieur Planet.
I cannot compare to you, Sister Pei. I am not favored, so provisions are not as comprehensive. The blankets were ordered from the sewing room some time ago, but they are not yet completed. I hail from the south, where it is still warm this season.
She sighed.
Pei Shiwan beckoned to an inner servant below the pavilion. Go bring me some hot tea. The servant quickly complied, hurrying off to fulfill the request. Missy smiled. I do not possess the same confidence as you, sister. Pei Shiwan chuckled lightly. You are an astute person. There is no need to beat around the bush with me. Speak plainly. Sister Pei, you jest. I merely needed a place to vent, so I shared. Missy responded with a smile. The treatment of women in the rear courtyard is not harsh. To my knowledge, our estate's conditions are quite favorable. After all, only the titles and stipends for the princesses and secondary consorts are clearly defined. For concubines like us, the treatment varies depending on the family's wealth. Thus, if your life becomes difficult, it may be necessary to reflect a little, Pei Shiwan remarked. You jest, Sister Pei, Missy replied awkwardly. Since we both entered the estate at the same time, if you are willing to befriend me, then so be it. If not, we shall remain indifferent. There is no need for alliances. I have a poor temperament and could easily be cast aside one day. It would be too risky to ally with me. Pei Shiwan stated directly. Sister Pei, you speak candidly. Since you say so, I would not dare to expect too much. I am naturally inclined to befriend you. Missy smiled. Your straightforward nature is admirable, but one must remain wary of the intentions of others. Although secondary consort Lu appears formidable, she is merely formidable in speech. Those who are less talkative may be the most dangerous, Missy cautioned. Pei Shiwan found this amusing and genuinely laughed. Very well, I shall remember that. Thank you. Soon, tea was brought, accompanied by 2 pastries. The inner servant's demeanor was exceedingly obsequious. Concubine Pei, please try these pastries. They were just made by the kitchen. They would not give them to me, but I told them they were for you, and thus they obliged. It is indeed your influence. Pei Shiwan waved him off. But Yu Chang was already well acquainted with her master's manner of handling matters. She pulled the little eunuch down from the pavilion and slipped him some silver, expressing her gratitude for his errand. The young eunuch hastily thanked her, realizing that a mere trip had earned him 2 taels of silver. The rumors within the residence were indeed accurate. This Pei Shufei had a terrible temper but was quite generous, proving that money was easily made. Engaging in conversation with Lady Yi was merely a way to pass the time. Listening to her recount tales of Jiangnan, Pei Shiwan found herself gradually captivated. Having spent 2 lifetimes in the north, she felt that in this life, she had at least ventured slightly southward. Shufei, Yu Yi is coming. Yu Chang suddenly announced from below the pavilion. Pei Shiwan looked over and, indeed, saw Yu Yi approaching. Yu Yi stepped forward, saying, Shufei, you should head back. His Highness has arrived. Pei Shiwan frowned and stood up, saying, then I shall take my leave. Yes, see off, Sister Pei, Lady Yi remarked as she rose. After Pei Shiwan departed, Lady Yi commented, His Highness truly dotes on her. One of her maidservants added, Pei Shufei is indeed beautiful. His Highness will surely cherish her for a time. Upon returning to her quarters, Pei Shiwan found the prince lounging comfortably on a noble concubine couch in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. There were tea and snacks nearby, creating a delightful atmosphere. The princes no longer attended court and had no official duties, spending their days idly. Sometimes they would venture out for leisure, while at other times they would remain in the residence for several days on end. Where have you been? Chapter 14. A unique stroll. Just wandering. They were tidying up. Pei Shiyuan approached and sat at his feet, as the couch was fully occupied by him, leaving only a bit of space for her feet. Li Yixuan suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to see the new residence?"
Ido, Pei Shiyuan nodded.
"Let us go. Zongjiu, prepare the carriage." The eighth prince, upon deciding to leave, quickly rose. Pei Shiyuan did not bother to change her attire and followed him out of the residence, only to remember afterward that she had not informed the princess consort. Oh well, she thought. The new residence was not far from their current location, situated in a favorable area. They soon spotted the grand entrance, where stone lions had yet to be placed. But the vermilion doors and golden door nails gleamed brightly in the sunlight. A guard, upon seeing the eighth prince's carriage, immediately came to greet them. It turned out that the eighth prince had already sent someone to prepare for their arrival. Li Yixuan alighted from the carriage and extended his hand to assist Pei Shiyuan down. "Let us go." Although they had not officially moved in yet, the eighth prince was granted entry through the main gate. Li Yixuan led Pei Shiyuan through the main entrance into the expansive residence. Just traversing the initial few gates took quite a while. The interior architecture was half newly constructed and half renovated, yet everything appeared fresh and new. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and everywhere was spacious and elegant. The white walls featured hollowed-out designs that allowed vibrant greenery to peek through, while the corridors were laid with large stone slabs, and the crimson pillars were uniformly thick. As they ventured further inside, the central building of the front courtyard could be aptly referred to as a hall, as it was elevated in the middle. This was to be Li Yixuan's future residence. Someone was there to explain. In the front courtyard, aside from the main hall where His Highness will reside, there are also 4 large courtyards where the young masters can live. Additionally, there are several smaller courtyards. To the west are the kitchens and storage rooms, while to the east are the horse racing grounds, archery ranges, and a small garden where guests can rest. The main residence for His Highness consists of 3 sections: the front hall for discussions, the back hall for living quarters, and there are also eastern and western side halls. Behind this is a small plaza, and beyond that lies the princess consort's main courtyard, which is of equal size to His Highness's residence, but not elevated. The main courtyard also comprises 3 sections, with a layout similar to the one in front. In the back courtyard, aside from the 3 large central courtyards, there are 6 large courtyards to the east and west, along with 19 smaller courtyards. Storage rooms and kitchens are also included. The back courtyard is separated from the garden by a rear pavilion. The eunuch diligently continued to provide information. But Li Yixuan had already taken Pei Shiyuan for a stroll around the front courtyard, heading directly toward the back courtyard. "I want to see the place you chose." They were guided by attendants, and indeed, it was a bit far. Halfway through, Li Yixuan remarked, "Are you sure you want to live there? If I don't visit you later, don't cry. Changing locations is out of the question." "One cannot fight against fate," Pei Shiyuan replied nonchalantly. "So stubborn." Li Yixuan chuckled, choosing not to comment further. Eventually, they arrived at the chosen residence, which was indeed quite charming. Compared to the previous places they had seen, it was smaller but exquisite. It was not a traditional courtyard but had both front and back rooms. The front room was naturally for the owner, while a row of rooms at the back was for the servants. There was also a spacious room to the east. Pei Shiyuan had chosen this place primarily because it was close to the garden and, separated by a wall, there was a smaller courtyard with 2 rows of rooms, perfectly suited for a storage area and a small kitchen. "Have this small courtyard connected. We can store things there, and the small kitchen can be right here," she instructed. Li Yixuan laughed. "You are merely a concubine. If we connect it, it might be larger than the side consort's quarters." Pei Shiyuan remained silent. Li Yixuan was only speaking casually. He did not mind such matters. "Do as you wish. Create a moon gate, and build a wall behind it, making it a bit taller." Whether it was the small courtyard or the one chosen by Pei Shiyuan, it was adjacent to a corridor. Returning to His Highness, there's a door further down. It's meant for the servants to enter and exit the garden to gather things. What do you think? The clever eunuch inquired. "Brick it up and use another entrance," Li Yixuan replied. "Yes. This servant will go to the Ministry of Works to find someone shortly." The eunuch's suggestion was indeed apt. The courtyard where the ladies resided was adjacent to an exit leading outside, which was not very secure. With the constant comings and goings, it was indeed better to brick it up. Pei Shiyuan pushed open the door to her room, revealing that the furniture was brand new. albeit lacking ornaments. The room was newly constructed, and although the window coverings were made of gauze, it was quite bright inside. Oh, right. Let us plant some trumpet vines on this wall, Li Yixuan suddenly remembered and pointed to the wall on the west side. Yes, this servant will take care of it shortly. The eunuch thought to himself that this Pei Shufei was truly favored. Shall we visit the garden? Pei Shiyuan asked. Not now. I'm hungry. Let us eat, Li Yixuan replied, not wanting to walk anymore. This residence was vast, and he had plenty of time to explore it after moving in. Pei Shiyuan also felt a bit hungry and naturally followed him. At this hour, they would not rush back to the residence for a meal. So Li Yixuan directly ordered someone to go to a restaurant. The capital was extensive, but a person of the 8th prince's stature would not dine at an ordinary establishment. Thus, it was not surprising that they encountered the little brother-in-law of the crown prince at Taixianju, the largest restaurant in the capital. Pei Shiyuan did not recognize him until he approached to pay his respects to the 8th prince and introduced himself. The 8th prince remarked, "Oh, and this the little brother-in-law of the second master? Here to reserve the entire place again?" This man was the youngest legitimate brother of the crown princess, Fei, and was someone who was rather unremarkable. However, he was somewhat bold, or perhaps one could say, rather righteous. Upon hearing this, he scoffed, "How could I dare? I'm not as warm and charming as His Highness, surrounded by beautiful company." Fei Pingju cast a disdainful glance at Pei Shiyuan, as if he had spotted something unpleasant. Pei Shiyuan gently waved her fan and inquired, "Who is this? You don't know? This is our crown prince's little brother-in-law, the young master of the Jinyang Marquisate." Li Yixuan replied with a chuckle. Pei Shiyuan gasped, "I have met the crown princess. She is dignified and beautiful." Yet, it seems she hesitated before saying, "Your Highness. Could it be that the Marquis of Jinyang has mistakenly taken in a child? This one is so uniquely shaped, as if the features were carelessly affixed to a dough ball. Is he truly the brother of the crown princess?" Ha ha ha. Li Yixuan burst into laughter. Many attendants accompanying Fei Pingju merely stood aside to pay their respects, as they were not qualified to approach. Upon hearing this, several of them struggled to suppress their laughter. In reality, Fei Pingju was not unattractive, just ordinary. Pei Shiyuan would not have caused trouble without reason, however. How could she overlook the disdainful expression he had cast upon her? Chapter 15. A beating. It must be said that Fei Pingju hailed from a distinguished lineage. His sister was the crown princess, and he was the cherished son born to parents of advanced age. He was indeed raised in an environment of utmost privilege. Naturally aligned with the crown prince, he harbored a strong disdain for the faction of the 8th prince. The Fei family was perpetually embroiled in conflict with the maternal clan of the 8th prince, the Jia family, leading the younger generation to instinctively loathe the 8th prince. Though they typically managed to restrain their feelings in public, the derision from Pei Shiyuan regarding his appearance proved intolerable. With the crown prince still ailing, some were indiscriminately attributing the assassination attempts on the 8th prince to him, causing the Fei family to be in a state of panic. At that moment, Fei Pingju was reminded of this, and his anger surged. Being young and inexperienced, his tongue slipped before his brain could intervene. "What lowly creature are you? Are you from some brothel?" Hearing this, the 8th prince retaliated with a kick. "How dare you speak of my people?" He acted without hesitation, and no one dared to intervene. Fei Pingju's servant, attempting to step forward, was sent flying several meters by Zhong Jiu's kick. Fei Pingju, untrained in martial arts, found himself at a disadvantage against the 8th prince, who had learned a few techniques. During the scuffle, Fei Pingju refrained from fighting back and was knocked down repeatedly. Pei Shiyuan stood by, neither intervening nor showing any fear. Eventually, it was Zhong Jiu who halted the 8th prince. "Your Highness, it is time for the meal." Only then did the 8th prince relent. "Let us go and dine." Pei Shiyuan approached to tidy his attire. "Why did you take matters into your own hands? Isn't it exhausting?" Li Yixuan chuckled, taking Pei Shiyuan's hand. "For whom else?" Pei Shiyuan smiled. "For yourself." Li Yixuan laughed heartily. "I shall deal with you eventually." The two entered, and the onlookers dared not utter a word. Only after their figures vanished did someone hasten to assist Fei Pingju back to his residence. The food at the tavern was mediocre, especially in comparison to the fare prepared by the chefs at home. Yet it had its unique qualities, with some dishes not available at the estate, offering a refreshing change. The incident of the 8th prince striking the crown prince's brother was not deemed particularly grave. Thus, neither the 8th prince nor Pei Shiyuan, with whom he had some connection, took it to heart. That night, Li Yixuan stayed at Pei Shiwan's abode. After a prolonged ordeal, Pei Shiwan emerged from the washing room only to be enveloped in an embrace. "Have you ever seen the crown princess?" "I caught a glimpse during the selection process," replied Pei Shiwan. Li Yixuan nodded, exploring her back, even tugging at the strings of her recently donned bodice. Pei Shiwan closed her eyes, too lazy to move. Leaning against him, contemplating the obscured visage of Li Yixuan in the dark, her fingers tracing his brow. Li Yixuan chuckled. "What are you groping for?" "Then why are you groping me?" Pei Shiwan retorted. Li Yixuan fell silent, relishing the feel of Pei Shiwan's back. Her figure was exquisite, smooth and fair, devoid of any imperfections. Her shoulder blades nestled against her spine, slightly indenting when pressure was applied, revealing a delicate yet strong physique. Indeed, being caressed in such a manner was immensely pleasurable. Each time she experienced this, sleep would swiftly overtake her. Sometimes, she mused that the technique resembled petting a cat. Nevertheless, the comfort was undeniable, and she did not mind, quickly succumbing to slumber. In the early morning, before dawn had broken, Fuhrer knocked on the window. "Your Highness?" After several calls, Pei Shiwan jolted awake. "Your Highness? What is it?" Li Yixuan, still groggy, interjected impatiently. "What is it?" "Something has happened, Your Highness. Fei Pingju has died," Fuhrer announced. Li Yixuan, still not fully awake, responded nonchalantly. "What does that have to do with me?" "Oh, Your Highness. The Duke of Jinyang has come to the palace in tears, claiming that you killed him. The morning court has adjourned, but the ministers refuse to disperse. The Fei and Xie families are demanding an explanation. The noble consort has sent word, urging you to prepare, for the emperor may summon you to the palace shortly. The Xie family is the maternal clan of the empress." "This is troublesome," Li Yixuan grunted. Pei Shiwan, still half asleep, sat up. "Han Yu, summon someone to assist the 8th prince with his attire. There is no rush, prepare breakfast." Li Yixuan rose. "Call Zongjio to me." "Your Highness, I am here." Zongjio's voice echoed from a distance. "Dispatch someone to gather all who were present yesterday." They have found a perfect opportunity, haven't they?"
Li Yixuan skuffa.
With the assailants still at large and the Eastern Palace's suspicions unresolved, the sudden death of Fei Pingju conveniently implicated the 8th prince. If this incident were confirmed, it would amount to the death of an official, and Fei Pingju held a minor official title as well. If the claims were unsubstantiated, there might still be a chance for the Eastern Palace to clear its name. "Investigate how he met his end," Li Yixuan commanded. "Your Highness, I will dispatch someone immediately to investigate this matter," Zongjio replied. "Well done." Li Yixuan stood as Han Yu, and Yu Chang assisted him with his attire. Pei Shiwan also got up. After breakfast, Li Yixuan departed. Han Yu expressed her concern. "This matter will not implicate you, will it?" "I am quite unfortunate, indeed." Pei Shiwan chuckled. "You still joke? Should we not send a message to the master?"
Han Iue inquired.
"There's no need. What use is his position now? Do not worry. Li Yixuan will not abandon me. If he were to force me out in this situation, would he still have any face left? Rest assured, they are more anxious now. They only wish to save the crown prince. What sense is there in involving those from the inner court?" Pei Shiwan reassured her. "But what if the noble consort or the empress seeks to trouble you?"
Han Iue trugonet.
"Theoretically, Li Yixuan will assist me. If he truly does not, then I shall leave it to fate," Pei Shiwan shrugged. In exasperation, Han Yu slapped her palm. "You'll scare me to death one day. How can you be so reckless?" Pei Shiwan muttered. "Help me get ready. We must pay our respects." News of the emperor summoning the 8th prince soon reached them, and the 8th prince encountered the messenger en route. Not only the 8th prince, but also several other princes were summoned. Except for the ailing crown prince, all the married princes were present. After exchanging pleasantries, they hurried into the grand hall. After paying their respects, the emperor instructed them to rise. "Sooner. Did you see Fei Pingju yesterday?" "In response to Father Emperor, I did. I had a brief altercation with him outside Tianxian Tower, and we exchanged blows." The 8th prince stated. "Your Majesty, since the 8th prince admits to it, I beseech you to render justice for this old minister." The Duke of Jinyang clamored. "What justice?" The 8th prince raised an eyebrow. "On the way to the palace, I was contemplating how audacious the Duke of Jinyang's household is. I, in the spirit of brotherhood, sought to intercede for the crown prince, believing there might be a misunderstanding, and refrained from urging Father Emperor to take action against him. Yet you are quick to sacrifice your own flesh and blood to blame me. You are slandering me, the Duke exclaimed. Your Majesty, I implore you to take action. Your Majesty, the 8th Prince's arrogance knows no bounds. Please grant justice for my brother. The eldest son of the Fei family cried. The truth is still unclear. And you are already so impatient? This is rather excessive. The 8th Prince's maternal uncle, Jia Kejian, the Minister of Revenue, scoffed. Indeed, this unfortunate incident has saddened us. But to hastily place blame upon the prince is rather too much, others from the Jia family echoed. In an instant, the consensus shifted. Father, I too bear some responsibility. Although he provoked me deliberately, I should not have retaliated. However, Father knows I have a quick temper. In a moment of anger, I kicked him a few times. But it was not with great force. He left supported by others and was capable of moving. How could he have died? I request Father to investigate thoroughly. I suspect the Fei family deliberately caused his death to frame me. The circumstances within are likely related to the assassination of my son, remarked the 8th Prince. How dare you make such baseless accusations? Retorted the Duke of Jinyang, his face flushed with fury. How could I possibly kill my own child to frame you? If not for his eldest son supporting him, he might have fainted from anger. Dear Duke, you immediately accuse my elder brother of murdering your son without any evidence. Is it merely because they had a scuffle during the day? My brother stated that it was not a severe altercation and the victim was either carried back or walked back himself. Surely there are witnesses. He must have been examined by a physician or a court doctor. Why not summon them to clarify the matter and ascertain the cause of death? Presenting evidence would be more credible than mere words, suggested the 10th Prince. Indeed, the 10th Prince speaks wisely. Bring forth the relevant individuals, commanded Emperor Zhenyu. In the interim, the Emperor consoled the 8th Prince. Do not fret, my son. Your father will take charge. This blatant favoritism infuriated the Fei family. Seizing the moment, the Emperor even took the 8th Prince to the inner hall for a private conversation. The Duke of Jinyang was truly incensed, nearly beside himself with rage, despite the Emperor having granted him a seat. At that moment, the elder statesman's mind fixated on a singular thought. The great Zhou is doomed. In the inner hall, Li Yixuan expressed, Father, I merely kicked him a few times and did not strike any vital areas. This incident may not have been perpetrated by the Fei family, but there are certainly hidden machinations at play. Fei Pingjiu could not have died from just a few blows. Your father believes you, do not worry. I am here, replied Emperor Zhenyu. He did not suspect the 8th Prince, and even if he were responsible, it would have been unintentional, thus he would not hold it against him. How could there be time for a meal? I must leave, sighed Li Yixuan as he sat down. Father, you have not eaten yet, have you? Asked Emperor Zhenyu. Neither have I. Summon the meal. Let us have a simple repast together. Outside, a commotion arose. Your Majesty, when I arrived, the physician from Lingji Hall had committed suicide. Only the household doctor from the Duke of Jinyang's estate was brought here.
Suicide?
How could this happen? Exclaimed someone in surprise. How cunning of you, Duke of Jinyang. If the 8th Prince had truly killed someone, why would the physician take his own life? The 8th Prince's uncle fumed. I am wronged, the Duke protested, nearly collapsing. How could I act in such a manner? There is surely a deeper plot at work. Your Majesty, this matter is indeed illogical. I suggest we investigate thoroughly. Perhaps we should first inquire of the household doctor. He likely examined Fei Pingjiu when he was brought back. He should know the extent of the injuries best. Advised Duke Jia Yi, the current patriarch of the Jia clan and the maternal grandfather of the 8th Prince. All present agreed with him. Soon, the household doctor was brought before the court, trembling with anxiety as he knelt, not waiting for questions to be posed. When I treated the 11th Prince, there were only external injuries, and no skin was broken. His waist and back were swollen, but there were no injuries to the bones. Nor was there any danger to his life. You did not say this yesterday, roared Fei Pingjiu's elder brother. You claimed that the 11th Prince was gravely injured, with internal damage that required rest. How dare you contradict yourself here? The household doctor trembled in fear. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was the Duke's wife who cried and lamented, saying that if my treatment failed, I would be punished. In a moment of panic, I exaggerated the severity of the injuries to ensure they would seek proper medical care. I am but a household doctor, my skills are lacking, and I feared I might delay the 11th Prince's treatment. I never expected they would not summon a court physician, but merely a local doctor. I am truly wronged. You treacherous ingrate. You have been in my Fei family for over a decade. Who has bribed you to commit this betrayal? Fei Mingju's anger made his hands tremble.
Ah,
It seems there are many secrets behind this matter, the eighth prince chuckled. Father, I wish to sue the Fei family for slandering the crown prince. Emperor Zhenyu's expression darkened. Duke of Jinyang, what exactly is happening here? Your Majesty, I would never slander the crown prince. However, it is clear that this matter is fraught with anomalies. I have suddenly lost my son, and my heart is shattered, only wishing to seek justice for him. In my grief, I did not realize I was falling into a trap. In that moment, the Duke of Jinyang regained his composure. Although he mourned for his lost child, he recognized that there were ulterior motives at play, aiming to incite conflict between the crown prince's faction and that of the eighth prince. He needed to remain calm. Even in his fury, he could not allow the emperor to brand him with false accusations against the crown prince. Father, Fei Mingju exclaimed in astonishment. Be silent. The duke commanded. Your Majesty, I implore you to grant my son justice. I do not dare to accuse the crown prince, but I cannot remain silent while seeking vengeance for my child. If I have wronged the eighth prince, I am willing to kneel and beg for forgiveness. He attempted to kneel, but it was clear that they would not allow him to do so in the Grand Hall. Several individuals supported him instead. Chapter 17. The Fragile Bonds of Brotherhood. I cannot bear this. I admit to having struck your son, and I lament his death. After all, it was his own insolence that provoked me. However, Duke of Jinyang, it appears you have not secured your own household, remarked the eighth prince. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I shall conduct a thorough investigation upon my return, replied the Duke of Jinyang. Take this household doctor to the imperial prison and interrogate him thoroughly. Until this matter is resolved, I will not rest, Emperor Zhenyu declared, his anger palpable as he strode away. After the emperor departed, the courtiers dispersed. Upon exiting the Zicheng Palace, the 10th prince remarked, every single detail of this incident is suspicious. Brother 8, have you made enemies? The 8th prince chuckled. Enemies? I have many. Little 10, are you suggesting I have offended you? Brother, you jest. I will always heed your words, the 10th prince replied with a grin. His mother had perished during his birth, bleeding to death, and was posthumously honored with the title of Zharon. He was raised under the care of another concubine, who later fell from grace and was demoted to a commoner, passing away not long after. Thus, he had grown up without a mother, attended to solely by servants. With no relatives to turn to, and his father oblivious to his existence, he learned to navigate the complexities of court life. Wary of offending the favored concubine and her son, the situation was indeed perplexing, but the truth would surely emerge. Brother 8, do not worry. Father dotes on you, and will undoubtedly clear your name, reassured the 5th prince. Brother 5 is correct, but I am innocent in any case, the 8th prince smiled. Currently, the crown prince is gravely ill. Some may be anxious. This was a perilous topic, and the 5th prince shook his head. Brother 8, we must tread carefully. The 8th prince let out a light laugh. I shall visit my mother. You all may do as you please. With that, he ignored the elder princes and departed. I shall take my leave as well, said the 10th prince, bowing as he exited. Recently, Brother 5 acquired several dancers. I hear they perform dances from the western regions? Inquired the 12th prince. Indeed. Would you like to see them, Brother 12? Asked the 5th prince with a smile. Then let us go. Together then, Brother 7. The 3rd prince said cheerfully, pulling the 7th prince along. Go ahead, brothers, I must check on my mother. She has been unwell these past few days, stated the 11th prince. The others offered polite well wishes and did not impede him. Thus, the group made their way to the 5th prince's residence. Except for the 8th prince, who received special treatment, the other princes were treated similarly, with the 10th prince receiving the least consideration, having no mother to advocate for him. The other princes, even if their mothers were less influential, still enjoyed some support, resulting in their households being well provided. The 5th prince's biological mother had passed away only a few years prior, having held a respectable rank during her lifetime. The 5th prince's estate was orderly, and he instructed preparations for a banquet. The hour was nearly upon them as the 3rd prince, 5th prince, 7th prince, and 12th prince gathered together to indulge in wine and conversation. They found themselves in a flower hall, guarded by sentinels outside, which afforded them the freedom to speak openly. Although they claimed to be observing the dancers, The topic of the dancers was never broached. The 8th prince had grown increasingly peculiar. The 12th prince, being the youngest, could hardly contain his thoughts and spoke first. The 5th prince filled his cup, remarking that he had always behaved thus, emboldened by their father's affections and the favor of the imperial concubine. The 12th prince expressed his dissent, suggesting that the recent incident was indeed suspicious. He did not believe the 8th prince was lying. Yet the circumstances surrounding the death of the Fei family's young scion remained elusive. The 3rd prince, meanwhile, served himself some dishes. Suddenly, the 7th prince spoke up, breaking his silence, to announce that their father intended to confer titles upon them. The others were likely aware of this, for upon hearing it, the 5th prince mentioned how their father had granted the 8th prince a new residence. He had initially thought it was for the princess, but was surprised to learn it was for him. That estate, in terms of both land and architecture, was ostentatious and excessive. The 12th prince furrowed his brow, questioning why there had been no reports from the censors regarding this matter. We all possess similar residences. How is it that his is so grand? Could it be that our father has no intention of bestowing titles upon us, only upon him? The 7th prince interjected, noting that the new estate was unsuitable even for a princely heir. The princes fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable time, the 12th prince remarked, "I have heard that the crown prince's condition is far from optimistic. Furthermore, he has been ailing for years, and now has but one illegitimate son who is yet to turn one." This revelation ushered in a heavy silence among them. Eventually, the 7th prince turned to the 3rd prince. "Brother, you are the eldest after the crown prince. What are your intentions?" The 3rd prince's gaze flickered. "What intentions could I have? If the 8th prince becomes the crown prince, our futures will not be bright," the 12th prince added. Meanwhile, the brothers were preoccupied with thoughts of their futures, while at the 8th prince's residence, preparations were underway. Regardless of the surrounding affairs, nothing seemed to hinder the 8th prince's plans. That very day, the palace communicated that the auspicious date for his move was set for the 16th of August, allowing him to relocate to his new estate shortly. Thus, the household began the process of moving items to the new abode. For several consecutive days, the court was devoid of significant events, and neither the death of Fei Pingju nor the assassination attempt on the 8th prince had yielded any conclusions. This was hardly surprising, for corruption permeated the Great Zhou from top to bottom, with officials more concerned with preserving their positions than seeking justice. Li Yixuan, unperturbed, spent his days languidly within the estate. "The concubine and concubine Zheng have summoned the physician," Han Yu informed him. "Is she unwell?" he inquired. "No. It is the eldest son. He fell ill after catching a chill. Initially, the physician deemed it trifling, but after several days without improvement, they have called for him again,"
Han Yu explained.
"Is it serious?" Pei Shiwan asked. "No, I merely suggest you go and check on him," Han Yu replied. "I will not go." Pei Shiwan shook his head vehemently. "What purpose would I serve at this time? Do you regard me as a benevolent soul?" "Enough of this," she sighed. "What of the family? The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Should we not inquire?" she continued, recalling the matriarch's impending birthday. "That is indeed true. I shall mention it to the princess consort in the morning. You should return and take something with you," Pei Shiwan decided. Though she carried the memories of her past life, having lost her aunt upon her arrival, her current circumstances were not unpleasant. The matriarch was of a generous spirit, never causing strife for the younger generation. Her biological mother, though seemingly strict, was genuinely virtuous, treating the concubines and illegitimate offspring with fairness. As for her father, he often felt that Qiao's demise was due to his absence on the day of her delivery. While postpartum hemorrhage was beyond remedy, he carried a lingering guilt. Pei Shiwan, not one to be trifled with, capitalized on this guilt, securing her father's affections to the extent that he indulged her until her marriage. Her siblings sometimes resented Pei Shiwan for her ability to curry favor with their father, labeling her as cunning. Yet, despite her capriciousness, she did not mistreat her siblings, and they coexisted with a semblance of harmony. Without the necessity of waiting until the following day, Li Yixuan arrived that very night. Pei Shiwan seized the opportunity to bring up the matter. Li Yixuan had no objections, merely grunting in agreement. "Come here," she called, tilting her head to look at him. Though he remained still. "I am addressing you. What service do you require from me? Who has troubled you today?" "None. I simply did not sleep well last night," Pei Shiwan replied, settling into his embrace. "What is it? Did my absence disturb your rest?" He raised an eyebrow. "Do not inflate your own significance. There were mosquitoes last night, she retorted, revealing the 2 red welts on her fair skin. Such delicate skin. And yet you still suffer from mosquito bites as we approach the Mid-Autumn Festival, he remarked, gently rubbing the welts. Pei Shiwan withdrew her hand, saying, Do not be so presumptuous. It is no longer itchy. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, will you take me to the palace? He inquired. To what end? I shall not go, she dismissed unimpressed.
What?
Have you grown disdainful of the palace? He teased, grasping her chin and leaning closer. The rules are too stringent. I find it exhausting. How could I possibly look down upon the palace? You overestimate my disposition, she replied. There is nothing you would not dare? Truly? You will not go? This opportunity is rare, and next year, I may not be able to take you, he insisted. Indeed, by next year, you may have a new favorite. Although I have not experienced it, I have heard tales. Is it not true that men of your royal lineage treat their concubines in such a manner? A beauty fades and affection wanes, leaning against incense-filled chambers until dawn, she said, playfully pushing his handsome face away. Since you are aware, then serve me well and refrain from displaying discontent. Who are you trying to impress?
Li Shunshida.
Though his expression belied his words, as he smiled while embracing her waist, his hand gently stroking her back. His strength, even through layers of fabric, was comforting. Pei Shiwan nestled against his shoulder, murmuring, Who would dare? Her voice was both soft and alluring. Li Yixuan chuckled briefly, fully aware that her comfort stemmed from his touch, not submission. As they reveled in their intimacy, a voice from outside interrupted, Your Highness, Concubine, the Lu Concubine has sent word. What business could she have? Pei Shiwan complained, her mood soured by the interruption. She claims she is unwell and wishes to see you, Your Highness, the maid reported. If she is unwell, let her seek the princess consort, Li Yixuan replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, his gaze never straying from Pei Shiwan. Do not be so dismissive. If she is unwell, you ought to go and see her, Pei Shiwan urged, sitting upright. You are quite magnanimous today, he observed. I shall accompany you. No, you go, I will not. He leaned back. This year, have I not yet lost my favor? When others gain attention, they seek precious gifts or rare treasures. Must I not even attend to this matter? That would render my position worthless. Have you cast your conscience aside when uttering such words? Li Yixuan chuckled. What rare treasures have I not provided? You still remember how to write the word rules? I am illiterate. Will you go or not? Pei Shiwan squeezed his hand. Such a brazen creature. One day, I shall cast you out, he declared, lifting her as he spun around. Do you enjoy flaunting your power so much? Will the most favored 8th prince lend me some of his authority? She teased, tightening her grip around his neck. Regardless of whether he possessed it, within 15 minutes, the two of them found themselves at Lu Wanin's quarters. Upon seeing Pei Shiwan, Lu Concubine's expression soured. What brings you here? The prince comes to see me. And you follow? Your Highness, she is scolding me, Lu Concubine complained. Pei Shiwan pouted her lips, leaning weakly against Li Yixuan's embrace. The title Your Highness was uttered with a melodious cadence, resonating with emotional depth.
Pei Shiwan.
Lu Shufei fumed, stamping her foot. Your Highness, do you see her? Is there something amiss, Li Yixuan? Should I summon the physician for you? I merely feel a slight discomfort in my chest. It is not so grave, Pei Shiwan replied. Lu Shufei, unwilling to relent, insisted. Your Highness has yet to dine. Allow me to serve the meal. I haven't dined either, dear sister, Pei Shiwan interjected. Lu Shufei ignored her, casting a fierce glare in her direction. Li Yixuan suppressed a chuckle, clearing his throat to conceal his amusement. No need to serve the meal. I shall dine with the Pei family shortly. Since you are unwell, it would be prudent to rest. Lu Shufei's call for attention was tinged with melancholy. Before she could react further, Pei Shiwan clutched her chest and bent over dramatically, exclaiming, Oh dear. What troubles you, Lady Shu? Han Yu gasped. Li Yixuan glanced over. Do you feel pain in your chest as well? Not at all. I merely felt a shiver down my spine upon hearing Lu Mei call you so sweetly.
Oh.
Lu Mei, you truly are captivating. Perhaps we should all stay tonight? You. Pei Shiwan, silence. Lu Wanin shot up, her face burning crimson. As a well-bred daughter of a noble family, she was unaccustomed to such shameless banter. Pei family, Li Yixuan called out. Fully aware that Pei Shiwan was intentionally provoking Lu Shufei, yet the audacity of her words was indeed shocking. While he indulged in a life of debauchery, he could not condone the idea of sharing his bed with two women simultaneously. Your Highness disapproves? Then, Your Highness, I too am hungry. I have ordered a meal prepared in the kitchen. Will you accompany me back to dine? Pei Shiwan purred. At this point, Lu Shufei dared not speak. Her face aflame with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated by Pei Shiwan's brazen behavior. Yet faced with someone so audacious, she found herself at a loss for words. Watching helplessly as the eighth prince departed, tears welling in her eyes. Her maid hurried to console her, but she could only weep. She has humiliated me so. Woe is me, and Your Highness does nothing to stop her. On the other hand, Li Yixuan found himself at a loss for words. Where did you learn such unsavory things? It is true that my background is humble, but I was raised in a respectable household. Did I not learn from you? Pei Shiwan deflected. When did I teach you such things? Clarify yourself.
Li Shun frowned.
When I first entered the manor, I heard you chastising the young scion of Master Ma, saying he spent his days in brothels, summoning multiple courtesans each night. Pei Shiwan replied nonchalantly. Li Yixuan was left speechless. Why do you not remember the good things? You must refrain from speaking of such matters in the future. Pei Shiwan acknowledged, with a nonchalant "oh," lacking sincerity. Upon returning to her quarters, the meal was promptly served. Typically, Pei Shiwan enjoyed excellent treatment, and with the eighth prince's presence, it was even more pronounced. Indeed, in her brief time at the manor, she had never experienced neglect. She was not the first to share the bed, as that honor belonged to Lu Shufei, but the eighth prince had favored her the most since his arrival. As long as she retained his favor, no one in the inner quarters dared mistreat her. It was true that she relied on men. But what else could a concubine do if not rely on them? After dinner, before sleep, Zhongjiu arrived with something to discuss. However, considering Pei Shiwan's presence, he hesitated, gauging Li Yixuan's demeanor. Speak. What is so confidential? Li Yixuan inquired nonchalantly. If it were something that could not be mentioned in Pei Shiwan's presence, Zhongjiu would not dare speak of it now. Since the eighth prince showed no objection, he continued, Your Highness, the East Palace guard Chen Pu has committed suicide. He was the son of the crown prince's wet nurse, Lu. Chen Pu's wife reported to the authorities, claiming he deserved his fate, asserting that he harbored resentment towards you and orchestrated the assassination attempts. He had bribed individuals at the horse stable to set this trap. Now that the evidence is mounting, he has taken his own life out of fear. Li Yixuan chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? Now, Chen Pu's family has been apprehended, see? Zhongjiu asked. Let them make a fuss, I am going to sleep. Just keep me informed, Li Yixuan replied. Zhongjiu nodded, understood. I shall return to the front courtyard. Your Highness, do rest early. After Zhongjiu departed, Pei Shiwan found it amusing. Is this what they call abandoning the cart to save the emperor? You are aware of the term? Li Yixuan pulled her into his embrace, but sacrificing 100 carts will not save this emperor. He began to remove the adornments from her head, discarding them onto the table and loosened her outer garment. Pei Shiwan did not resist, merely commenting, Your Highness, you honor me by lowering yourself to attend to me. Li Yixuan shot her a glance, squeezing her flesh playfully. How could I not attend to you after you so thoughtfully coaxed me back? Pei Shiwan tilted her head to look at him, and Li Yixuan carried her into the inner chamber, leaving her outer garment behind. Once inside, she was left in her inner attire. When placed upon the couch, Li Yixuan remained fully clothed. Pei Shiwan gazed at him and playfully nudged his shoulder with her foot. I have yet to wash up. Li Yixuan chuckled softly, grasping her foot. What is the hurry? Following her leg, he slipped his hand into her pant leg, teasing her calf. Pei Shiwan giggled, wriggling away and calling out, Han Yu, prepare water for washing. Li Yixuan leaned against the bedpost in silence. When Han Yu and the others entered, their heads were lowered in deference, and once they had assisted the two masters with their ablutions, Pei Shiwan was hoisted up and carried into the inner chamber by Li Yixuan without resistance. Once settled on the couch, she playfully flipped over to pin him down. Your Highness, how is it that your hair grows so beautifully? It is truly magnificent, shiny and smooth, each strand perfect. What is lacking in me? Li Yixuan asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. In terms of appearance, there was nothing to critique. He was flawless in every regard. The aura he exuded was even more captivating, embodying the essence of a rogue. Pei Shiwan playfully tousled his brow and then cupped his brow. Your Highness's long eyebrows are also exquisite, as are your eyes. Imagine if you adorned them with gold-rimmed glasses. Oh, the villainous charm would be intensified. Your nose is elegantly high, your lips perfectly proportioned, and your philtrum distinct. When you are silent, you are a painting come to life. But when you speak with a mischievous grin, you become the archetype of a seductive rogue. Pei Shiyuan leaned down, kissing him passionately, their lips meeting in a fervent embrace. Having endured 16 years in this world, she had long since accepted her fate. Entering the 8th prince's residence was an inevitable destiny, one she had never resisted. Thus, she chose to fully indulge in the experience. Li Yixuan flipped her over, pinning her down, grasping her chin. "You are quite bold." Without awaiting her response, he leaned down to kiss her deeply. Before long, the tent was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. In the early morning, Li Yixuan was awakened by a summons from the palace. As he sat up, he noticed Pei Shiyuan still asleep. He turned his head to see several purplish marks on her collarbone, and her exposed shoulder bore similar marks. Gently, he rubbed them. Such delicate skin. With that, he made no call for attendance and simply rose from the bed. Not dining there, he returned to the front courtyard and instructed, "Have someone send some fabric to the Pei family for clothing. Select the finest." Fu Rui acknowledged, "I shall instruct Liang in shortly." He was to accompany them into the palace to serve. Choose vibrant colors. She has a fair complexion, so avoid anything drab. Also, see if there are any lovely accessories to send her. Your Highness, I recall that during spring, several exquisite accessories were sent to you. You gifted the hairpin and crown to Our Lady, leaving behind a pair of hairpins. At the time, you mentioned Our Lady did not favor plum blossoms, so you did not present them. Shall I have someone retrieve them for Lady Pei? Yes, that would be appropriate. It suits her.
Li Yun donet her outer garment.
Reflecting on her modest origins and her discerning taste, she held little interest in anything deemed inferior. It was fortunate for her that her standards were met, particularly with the approval of Pei Shufei. Forue chuckled in agreement before stepping out to deliver instructions. Liang, and upon hearing, clicked his tongue in acknowledgement. "All right, I shall take care of this." Forue cautioned him, "Do not be overly greedy for silver. This individual is currently favored, and offending her could prove detrimental. While the palace attendants may not fear the women of the inner quarters, offending someone in favor could lead to dire consequences. After all, servants are but servants, and their lives hold little value. Rest assured, I understand how to navigate this," Liang replied. Pei Shiyuan, feeling fatigued, did not rise early to pay her respects, merely citing discomfort as the reason, which led to Lu Shi's scornful remarks about her being a seductress. As she finally got up, Liang arrived with a smile, presenting her with a pair of exquisite hairpins. "Look, these pins are indeed treasures, sent from the western regions. The gold is pure, and the rubies are imported from the western territories. Do you see how much brighter they are than the gemstones we usually encounter?" Chapter 20. Intrigues. Pei Shiyuan cast a glance at the pins, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the current cutting techniques were lacking, and gemstones relied primarily on polishing. A ruby polished to such brilliance was indeed a rarity. Both hairpins featured 3 plum blossoms, 2 fully bloomed and 1 in bud, without any leaves, which, to be honest, was quite aesthetically pleasing. They could be described as delicately crafted items. "Very well, I find these to my liking. Han Yu, please wear them for me today," Pei Shiyuan said, smiling at Liang. "You have put forth great effort." "What effort have I exerted?" "It is merely your Highness's thoughtful gesture," Liang replied, her tone overly flattering. Pei Shiyuan, still polite, responded, "Regardless, I appreciate this gift. By the way, I would like to trouble you with one more matter. My maid Han Yu needs to go out. Please arrange for a carriage to escort her. Han Yu, give Liang some silver. Do not ride for free. And also reward the driver," she instructed. Liang hurriedly declined, for serving closely to the prince was no trivial matter. Although he genuinely loved money, he understood the importance of not appearing overly greedy. Ultimately, he accepted 2 taels of silver from Han Yu, which he did not consider meager. Given that silver was not commonly circulated at the time, and most rewards for the servants were in copper coins, it was only this master who consistently rewarded him with silver, sometimes as much as 10 taels, and at least 1 or 2 on lesser occasions. Taking too much felt burdensome, as it was a rare opportunity for him to be tasked by this master, a blessing that required reciprocity for longevity. After Liang departed, Yu Chang remarked, "What of the 12 bolts of fabric? Most are suitable for autumn and winter, with some for spring. Which one should we send to the sewing room? Pei Shiwan glanced and replied, "Send 2 heavier bolts in darker colors to my maternal aunt and grandmother, and 2 brightly colored bolts each to my elder sister and third sister. Just take them to the Pei residence." What about the concubine and the eldest madam?
Han Iri inquired.
Her? Have you forgotten how she has schemed against me? Pei Shiwan retorted. She may be unpleasant, but it would not be proper to exclude her completely. What if she holds a grudge and speaks ill of you? You should just buy something for yourself, Hanyu suggested. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes dramatically. Choose for yourself. But do not select anything nice for her. Yes, I shall remember, Hanyu replied. The eldest madam was not particularly troublesome. It was merely a case of mutual discord between sisters-in-law, stemming from a trivial quarrel that had occurred the year she entered the family. Ultimately, it was a matter of 2 pampered individuals struggling to adapt to one another, and for the specifics, Hanyu had long since forgotten. The young lady, however, held on to her grudges. She still remembered the fight with the 3rd young master when she was 4 years old, even after all these years. In the family, it was not a significant issue to ignore the eldest madam. What kind of matter was that? Hanyu returned to the Pei residence with the items, while Pei Shiwan, having little else to do, decided to observe as Yu Chang and the others organized her jewelry and valuables. It could aptly be described in 4 words: gold, silver, and fineries. One glance revealed a surprising amount. Before entering the residence, old Master Pei had discreetly gifted her 200 taels of silver, while the matriarch openly provided 100 taels, and the mistress also contributed 100 taels. Without considering the secretive 200, the 200 given by the matriarch and mistress was indeed substantial. The Pei family, while affluent, had to make do with the old master's annual salary of 600 taels for the entire household sustenance, which was not overly generous. Though the family possessed other properties, they were still considered middle class. Moreover, the household had spent considerable sums on clothing and had newly crafted jewelry. Pei Shiwan's concubine was purchased by the Pei family and thus had no dowry. She had arrived early and left nothing behind. Everything had been arranged by the mistress. To be frank, when the mistress's biological daughter married, the dowry likely cost around 500 taels, but how much was supplemented privately was not disclosed. Therefore, Pei Shiwan was generous with her spending. She had it, so why not share? Pei Shiwan gazed at the jewelry brought from her family. These are all gifts from my maternal family, set apart. Yu Chang and the others had only begun serving upon entering the residence, but they were aware that these jewels were brought in by the concubine and were, in fact, quite nice. However, compared to those of the royal family, they paled in comparison. After a while, Pei Shiwan grew disinterested in viewing them, as Hanyu understood the significance of these pieces and required no further involvement. Concubine, there is trouble. A young maid called from the entrance. What is it? Pei Shiwan responded. Reporting to the concubine, I just went to the sewing room for supplies and passed by Zhengside concubine's courtyard. I overheard loud shouting from inside. It was said that the eldest young master fainted. Fearing trouble, I hurried away. Pei Shiwan replied with indifference. That does not concern us. Leave it be. Understood. The young maid, Yin Xiao, acknowledged before returning to her duties. The eldest young master merely caught a chill and has a slight cough. How could he have fainted? Yu Chang pondered. Given the recent events involving our prince, it would not be surprising if something occurred in the residence. Keep a close watch on our quarters, Yu Chang. Today, take a maid with you to stay at the other residence. The weather is still bearable. Manage yourselves well, and keep an eye on the entrance. Arrange for 2 eunuchs to accompany you. Eunuchs may be castrated, but they possess greater strength than young maidens. They can oversee the gates. As a concubine, one is not entitled to eunuchs, but borrowing them for a time should be acceptable, right? I understand. Yu Chang acknowledged her role, which was to ensure the courtyard was secure. Concubine, do you find the eldest young master's situation suspicious?
Yu inquired.
I cannot say. As long as it does not involve me, I care not. Who knows if it is indeed suspicious? I only heard the prince mention that he is to be conferred a title, Pei Shiwan replied. Oh, once he is conferred a title, a heir will need to be established, Yu Ge muttered softly. She chose not to elaborate further. In the residence, there were no legitimate sons, only 2 illegitimate ones. If an heir were to be established, precedence would naturally be given to the eldest son. The timing of the eldest son's illness was indeed a curious coincidence. Zheng's concubine likely shared this sentiment, and once the physician arrived, she anxiously inquired, "What ails my son?" It was merely a chill. Why had he not improved after taking medicine, and instead seemed to worsen? After examining the pulse, the physicians could not ascertain a clear diagnosis, only stating that the eldest young master was frail and fainted due to temporary breathing difficulties. There were no significant symptoms. It was merely a case of unsettled lung qi. And it was conceivable that the eldest young master, having run about energetically, suddenly stopping could lead to fainting. We shall prescribe a different remedy for the eldest young master, the physician suggested. Zheng's concubine was beside herself with worry, but with the physicians assuring her that all was well, what more could she do? Once the physicians departed, she did not dare to administer the prescribed remedy directly. Instead, she instructed someone to take the list to the capital's apothecary for inquiries, ask several establishments, and seek clarity. Chapter 21. Lack of discipline. One cannot deny that the sudden fainting of the eldest young master drew the attention of the entire household. Initially, Pei Shiwan was reluctant to attend, but by noon, the princess consort, Yang, the secondary consort, and the concubine he had all gone. It was certain that concubine Lu would also attend, and if she did not, it would reflect poorly on her. Thus, she had no choice but to hurry over, just in time to encounter concubine Lu. At present, the person whom concubine Lu despised the most was Pei Shiwan, and since she could not outwit her in their verbal sparring, her demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. Without uttering a single word, she simply huffed and entered. Pei Shiwan entered and paid her respects to everyone before taking a seat at the back. The eldest son had naturally awakened long before and appeared to be in reasonable condition. The princess consort remarked, "If the physician proves ineffective, we should replace him. The eldest son has always been in good health. There is no reason for such a sudden decline. It must be due to an incorrect prescription." The princess consort spoke wisely. Concubine Zheng sighed, "It truly burdens you all." Despite her words, she had not summoned anyone to bring the child out for everyone to see. She was waiting for the 8th prince's return. At this moment, she trusted no one. The princess consort had no son. Was her child not a thorn in her side? Yang, the secondary consort, had never been on good terms with her. In the past, that mattered little, but now, with the 8th prince soon to be conferred as a king, the confirmation of the heir would follow, and Yang must be anxious. Furthermore, there was concubine He, who appeared low-key, yet it was no easy feat to protect the second son. She had been restless during her pregnancy. Did she not wish to take action? Therefore, concubine Zheng could not feel at ease amidst the multitude of women in the courtyard. Even the favored, Pei, was not to be trusted. Concubine Chen likely understood this, as she rose after a while to join the others in leaving. Everyone knew it was merely a formality, yet they were also assessing the situation. Compared to the undercurrents within the residence, the palace was currently in tumult. The long-absent crown prince finally made an appearance today. His illness was genuine, and his forced rise was also true. Supported by others, he sat in a chair, his complexion waxy. "Father, please quell your anger. Chun Pu must have been wronged, and I would never dare to harm my own kin. Chun Pu is your nurse brother, raised alongside you. Who could possibly bribe him?" Emperor Zhenyu thundered. "It is clearly you, with a narrow heart, wishing to harm your own brother, yet you dare to quibble?" At that moment, an announcement was made from outside. The Empress had arrived. The Empress, Lady Xie, had not enjoyed a comfortable life in recent years, and her appearance had aged. However, her noble lineage had instilled in her a lifelong lesson. No matter the circumstances, one must always stand tall. Thus, she entered without a hint of her inner turmoil. She approached the emperor to pay her respects, refusing to kneel, for she was the empress, and speaking to the emperor did not necessitate such submission. Instead, it was others who bowed to her. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The crown prince is gravely ill, struggling to protect himself. How could he dare to harm anyone at this time? Chun Pu must have been framed for today's events. I implore you to see the truth." "Your Majesty, the evidence is irrefutable. Even Chun Pu's wife has admitted it. Are her words also false?" The 8th prince's uncle interjected. "Perhaps she was unaware?" The empress countered. The conspirators behind the scenes would not dare to act without meticulous preparation. She turned to the emperor. "Your Majesty, it is common knowledge that you favor the 8th prince. If someone could sow discord between him and the crown prince, who would benefit? The crown prince has been raised under your guidance, and many old ministers have taught him the ways of scholarship. Surely you know his character? Has he ever committed an unkind act against his brothers? I beseech you to see clearly. The officials aligned with Lady Xia echoed her sentiments, urging the emperor to discern the truth. The empress insists on the crown prince's innocence, and I too believe my second brother is blameless. The eighth prince interjected, Father, my second brother is not a cruel person. He has always been kind-hearted. This declaration struck the emperor like a blow to the gut, for he despised the crown prince's compassion. However, Mother, whether Chen Pu acted of his own accord or was framed is something I cannot agree with. I have some recollections of Chen Pu. As a guard in the Eastern Palace, he was a 7th-rank captain, always loyal to the crown prince, yet wary of the other princes. His demeanor towards me was far from amiable. He, as a guard, is naturally accountable only to the crown prince. You are overthinking it, the empress replied. What you say is valid, but if someone is framing him, why target only a mere guard? There are many subordinates in the Eastern Palace, none lesser than him in rank. The death of Chen Pu leaves many matters unclear, but a thorough investigation might reveal some clues. Perhaps Chen Pu was simply envious of my son and wished him harm? Second brother, what do you think? The crown prince glanced over. Eighth brother. Chen Pu would never entertain such thoughts. Oh, if that is the case, then it must be you who ordered it, the eighth prince scoffed. If you are so certain of Chen Pu's innocence, then you must have given the command yourself. I have not done such a thing, the crown prince frowned. Eighth prince, do you intend to implicate the Eastern Palace in this matter? The empress's voice turned stern. Enough. Emperor Zhenyu slammed the table. I am still here. Empress, what do you intend? In this moment, the eighth prince was being suppressed and humiliated. What were their intentions? After my demise, will your maternal clan seize power? And will my children be harmed by you and your son? Such words were too grave. In an instant, everyone knelt. The crown prince, weak from illness, nearly fell to the ground as he was supported. Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. The empress's chest swelled with indignation, ready to explode. This old emperor was truly foolish. Your Majesty, the empress harbors no such intentions, some ministers interjected in defense. Father, I would not dare. If you believe that I am unworthy of the position of crown prince, then strip me of it, and I shall have no complaint. However, Mother has served you since childhood, and after many years as a couple, there is bound to be some affection. I ask that you do not blame her. I have been too lenient on you both, Emperor Zhenyu scoffed, glancing at the gathered assembly, understanding that he could not continue to reprimand the empress and the crown prince. Chen Pu, as a guard of the Eastern Palace, conspiring against the prince and committing treason, is deserving of death. His corpse shall be whipped 300 times. At this decree, a murmur spread through the crowd. Whipping a corpse was a punishment of unspeakable severity. The Chen family shall be exterminated. In the future, let any who follow in Chen Pu's footsteps meet the same fate. The officials aligned with the empress attempted to plead, but the crown prince bowed. Father, your brilliance shines. Crown prince, your governance has been lax, a sign of incompetence. Given your illness, I shall confine you to the Eastern Palace. Do you accept this? Emperor Zhenyu knew it was not yet the opportune moment to depose the crown prince, and thus, he chose to endure. Chapter 22. 3 Virtuous Women. 9 loyal women I accept. Thank you, Father. However, I plead for your consideration. Chen Pu's mother was my wet nurse. I ask that you grant her a complete corpse, allowing me to bury her. The crown prince had bowed low to the ground of the purple chariot palace. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Zhenyu finally acquiesced. Granted. The assembly fell silent, and the empress sighed, left with no choice but to remain silent. Upon exiting the purple chariot palace, the empress advised the crown prince, "It's getting chilly, wear more layers." She had 1,000 words to say, yet they remained unspoken. Mother, do wear more layers as well, the crown prince smiled, pulling the cloak around the empress. They both had countless sentiments to express, yet all that emerged were the words about the cold. Even here, they could not linger in each other's gaze, destined to part ways. With Chen Pu now deceased, the crown prince and the empress wished to protect his family, yet they understood that the 8th prince would not easily let this matter rest. Either Chen Pu had acted independently in plotting against the 8th prince, or, if not, the crown prince's lack of control might lead to his own confinement, delivering a heavy blow. However, should they fail to establish a clear narrative, and if the true culprits remained elusive, the matter could be twisted to appear as if the crown prince had instigated it. The emperor had long wished to depose the crown prince. Seizing this opportunity could yield dire consequences they could not afford. Both the crown prince and the empress were acutely aware that they could not allow the emperor to fixate on this issue. Should it escalate to a point where the entire court clamored for the crown prince's removal, their predicament would become truly perilous. On her return journey, the queen sat in her palanquin with her eyes closed, reflecting on the fact that the eighth prince likely did not wish for his majesty to dethrone the crown prince at this juncture. Surely, he was not yet prepared for such a drastic move. Otherwise, the eighth prince would have remained in the palace to share a meal with Emperor Zhenyu, presenting a harmonious father-son facade before departing. This matter, for now, seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion. Yet it was evident to all that the situation was riddled with flaws. Nonetheless, everyone chose to remain taciturn about it. The Eastern Palace appeared to be at the end of its fortunes, merely awaiting a final push to seal its fate. When Han Yue returned to the manor, her face was ashen. There were arrests happening everywhere, specifically targeting the guards of the Eastern Palace. Some attempted to flee and were met with bloody ends at the hands of the imperial guards, leaving the servants terrified. Fortunately, they recognized the carriage belonging to our manor and dared not impede its passage. Meanwhile, carriages from the Duke of Shou's residence were stopped for inspection, with the female occupants subjected to scrutiny. Pei Shiwan nodded, relieved. As long as you are unharmed, and all is well at home, all is well. The old lady and madam send their regards. Coincidentally, today the eldest daughter also returned home. I saw her, and she seemed fine, Han Yue replied. Very well, go and change. Rest for a while. We shall talk later, Pei Shiwan instructed. Han Yue left with a sigh. Pei Shiwan, unaware of the happenings at court, discerned that the arrests targeted individuals from the Eastern Palace, indicating misfortune for the crown prince. She frowned, reflecting that it was hardly surprising for the crown prince to be in such dire straits. After all, the Eastern Palace was but a facade, and unless one practiced discretion, who could allow themselves to fall ill and lead their offspring to ruin? As for the other princes, Pei Shiwan was uncertain, but she feared the eighth prince would not endure the trials ahead. This thought brought her frustration, prompting her to divert her mind, yet it only led to further agitation. That man might not even survive to see the ascension of a new sovereign. What virtue could he claim?
Yue.
Go to the kitchen and inform them that I desire cherry pancakes, she commanded. Concubine, at this moment, how could there possibly be cherries?
Yue hesitated.
Shall I suggest an alternative? I care not. I want that dish. If it is unavailable, find a way to procure it. I am not refusing to pay. Pei Shiwan retorted. Yue, feeling vexed, nonetheless took the money and went. Today, Li Yixuan had not come to her, as he had been summoned by the legitimate wife. Their son was ill, and as a father, he could not neglect his duties. The eldest son's condition had been examined by the physician, and the assessment was similar to before, merely a temporary fainting spell, nothing to worry about. Zheng Sofei felt slightly reassured, observing that her child appeared stable, and could only continue to monitor him. The following afternoon, when the eighth prince visited, he found Pei Shiwan in a state of displeasure. What troubles you now? He inquired. I longed for cherry pancakes yesterday, and my craving remains unfulfilled, Pei Shiwan huffed. Simply summon the kitchen staff, Li Yixuan suggested as he took a seat. There are no cherries, Pei Shiwan continued to sulk. Is there truly none in the manor or the capital? If not, procure some from the south, he commanded. Furwei.
Send someone.
Furwei acknowledged, pondering that the kitchen likely failed to procure the cherries due to the arrests that had transpired yesterday. However, Pei Shiwan was quite insistent. Her yearning for a simple dish had persisted from yesterday to today. Indeed, within an hour, the cherry pancakes arrived. What value is there in such triviality to warrant your dissatisfaction?
Li Shunshkufa.
How grand of you, Pei Shiwan replied, casting a glance at him as she enjoyed her treat. Are they truly that delectable? I wonder if you would share a bite with me, he teased. Pei Shiwan offered him a piece, but he grimaced. What is delightful about this? I simply enjoy it, she retorted, refusing to offer him more. Mid-autumn is approaching. If you do not wish to join me in the palace, then go alone, Li Yixuan stated. Very well, I shall go alone, she affirmed. As the festival neared, she expressed her anticipation for moving to their new residence, where she could admire the moon from a garden pavilion known for its ideal vantage point. Should you wish to go, then go. When the time comes, you are free to do as you please, he replied. After we move, we should host a banquet. You may invite your family, he added. I would not invite them. My family holds lowly positions. What purpose would it serve? They would have to bow and pay respects, which is quite exhausting, she remarked dismissively. Are you seeking a higher position? There are merits to a lowly status. Let us remain at ease for a few years. He advised. Do not misinterpret my words. If I desired such things, I would express it plainly. If my prior comment suggested otherwise, I should be struck by lightning. She huffed. Look at your fiery spirit, he observed, leaning back as he pulled her closer. You are mine. Why concern yourself with virtues of fidelity? Pei Shiwan laughed. I have shared your bed since I entered the manor, yet you speak of fidelity? Have you ever read a book? Do you know your words?
Ha!
I do not need to know, he replied, pinching her cheek playfully. Pei Shiwan understood that the 8th prince was subtly warning her of the current instability, suggesting that it would be prudent to refrain from elevating the Pei family at this time. She shared his sentiment. With their family's lowly status, should the 8th prince falter, they would be insulated from disaster. However, should they ascend, they would become targets, much like thorns in the eyes of others. Chapter 23. Sister nestled comfortably against Li Yixuan. She mused, there is no need for my family to visit, but I wish to see my sister. It would be inappropriate for me to return home. Please invite her to see me. Then let her come, Li Yixuan replied nonchalantly. The capital was about to become quite lively, with titles being conferred en masse. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th princes, along with those from our residence, the 10th, 11th, and 12th princes, were all to be honored, and banquets would surely follow, Pei Shiwan observed. Naturally. Do not harbor thoughts of attending. If you do not enter the palace, you may rest assured that I will not take you to the feasts, he teased, pinching her waist.
Ha!
Do you think I crave your feasts? Am I to starve at home, waiting for you to take me out for a meal? Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes. You are too self-important, he scoffed. Perhaps you are the one who is self-important, Pei Shiwan retorted, wishing to disengage from that topic. You are so eager for this dish, yet when it arrived, you hardly touched it, he observed, glancing at the table. I am simply weary of it, she replied, lifting the teacup to her lips, the posture quite unbecoming. Who would dare sit in his embrace while sipping tea? What if she spilled it upon him? After a few sips, she noticed Li Yixuan's unwavering gaze upon her. She then turned the teacup towards him, offering here. To her surprise, he took a sip. Before and after the selection, was no one there to teach you etiquette? Even if your family did not. Surely palace maids instructed you during your training. I learned, but I have forgotten, she admitted, rising. By the way, I must express my gratitude for the beautiful plum blossom hairpins you sent. They are exquisite, and I am most fond of them. How long has it been since you remembered to thank me? Yet it is rare for you to find something you truly like, he remarked with a chuckle. Suddenly, Pei Shiwan had a thought and settled back into his embrace. As Li Yixuan prepared to rise, her sudden descent caused him to hiss. Watch your weight. Is it only permissible for you to pull me close, yet I cannot sit down without being heavy-handed? She quipped, pushing against him. I just remembered, with the wisteria blooming. Please keep an eye out for insects. We would not want them to infest the flowers. She recalled the sight of aphids clustered densely on the wisteria blossoms, shuddering at the memory. Li Yixuan fell silent, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he tightened his grip around her waist. Is this all you wish to discuss? Pei Shiwan blinked at him, and then leaned down to peck his lips. You are truly handsome.
Li Yun playfully smacked Harry,
sending her aside as he stood and made his way to the cleansing chamber. Han Yue, startled by the sound, whispered, Does it hurt? Pei Shiwan chuckled. Oh, I have ample padding. She pondered the peculiarities of life. When her man playfully spanked her, it was merely a matter of intimacy, and though it stung, she paid it little mind. Yet, should he strike her face, even without pain, it would be a profound humiliation. All are born of the same flesh and blood. How can there be distinctions among them? Thus, when Li Yixuan emerged, she found herself smiling, as if in a daze. It is time to serve the meal.
Han reminded.
Pei Shiwan nodded and instructed the servants to prepare the feast. That night, naturally, Li Yixuan stayed here, and no words were exchanged. The next morning, during the morning greetings in the main courtyard, the princess consort inquired, Have you all made sufficient preparations? After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we shall move. Let us first transport our belongings, and people can follow later. During the festival, both of you side consorts will accompany His Highness to the palace, while the others shall remain in the residence to celebrate. The princess consort, I had previously informed His Highness that we would not be going to the palace this year. As the eldest son is still unwell, and I cannot rest easy, sighed Consort Jung stated. She understood the weight of the situation. Missing a single mid-autumn festival would not matter much, especially as she was merely a side consort and drew little attention. However, if a trip to the palace led to complications with her child, it would be a great loss. Pei Shiwan glanced at side consort Zheng, and indeed, she was a sensible woman. Very well, you shall stay behind, and it is fitting that you celebrate with them. You can care for them for a day. The princess consort agreed. On her way back, Pei Shiwan instructed Hanyu to summon her legitimate sister to the residence. Tell her to bring me medicine.
Han är från ned.
Still taking it? Go. Pei Shiwan commanded. Hanyu sighed and complied. Chen Pu's family had been imprisoned, and it was not merely that. Since he was a guard of the Eastern Palace, His Majesty seized the opportunity to replace a batch of guards. Others close to Chen Pu were also imprisoned, though not as severely. Losing positions was inevitable. It was uncertain whether others had taken this chance to infiltrate the Eastern Palace. But it was clear that the palace had suffered significant damage. Pei Shiqian arrived on the 13th of August. She first went to the main courtyard to greet the princess consort, then proceeded to visit Pei Shiwan. Greetings, side consort. Please take a seat. No need for formality. Pei Shiwan said. Pei Shiqian sat down. How have you been during this time? I received all the items you sent. They are splendid materials, and I appreciate your generosity. Mother asked me to inquire if you still have funds at hand. Yes, upon entering the residence, I received a monthly allowance. So there is no need for the family to worry, Pei Shiwan replied. She looked at her sister. But you, why have you lost so much weight? Pei Shiqian smiled faintly, though her smile seemed tinged with bitterness. I recently had a miscarriage. What happened? Pei Shiwan frowned. Her elder sister was generally well-behaved, yet her temperament was difficult to articulate. Is it because your mother-in-law is too demanding, or is it that some concubine is making your life miserable? Is your husband completely indifferent? No, it is simply that my constitution is weak. Please do not be angry, Pei Shiqian hurriedly said. Why should I be angry? You are the one suffering. How can you allow yourself to be bullied so severely? If life becomes unbearable, you can consider divorce. You are the principal wife. What does the Fong family have over you? What makes them superior to the Pei family? Just because they have a count? They squander their wealth and yet dare to command you. Where is your spirit? Pei Shiwan exclaimed angrily. Pei Shiqian pressed her lips together. You know I have always been the most foolish. You truly infuriate me. Pei Shiwan took a deep breath. Do you still wish to continue with him? If not, then divorce him. You are only 19. If you separate now and remarry in a few years, you will find someone better. Pei Shiqian quickly responded. My husband treats me well. Treats you well, yet he does not allow you to make decisions? No, he has also mentioned his mother, who is quite stubborn. Chapter 24. Moving house. Let us not discuss this anymore. I have brought the medicine you requested, but is it truly safe to continue taking it? It could harm your health. Pei Shiqian took out a vial of medicine, and Hanyu promptly accepted it and tucked it away. I am still young. My monthly cycle is irregular, and given the circumstances at home, it is not suitable for me to conceive. For now, I will take it. It is of no concern. In this era, no contraceptive is without harm to a woman. But do be cautious. Prolonged use could lead to difficulties in conceiving later on. What will you do then? If it becomes like me? Pei Shiqian remarked. What is there to fear? At worst, I will lose favor. I can manage with a little silver. And as long as the 8th prince remains strong, I will not starve. But you, as the primary wife, how can you not stand up for yourself? You must reflect on this. Those who are kind often find themselves bullied. You are still young. It is not surprising that you cannot bear children. Even if you are unable to do so, does that mean you will not fulfill other duties as the principal wife? Your current situation may stem from your inability to bear children and your failure to assert yourself. People will exploit your weaknesses. You are not like me. I am but a concubine. At worst, I will retreat into the background if I lose favor. You are the principal wife. Will you also learn to live like me? I understand. I will seriously consider your words, Pei Shiqian nodded. Your health is of utmost importance. Regardless of the circumstances, focus on nurturing your body. If you truly feel restless, return to the Pei family for recuperation. Do not concern yourself with rules. No family in the court is strictly adhering to them. If you damage your health over trivial matters, your life will be ruined, Pei Shiwan advised. Pei Shiqian nodded, her eyes reddening. I understand. You need not worry. After seeing Pei Shiqian off, Han Yu commented, the eldest young lady is quite weak, but there is still the lady of the house. You need not worry. Such a useless thing. If it were me, her Yongning Marquis house would never know peace. Pei Shiwan scoffed coldly. Indeed, do not worry. But regarding this medicine, you truly must not take too much, Han Yu expressed concern. I know. Keep it for now. It will be fine. When the time comes, I will stop taking it and consume some nourishing remedies. Pei Shiwan waved her hand. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the 8th prince, accompanied by the Chun and Yang families, entered the palace early. The remaining members of the residence were said to be setting up a banquet in a pavilion in the garden. But that would occur in the evening. Pei Shiwan merely went to pay her respects briefly and soon departed. However, without the 8th prince present, everyone else was the same. Side consort Zheng accompanied the children and left shortly thereafter. Those who wished to appreciate the moon strolled through the garden, while those uninterested dispersed as well. Upon returning to their quarters, they requested the kitchen to prepare another table of dishes, though it could not compare to a grand feast. A selection of 10 or so dishes would suffice. The real hardships were faced only by a few maidservants. Rest early. We must rise early tomorrow for the move. Yue prepared a bed for Pei Shiwan. After a restful night, it was time to relocate. Having stayed here for nearly half a year, she felt no reluctance. This place was not particularly large. While its location was not the most remote, it was also not centrally located. The new residence, however, would be different. Even the small courtyard was 3 times larger. There were only a few personal belongings to be moved. If they could not be completed, the servants would continue the task. The new residence was fully prepared, and Pei Shiwan rode in the same carriage as Lady Yi, following the main group to the new estate. I wonder how the new residence is. The Pei side consort has seen it. It must be significantly larger than our current residence, Lady Yi inquired. Indeed. It is much larger. I have not seen it completely. They say the garden is vast and beautiful, just the occasion to visit, Pei Shiwan replied. That is wonderful. During ordinary times, it would be pleasant to stroll in the garden. I only wonder where the princess consort has arranged for my quarters. Is it close to the garden? Lady Yi smiled. I do not know. I only know where I will be residing, Pei Shiwan responded. As the two were engaged in casual conversation, they arrived at the new residence. Everyone disembarked, and a host of eunuchs and stewards awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing the 8th prince alight, they all knelt in greeting. Rise. Today is a day of relocation, and there will be rewards for all, the 8th prince announced. Everyone expressed their gratitude and followed the 8th prince and the princess consort inside. Pei Shiwan and the other concubines followed the princess consort to the main courtyard. The area had been thoroughly arranged, and upon the arrival of the masters, they could move in directly. Side consort Zheng, along with her children, would reside in Yuqing courtyard. And Wei Shi, who had always accompanied her, would also join her in Yuqing courtyard. What do you think? The princess consort asked. Thank you, princess consort. The Wei family has also grown accustomed to this arrangement. They can remain here for the time being and move out after she gives birth. Concubine Zheng remarked. I am grateful to the princess consort and the other concubines. Wei rose to express her gratitude. Yes, concubine Yang will reside in the Tunghua courtyard. Lady Lu, you will stay in the Dufu pavilion. Lady He, you will be in the Furong courtyard, and Lady Pei will be in the Bixiao courtyard. Lady Yi will take up residence in the Liwu pavilion, while Ladies Zhang and Lin will stay in the Rixuan. The princess consort listed them all in one breath. The others had no objections. They had yet to see the accommodations, and it would only be after they moved in that they could judge their quality. Unbeknownst to the others, Pei Shiwan had some inkling. She had reviewed the geomantic charts and visited the estate. Although she had not entered every courtyard, it was evident that the Tunghua courtyard assigned to Concubine Yang was far superior to the Yuqing courtyard of Concubine Zheng. Was this a deliberate act by the princess consort? Everyone rose, led by the palace attendants to their respective quarters. Upon reaching the entrance of Rixuan, both Lady Lin and Lady Zhang were taken aback. Have we arrived? Please proceed slowly, Concubine Pei. They exchanged glances, wondering if Concubine Pei's residence lay further down. Pei Shiwan nodded and continued walking. Their residences were situated in front and back. Rixuan was in front, while Bixiao courtyard was behind. Upon arriving at Bixiao courtyard, the guiding attendant cheerfully said, Please, concubine, the Lingxiao flowers have been planted, though, as it is already autumn, they have not bloomed much this year. However, they are all healthy, and come next summer, they will surely blossom abundantly. We also took the liberty of planting a pomegranate tree for you, right there in the corner. When it flowers next year, it will be a vibrant red, and the pomegranates will be edible. Additionally, we have moved a plum tree here, a red plum, which is an old tree. If well cared for, it will bloom profusely next spring. What else do you require? Given that the estate is still undergoing adjustments, it is quite convenient to make changes now.
Oh,
Please plant some lilacs over there, and find a fruit-bearing apricot tree for me to plant in the corner. Pei Shiwan instructed. This is quite manageable. I will attend to it tomorrow. The attendant replied with a flattering smile. Please do take a look inside, the attendant added cheerfully. Pei Shiwan stepped inside and glanced around. Some decorations were brought from elsewhere, while others were new. Most of these ornaments were additions from the estate. Yue Chong noted, implying that everything was accounted for. Upon hearing this, Pei Shiwan paid it no further mind. After inspecting both the interior and exterior, the attendant inquired, "Would you like to see your small kitchen? It is all prepared. Though the cook has not yet arrived, he is expected by tomorrow at the latest. If you have any requests, please feel free to express them." Pei Shiwan smiled and nodded. The attendant was quite astute. After a thorough inspection, Pei Shiwan rewarded the attendant. "What is your name? Where do you serve?" After receiving the reward, the small attendant happily thanked her and promptly responded, "In answer to the concubine, I serve in the personnel department, and my name is Dong Lu." "Very well, you are quite clever. I shall remember you. Now, be off." Pei Shiwan waved her hand. The small attendant joyfully knelt and bowed before departing. Just for guiding her and making introductions, he earned 2 taels of silver. This job was indeed rewarding. His arduous efforts to secure this position were justified, as the reward was secondary to establishing a connection with the favored concubine. "Hanyu, please see if anything is lacking. I can't think of anything at the moment."
Ah.
"You should rest for a while. I will take a look around," Hanyu replied, quite pleased. Moving to a new home, their quarters had also become considerably larger. The back area consisted of an entire row of rooms, although the lighting was not as good as in the main hall. Due to the proximity of the front and back rooms, it was still pleasant and bright. The main house was, of course, for the master, and there was also a row of eastern wing rooms, which would be convenient for storing items. One room could be specifically designated for the concubine-esque garments, as many would need to be hung up. After touring the premises, Hanyu smiled and said, "I can't think of anything that is lacking. If something comes to mind later,
We can address it then.
Pei Shiwan had already reclined on the couch in the outer room. If all goes well, this place will be home for quite some time. Likely until the 8th prince's downfall. It is spacious enough. Once you give birth, it can comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 children. The Moon Gate area also has 2 rows of 5 rooms. The front one serves as the kitchen, while the back appears to be for storage. When the time comes, I will have someone tidy it up to serve as a laundry area. Although your garments are washed by specialized staff, some smaller items and the maid's clothing can be washed there. It is best to wash undergarments yourself for peace of mind, and certain delicate fabrics should also be personally laundered." "Where will the cook reside?"
Pei Shiwan inquired.
According to the attendant, there is a designated area for him. As for the maids, they will stay in the back. Hanyu replied with a smile. "Very well, you handle this matter. Manage it properly. Learn to manage like a steward so that when you marry, you can stand on your own," Pei Shiwan instructed. Hanyu rolled her eyes. "I will first check the kitchen in the estate. Having a small kitchen does not mean we can only eat from it." Pei Shiwan waved her hand, allowing her to move about freely, as it was only natural to familiarize oneself with the surroundings after moving. As for her, Pei Shiwan said, "Please fetch me a set of comfortable clothing." After changing into a light blue dress, Pei Shiwan said, "Yue Chong, come with me. You all stay behind and wait for Hanyu to arrive. Resolve your own lunch. I will dine in the front courtyard." Yue and the others were momentarily stunned before responding with smiles. The walk to the front courtyard indeed took some time, and upon arrival, they found the area bustling with activity. Furu and others greeted her with smiles. "What brings Concubine Pei here? Is there something you need?"
No.
"Where is His Highness?" "He is inside. Allow me to inform him," Furu replied. Shortly thereafter, Pei Shiwan was invited in. "What brings you here at this hour?" Li Yishuan was seated at his desk, perusing some documents when he noticed her arrival and set them aside. "I came seeking a meal," Pei Shiwan said, seating herself on a nearby chair. Li Yishuan looked at her with a complicated expression. "Does the kitchen dare to shortchange you on food? You traveled all this way just for a meal?" Yes, I want to dine with you, Pei Shiwan replied. Indeed, that is quite rare. Li Yixuan remarked as he instructed. Set the table. It was not insincere. She truly had come for a meal. However, the other ladies in the rear courtyard were quite distressed upon hearing that Pei Shiwan had gone to the front courtyard for lunch. This Pei family truly knows no shame. After eating her fill, she was in no hurry to leave, even taking a nap on Li Yixuan's couch. By the time she awoke, it was already mid-afternoon. I must return to change. There is a family banquet tonight. Li Yixuan glanced at her, but said nothing. Pei Shiwan did not even bother to bid farewell and turned to leave. He merely clicked his tongue, remaining silent. While it may seem trivial that Pei Shiwan had simply gone to the front courtyard for a meal, the next morning, once the greetings from the ladies had concluded, the princess consort sent 3 cooks to Bixiao courtyard, causing the women in the rear courtyard to become restless. After all, neither of the 2 concubines had a small kitchen. Was the 8th prince's favoritism towards the Pei family becoming excessive? Yet, to seek out the princess consort for this matter would appear too eager and opportunistic. Regardless, Pei Shiwan had already garnered significant resentment. The cook was an attendant, accompanied by 2 maids, all appearing clean and efficient, around 40 years of age. After exchanging pleasantries, Pei Shiwan rewarded them and allowed them full authority over the small kitchen. They were to serve only her, and at most, cater to Li Yixuan when he visited. 3 of them were more than sufficient. In recent days, the 8th prince had been quite busy, visiting the palace daily. In the capital, many were mobilized regarding the assassination attempt on the prince. The Eastern Palace and the Central Palace were in disarray, while other princes eagerly awaited their titles. In truth, the imperial edict for conferring titles was nearly drafted, but it was stalled over the choice of a title. The officials deemed it excessive to confer the title of Chengwang upon the 8th prince, especially at this moment, with the Eastern Palace suffering a significant blow. The emperor's intention to elevate the 8th prince was glaringly apparent, causing much anxiety. Your Majesty, Cheng has historically been a title for emperors. How can the 8th prince, merely a prince, be bestowed such a name? Your Majesty, it is unreasonable to bestow the title of Prince of Qin to the 8th prince while the Crown Prince remains in the East Palace. The officials from the Crown Prince's faction are fervently opposed, their agitation palpable. The 8th prince has narrowly escaped several assassination attempts, all due to the Crown Prince's inability to manage his subordinates. Is it not justifiable to grant him a favorable title as compensation? With the Crown Prince still present, what difference does it make if he receives the title of Chengwang? Surely a mere title cannot alter established protocols. The Emperor Zhenyu scoffed at their arguments, deeming them to be mere sophistry. The title of Chengwang has never been casually bestowed, should the 8th prince be elevated to such a status. It would undoubtedly incite unwarranted ambitions among many. The 8th prince's current favor has become an undeniable reality for the East Palace. To further elevate him to Chengwang is almost unfathomable. Alas, Emperor Zhenyu had already made his decision. Regardless of the protests from the officials, the imperial decree would be issued. Even the most fervent of objections could not deter him, as the elder statesman Liu, who attempted to block the decree, was escorted back to his residence. On the 19th day of the 8th month in the 31st year of Zhenyu's reign, the imperial edict was proclaimed, simultaneously bestowing titles upon 7 princes. The 3rd prince, Li Ziling, was conferred the title of Huai Wang. The 5th prince, Li Zixuan, was named Chengwang. The 7th prince, Li Zizhou, became Heng Wang. The 8th prince, Li Yixuan, was granted the title of Chengwang. The 10th prince, Li Yikong, was named Ning Wang. The 11th prince, Li Yiyang, was conferred the title of Qi Wang, and the 12th prince, Li Yixio, became Yu Wang. Indeed, the names of the princes changed from the 8th prince onwards, rumored to be linked to the favored concubine. If only the 8th prince were to be treated as an exception, it would suffice, but now the subsequent princes follow suit. This has effectively divided the princes into 2 factions. If one were to speak of turmoil in the court, Emperor Zhenyu would undoubtedly be deemed the architect of such chaos. The imperial decree was delivered to the 8th prince's residence, and the officials gathered in the front courtyard to receive it, including Pei Shiwan. The decree was filled with laudatory phrases. It was unnecessary to elaborate on the elevation of the 8th prince to Chengwang, as his consort, Chun, was also named Chengwang Fei. Zheng and Yang, too, were named as side consorts, and while they all held the title of side consort, their stipends varied significantly. The other female relatives received no decree, Although there were 4 positions for secondary consorts, they were hardly noteworthy and did not warrant mention in the decree. Nevertheless, the stipends for the secondary consorts of the princely residence saw a substantial increase, which goes without saying. However, the heir must request his title from Li Yixuan personally, given that he does not have a legitimate son. The inner servant who delivered the decree received his reward and hastened to the next residence. Li Yixuan rose, saying, "Everyone, please rise. Tomorrow morning, we shall enter the palace to express our gratitude." Chen smiled and replied, "I congratulate His Royal Highness." "Yes, congratulations to us all. We have all been rewarded. Prepare for a banquet at the residence. I will decide the specific date after consulting the other households." Li Yixuan chuckled lightly. "Very well. I will prepare accordingly," Chen nodded. The maids and inner servants knelt in unison to offer congratulations, and Li Yixuan waved his hand, saying, "Please rise. Each of you shall receive a month's stipend." The crowd rejoiced at the news. After Pei Shiwan returned home, the reward soon followed. What gifts could be bestowed upon the female relatives? Jewelry and fabric. These two are eternally practical. The splendor of the Chen Wang residence was just beginning. A plaque was hung at the entrance, and stone lions were brought in, draped in red cloth, awaiting the banquet. The following day, when they entered the palace, the princesses paid their respects to the empress. The princes waited in the side hall while the emperor was still meeting with ministers. "Congratulations to all my elder brothers," remarked the last prince, Yuang, with a smile. "Congratulations to you too. Why are you so late, 12th brother?" Huaiwang inquired with a grin. "I overslept, huh?" "I was indulging in slumber," Yuang replied, avoiding the truth. "I say, third brother, how shall we determine the date for the banquet? You are the oldest. Please take the lead, and we shall follow your lead," Yuang retorted playfully. "We should consult the Ministry of Rites, shouldn't we?" "Eighth brother, what do you think?" Huaiwang asked. "We should follow the order. I cannot precede my elder brothers," Li Yixuan smiled. Let us wait for the Ministry of Rites to provide a date. What does it matter in terms of precedence? But what do you all intend to do? Will it be a grand affair? Huaiwang inquired again. "Perhaps we should ask Father Emperor's opinion?" Hum Wang suggested. The others nodded, deciding not to rush in determining the date. Once they had expressed their gratitude, Emperor Zhenyu heard their inquiries and smiled, saying, "Naturally, it should be a grand affair. Let it be splendid." As they exited the palace, they reached a consensus to let the Ministry of Rites decide the date, proceeding according to the established order. "That sounds good. I will set an example for my younger brothers," Huaiwang responded cheerfully. Upon returning to the residence, Chen Wang Fei asked, "I have considered it. The families of Zheng and Yang will certainly attend. What about the other secondary consorts' families?" "That depends on them," Li Yixuan replied, recalling how Pei Shiwan had previously declined unequivocally, leaving him uncertain about the intentions of the other 2 families. "Indeed, I shall inquire with them once we return. It seems there will be quite a few attendees this time. Shall we not host in the garden?" Chen Wang Fei suggested. Li Yixuan pondered, "That works well. The male guests may gather at Qiyun Terrace, while the female relatives can be at Wangchun Pavilion. Perfectly arranged." "Yes, I shall instruct the servants to prepare." Simply awaiting the date to arrive, she assured him. In truth, she felt uncertain about hosting such a grand banquet, yet she steeled herself to proceed. That evening,
Li Yixuan visita Pei Shiyuan.
She did not rise but greeted him warmly. "May I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, Chen Wang." "Is that all?"
Li Yun approached her.
"Your Highness, with the conferment of the title of Wang, will you not often don garments of deep purple?" Pei Shiwan inquired as she stood. "What do you mean?" Li Yixuan asked, perplexed. "They are beautiful, are they not? When will the royal garments be delivered?" Pei Shiwan inquired further. "Now that the decree has been issued, the ceremonial garments will likely be prepared in the palace," she continued, expressing her reluctance to enter the palace for the ceremony, but wishing to see the garments beforehand. "Who knows when you may get the chance to see them?" Li Yixuan mused, aware that secondary consorts would not receive such garments, which were reserved for side consorts. "How unfortunate. Should you enter the palace, I shall reward you with fine fabrics to wear," he teased, pinching her cheek. "I shall not go. It would be too exhausting," she replied. "What if I insist you go?" Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Pei Shiwan blinked innocently and clung to his waist. "I shall not go. Your Highness, please. I beg you, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness." Silence. Li Yixuan's temples pulsed with annoyance. Pei Shiwan smiled, straightened up, and fell silent. "Your Highness, A servant named Furu suddenly called from the entrance. What is it? Zheng's side consort has sent someone to say that the eldest son has fainted again and requests you to come and see, Furu reported with concern.
Li Shun frowned.
What is happening? Has a physician been summoned? One has already been sent, but the details are unknown, Furu replied. Li Yixuan released Pei Shiyuan's hand, saying, I shall go and take a look. Your Highness, please take care, Pei Shiyuan said. After Li Yixuan departed, Hanyu expressed her worry. This situation with the eldest son is becoming increasingly suspicious. It seems the physician could not ascertain the issue, otherwise, Li Yixuan would not be so concerned about those children he does not favor. Could it truly be an illness? What ailment causes a child to faint repeatedly? Who knows? Hanyu sighed. If it were a common ailment, there would be numerous possibilities. However, given the atmosphere surrounding this family, one cannot help but suspect foul play rather than mere illness. The physician arrived when the night had already fallen. In truth, the eldest son had regained consciousness. Though his spirits were low, the physician paid his respects, and Li Yixuan remained silent, merely gesturing for them to examine the child promptly. The physician was not one from the palace, but a doctor off duty. After examining the eldest son's pulse, he found it weak and difficult to read. After carefully assessing for over half an hour, he spoke privately with Li Yixuan. Though I am skilled in pediatrics, I cannot claim expertise. At present, it appears that the eldest son has a congenital heart defect. Li Yixuan's expression darkened instantly. Congenital? That is what I currently observe, though I may be mistaken. It would be prudent to have Imperial Physician Huang from the Tai Hospital take another look. He specializes in internal medicine and may provide a different perspective. Regardless of whether it is congenital, it is already clear that the eldest son has some issues with his heart. Thus, it was merely suggested that one should seek assistance again the following morning. The eldest son had been in good health until he suddenly developed a heart ailment, which surely left Concubine Zheng in tears. In this era, as well as in the future, heart disease is a grave affliction, and not everyone is able to undergo surgery. Most congenital heart conditions do not allow one to live to an advanced age. Consequently, Concubine Zheng's firstborn has, at this moment, lost his status as the heir. That night, Li Yixuan did not linger, but returned to the front courtyard. Early the next morning, Imperial Physician Huang was summoned directly from the palace. Together with the physician from the previous night, they once again examined the eldest son. After switching hands and conducting a thorough examination, Physician Huang nodded in agreement. Physician Mao's diagnosis was indeed correct. The young master suffers from a heart condition that had previously remained hidden but has now become apparent with age. This ailment cannot be cured. It requires only rest and careful management. I shall prescribe some medicine for the young master to take.
No cure?
Li Yixuan furrowed his brow. If he adheres to the medication and maintains a restful lifestyle, he may stabilize by the age of 17 or 18. As long as he avoids stress and fright, there is hope for him, Physician Huang replied, though he dared not speculate on how long the child might live. Let us do our utmost to treat him, Li Yixuan could only say. With tears in her eyes, Concubine Zheng implored, might the prince consider seeking a physician from the common folk? He is still so young. I cannot bear this. The crown prince could indeed explore options among local healers, for sometimes those in the countryside possess unique expertise and might be able to cure the young master, Physician Huang hastened to add. Very well, Li Yixuan nodded. You must attend to his treatment diligently. There is no rush in finding a local healer. Rest assured, my lord, we shall spare no effort. Both physicians Huang and Mao assured him. Concubine Zheng, aware that it was inappropriate to suggest seeking outside help in front of the physicians, quickly added, I appreciate your efforts, and my worries are not a reflection of any doubt in your skills. If I have spoken amiss, I hope you will not take offense. There is no need for such concern, madam. Your anxiety is entirely understandable. We will do our utmost to treat the young master, Physician Huang reassured her. Once they had seen off physicians Huang and Mao, it was nearly noon. Word arrived from the courtyard that Li Yixuan had taken his leave. Concubine Zheng tended to her child, administering food and medicine, her heart heavy with sorrow. The news soon spread throughout the inner courtyard, and for many, it was received as good tidings. It is no wonder that others harbored cold hearts, who does not wish to strive for advancement. Upon hearing the news, Pei Shiyuan remained calm, leading her companions toward the garden. It has grown quite cold these past few days. Soon there will be little beauty left to behold.
Oh.
It is truly vast here, Hanyu exclaimed. Exiting from their quarters, They traversed the eastern alley and around to the western wall, where a path led directly to the garden's west gate. The small door that had been bricked up provided a greater sense of security. At that moment, Pei Shiwan, accompanied by Han Yu and Yu Chong, made their way toward a tranquil lake, undeterred by fatigue until they reached the pavilion at its center. This garden is at least twice the size of the one at our former residence, Han Yu remarked. Not just twice, it is 2 to 3 times larger. Look over there, a grove of peach trees. I have heard some of those trees are decades old and still thriving. When spring arrives, the blossoms will surely be a sight to behold. Yu Chong pointed toward the distant grove. Pei Shiwan looked over, but the view was less than appealing at that moment, as the peaches were long gone, and the leaves had turned yellow, signaling the time of shedding. As Yu Chong pointed out other sights, the trio finally settled down. It is unfortunate we moved at this time of year. Winter offers little beauty. However, once spring arrives, the scenery will be splendid. Han Yu expressed her excitement for their new residence. Someone approaches, Yu Chong suddenly remarked. In the distance, they spotted Lady Yi approaching. I find myself quite fated to meet you, Sister Pei. Come, sit with me. Lady Yi smiled. Pei Shiwan remained noncommittal, pondering whether their connection was genuine or merely contrived. Sister, have you heard about the eldest son's predicament? Such a significant matter. Of course, I am aware, Pei Shiwan replied. Alas, it is a cruel fate. The household was abuzz with talk of bestowing the title of heir upon the eldest son, but now it seems unlikely. This may very well mean the title will fall to the second son. Lady Yi lamented. The prince and princess are still young. Why the urgency in this matter? Who knows, in a year or two, they may yet have a legitimate son. Would it not be better to wait until then to establish the title? Pei Shiwan countered. Sister, you are overthinking. You make a valid point, but in a few years, who knows, perhaps your child will be the heir, given the prince's affection for you. Lady Yi jested. That is unlikely. Pei Shiwan fixed her gaze upon Lady Yi. You see, I was examined by a physician in my family, who informed me of a congenital condition that complicates my chances of conception. Lady Yi paused in surprise. Then you must strive harder. Perhaps this opportunity is yours. Pei Shiwan replied with a smile.
Sister, you jest.
I am but a concubine, fully aware of my position, and the prince hardly remembers me. Lady Yi sighed. You are mistaken, Pei Shiwan replied with a smile. Perhaps you, Lady Yi, possess that fortune? Then I thank you for your kind words, Lady Yi responded with a smile. This is my first time visiting this garden, and it is indeed beautiful. I shall not fear boredom in the days to come. Subsequently, Lady Yi refrained from further discussion and engaged Pei Shiwan in conversation about the scenery. After a while, Pei Shiwan rose. I shall wander elsewhere. I will not keep you company any longer. Sister Pei, take care, Lady Yi replied, not following her. Once Pei Shiwan had distanced herself, Lady Yi's maid, Jiao Yun, inquired, is what Lady Pei said truly the case? If so, then. Lady Yi, observing Qiao Yun's excited expression, cautioned, do not speak recklessly. If word of this were to spread, it would become my burden. If the prince were to become angry, and she were to reveal my involvement, what then? The girl is indeed beautiful, but she is merely not seen by the prince. Lady Pei occupies a favored position and is adept at winning favor. If she were to fall out of favor, would the prince not notice your merits? Lady Yi frowned. Do not act rashly. I am aware of my own situation. Yes. I shall heed your word. Qiao Yun quickly agreed. Though Lady Yi may not be favored, she should not be underestimated, and Qiao Yun dared not act recklessly. On another note, Han Yu furrowed her brow. What if she spreads rumors? She has approached me several times, clearly testing the waters. If it is to be said, let it be said. Pei Shiwan remained unperturbed. Chapter 28. Demands. What if the prince becomes angry? Han Yu questioned. With my current status, I can manage to scrape by. I shall not starve, and my annual stipend is considerable, Pei Shiwan replied. I do not understand. What is your reasoning? Han Yu expressed her frustration. Do you not comprehend? Then hold your tongue, Pei Shiwan replied with a mischievous smile, inciting Han Yu to stomp her foot in annoyance.
Why?
There is no particular reason. All the women in this household, aside from that foolish Lu, are cunning as foxes. I shall merely offer them a small flaw to exploit. If I were to lose favor, I could always devise a plan in a few years. I find the eldest son's illness rather peculiar, Pei Shiwan added. Han Yu shot her a quizzical glance, but both Physician Huang and Physician Mao are highly experienced. If they diagnose it as illness, could it be otherwise? I cannot articulate it. I merely feel it is strange. Do you not find it odd for him to fall ill at this time? If it were a congenital heart condition, would it manifest at the age of 4? I do not know, but your words do make it seem suspicious, Hanyu admitted. Frowning. In the East Palace, there is but one son now, Pei Shiwan suddenly remarked. Hanyu and Yu Chang exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. The royal family has a reputation for being ruthless. Pei Shiwan continued, without seeking their input, moving forward. Hanyu seemed to grasp something but was not entirely certain. Her thoughts turned to the master of the Pei family. The young lady's aunt passed away shortly after her birth. Over the years, the young lady has been able to grow up peacefully, thanks to the Lord's affection. Additionally, the old lady seldom intervenes in the matters of the courtyard, while the lady herself, though seemingly cold, possesses a warm heart and is a good person. However, this household is quite different. She bit her lip and chased after him, saying, Concubine, slow down. You did not disclose the conversation from today, or perhaps she simply chose not to for the time being. When Li Yixuan arrived to see Pei Shiwan, it was already the end of the month. The prince had come. Pei Shiwan looked just as she always did.
Ha!
Li Yixuan appraised her from head to toe. If I hadn't come, you would have been quite at ease, wouldn't you? I thought the prince was busy these days. Pei Shiwan replied. Busy with what? I haven't even attended court yet. Li Yixuan expressed her dissatisfaction. The eldest son's illness has everyone in the household worried. I assumed the prince might be in a bad mood. Pei Shiwan remarked. Upon mentioning this, Li Yixuan ceased her teasing. She and Chen had no offspring, and given Chen's health, it was uncertain whether she could conceive again. As for him, he did not place great importance on having a legitimate son. He did not particularly favor any of the 3 illegitimate children, but still harbored some expectations for the eldest. Now, being suddenly informed of the heart ailment, it was only natural for his mood to be affected. Nevertheless, perhaps it was the nature of men in ancient times. Despite feeling down, he was not despondent to an extreme, as he had been occupied with other matters over the past 10 days. Are you dissatisfied with your living quarters?
No.
Everything is wonderful, Pei Shiwan said, coming up from behind to embrace his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. The little kitchen does a fine job with the meals, and the garden is exquisite. I've been there twice. Unfortunately, at this time of year, only the chrysanthemums are blooming. I imagine it will look even more beautiful next year, as I notice some flowers and plants were only planted this year. Next year, I will accompany you to enjoy the blossoms, Li Yixuan replied. However, my prince, I have a small issue to discuss. Pei Shiwan whispered in his ear. Li Yixuan flinched and moved away, saying, just speak plainly. Pei Shiwan widened her eyes, realizing that this was the weak point of that scoundrel. She smiled slyly and committed it to memory. Ahem, will you take care of this? She circled around, sitting in his lap, to inquire.
What?
Li Yixuan shot her a look that suggested she was about to pull another trick. Well, I want both the little kitchen and the big kitchen. Thus, my stipend is rather limited. So, I wish to ask the prince if the expenses of the little kitchen can be charged to you? Pei Shiwan boldly stated. Li Yixuan was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated her directness. Wasn't it you who cried out for the little kitchen? He raised an eyebrow. Pei Shiwan thought to herself that she was indeed inexperienced. She only knew that the little kitchen was convenient and did not realize it would also incur expenses. My prince. My prince, my prince. Pei Shiwan leaned against Li Yixuan, her voice sweet and sticky. Li Yixuan took a deep breath. Settle down, or I might throw you out. Pei Shiwan pouted at him. TSK Furu, from today onwards, the little kitchen in Bixiao courtyard will be charged to the front courtyard's account. The servant at the entrance quickly replied, I understand. Are you satisfied? Li Yixuan looked at Pei Shiwan. In truth, even if it were just one little kitchen, it mattered little to him. However, he could not afford to support everyone in such a manner, nor did anyone dare to voice such a request. The concubines in his household were all well treated and lived comfortably, yet Pei Shiwan was the only one bold enough to ask for everything. You are the best, my prince. Pei Shiwan, soft and tender, planted a kiss on Li Yixuan's lips. Huh, wasn't he you who pointed at me and called my name?
Li Yixuan remarca.
His attractive brows raised, his eyes filled with mockery. Am I to be ridiculed for wanting something from you? I am your woman. Asking for your support is simply sustaining me. Am I to use it to support other men? Pei Shiwan declared, refusing to play the dutiful wife, and attempted to rise. He firmly pressed her down. Say that again? Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes. I said you are stingy. You've already given me everything yet still complain. It's not as if I'm taking it out to support men. I simply come from a poor family and have no money, so I need your support. What's wrong with that? Pei Shiyuan huffed. Just then, she felt a sharp pinch at her waist.
Ah!
She cried out, "Look how stingy you are. Can't I say a word? With looks like yours, who would I want to pursue?" This was not entirely untrue. He was indeed quite handsome. Of course, one could not say he was unmatched, as at least the emperor's sons were also not lacking in appearance. However, among those of similar stature, he was certainly at the pinnacle. "Huh," Li Yixuan scoffed, unwilling to argue with her further. "If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll silence you." Pei Shiyuan raised her chin, revealing her elegantly curved neck. "If you silence me, it would be akin to burning a lute and boiling a crane. Are your eyes not functioning? You see my lovely neck and do not wish to kiss it, yet you want to choke me?" Li Yixuan found her antics amusing. "You rascal, today I will teach you the consequences of excessive chatter." With that, he swept her into the inner chamber. After quite a bit of tussling, their clothes were in tatters before they finally settled down, and in his frustration, Li Yixuan smacked Pei Shiyuan's backside several times. "I've never seen you behave yourself." At this moment, Pei Shiyuan had lost her strength and merely gazed at Li Yixuan with her enchanting eyes. Li Yixuan, no longer in a hurry, lowered his head to pinch her cheek. "Are we done with the antics? Be gentle, it hurts," Pei Shiyuan whimpered, wrapping her arms around his neck. Chapter 29. The Cricket Behind. Li Yixuan looked at her and smiled, leaning down to kiss her rosy lips. She truly knew how to create a scene. After all the commotion, night had fallen, and Pei Shiyuan, though reluctant to rise, felt quite hungry. At this age, she had quite the appetite. Had she been in modern times, she would still be a student. Now, however, it was nothing but tears. Angered by her own thoughts, she kicked Li Yixuan. "I'm hungry. Bring the food." Li Yixuan's voice was hoarse. When the meal finally arrived, both of them sat at the table in disheveled attire. Their hunger was genuine, and Pei Shiyuan had never pretended to be modest in front of Li Yixuan. Though raised in a family of officials, she still maintained a degree of decorum. She ate heartily, and her appetite was indeed impressive. Watching her eat was quite appetizing, and since Li Yixuan was also in his prime, he naturally consumed a fair share. Ultimately, being young, once they were both satisfied, Li Yixuan's gaze fell upon Pei Shiyuan once more. At that moment, she wore a light pink dress, resembling a lotus bud just emerging from the lake's surface in early summer. Once again, he lifted her into his arms, and Pei Shiyuan did not resist, merely stating, "I've just eaten. I might vomit on the couch, so don't be disgusted." Li Yixuan frowned in distaste, but did not loosen his grip. This time, his embrace was indeed gentle. It was impossible to sleep soundly at night, and not greeting the morning was the norm. The main courtyard was filled with people, but Pei Shiyuan was notably absent, which did not surprise anyone. Recently, the prince had not visited Bixiao courtyard. It was only natural that Pei Shiyuan would not appear the following day. After so many years in the residence, one had never seen a concubine like Pei. Was it the prince's affection that disregarded propriety, or was she simply unaware of how to conduct herself?
Lady Yang remarked lichtly.
Lady Zheng smiled. "What's this? You may not know, but Bixiao courtyard has a little kitchen. Look, both of us side consorts have kitchens because we have children. Sister, he is also a concubine and is raising the second young master, yet she hasn't secured a little kitchen. Pei only entered the residence 3 months ago, and it's barely been half a year. What right does she have?" Lady Lu frowned. "The prince is being excessively partial." "What do you think, my lady?" Chun was aware of this matter, but had nothing to say. "Does the prince believe she can afford to maintain a little kitchen with her stipend?"
Lady Yang frowned.
"She cannot afford it, but the prince will reward her." "Concubine," he interjected. "Indeed, the prince dotes on her immensely, giving her whatever she desires. We cannot compare," Lady Zheng remarked. The dissatisfaction among the gathered was palpable, yet with the main figure absent, what could be done? Lady Yang redirected the conversation. "Speaking of which, Sister Zheng, you seem to be quite well informed. I thought you were worried about your child these days, yet you still have your ear to the ground in the courtyard." "I merely learned of this a day earlier. Even if it were later, you all would eventually come to know," remarked Lady Zheng. Suddenly, Lady Wei interjected. "Sisters, are you not aware? I have heard that in the Bixiao courtyard, they have broken through a wall, specifically allocating another small courtyard to serve as a kitchen for her." When the total area is considered, it surpasses the accommodations of the two other secondary wives by a significant margin. Furthermore, I have heard from the servants within the manor that there was originally a small door between the garden and the back building, allowing for the passage of miscellaneous items from the garden. However, since Lady Pei was chosen for the Bixiao courtyard, that door has been bricked up, and a new one has been opened on the eastern side instead. What right does she have to do this? Lady Lu was infuriated. We are all secondary wives. What gives her the privilege to reside in such a spacious courtyard? To build walls. It is truly shameless. Enough, Lady Chen frowned. These matters are the prince's wishes. Without his consent, could she truly make such decisions? We are sisters. Let us not quarrel over trivialities. Indeed, you may scorn her here, yet she cannot hear you. Lady Yang scoffed. You are both secondary wives, sharing the prince's bed. Why is it that she can have everything, while you cannot? Lady Lu fell silent, unable to retort. From the beginning of her time in the manor, she had depended on Lady Yang and had never dared to act rashly in her presence. After the gathering dispersed, Lady Chen's maid, Qiu Shuang, assisted her in standing. Your Highness, do not let it trouble you. Let them bark. Lady Pei is merely relying on her favor, which, after all, is unreliable. Should she miraculously bear a child in the future, neither Lady Zheng nor Lady Yang would let her off easily. The Pei family, despite their lineage, cannot compare to the two of them. You need only observe. Your health is of utmost importance, and you have yet to take your medicine today. Childbearing remains an insurmountable hurdle for women in ancient times. What can be done? Women cannot venture out to live independently. They are confined to the men's courtyards, and only by bearing children can they secure their positions. Thus, they tend to amplify this matter significantly. Lady Chen had given birth before, but her child had perished, and she had suffered miscarriages, leaving her health quite poor. However, she is now the Princess of Chen, and without children, she cannot stand firm in her position. Hence, she has been consuming medicinal concoctions for years, yet the prince seldom visits. What use is it for her to take so much medicine alone? Indeed, with Lady Zheng's child afflicted by such an illness, it is utterly impossible for him to become the heir. As for the second son born to Lady He, the prince does not seem particularly fond of him either. It is likely that he will not hurry to establish him as the heir, waiting instead for you to bear a son, who will then be the rightful heir, Lady Bailu remarked with a smile. Lady Chen sighed as she sat at the table, beginning to drink the bowl of bitter, medicinal soup. Unbeknownst to her, Lady Pei Xiuan remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding her that morning. When she awoke, Li Yixuan had just left. The prince mentioned that the day after tomorrow there will be a banquet at the Duke of Hui's residence and instructed the maids to inform you. If you wish to attend, do let us know in advance, said Yue. Oh, I shall not go. I definitely will not attend. In the past, when other families were still in the prince's favor, none had this arrangement of secondary wives. Now that they have just risen to prominence, it is unlikely they will have such a configuration. Bringing me, a secondary wife, would only mean mingling with the other side wives, lowering my head before everyone. What is the point in that? I suspected you would not want to go, Yue laughed. Quickly rise for breakfast. The small kitchen made rice cakes this morning, which you have long desired. Pei Xiuan stretched and rose. What is happening outside? Oh, it is at the small courtyard where they are planting trees. Sister Hanyue mentioned planting 2 pear trees, fearing that smoke might drift over here in the future, so it is better to plant trees for cover. What kind of smoke? Are they setting up a furnace in the courtyard? Pei Xiuan rolled her eyes. The main reason is that there are no trees in the small courtyard. I suppose Sister Hanyue wants to plant them to provide shade in the summer and give the cooks a place to cool off, Yue explained with a smile. That is true. Let us not allow the trees to block the light from the main house. You need not worry. Sister Hanyue has already instructed them early this morning. After getting up and having a delayed breakfast, the trees had already been planted in the small courtyard. Secondary wife, Liang'an has arrived, Yue announced. After Liang'an entered and paid her respects, she said, Secondary wife, a person from your maternal family has come, claiming to seek an audience. Let them in. Pei Xiuan said, sensing that there must be some family matter at hand. The visitor was an unfamiliar old woman, her expression somewhat awkward. As soon as she entered, she knelt down. Second young lady, please save me. You are from Lu Wenyang's household, are you not? Hanyue inquired. Pei Xiuan did not remember this person, but fortunately, Hanyue recognized her. Indeed, I am a servant from Lu Wenyang's quarters. My surname is Wang, the old woman hurriedly replied. What brings you here? Pei Shiwan asked, somewhat surprised. I plead with the second young lady to save us. Our young lady cannot survive. Wang Mama wept. What has happened? There are still the old madam and the madam at home. Why have you come to me? Pei Shiwan questioned in confusion. It is truly an embarrassing matter. Wang Mama dared not speak further. Pei Shiwan frowned. You may leave now. The other maids exited, and Wang Mama was helped to her feet by Han Yue. What has happened that is so urgent? Yesterday, the third young lady went boating and accidentally fell into the water. When she was rescued, her outer garments were in disarray. Although there were not many people present, a few witnessed it, and, unfortunately, the one who saved her was a man. The two companions who had accompanied the third young lady could not timely return her home, and by the time they did, over an hour had passed. All who needed to know are aware of the situation. It has caused quite a stir, and the master declares she must marry. The man, although he has a wife, is merely a scholar visiting from out of town, yet he has connections with the Jia family. They are insisting on carrying our third young lady back to be a concubine. The young lady fainted, and our aunt has wept countless times. The master does not agree to her becoming a concubine, yet he has no choice but to negotiate for her to be a principal wife. The third young lady awoke, adamantly refusing, claiming she was not the one who fell into the water, but was pushed in. In her delirium, she only called for her second sister to save her. Wang Mama wiped her tears. I dare to say, it was our aunt who instructed me to find you, pleading for your help for the third young lady. Our aunt said that as a concubine, she acted on her own accord, but it is evident that this man is behaving improperly and likely has ulterior motives. If he truly intends to send her to be a concubine, she may very well be ground to dust. Pei Shiwan took a deep breath. What a chaotic situation. Since this incident has occurred, we must first ascertain how she fell into the water. If she was pushed, we must report it to the authorities. That man is a distant relative of the Duke of Jinggua's wife, surnamed Zhao. How could our family dare to? Wang Mama wiped her tears. The old fool has become senile. Even if he keeps his daughter at home, he cannot simply allow such a thing to happen. Pei Shiwan was furious. You return now, and tell the old man to ensure the third young lady recuperates properly. Marry her? Nonsense. She is only 14 this year, as the daughter of a prestigious family. She can wait 3 to 5 years before marrying. What is there to fear? Just say you will report it to the authorities. Does the other party not fear anything? At that time, who else was present? Go to their residence and inquire. See who dares to get involved. Won't they all claim ignorance? And to speak of being a concubine or a principal wife, how can he even think of such a thing? With 3 daughters in total. The eldest marries into the cursed Yongning Marquis estate, the second becomes a concubine, and he still dares to hope for a principal wife for the third? Look at how ambitious he is. Wang Mama bowed her head, listening as the second young lady railed against the master, thinking her too fierce. Did you hear that? Return and pass on my message. Tell the third young lady to rest and recuperate. If she dies from this illness, I shall go to her grave and spit on it. What shame. If others bully you, you cannot even hold out. Yes, I shall return and say that. But if the master insists, what can be done? Wang Mama asked. If he insists, does he dare? Tell the old man that if he dares to mistreat his own daughter, I shall return and confront him personally. Pei Shiwan glared. Yes, I understand. I shall go at once. Wang Mama finally felt a bit relieved. At home, she had always known the second young lady was formidable, clearly born of a lesser status, yet commanding respect from her sisters. She never suffered any loss in front of the master. After Wang Mama left, Han Yue sighed. They say the third young lady called out for your help. It seems it was entirely Lu Yinyang's idea. What is wrong with Lu Yinyang's intentions? A mother naturally knows to plan for her daughter, and even if it is not in accordance with propriety, she knows to seek assistance. For the sake of her own daughter, at a crucial moment, what else is there to consider? The old man is indeed amusing. Is he now intent on discussing rules and ethics? Pei Shiwan scoffed. The maid mused. Could it be that the master is contemplating the eldest daughter and you? Life is not easy for the eldest lady in the count's residence, and she still has no offspring. What if that family begins to entertain thoughts of divorce because of this?
Han remarkered.
Dare they? I fear my title as Pei's favored concubine has already spread. Would the Fong family truly abandon such a match? To be frank, if it were a powerful and influential count's house, they wouldn't consider marrying into the Pei family at all. Pei Shiwan, incensed, cursed the old man for half an hour within the room. In the estate, Old Wang knelt before the master and mistress, enduring the master's murderous gaze as she delicately relayed the second daughter's words. Pei Leoi's face shifted through shades of white, red, and blue, rendering him speechless for a long moment. Liangshi stated, "I told you, who would casually send a girl away? Not to mention the suspicious nature of this matter, that Zhao fellow has shown malice." Did the third girl not mention that she recognized him? The last time he looked at her, his gaze was anything but clean. The master insisted on being obstinate, even if he could elevate his wife. Would it be easy to live with such a reputation? You know the temperament of the third girl. She is gentle, and I fear she might be taken advantage of. Let's heed the words of Shi Yuan. The third girl is only 14. What is the rush? 3 years from now, she can entertain suitors. Must we degrade the child in such a manner? The old matriarch, Shen Shi, added. Yes, we shall heed your counsel. Once Shen Shi spoke, Pei Leoi had no further objections. It was then declared that the third girl had been pushed into the water by someone, although we could not discern who it was. Our family must thoroughly investigate who did this. The old matriarch spoke coldly. Generally indifferent to such matters, she was incensed this time. Send some silver to that Zhao fellow, thanking him for saving our child, and as for any marriage discussions, let them be. Our child is still young. Yes, we shall follow your wishes, Liangshi replied. Tell the third girl to take good care of herself, and in the future, let her venture out less. She needn't worry about marriage. She will surely find a well-off family. The old matriarch huffed. Thus, it was settled. Aunt Lu breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back as old Wang quickly supported her. When they returned to the inner courtyard to see the third girl, old Wang urged, Young lady, focus on your health. Let marriage be for now. Whether as a primary wife or a concubine, you shall not marry. The old matriarch has decreed that in a few years, we will find you a match. Any family will suffice. Chapter 31. Brashness and shallowness. After speaking, they recounted Pei Shiyuan's words in detail. The third girl listened, momentarily at a loss for words, before suddenly bursting into tears. She knew her second sister well. Her temper was fierce, and her disposition was not easy. Yet, at times, she harbored a vehement disdain for wickedness. Her thought process diverged from that of ordinary folk. Had she encountered this situation, she would likely have confronted that Zhao fellow immediately. But she herself faltered, cold and frightened, unable to think clearly. Pei Shiyuan's outburst had not yet subsided. That evening, upon meeting Li Yixuan, her concerns resurfaced. It is said that you are a distant relative of the Jia family matriarch. Just how distant is that relation? Engaging in such vile acts, are you not concerned about implicating the Jia family? What audacious toads dare covet a young lady? Such shamelessness. I truly regret not being present. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him most severely. Such a brainless creature. How does he not succumb to some disgraceful illness? Li Yixuan furrowed his brow. My surname is Li. Furthermore, who taught you such foul language, you woman of the inner quarters? Li Yixuan grasped Pei Shiyuan's chin. How is it that you can curse so freely? Pei Shiyuan's eyes reddened. Your Highness. You can change your expressions so quickly? Li Yixuan released his grip. I am angry. Bring that scoundrel to me. I wish to castrate him. Pei Shiyuan shook Li Yixuan's arm. Do not joke. Li Yixuan frowned. Your Highness. Pei Shiyuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am angry. Go ahead and act as you wish. What is so important that it warrants your hand? If you cannot contain your fury, simply send him away. Pei Shiyuan fell silent, sitting aside with her gaze lowered. Very well. I shall have someone teach him a lesson and drive him out. Shall I? What purpose is there in encountering such a vile person?
Li Shun siga.
Can you ensure that someone breaks his legs? Such a wretched man nearly ruined our third girl, relying on the Jia family. He has likely committed countless abhorrent deeds over the years. Pei Shiyuan pouted. You troublesome creature. Li Yixuan shot a fierce glare at Pei Shiyuan. Furu, go inform Zhong Jiao of this matter and have him handle it. Furu complied and departed, pondering how this favored concubine had become increasingly troublesome. Still not pleased? Li Yixuan clicked his tongue, pulling her close. Did I not say I would select some beautiful jewelry for you, since you fancy those plum blossom hairpins?
Who cares?
Pei Shiyuan snorted. You no longer care? Li Yixuan pinched Pei Shiyuan's face. You are spoiled. Do not utter such foul words again. Is it your doing? I have always been this way. Pei Shiyuan huffed, leaning against him obediently. You seem rather proud? Li Yixuan pinched her cheek again. Just ensure he is driven away. Thank you, your highness. I have never encountered such a lowly man, so shamelessly lecherous. Pei Shiwan remarked. Naturally, Li Yixuan held disdain for such men. What a disgrace. If he truly desired her, he would have schemed to ruin her innocence and then force her into his residence. What sort of behavior is that? Therefore, the next morning, when the 8th prince met Jia Kejian, he remarked, Uncle, you should return home and see what sort of creature has committed such a revolting act. What distant relatives? Does the Jia family possess that many distant relatives? Regardless of where these vile creatures hail from, if any trouble arises, it will ultimately fall upon the Jia family. Very well, your highness need not worry. I shall have someone investigate this matter. Jia Kejian was indifferent towards the Pei family, but he cared if it had repercussions for the Jia family. This matter does not require your intervention, uncle. I shall handle it. As for these so-called distant relatives, you should keep a watchful eye on them. Do not let them act recklessly under the Jia family's name, for it would surely invite trouble. The current court is such that you know it better than I do, Li Yixuan stated. Understood, your highness. I will certainly take this to heart. The Jia family was indeed invested in the 8th prince's ascension. Given their current standing, they could only wholeheartedly support the 8th prince's rise. Otherwise, should another prince ascend, it would spell disaster for them. Perhaps the Jia family could control one prince, but could they maintain that control through generations? Only if the 8th prince became emperor and the favored concubine became the empress dowager would they find stability. Thus, since it was the 8th prince's directive, they would heed it. Regarding the Zhao fellow, Li Yixuan directly instructed Zhong Jiu to break his right leg and expel him from the capital. Zhong Jiu personally reported back to Pei Shiwan and Li Yixuan. The man has been expelled from the city, and a cart has been arranged for him. His right leg shall never heal. He is fortunate. Pei Shiwan huffed. Zhong Jiu lowered his head, thinking this woman was rather ruthless. Thank you, Guardian Zhong. I dare not reward you with silver. Your merits will be remembered by your lord. Thank you, favored concubine. It is my duty to carry out the lord's commands. Zhong Jiu continued to keep his head bowed. He was not a chamberlain, and so close to the master's concubine, he needed to exercise caution. Li Yixuan gestured for Zhong Jiu to attend to his duties. He turned to Pei Shiwan. Are you satisfied now? Barely, if I had my say. He should have had all 3 of his legs broken, Pei Shiwan replied. Silence.
Li Yixuan frowned.
Unable to bear looking at her, with a face as beautiful as a celestial maiden, your words are akin to those of a shrew. Pei Shiwan's eyes flickered, and she smiled. May I pose a question? Li Yixuan inquired, indicating for her to continue. If 2 women were presented to you, and you had to choose one is as stunning as a heavenly being, yet her temperament is that of a shrew, ignorant and uncultured, utterly uncouth. The other possesses knowledge and decorum, yet is hideously ugly. Which would you choose? You must select one. Li Yixuan fell silent. Thus, the prince is superficial, and I, a shrew, make an exquisite match. Pei Shiwan leaned in, embracing his waist, and looked up. Your highness, I wish to kiss you. Li Yixuan lowered his gaze to the woman coiling around him like a serpent, her face radiant as a blooming peach, her bright eyes sparkling, and he suddenly smiled. He traced her lips with his thumb. Are you addicted? Such brazen words about wanting to kiss you are utterly shameless. Without waiting for Pei Shiwan's reply, he leaned down to kiss her. This mouth can be quite vexing at times, yet undeniably alluring. After a moment, Pei Shiwan pushed him away. Li Yixuan, you've bitten me. My lip is torn. Li Yixuan chuckled, pulling her back to take a closer look. Indeed, her chin was grazed. This blood-stained red lip looks even more beautiful. Pei Shiwan squinted, rising on her toes to kiss him again, but Li Yixuan pushed her forehead. Do you think I'm foolish? At this moment, if I ask you to kiss, you might bite. Chapter 32, A Broken Leg Be Good. I did not intend any harm. I just sent someone to select items for you, and they will arrive shortly, as an apology. Li Yixuan, you are so annoying. Pei Shiwan pushed his face away. Li Yixuan grasped her hand in silence, merely shooting her another glare. The items indeed arrived promptly, a box filled with jewelry. Pei Shiwan rummaged through it and picked up a pair of white jade bangles, a twisted design that was not overly expensive, but appeared lustrous and flawless. She thought to keep them for Hanyue, who adored such adornments. Previously, Hanyue had cried several times over a cheap jade bangle that had broken. Noticing her disinterest, Li Yixuan clicked his tongue. I do not understand you. Why are you so picky? Initially, he believed Pei Shiwan was merely pretending to be aloof, feigning a disdain for everything to gain his attention. He played along at first, finding it amusing. Gradually, he realized she was genuinely discerning. If the food was unpalatable, she would refuse it. If the clothing was uncomfortable, she would discard it. If the jewelry was unattractive, she would rather go without. I do not mock your origins, but the Pei family rose from humble beginnings, and your legitimate mother is merely the daughter of an ordinary official. Your concubine mother lacks even a notable lineage. Even though your father dotes on you and raises you lavishly, can it compare to royal privilege? Why are you so fastidious? I do not know. Perhaps I was a princess in my past life? Although the Mengpa soup made me forget, I still can discern beauty from ugliness. Pei Shiwan continued to scan the box, selecting a pair of earrings, thinking to give them to the third miss, who had recently fallen ill. Li Yixuan chose not to comment further. At least he had managed to pacify her. 2 days later, Furu returned with news that the man named Xiao had been expelled. What about his leg? Pei Shiwan inquired. It is said that he was unfortunate enough to fall from his carriage and had one leg crushed by the wheels. Furu remarked, You are truly ruthless. You intended to break someone else's leg? But upon reflection, it seemed that Zhongjiao was the truly ruthless one. How could it be that this Xiao fellow merely fell and broke his leg?
Who knows how it truly happened?
He got off lightly, Pei Shiwan remarked. Fura chuckled in agreement. Off lightly? The man is now incapacitated. Hanyu donned a white jade bangle on her wrist. Given her work, wearing two was impractical. Initially, she had refused it, but Pei Shiwan had insisted on putting it on her. The other two maidservants, Yue Chang and Yue, received different items, certainly not as valuable as Han Yue's. Since a secondary consort could only have one first-class maid, that position belonged to Han Yue. Yue Chang and Yue were second-class maidservants, with two more ranked third. At this moment, Han Yue had arranged the items for the third miss. Rest assured, I will see her and ensure she finds peace. She intended to tell her that society confines women, often to the point of despair. If she were to succumb to hopelessness, it would render the 10 months her mother bore her utterly wasted, an act of pure ingratitude. Han Yue nodded, understanding that her young mistress was concerned about the third miss's state of mind.
Go, she said.
Upon returning to the Pei residence, Han Yue conveyed Pei Shiwan's words to the third miss, who, with tear-filled eyes, replied, Please tell my second sister that I would never contemplate ending my life. I am grateful for her concern. The man named Zhao had been cast out of the capital and would not return. It was rumored that he met with misfortune, leaving the city with a leg crushed by a carriage wheel. Such a bloody departure. Han Yue stated. The third miss remained bewildered. While Lu Yinyang had already grasped the situation, I will forever be grateful to the second miss. She has truly saved my child. With that, she knelt and bowed her head toward the imperial city. Han Yue rushed to assist her. Recently, several doctors had come to the residence of the prince, all enticed by the prospect of generous rewards. Unfortunately, after examining the eldest son's pulse, they found themselves at a loss. Today, another doctor arrived, appearing to be in his 50s, with a simple demeanor. Unexpectedly, he made a startling declaration. The eldest son did not suffer from a congenital heart condition but rather one induced by poison. Zhang Sofei was taken aback, but her subsequent inquiries yielded no answers. He could only ascertain this much, and even he was uncertain if it was indeed poison-induced. What poison could it be? Thus, for a while, everyone was unsure whether he was fabricating tales for profit or if there was some truth to his claims. Ultimately, the doctor was sent away. However, no one anticipated that 3 days after his departure, he would be found dead in the woods outside the city. After all, the woods outside the capital are not deep mountains. Even if sparsely populated, they are not devoid of human presence. A death would be discovered, albeit 3 days late. Indeed, the coroner confirmed that the doctor had died shortly after leaving the prince's residence. The case was concluded, ruled as robbery. Although he could not cure the eldest son, his visit was not in vain, and the estate rewarded him with 20 taels of silver. He was killed for those 20 taels. This was certainly plausible. Yet for those within the estate, it was far from acceptable. Zhang Sofei knelt at Li Yixuan's feet, weeping. I initially did not believe it, but the peculiar circumstances surrounding your doctor's death compel me to reconsider. Your Highness, when Zhen was born, he weighed 8 pounds. I nearly lost my life bringing him into the world. The midwife remarked on his robust health. Our family has no history of heart ailments, and neither does your family. Over the years, he has thrived under your watchful eye. How could he suddenly develop a heart condition? I implore you to investigate thoroughly for the sake of my child. Li Yixuan frowned and urged her to rise. I will look into this matter. Zheng Sofei, still holding onto his sleeve, persisted. In previous years, the child was well. Yet now that news of your royal title has spread, he has fallen ill. I do not wish to suspect foul play, but this coincidence is too uncanny. Your Highness, you must advocate for Zhen. Whether induced by poison or a congenital heart defect, the outcome was the same. The eldest son's lifespan was uncertain, and he may not even live long enough to leave a legacy. This implied that the child was effectively ruined. How could Zheng Sofei not feel pain? Li Yixuan sighed. I have already instructed people to investigate. Do not weep. You are still young, and you will have children in the future. I will stay by your side for a few more days. Zheng Sofei gazed at him with tear-filled eyes before collapsing into his embrace. Your Highness. In Tunghua Courtyard. Yang Sofei frowned. What is happening? Esteemed consort, I do not know. It certainly has nothing to do with us, replied the maidservant. Kaiwa also appeared perplexed. This is grave news. Could it be the Yang family's doing?
How could that be?
The man left the estate not long before he died. How could the Yang family act so swiftly? Kaiwa furrowed her brow. Moreover, his actions were quite strange. Why was he so eager to leave the city? Chapter 33. Secrets. This is not unusual. He may have uncovered a secret and thought to flee. Yet he was ultimately silenced, Yang Sofei remarked. Indeed. But his death has only drawn more attention to the matter, Kaiwa sighed. Yang Sofei took a deep breath. Let us remain calm. No one will uncover this. It is not an easy task to pull something over my head. Unfortunately, the old woman who gathered the moon has passed away. Some matters, when overdone, reveal their flaws. Perhaps it is for the best that she is gone. Yang, the side consort, rose and suggested, let us go check on the eldest daughter. When this news reached the Bixiao courtyard, Pei Shiwan shook her head. A dragon's den, a tiger's lair. Hanyue, do you understand why I have been reluctant to bear children? Who would dare? Hanyue, feeling apprehensive, mused. Does this not imply that the eldest son was indeed harmed? Who could have done this? Consort he? She is the only one with a son. Pei Shiwan remained silent. Hanyue continued to ponder. Indeed, the eldest son holds the position of firstborn. It is feared that he obstructs more than just the second son's path. We must restrain the servants. We can be bold, but we must not be foolishly audacious. Pei Shiwan agreed. Yes, I understand. Let us go out for a stroll, she suggested. In a few days, Li Yixuan instructed Chen to distribute some furs. Gifts from the palace. Not only were there furs, but also a considerable amount of fabric suitable for winter garments and cloaks, along with some ordinary textiles. Chen called everyone to the main courtyard, distributing according to rank. However, while the quantity could be determined, the colors were more challenging to decide. Chen was generous, allowing each person to select some attractive pieces. Naturally, the gifts for the consorts were fewer, and there were no furs left. The concubines received only enough fabric for a single garment each. In truth, this was already quite a good lot. Other households might not even possess such a share. Yet, in comparison, it appeared inadequate. Oh, this material is truly substantial, exclaimed Lu Weining, feeling the soft fabric. This is top-quality fleece, not easily obtainable. The silks from the shops are sold out almost immediately. When I was at home, my mother once waited at a silk shop for half a month without securing a single bolt. Is that so? It seems Lu Consort has a discerning eye. I have never encountered such fine goods, Wei remarked with a smile. Indeed, but this color does not quite suit me, Lu Weining replied, scanning the selection and fixing her gaze on Pei Shiwan. The color of your fabric is lovely. Would you consider a trade? Pei Shiwan shot her a glance. You often mock me for being a concubine, looking down on me. I thought you were more ambitious. Yet here you are. So superficial as to disregard your dignity for something trivial. Lu Weining was taken aback. Pei Shiwan, your words are far too harsh. Pei Shiwan huffed and rose. Your Highness, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Chen nodded. Everyone may disperse. Upon exiting the main courtyard, Lu Weining attempted to converse with Yang. But Yang merely glanced at her before turning away. Such a disappointing individual, fixated on a mere piece of fabric. Just as they returned to the Bixiao courtyard, they noticed people leaving the front yard. They had come to deliver gifts, though they were not departing by the same route. Oh, the consort has returned? The leading servant said cheerfully. We have brought gifts for you, a reward from the prince. Thank you for your efforts. Yue, have you prepared the silver for tea?
Indeed.
I have. Pei consort is the most generous, making us feel rather embarrassed, the servant replied, smiling. That is well, it is rather cold today. So you should return and rest early, Pei Shiwan advised. The leading servant agreed cheerfully and bowed before departing. As for the rewards, there were 4 sizable rolls of the fleece that Lu Weiniang had coveted. Due to the thickness of the fabric, each roll was quite substantial. Along with a few fox pelts and some other materials, the table in the main room could hardly accommodate them, with some placed on the couch by the bed. Pei Shiwan chuckled. This is splendid. Let us send it to the sewing room to make garments. However, this time the private rewards were not solely for Pei Shiwan but also included Zheng, the side consort. Zheng had been particularly distressed lately, as Li Yixuan had visited her often, primarily due to her favored status. When the princess was unwell, Li Yixuan would not concern himself with her. In the afternoon, just as Pei Shiwan was waking from a nap and about to call for some food, a young maid rushed in, panic-stricken, her face pale. Consort, something has happened. What event could cause such alarm? Pei Shiwan frowned. Lu consort has had a miscarriage. She fell just now, and her skirt is stained with blood. Pei Shiwan was taken aback. When was she even pregnant? How could she suddenly fall? I do not know. I saw it on my way back from the kitchen, just outside Duofu Pavilion. The main kitchen is in that direction. Enough. She has had a miscarriage. Why are you so flustered? Pei Shiwan frowned. The maid quickly lowered her head. I was wrong. Very well. Be more careful in the future. This was not your affair. Running back in such a panic could lead to misunderstandings, Han Yue reprimanded. I understand. I will not do so again. You may leave. This incident was merely an accident, yet it inadvertently implicated Pei Shiwan. Lu consort had fallen by herself, yet the physician declared that her pregnancy had not ended due to the fall, but rather from consuming something inappropriate. However, prior to this, Lu consort had been unaware of her pregnancy. She was still young and had irregular menstrual cycles, thus failing to notice. Being merely a concubine, surrounded by young maids without experienced matrons to attend her, no one detected her condition. At least, that was the public perception. May I inquire about the well-being of consort Pei? A courteous inner servant from the main courtyard asked. The prince and princess are currently at Duofu Pavilion. They wish for consort Pei to come. Pei Shiwan regarded him for a moment, inhaling deeply. I shall change my attire. The inner servant smiled. The prince is waiting. Consort should hurry. If I am to return today, I need not rush my change of clothes. If I can return, what matter is a change of clothing? The inner servant was momentarily at a loss for words, but managed. Then please, proceed. Pei Shiwan was not changing for vanity. It had been raining recently, and the air was indeed chilly. Who knew what awaited her at Duofu Pavilion? She merely swapped her shoes for a thicker pair and donned an additional pair of trousers before heading there with Han Yue.
Stand tall, Pei Shiwan instructed calmly.
Han Yue pursed her lips and nodded. When the two arrived, everyone from the back courtyard had gathered. Consort Pei is quite slow in coming, Yang remarked. May I greet the prince and princess? Pei Shiwan did not acknowledge Yang, not even offering her a greeting. What has happened to Lu consort?
Pei Shiwan inquired.
Are you not aware? Lu consort has had a miscarriage, the princess of Qin replied. Oh, do not worry. My maid reported that she saw Lu consort fall and bleed. Pei Shiwan stated. So, you were aware? Why are you so unfazed? Consort, he inquired. What exactly has transpired? Your Highness? Pei Shiwan turned to Li Yixuan. The Lu family claims your maid pushed her, causing the miscarriage, Li Yixuan stated succinctly. Does the prince believe this? Pei Shiwan was astonished. Li Yixuan did not confirm or deny, merely stating which maid. Summon her for questioning. Pei Shiwan let out a cold laugh as she sat down. Go summon Yueying. Han Yue responded and hesitated, but eventually left, abandoning the consort alone. However, before reaching the door, she overheard Yang say, why summon consort Pei's personal maid? It would be better to send someone else. Li Yixuan waved his hand, and Fura naturally arranged for someone else to go. So, Lu consort has had a miscarriage? Pei Shiwan asked. What? Upon hearing that Lu consort has miscarried, you appear so indifferent? Consort, he questioned Pei Shiwan. I express my deepest sympathy, Pei Shiwan replied coolly. Your reaction seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Consort, he chuckled. Your coldness raises suspicions regarding whether Lu Consort's predicament was indeed your doing. What relation do I have to her bearing children? She is a concubine, just as I am. Do you expect me to be jubilant over her misfortune? Pei Shiyuan coldly regarded Consort he. It is you who? Pei Shiyuan let out a cold laugh. The eldest son's health has suddenly taken a turn for the worse. There are 3 children in this household, one of whom is a girl. Why do you think that is? Pei Shi. Li Yixuan called out. Your Highness, do not show such favoritism. Even if I were to harm someone, would I do so brazenly? Madame Lu has not even admitted to being pregnant. How could I possibly know? Your Highness, do you favor Consort he so much that you see everyone else in the household as mere targets, protecting her and her child while disregarding us? Pei Shi. Li Yixuan's voice rose. When you were not conferred a title, nothing ever happened. But ever since you became a prince, one mishap after another has occurred. You love to come to my quarters, and now Madame Lu has had a miscarriage. Who knows who is scheming behind the scenes, playing both sides? Pei Shiyuan snorted. Your Highness, please refrain from anger. However, this matter does indeed seem suspicious. No one in the household knew that Sister Lu was pregnant. She herself just learned of it. How can it suddenly be said that she was pushed? Which maid would dare to do such a thing? Others may not dare, but Sister Pei might, said Yang-side Consort. We are witnessing her audacity firsthand. Even your Highness cannot stop her words. Those who are truly innocent do not remain silent. Pei Shiyuan rolled her eyes. At that moment, Yuing was brought in. She knelt nervously, greeting, I pay my respects to your Highness and the esteemed ladies. Yuing, Madame Lu has miscarried, and she claims you pushed her. What do you have to say? Pei Shiyuan asked sharply. Yuing was taken aback, her face filled with terror. I would not dare. I did not. When I came out of the kitchen, I saw Madame Lu fall to the ground. Her clothing was not dark, and the blood was quite evident. I was frightened and stood frozen for a moment, hearing Madame Lu's maid Chuanxi cry out that Madame Lu had miscarried. In my fear, I hurried back. If you did not push her, why are you afraid? Consort he, angered by Pei Shiyuan's earlier words, pressed her.
Oh.
My maid Yuing is only 14, still just a child. Is it wrong to be afraid upon seeing blood? Consort he, you, a seasoned warrior, are unafraid of blood. Do you not even flinch, but instead reach out to touch it? Pei Shiyuan retorted coldly, thinking to herself that they all wished to present themselves as delicate and noble figures, unafraid of bloodshed. I truly did not push her. I did not approach her. Yuing trembled in fear. Summoned Chuanxi. Chunshi frowned. Li Yixuan remained relatively calm, saying nothing. Chuanxi was quickly brought in and knelt, declaring, it was this maid who pushed our consort, causing her to fall and bleed. And what were you doing at that moment? Pei Shiyuan sneered. If she wanted to push her, why did you remain indifferent?
I
did not react at that time, Chuanxi stammered. Since there is a witness, you cannot evade responsibility, Yang-side Consort said blandly. However, you were unaware that Madame Lu was pregnant. Since you did not know, it cannot be considered premeditated harm. Nevertheless, your maid, regardless of her intentions, caused Madame Lu to miscarry, which is a serious matter. You must bear the consequences and cannot shield this maid. Hearing this, Yuing, frightened, crawled over to Pei Shiyuan's leg, terrified that the consort would abandon her, which would mean certain death. Consort, I did not. I truly did not. I was still a distance away from them. I never approached. Please, consort, help me. I am innocent. Enough, be silent. Pei Shiyuan scolded, looking down. If you did not do it, then do not weep. If you are wronged, you must argue your case. If you cannot win the argument, then fight back. Kneeling and crying accomplishes nothing. Yuing was stunned, tears flowing incessantly. Chuanxi, is it? I wish to ask you. Pei Shiyuan glared. You claim Yuing pushed your consort. Where did this happen? Right at the entrance of Duofu Pavilion. Chuanxi trembled. Very well. The kitchen, while adjacent to your Duofu Pavilion, does not share the same direction. Yuing, when you exited the kitchen to return here, did you take the western route? I did. Not just one person saw it. People outside Lihua Pavilion and Tonghua Courtyard all witnessed it, and I even encountered someone going to the garden to clean. Yu Ying's eyes brightened. Then it is certain you took the western route. Your Duofu Pavilion is located to the east. Why would my maid, returning from the kitchen, take a detour to your entrance? Perhaps what? Pei Shiyuan's cold voice interrupted. I ask you again. Yu Ying claimed she heard you shout that your consort had miscarried. Did you say that or not?
I
said it, but Pei consort, your relentless pressure on Chuanxi has not even allowed her to finish. Consort, he interjected. Be silent. Did you see it with your own eyes? Pei Shiwan glared fiercely at consort he. What does this matter have to do with you? Were you not also being relentless? Speak another word, and I shall ruin your face. You, Chuanxi, answer me. Did you say that your consort had miscarried? Pei Shiwan stepped closer, fixing her gaze on the kneeling Chuanxi. Chuanxi trembled. I said it, but that was also. I ask you again, why did you not report that your consort was pregnant? Our consort did not even know she was expecting. She did not know she was pregnant, Chuanxi stammered. If she did not know, how could you? If you knew, why did you not inform her or call for the physician? She is a consort of the prince, and you, a mere maid. If she does not understand,
how could you?
Upon seeing your mistress fall and bleed, how could you so hastily conclude that it was a miscarriage? If you shouted that she miscarried, why was there no other maid to come check? If this occurred right at your Duofu pavilion's entrance, why did no one stop Yu Ying from pushing your mistress? Answer me. I do not know. I simply, what is it? Why the hesitation? Pei Shiwan leaned down, gripping Chuanxi's chin. Are you unable to answer or afraid to? Did you suddenly remember seeing Yu Ying after the miscarriage, and since your mistress and I are at odds, you thought to drag me down as well, did you not? Chuanxi shook her head, unable to speak. I ask you once more. Why did you know your mistress was pregnant but not report it? Does a fall lead to a miscarriage? Those closest to the mistress know best. Perhaps you knew she was pregnant all along. Did you deliberately conceal it and then seek an opportunity to drug her, leading to her miscarriage? And when you saw your mistress attempting to slander me, you took the opportunity to push the blame onto me, did you not? Speak, who is behind you, instructing you? Pei consort, your baseless accusations will frighten this maid to death. Yang side consort's voice was calm. Pei Shiwan released her grip, smiling. Is that so? Those who dare to harm others are so fearful? Then why was I not afraid when I was slandered? Chuanxi trembled more violently. She realized that during this entire time, neither the prince nor the princess had spoken, and the more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Seeing Pei Shiwan's composed expression made her even more anxious. And she finally could not endure it any longer. Your Highness, spare me. I did not dare. It was all our consort's doing.
She forced me to say it.
Yu Ying was far away and did not come close. It was our consort who insisted it was her and pressured me to say so. Li Yixuan smiled slightly, glancing at Pei Shiwan. You guessed correctly, did you not? Is that not so? Chuanxi, please elaborate on how your consort miscarried. To frame my maid is but a trifle. The prince does not mind if someone is wronged, but to conspire against the prince's offspring is a grave matter. It demands a life for a life. Who knows? Perhaps it will require an entire family to pay with their lives, Pei Shiwan said, sitting down, her demeanor as gentle as if she had not just been furious. To dare to frame someone so easily, I fear what Pei sister said is not without merit, Zheng's side consort suggested to Chuanxi. You might as well confess early. Just then, Lu Wanyin was supported out by someone. Her complexion was pale, and she appeared on the verge of collapse. Your Highness, Chuanxi would never harm me. She is a person brought by my maternal family. Does that mean a person from your family can casually slander a royal concubine? Pei Shiwan's tone was icy. You. Lu Wanyin turned to him. It was merely a misunderstanding. I was in pain and spoke without thinking. You dare to slander me without a second thought. This reveals your malicious nature. Your Highness, you must uphold justice in this matter. Pei Shiwan suppressed his anger and looked at Li Yixuan with a sense of grievance. Of course, Li Yixuan attempted to smile, but managed only a grimace. Lu, what do you say? I merely misspoke in the heat of the moment. It was Chuanxi who misunderstood. Lu Wanyin quickly lowered her head. Were you not just claiming that Chuanxi is a servant from your family who would never harm you, eager to protect her? How has your stance changed so suddenly? Is it that a useless servant can be discarded in your eyes? Pei Shiwan's voice remained cold.
Do not speak nonsense.
Chuanxi would never harm me. She simply misunderstood my intentions. In her excitement, she was only defending me. As she spoke, she grew more resolute. Your Highness, this must surely be a misunderstanding on Chuanxi's part. I beseech your Highness for forgiveness. Chuanxi hastily added, I was wrong. I was simply confused and thought our concubine was suspicious. As she spoke, she faltered, for she had previously asserted that it was Yueying who had pushed Lu Wanyin. Foolish girl, stumbling over your words. This girl deserves to be heavily punished. The princess consort finally lost her patience. These concubines, each more formidable than the last. Other matters could be overlooked, but the issue of heirs is of utmost importance. How could one casually slander in such a manner? If everyone were to follow this example, what order would remain in this household? Your Highness, this matter cannot be taken lightly. She did not side with Pei nor with Lu, but having suffered a miscarriage herself, she felt particularly pained by someone using the matter of heirs to scheme against others. Your Highness, I have erred, please forgive me. Lu Wanyin quickly knelt. Chuanxi, take her out and beat her to death. As for you, since you cannot protect the child, you need not serve me any longer. Your Highness, arrange for her to reside in a separate courtyard, and from now on, treat her according to the concubine standards. Thus, there shall be no more Lu concubine in this household. Li Xuan stood up. Understood. The princess consort hesitated for a moment, but quickly complied. Your Highness. Lu Wanyin cried out, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. She was startled and crawled toward Li Yixuan's legs, but unfortunately, Li Yixuan was already beyond her reach. Pei Shiwan stared at Lu Wanyin. You foolish girl. You ought to consider how your child was lost. If Chunxi would not harm you, then it must be someone else who has caused you harm. Unfortunately, those who wish to harm you likely did not anticipate your foolishness. Pei Shiwan, cease your sarcasm. Who else would harm me but you? Lu Wanyin cried. Pei Shiwan turned to the still-present princess consort. Your Highness, I shall take my leave. Chun waved her hand. Everyone disperse. Immediately prepare a separate courtyard for Lu, and let her move there to recuperate. It was previously stated that Chun was not favored. Due to her lack of favor and offspring, there had always been a lack of order in this household. Zhang and Yang, favored concubines from reputable backgrounds, had always opposed Chun, yet they acted wisely, making it appear as though they were not. Chapter 36. Injustice. Yet, where there is cleverness, there is also foolishness. And Lu was the epitome of foolishness. She stood by Yang's side, often displaying disdain for Chen. Normally, Chen would not bother with the concubines. But in times such as these, if she refrained from striking, would she not take the opportunity to tread upon her? Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, Yueying knelt. It is all my fault, I know I was wrong. Useless thing. You weep when falsely accused. Where is your voice? Pei Shiwan poked her head with a finger, causing her to stumble. I am incompetent. I thank the concubine for protecting me and clarifying my position. Yueying cried again. How can I not be afraid? I am only 14, not a child raised in the palace. I was bought from the 8th prince's residence at 10 and assigned to serve when Pei Concubine entered the household. I only know that my master is favored. But her temperament is poor, and it is said that despite her beauty, she is always troublesome. One day, she may be scorned by the prince, and then all of us serving will suffer. She felt that Pei Concubine was exceedingly bold, and she worried that because her master was favored, her own fate would worsen should her master fall from grace. Never had she imagined that when trouble arose, her master would protect her so fiercely. I am clumsy with words, but I will certainly change in the future. If anyone falsely accuses me again, I will not respond this way. Yueying wept. I am not dead yet. You all look so dejected. Get up. Cry again, and I shall punish you. Pei Shiwan scoffed. Yueying stood up, yes, hastily wiping her tears, her eyes sparkling. Go wash your face, you need not serve today. Pei Shiwan glared at Yueying once more. Yueying bowed again. Thank you, concubine. She left, blushing. Han Yu sighed. What a foolish girl. Why would she think to harm you? Had she merely suffered a miscarriage, perhaps the prince would have felt pity and offered her some benefits. Once she recovers, she could conceive again, but now, with this uproar, considering the prince's temperament, she may never have the chance again. Do you think her loss of favor is merely due to a moment of foolishness that harmed me? Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes. Li Yixuan is a virtuous man? He clearly thinks Lu is too foolish. That fool probably truly did cause herself harm, utterly oblivious. Or perhaps, he simply detests Lu's folly so much that he sent her off to a separate courtyard. Pei Shiwan's gaze was sharp. That dog of a man. From today onward, close the doors. Concubine, please do not be angry. You are suffering injustice. If the prince were to come, he would surely feel heartbroken.
Han Yu pleaded.
You know nothing. Close the doors. Hanyu sighed and reluctantly ordered the doors closed. Perhaps Li Yixuan understood Pei Shiwan somewhat, for that night he indeed did not come.
Though he did send gifts.
A multitude of items were said to be for Pei Concubine's comfort after her grievances. However, the messenger was unable to enter. In the front courtyard, Liang'an frowned. See, Pei Concubine is not opening the door. Heh, her temper is quite fierce. If she does not open it, we shall return tomorrow. Li Yixuan remarked with interest. For a way, investigate the individuals in Dofu Pavilion thoroughly. Those without issues should be sent to the separate courtyard to serve. No need to attend to the masters.
Li Shun Kumanda.
Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Forway nodded and left with Liang'an. Look at how this matter has been handled. It was originally a splendid opportunity to move oneself to a separate courtyard, but life will become difficult from now on. Liang'an chuckled. Those without brains deserve their fate. Forway glanced at Liang'an. You should also be cautious. Those who seem favorable now may not always remain so. You know the prince's temperament is not one of patience. What the master said is true. I shall remember. Liang'an replied cheerfully, as long as the benefits are good. I will keep close. If there are no benefits, then whatever. Just keep your wits about you. Now go, and do your work. Forway waved him off. Forway had been sent to serve the 8th prince since childhood, personally chosen by the emperor, along with 3 other eunuchs. However, after leaving the palace, only he remained. The others could not surpass him, so Liang and the others had to address him as master. By nightfall, Luanin had been moved to the separate courtyard. The separate courtyard was indeed remote, situated in the farthest corner of the estate. The yard was not small, but it was exceedingly empty. Although many parts of the estate had been rebuilt, the separate courtyard was no exception, yet the furnishings were sparse. With her loss of status as a concubine, the number of servants who could attend to her dwindled, and it was evident that life there would not be pleasant. She had heard Li Yixuan himself declare her banishment to the separate courtyard. It was simply a stroke of misfortune. Just after her miscarriage, she could hardly rise, and naturally, she could not attend to morning greetings. Pei Shiwan also directly took leave, claiming heart pain, and would not go. This claim of heart pain was quite interesting. Yet Chen naturally said nothing. Others could not help but utter a few words. A pain in the heart, indeed, must be the result of anger. Zheng, the side consort, chuckled. Our dear sister Pei is quite the intriguing character, devoid of any decorum. The he concubine had been upset by Pei Shiwan the previous day. Thus, any mention of her was bound to be unfavorable. Zheng, who had never been on good terms with her, might not fully believe the rumors about Pei Shiwan. Yet she could not dismiss the insinuations entirely. Regarding the matter of the eldest son, the physician's suspicious death still remained unresolved. Why would she not harbor doubts? In her mind, the most likely suspects, aside from the princess, were the Yang and He families. Upon hearing these remarks, Zheng smiled. Indeed, there are no rules, however. Having been in the manor for several years, I have grown accustomed to it. Is it not the same for you, Sister He? The mention of her years in the manor added an intriguing layer, clearly not limited to Pei Shiwan alone. Do you admire the Pei family, Sister Zheng?
Inquiret Yang. Oh.
Certainly. She is beautiful, lively, and speaks her mind, making her quite endearing, Zheng replied. Speaking her mind? That is indeed audacious, even disregarding the prince's dignity. Just yesterday, when the prince sent someone to deliver gifts, she turned them away, Yang remarked. I have heard of this. It is precisely her charm. If the prince were to send me gifts, even if I felt aggrieved, I would not dare to act thus. Would you, Sister Yang? Yang chuckled. I have not attempted it, but to be so brazen based on a few days of favor is reckless. Who knows what the future holds? Enough, Chen interjected, waving her hand. If there is nothing further, you may all return. The weather is growing chilly. Do be sure to add an extra layer. Especially you, Sister Zheng. Take good care of the child. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Your Highness, they all replied, none paying much heed. Indeed, the chill of the season had arrived. After a night of heavy rain, one awoke to find the bedclothes quite cold. When Pei Shiwan opened her eyes, she felt a weight upon her, only to discover a heavy fox fur cloak draped across her. This was the very fox fur given by the crown prince some time ago.
It is quite heavy, she remarked.
Indeed, it rained heavily last night, and I feared you would be cold, so I added it for you. Today, we shall replace it with thicker blankets. Once the sun shines, I will air out the others, as they have not been dried in months, Hanyu explained. The thick blankets were those she had used when she first entered the manor, having been changed out after the heat of summer. Pei Shiwan nodded, indicating these matters need not trouble her. After freshening up, she heard that Liang had arrived, bearing gifts once more. On the third day, Pei Shiwan continued to decline. During their meal, Hanyu hesitated, then said, "What if the prince grows angry after 3 days of this? What are you so anxious about? It is merely 3 days." Pei Shiwan replied, "Oh, but the concubine. It has been 3 days. The prince of noble birth has been favored all his life, never subjected to such treatment. If you persist in this tantrum, what if he becomes upset?" Hanyu is genuinely worried. "Let him come or not," Pei Shiwan retorted, rolling her eyes. "To sulk and then yield after 2 or 3 days is not a tantrum, that is merely manipulation." "What is the difference between manipulation and a tantrum?" Hanyu asked. Her face clouded with frustration. Manipulation is pretense, a facade to elevate one's worth. A tantrum is disregarding consequences. "It is simply about my own happiness," Pei Shiwan explained. "Then cannot you manipulate?"
Han är pressad, exasperated.
"I cannot," came Pei Shiwan's decisive reply. "How infuriating!" Hanyu exclaimed, stomping out.
"You är smiling."
Tried to soothe her. "Do not be upset. Our concubine understands." "Understand what?"
Han övertaget, här frustration boiling over.
"In my home, if I quarreled with my father, we would not speak for half a month, forcing him to yield. But this is not the same. What if the prince takes offense? She has not had a mother since childhood. Life has not been easy for her. Calm down. The concubine knows what she is doing." "I suspect she is simply waiting for the prince to come to her," Yu Er said. "Alas, I dare not interfere. I truly fear that any action may disrupt our concubine's plans." This urgency found no outlet, leading her to the small kitchen, where she resolved to prepare some noodles for her lady. She had learned from the cooks at home, not out of necessity for favor, but because she enjoyed it. She crafted hand-pulled noodles for Pei Shiwan, coaxing her as she ate. "My lady, dear lady, let us not quarrel with the prince. If he truly becomes angry, it may be hard to reconcile." Pei Shiwan savored the noodles, finding them delicious. After finishing her meal, wiping her mouth with a smile, she declared, "I won't."
Han är
Immediately incensed, stood up. "You." Pei Shiwan beckoned her with a finger. Reluctantly, Hanyu lowered her head. "What is it?" "The prince's guilt is of little use."
Han är replid, exasperated.
"Be still. I know what I am doing." "Guilt? A fleeting emotion may have some merit, but this is trivial. The 8th prince is a virtuous man? What does that even mean? He has not sacrificed anything. What right has he to feel guilty? Do not expect any man to rely on guilt in a relationship. The longer he feels guilty, the more he will resent it. Which man remains with a woman out of guilt? Guilt becomes a shackle, and in the end, he will not only reject it but will turn against you."
Han är skuffad, ultimately hosing silence.
The act of sending gifts persisted for 5 days. For 5 days, Pei Shiwan felt the ache in her heart. It resembled a game of strategy, as the women in the rear court loathed her, cursing her for her perceived arrogance, while simultaneously envying the prince's evident fondness for her. On the 6th afternoon, Li Yixuan finally came in person, only to be met with another closed door. The rejection was not entirely surprising.
Furui.
Uncertain of the prince's temper, cautiously observed his expression, noting the smile at the corners of his mouth, indicating no anger. He believed Pei Shiwan possessed some skill and would do well to pay her more attention in the future. News of Li Yixuan's inability to enter spread, inciting further ire among the women of the rear court. While some sought his favor, others were indifferent, further fueling their frustration. Rumors circulated that Pei Shiwan was ill-tempered, spoiled by her position, lacking decorum, and disrespectful to the prince and princess. Yet, did Pei Shiwan care? The next day, Li Yixuan dined in the main courtyard. After the meal, Chen subtly inquired about Pei Shiwan. "For these days, the concubine has claimed to be in pain. I suggested calling for the physician. Yet she insisted it was unnecessary. Is her discomfort not a serious matter? Should we not invite a royal doctor for her?" Chen's probing did not escape Li Yixuan's notice. He replied coolly, "The princess need not concern herself. She is merely throwing a tantrum." Chen paused, well aware of Pei Shiwan's behavior. Yet the ongoing disturbance in the rear court was bound to provoke comments. She is young. Some petulance is to be expected. However, she is no longer a girl. As a side consort, she holds a significant position. Such willfulness is inappropriate. If the prince finds it inconvenient, I shall speak with her. Otherwise, what will become of this situation? Li Yixuan's previously cheerful demeanor darkened. I have already stated, she is simply throwing a tantrum. Did the princess not comprehend? I understand, Chen replied, taken aback by Li Yixuan's abruptness and refraining from further comment. It was not so much that Li Yixuan was particularly protective of Pei Shiyuan, rather. He had previously clashed with Zheng, Yang, he and others regarding Chen, leading to a general displeasure with her. He indulged in the pleasures of a concubine in the backyard, merely to find amusement in it. Now, it was evident he was playing games with Pei Shiyuan. Chen's words held little significance for him. If he found her advice agreeable, it would be a miracle. Regardless, he was a man of principles, and hearing such counsel only left him feeling disheartened. After Li Yixuan stormed off, Chen sat in silence for a long while. Her nurse sighed, saying, "She is merely a secondary consort. What concern is it of yours? She has no children and cannot stand on her own. This charade can be novel once or twice, but after 3 or 5 times, the prince will grow weary of it. Will he still care then? And would she dare?" Chapter 38. Lack of ambition, I do not wish to meddle. Yet I am the princess, the legitimate wife. With such rampant behavior in this household, it is indeed painful for me, Chen lamented. The prince is simply of this character. You know it well. Besides, this time, it can also be attributed to Lu's fault. At least Pei has been wronged. Wouldn't you agree? Niu sighed. What more can be said? A princess without favor or progeny, and with a family background that is hardly remarkable, life is not easy for her. Ultimately, she did not involve herself in this affair. If she refrained, others could only watch. 3 days passed, and Li Yixuan continued to meet obstacles. Everyone observed as he traversed from the front courtyard to Bixiao courtyard every afternoon, a journey that spanned the entire backyard. He would then wait outside Bixiao courtyard for a quarter of an hour before returning, without visiting the other concubines' quarters. The parties involved remained calm, while Hanyu, the maid, was so anxious that her lips blistered. Angered, Pei Shiyuan had tea brewed for her, scolding her for her lack of ambition. It had been 7 days of refusing rewards and those who offered them. Yu Chong and Yu Yi whispered, saying that if the prince did not appear soon, Hanyu would surely perish from anxiety. Chrysanthemum tea would not resolve the issue. Finally, on the 9th day, although Pei Shiyuan still did not show herself, she instructed the kitchen to prepare extra grape wine for her the next day. Grape wine was indeed a rarity, sourced from the western regions. Every year, caravans traveled there for trade, but transporting such beverages was fraught with difficulty as they were easily spilled. Moreover, grape wine was seldom seen in the Central Plains, and its price remained perpetually high. But in the prince's residence, such luxuries were not lacking. However, not everyone could acquire them. Thus, when Pei Shiyuan requested it, someone had to inform the front courtyard, as such items were considered additional, not part of the standard provisions. Even with money, one might not necessarily obtain it. Once informed, the front courtyard naturally conveyed the message to the prince. Grape wine? Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow with a smile. It seems I shall not be met with a closed door tomorrow. Fu Rui chuckled. Isn't this merely a playful game between you and the concubine? Li Yixuan smiled without responding. Whatever she desires, let her have it. Upon leaving, another eunuch, Ji Kong, remarked, Pei Shiyuan is just a secondary consort. Her family background is hardly impressive. How dare she restrict the prince's entry? Ji Kong held a disfavor for Pei Shiyuan, stemming from an incident when he first entered the residence and was glared at by her, leading to a growing disdain. Liang and consistently snatched assignments that led to Pei Shiyuan, profiting each time. There is a saying, one's own poverty is indeed dreadful, but the prosperity of friends is even more distressing. However, Ji Kong could not provoke Liang and thus grumbled about Pei Shiyuan behind her back. You know nothing. Fu Rui scoffed. Speak carelessly, and one day the winds of your pillow might lead to your downfall.
Do not seek mercy then.
I wouldn't dare. Your words frighten me. Ji Kong replied with a forced smile. Go inform the kitchen in the backyard. Whatever the prince desires, let the concubine have it. Yes, I shall go at once, Ji Kong said, smiling as he departed. He absorbed the implications of the conversation. Evidently, Pei Shiyuan was not to be trifled with. As dawn broke, Pei Shiyuan yawned. It is still a bit chilly in here. It has rained continuously these past few days, creating an uncomfortable dampness. Autumn should bring crisp air. But several light rains have dampened that expectation. Shall we light a fire in the outer chamber, and perhaps another in the inner one tonight?
Han inquired.
Warm the outer chamber for me. We must make the most of the evening, Pei Shiyuan replied, gazing at Han Yu. Have you not longed for your prince's arrival? Today? Your wish is fulfilled. What do you mean by your prince? Han Yu shot her a glance. Come, let us eat. Today was yet another day, without the need for formal greetings. Though she did not go out, visitors still came to pay their respects.
It was Yi
who claimed she was there to inquire after her health. To the outside world, it was natural for someone to visit when one was unwell. But Pei Shiyuan waved her hand dismissively. Tell her I have not dressed, and shall not receive her today. After being refused, Yi had no choice but to leave. With Li Yixuan's attitude prevailing, others could only inquire indirectly. Furthermore, with the small kitchen in Bixiao courtyard, it was challenging for them to glean any information from the meals. As dusk fell, news spread among the backyard residents that the prince had again visited Bixiao courtyard. Everyone presumed it would be like the day before, but today was different. For the door to Bixiao courtyard was ajar. Li Yixuan approached, seeing the open door from a distance, and smiled. It was unclear whether he was amused by Pei Shiyuan's sagacity or by his own relentless efforts. He entered the courtyard with ease, barely taking a few steps. He noticed someone rushing out from the main room. She wore a tender red dress, draped with a moon-white cloak adorned with a fur collar, which accentuated her delicate, smiling face. She was not dressed for formalities, her hair styled in a simple bun, with a few floral hairpins, while her long hair flowed freely behind her. As she sprinted towards him, her long tresses danced in the wind. With playful eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, she leapt directly into Li Yixuan's embrace. Why have you only just arrived? This act left Fu Rui, who followed behind, utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't she the one who regularly barred others from entering? He had thought that today, the prince would have to coax her first. What was this sudden change? Evidently, Li Yixuan was also taken aback, holding her upright, at a loss for words. Yet before he could speak, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. I missed you so much. He could only remain silent, holding her close as they entered the room. The fire crackled softly, and a sweet scent wafted through the air, mingled with a hint of coolness, almost medicinal, yet pleasant. What is this fragrance?
Li Yixuan inquired.
It is one I concocted myself, though to avoid mishaps, I prepared a list for the household to follow. Should anyone encounter issues with this scent in the future, do not seek me out. I am merely reporting it to you today, Pei Shiyuan replied. You can make fragrance as well? Li Yixuan gently placed her on a soft couch in the outer chamber. I learned from books. It is a mixture of cyperus, turmeric, sandalwood, camphor, and honey. I find it quite delightful. What do you think, my lord? Pei Shiyuan, languidly leaning against him, gazed up with anticipation. Indeed, this medicinal scent is quite unique. My lord, I have prepared grape wine. Today, we shall drink until we are inebriated. Pei Shiyuan smiled, waving her hand. Set the table. I am famished.
Oh.
Is it time to set the table? Have you nothing to say to me?
Li Yun tisset, gantigirip harchin.
The fragrance is one of the 3 formulas from Spring Messages in Snow. Chapter 39, Grape Wine Not Yet. I will have something to say after we drink. Pei Shiyuan wrapped her arms around his waist, clinging to him. Are you not hungry, my lord? Li Yixuan looked down at the woman in his arms. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with mirth and scrutiny. He caressed her chin with his thumb, a smile spreading across his face. Naturally, I am hungry. Before such beauty, no man remains untouched by hunger. With that, he leaned down, kissing her lips, feeling as though her sweetness had only intensified in the days they had been apart. In that fragrant room, Pei Shiyuan found herself pressed against the edge of the table, kissed fervently. Though she appeared delicate and compliant, her hands were anything but still, playfully disheveling his outer garments, while Li Yixuan indulged her mischief. As the servants laid the meal on the table, the two paused. One was disheveled, while the other had a flushed face. The young maidens, feeling embarrassed, thought to themselves how these 2 masters lacked decorum and were in such a hurry. Since the weather was not particularly warm, the meal was arranged on a table atop the couch, allowing the 2 to dine while seated on it. For those who could not be accommodated, a smaller table was set below, with maidens serving the dishes. After a while, much of the meal was cleared away, leaving only the appetizers for drinking. Today, Pei Shiyuan used white porcelain teapots and cups to pour wine, making the red wine appear quite alluring in the delicate cups. She filled 2 small wine glasses with deep red wine and brought them to Li Yixuan's lips, saying, Your Highness, drink. Li Yixuan glanced at her slender, beautiful hand, the bright red nails enhancing its allure, and the wine resting on her delicate fingertips seemed even more enticing. Naturally, he drank. Pei Shiyuan turned her body to lean against him, pouring another cup and placing it against him. Your Highness, have another drink. Are you trying to get me drunk with this? Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. When drunk, one can appreciate the beauty of a handsome man. When sober, one can enjoy the company of many. What does it matter? Pei Shiyuan poured herself a glass as well, both sharing the same cup. The wine smelled fragrant, yet upon tasting, it had a slightly astringent quality, sweet, yet still distinctly reminiscent of grapes. This wine was of exceptional quality, having been transported back from the Central Plains in wooden barrels and then delivered to the capital. It had traveled a great distance and endured many trials. The exact vintage was unknown, but its flavor, combined with the scent of the wood, was uniquely rich and robust. Pei Shiyuan licked her lips and poured another glass for both of them. One hand fed him wine while the other playfully tugged at his clothing, exposing half of his chest. He was tall and lean, but his physique was quite solid. Pei Shiyuan's hand was audacious. She never cared about propriety at such moments. Mischievously, lifting the wine jug to feed Li Yixuan, he allowed her antics, even cooperating as he drank. Pei Shiyuan exerted some force, wiping away the wine from his lips, while Han Yu, having mustered her courage, swiftly replaced the small table. The wine remained, but the dishes were all cleared away. The maidens retreated, deciding that these two would not be dining further. They need not witness the unfolding scene. Li Yixuan propped himself up with an elbow, reclining partially. His legs stretched out comfortably, one straight, the other bent. He gazed with a sly smile at the woman playfully tormenting him. The wine jug tipped, spilling some into his mouth, and the rest cascading down his neck. What a waste! Pei Shiyuan exclaimed, leaning down to lick it off his neck. The dark red wine resembled blood as it flowed over Li Yixuan's pale, elegantly curved neck, creating a breathtaking sight. Pei Shiyuan's hand caressed his cheek, brow, and nose. The beauty was worthy of a painting, with wine glistening at the corners of his mouth and chin, his clothing unfastened, and his entire being pressed down, truly a sight to ignite desire. Pei Shiyuan took a hearty sip of wine and then kissed Li Yixuan's lips.
Li Yixuan,
feeling the weight of her, smiled with his captivating eyes and surrendered to the moment, wrapping his arms around the woman who was playfully causing mischief on him. She continued her playful antics under the guise of feeding him wine. How much wine could there be? Realizing the jug was empty, Pei Shiyuan thought to fetch another. But Li Yixuan, having flipped her over, pinned her down, saying, "My dear, are you already drunk?" "Not at all. There's still much to enjoy." Pei Shiyuan struggled. "Your Highness, being so handsome, how could I not savor this moment? To savor or to toy with?"
Li Yun tiset, pinchin herdeist.
"Not merely to toy, but to playfully indulge." Pei Shiyuan replied, pressing closer, her eyes sparkling. How could others dare? In that moment of rolling, Pei Shiyuan felt Li Yixuan's excitement, prompting her to rise with a smile and grab another jug of wine. One hand pressed against his chest while the other audaciously roamed his body. "Your Highness, you won't be angry, will you?" Li Yixuan truly laughed. "You audacious little thing. Do you wish to drench me entirely?" Pei Shiyuan merely laughed, her demeanor playful and carefree, fully tearing open his clothing and pouring wine over his chest before leaning in. Li Yixuan permitted her mischief, occasionally tilting his head back or taking deep breaths. Ultimately, she let the wine drip into the hollow above her collarbone, gazing at him with those captivating eyes. He could no longer indulge. He suddenly rose, snatching the jug from her hand and tossing it aside, pinning her down on the couch. "Have you had enough of your antics? Is it not my turn?" Pei Shiyuan spread her arms wide. "Come then, Li Yixuan. I am ready to enjoy you." She claimed she would enjoy him? Li Yixuan chuckled again, his handsome face glowing, his eyes filled with unspoken desire. He lowered his head, pressing his nose against hers. "You truly have immense courage." Then, he bit her neck and fully succumbed to the moment. The bright moon hung high, and the two remained on the couch, already soaked in wine, their bodies mingling with the fragrance of it, combined with the remnants of incense and other indescribable scents. "If not for knowing your background, I would truly suspect where you learned such tricks." Li Yixuan gently caressed Pei Shiyuan's back, his tone soft. "Suspect me? Then feel free," she replied. "After all, I have only encountered one man in my life, and before entering the palace, I merely glanced at secret illustrations." Li Yixuan chuckled lightly. "I have no doubts about you." He did not truly doubt her. He merely found it curious that a family like the Pei family could raise such a stunning beauty. Pei Shiyuan playfully kicked him. We can't sleep here. It's damp and messy. Chapter 40. Wildcat. This couch is indeed a chaotic mess. After calling for assistance, the people outside had long prepared hot water, waiting for the call from within. However, the inside was filled with waves of laughter. No one called for water. Li Yixuan stood up, carrying the woman wrapped only in her undergarment to the bathing room. After washing up, he returned her to the inner chamber's couch. As they lay down, Li Yixuan asked, "Were you deliberately causing a ruckus outside? Must one think so much while engaging in such activities?" Pei Shiyuan yawned. Li Yixuan chuckled softly, holding her close. "Are you sleeping or not?"
Sleeping.
"Aren't you tired?" Pei Shiyuan had already closed her eyes. "Your Highness, I don't wish to rise early tomorrow." "If you don't wish to, then don't." Li Yixuan also closed his eyes. "You have no rules either. Can rules satisfy hunger?" A concubine who strictly adheres to rules signifies a mediocre life. In the morning, when Pei Shiyuan awoke, Li Yixuan was still asleep, having a talent for sleeping in. It was not until she dressed in her undergarment and got out of bed that she suddenly remarked, "Wait a minute, Your Highness, you have court today, don't you? Why does it feel like you haven't gone in ages?" Li Yixuan, just waking, replied with a grunt, "I only attend important court meetings, otherwise, I can't be bothered." Pei Shiyuan glared at him, recalling her previous words. This matter would eventually be dealt with by the protagonist. She wondered which of the princes would emerge victorious in the end. Certainly not the crown prince, who currently seemed precarious. After breakfast, Li Yixuan prepared to leave. Pei Shiyuan called out, "Wait for Your Highness." Li Yixuan did not respond but returned to lift her chin, pinching her lips. Once outside Bixiao courtyard, Fiora hesitated, wanting to speak. "Your Highness. What troubles you?"
Li Yixuan inquirat.
"Ahem, well, Your Highness, you will still be meeting with the noble consort today. Perhaps you should cover those marks on your neck with powder?" Fiora glanced at the 3 purplish bruises on Li Yixuan's neck, unsure of what to say. This Pei Shi truly was a remarkable person. Li Yixuan was taken aback. "What marks?" Just some bruises." Fiora felt equally awkward. Early in the morning, Li Yixuan did not bother to look in the mirror, allowing his attendants to assist him with his grooming and dressing, completely unaware of the marks upon him. He hastily returned to the front courtyard, took out a bronze mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, he burst into laughter. What a reckless creature he had been. His throat and the left side of his neck bore 3 dark purple marks, unmistakably the result of a passionate encounter. It was the first time in his life that such traces had been left on his neck. Frowning, he decided to unfasten his clothing. It was better not to look. But upon doing so, he found even more to laugh at. Indeed, there were several marks on his chest as well, which he had failed to notice while dressing that morning. If memory served him right, that enchanting creature had also nibbled at his waist. Unfastening further, he confirmed that there were indeed marks on the left side of his waist as well. He chuckled heartily, and finding the situation utterly amusing, he laughed out loud. Fiora lowered her head, and Liang'an, who was holding the bronze mirror, also averted his gaze. 2 maidservants approached. "Your Highness, shall we prepare your attire?" "No need," Li Yixuan replied, extending his hands for them to redress him. "Let us proceed to the palace. By the way, add a few more rewards to those I previously offered her, and inform her to wait patiently tonight." "Yes," Liang'an replied, a sense of foreboding creeping in with the prince's words. In the palace of the Guifei, she immediately noticed the marks on Li Yixuan's neck. Who has the audacity to do this? "Just a wild cat," Li Yixuan responded. He did not elaborate further, and the Guifei chose not to press him, giving him a pointed look. "You may indulge whoever you wish, but do not neglect the matter of your heirs. Chen's health is poor. We must ensure she bears more children. In due time, we can raise one of lesser birth as a legitimate son. Your father has stated that there is no urgency in establishing the heir. They had always been ambitious. Why rush to name a son now? Establishing an heir could lead to complications later on. Rest assured, mother," he reassured her. "How have you been lately? Is the Empress causing you any distress?" "Not at all. She is quite clever and would not stoop to such tactics. I avoid provoking her to prevent her from retaliating." The Guifei scoffed. "That's good to hear. As for that one in the East Palace, her recovery remains uncertain. Has the 7th prince visited the palace recently?" "He came in a few days ago, spending half an hour with the Empress. Our people conveyed messages, but there was nothing significant exchanged," the Guifei noted. "That is reassuring, after all. The seventh prince was raised by her for a time. Despite the discord between Shufei and the empress, one can never be too cautious. I am aware of this. The seventh prince is manageable, but the 12th prince is a cause for concern. He has already paid respects to the empress twice this month. The Guifei remarked with a dismissive laugh. He is unlikely to succeed. Without support from his maternal family, does he think the empress would back him simply because his consort is a member of the Xie family?
Li Shun skufa.
Do not underestimate him. Those younger ones still have some standing with your father, the Guifei retorted, a cold smile gracing her lips. After all, he is a man, and they often indulge in sentimentality. Such words. Can your father have another love?
Li Shun castionat.
Whether he does or not, it is difficult to prevent others from having their own designs, the Guifei replied coldly. Enough of this. Mother, keep an eye on Jia Fei and the 15th prince. Do not be deceived by their apparent lack of ambition. Jia Fei, the Guifei's niece, was a daughter of a concubine who had entered the palace with the intention of supporting the Guifei. Although she did not enjoy great favor, the Guifei had still aided her in bearing a child. Over the years, Jia Fei had diligently served, but one could not dismiss the possibility of her turning against them. I am well aware. As long as you remain well, mother, all shall be well. Your father may be lustful and fickle, yet he truly cherishes both you and me, the Guifei said, patting Li Yixuan's arm. With that assurance, no one else can compare. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you both to the Zikin Palace for lunch. He is occupied today and requests your presence, an eunuch announced at the door. Understood. Return to report. We shall go shortly, the Guifei instructed, rising. Prepare my attire. In the palace, it was common knowledge that the Guifei, Prince Chun, and the Emperor resembled a family unit, as the Emperor had not dined privately with the Empress and Crown Prince since the late Empress's passing over a decade ago. At Zikin Palace, as Li Yixuan rose from his bow, the old Emperor laughed. What happened to your neck? Who has been so audacious? Li Yixuan chose not to respond. Father, please do not inquire. It was merely an ignorant girl. Ha ha ha, very well. I shan't pry, but you must discipline her. She is far too unruly. Chapter 41. Indulgence. After dining with the Emperor and the Guifei, Li Yixuan did not rush back to the manor but stayed to play chess and converse with the Emperor, only returning in the late afternoon. Upon his return, he went straight to Pei Shiwan's by Shao courtyard. Entering the main room, his gaze was immediately drawn to Pei Shiwan's face. It seems, Pei Shi, you have been well behaved. Oh, it appears I have been directly addressed. Someone seems agitated, she retorted, standing to greet him. You returned quite late, Your Highness. Li Yixuan raised a hand to stop her. Have you thought about how to atone for your misdeeds? What have I done wrong? Please clarify, Pei Shiwan pouted. Li Yixuan tilted his head, casting a regal glance at Pei Shiwan. The purple marks from that morning had deepened, making his Adam's apple more pronounced and accentuating the beauty of his neck. Pei Shiwan instinctively rose on tiptoe to kiss him, only to be halted. Pei, what? Have I erred again? You tilted your head, inviting me to kiss you. Now that I have, you refuse? How fickle you are.
She teased.
Li Yixuan shook his head, grasping her hand. I shall deal with you later this evening. As they sat down, however, Pei Shiwan could not remain still, snuggling closer and peeking into his collar. Does it hurt, Your Highness? Stop feigning innocence. Li Yixuan pulled her into an embrace. In 2 days, we will host guests, so behave yourself. Speaking of which, I wish to send an invitation to my sisters-in-laws, Pei Shiwan said. You are not inviting your own family, yet you wish to invite your sisters?
Li Shun castionat, puslat.
You do not understand. My eldest brother is quite the temperamental one. He is softer than a bun, yet he allows a desolate family to bully him mercilessly. That worthless Feng family has a house full of flatterers, and their old matriarch forces him to adhere to rules, claiming he is unable to conceive. After a hard-won pregnancy, he lost the child due to their meddling. Recently, my third brother encountered trouble, and now that scandal has spread, they criticize our family's reputation. Pei Shiwan spoke coldly. I am curious what kind of shameless creature would dare to belittle us. You cannot resort to violence on the day of the banquet, can you?
Li Shun suddan li inkirat.
What are you thinking? Unless she provokes me, Pei Shiwan huffed. Whoever crosses you will regret it. If you wish to send the invitation, go ahead, Li Yixuan mused, stroking her waist. After a moment, he frowned. Who dares to look down on your family? Who is so blind? Li Yixuan, though protective, was now indulging this enchanting creature. Did anyone dare to underestimate him? That only means you do not dote on me enough, Pei Shiwan teased, poking his chest. Should I allow you to ride on my back and pluck the stars? He jested. No, I prefer to reach for the moon, she replied, planting a kiss on his nose. You smell delightful, Your Highness. Behave, he warned, squeezing her waist. Pei Shiwan complied, nestling comfortably in his embrace. Honestly, you do have a lovely scent. It is quite pleasant. The palace incense is to your liking. I shall procure some for you next time, Li Yixuan assured her, patting her back. As night fell, Li Yixuan sought to indulge her, while Pei Shiwan feigned indifference. Ultimately, she found herself adorned with several red marks upon her neck. Li Yixuan, glancing at the marks on his own body, asked, Why are you so reckless? One mark would suffice, yet you dared to cover yourself entirely in them. What a reckless creature you are. The emotions are difficult to contain, and must one even inquire? You are so delectable all over. What harm is there in indulging just a little? Pei Shiwan turned over, presenting her back to him. Li Yixuan ceased his questioning and drew near, embracing her. In that case, today is my turn to indulge. How one might indulge remained a mystery. After all, he nearly failed to rise this morning. After an extended absence from the court, Pei Shiwan finally made her appearance in the main hall. The mark upon her neck was one she could not be bothered to conceal, left exposed for all to see. Chen, upon observing her, did not inquire about it but instead asked, Is your health any better? Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am much improved. My absence in recent days to pay my respects is on me, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Pei Shiwan replied. Your health is what matters. I am not unreasonable. As long as you are well, Chen waved her hand dismissively. Oh dear, sister. What a mark on your neck at this time of year. Could it be that there are still mosquitoes about? Zheng, the side consort, teased half in jest and half in a probing manner. Zheng's jest was innocuous. After all, they were both women of experience, and there was little left unsaid. Pei Shiwan raised her chin. Her words were too blunt, making it difficult for others to respond. After a moment, He Shufei finally spoke coldly, no rules, and a thicker skin than most, it seems. Pei Shiwan, holding her tea, replied slowly, Is it that one has a thicker skin that is more wicked? Or is it that one harms others' offspring that is truly vile?
Pei.
He Shufei retorted angrily. What is it? Why such haste, sister? What have I done to provoke you? Pei Shiwan inquired, puzzled. How dare you speak of harming offspring? Such an accusation is outrageous. He Shufei's expression darkened. Did I name anyone specifically? Why take offense? Look at you, so flustered. Could it be true? Pei Shiwan laughed exaggeratedly. So it was you? Truly a venomous soul. Pei, do not spread baseless claims without evidence. Chen interjected sternly. Indeed, I shall heed the princess's words. Pei Shiwan nodded. You rely on the prince's favor to act as you please. Enjoy it while it lasts. He Shufei inhaled deeply, recognizing that bickering was futile. Pei Shiwan smiled at her. Do curb your envy. It is rather unbecoming. If you consume too much vinegar, your heart may burn. Perhaps indulge in a few more buns to protect your stomach. He Shufei took a deep breath, a cold laugh escaping her lips, choosing silence thereafter. Unlike Lu Shufei, who was prone to loose tongues, she had been provoked on several occasions. Now realizing that verbal disputes were pointless, she opted for silence. With her quietude, Pei Shiwan too refrained from pursuing the conversation. Yang, the side consort, cast a dispassionate glance at Pei Shiwan, rarely speaking. The morning's greetings soon came to an end. The invitation to the Yongning Duke's residence arrived rather late. One would expect that their family status could hardly warrant an invitation to the prestigious Chenwangfu for a banquet. The capital was filled with earls, many of whom wielded real power. The Fong family, however, barely maintained a facade of respectability. Upon receiving the invitation, the entire household rejoiced. Immediately, the Yongning Duke and his wife summoned the family to discuss who would attend the following day. They were resolute in their attendance, as was their eldest son, Fong Yuqing. As for Pei Shiqian, her mother-in-law began to frown. Your background is not high. Even those of noble rank in the capital rarely attend. The Chen Wang, being the emperor's most favored son, such occasions are best avoided to prevent bringing calamity upon the family. Chapter 42. Aslap the Yongning Duke was far more astute than his wife. The Pei Shufei of the Chenwangfu is the elder sister-in-law to our family. It would be beneficial for them to gather in such times. Just a side consort, the Yongning Duchess, Wu, scoffed, clearly irked, her disdain stemming from a last time when Pei Shiqian brought home gifts that did not include her. The Yongning Duke, understanding her shallow perspective, frowned at her words. Mind your tongue. The side consort of the Chen Wang is not someone you can belittle. Prepare yourselves. You are both to attend the banquet tomorrow. Fang Yuqing took Pei Shiqian away. The Yongning Duke then scolded. Have you not heard the rumors? The Chen Wang favors that Pei. If we do not seize this opportunity to build rapport, what are you spouting? Wu begrudgingly did not dare to argue loudly, and after a moment said, favoring a concubine over a wife is the root of chaos. What merit is there in such matters? We should not allow our daughter-in-law to learn such poor behavior. How bold of you to speak so. Should I take your words to the palace? The Yongning Duke rose. Please calm down. I shall not speak further, Wu hastily replied. I simply disdain the Pei women. What sort of characters are they? That third sister of hers brings shame. How can the Pei family not discipline her? Silence. The Yongning Duke commanded, if you continue this way, you will offend someone. I cannot guarantee your safety. If you wish your son to remain obscure, do not blame me. You have but one son. I have more than one.
With that,
he stormed out. This effectively subdued Wu, who, in her fury, shattered a teacup but ultimately said nothing more. The following day, guests thronged the entrance of the Chen Wangfu. Aside from those related to the crown prince, none dared to offend the Chen Wang, regardless of their personal thoughts. At most, relatives and elders sent younger family members to offer congratulations and gifts. High-ranking officials were not obligated to attend, as their most accomplished descendants could represent them, fulfilling the customary requirements. However, all members of the Jia family were present. The Duke of Jinghua arrived, being a man of many titles and the foremost figure in the court. Who would dare to forego attendance? The only absentees were a few from the Crown Prince's faction. The Duke of Lu was stationed at the border, but the Xie family still sent representatives. Reputation was paramount. Even the family of the Crown Princess, the Jin Yang Marquis, despite the mysterious death of their younger son, sent people to attend. The banquet was set in the garden. Although the season rendered the garden less appealing, it was convenient. Men congregated in the Qiyin Pavilion, while the women gathered in the rear's Wang Chun Pavilion. There was ample space, allowing for changing rooms for the men and women, or a place to rest for anyone who had indulged too much. Pei Shiyuan did not rush to the venue. Her residence was the closest to the garden, and there was no urgency. The Chen Wangfei was preoccupied with hosting guests, while the concubines had the opportunity to meet their families. Thus, Pei Shiyuan remained in her quarters, receiving the Yongning Duke's wife and her elder sister, Pei Shiqian. Upon sitting down, Wu displayed none of the harshness she had exhibited the day before, instead greeting Pei Shiyuan with a smile. Pei Shiyuan reciprocated with warmth, taking her time to inquire about her sister. After a few moments of tea, Pei Shiyuan suddenly asked, Madam, are you aware that my third sister faced some trouble recently? Wu hesitated, pondering the implications of the inquiry. Was it possible that the Pei family intended to associate that shameless girl with them? While they had unmarried, illegitimate sons, they could not possibly agree to such a union. She replied cautiously, I have indeed heard whispers. It has caused quite a stir, likely known by all in the capital. Her words implied that such disgrace was impossible for their family to ignore. The disdain in her eyes and the smirk on her lips were unmistakable. Pei Shiqian shot her sister a surprised glance, but refrained from interjecting. Indeed, it is well known. Is it also well known that someone pushed her into the water? Pei Shiyuan continued. Wu's expression soured. Even if someone did push her, she must have had her own issues. Had she been more cautious, this would not have transpired. Pei Shiyuan maintained her smile, placing her teacup down with a clink. Wu's heart skipped a beat. Are you aware of who pushed her? That man who sought to take her as his own? Pei Shiyuan inquired. Wu frowned. I cannot say. You do not know? Allow me to enlighten you. That man had his leg broken and was expelled from the capital. Sadly, he succumbed to his injuries on the way. Quite unfortunate indeed. That man was a distant relative of the Duke of Jinghua's wife. Can you guess how his leg was broken? Pei Shiyuan's tone remained nonchalant. Wu's heart raced. How did I come to know this? I originally intended to have a cordial conversation with my lady. After all, we are family. Yet, she harbors a deep-seated contempt for me. If that is the case, I might as well speak plainly. Pei Shiyuan interrupted her sister. Sister, please refrain from speaking. You are more aware than I am of the situation in the Yongningbo mansion. If you look down upon the Pei family as status, then why seek marriage? The concubine's words crossed the line. There is no such disdain. Wu's smile faltered. Is that so? Then splendid. I have heard that Fang Yuqing has several concubines by his side. You should send them away immediately. It is never too late for my sister to take a concubine after she bears children. Concubine, while you are indeed a Pei girl, you cannot dictate the affairs of our household, Wu retorted, her composure completely shattered. Furthermore, what right does a sister-in-law have to meddle in her brother-in-law's household? Are all Pei girls of such character? All? Does that include my sister? Pei Shiyuan scoffed coldly. Do you wish to provoke me? Wu was momentarily speechless, but could not contain her anger. You are merely a concubine. Can you really assume the role of the prince of Chen's mistress? There are still the princess and side concubines in this household. I must inquire, do you truly hold authority here? Mother, please calm down. My sister, Pei Shiqian's words were abruptly cut off as Wu struck her across the face. The sharp sound left everyone stunned. Pei Shiyuan's expression changed instantly. Slap her 10 times. Before Han Yu could react, Yuing rushed in, delivering several swift slaps to Wu, who screamed and attempted to evade. Yu Chong stepped forward to restrain her, and the slaps continued. It was clear that the punishment exceeded 10 strikes. You, wretched woman. Wu seethed. You wish to confront the Prince of Chen and the princess? Allow me to escort you. Pei Shiyuan rose, adjusting her attire. Let us go meet them. With that, Wu dared not protest. Chapter 43. Displaying authority. Pei Shiqian stepped forward, teeth clenched. Sister, please do not be angry. Today is the banquet at the Prince of Chen's residence. And causing a scene is inappropriate. What? Afraid to go? Pei Shiyuan ignored her, fixing her cold gaze on Wu with a mocking smile. You might inquire about my reputation upon your return. I have no shame. Among the 3 daughters of our family, I am the only one with a good temperament who values her dignity, and you ought to be grateful. If you wish to make a scene, I will accompany you. You are aware of the Prince of Chen's reputation. While the future is uncertain, I still possess the ability to influence this matter. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me. Wu covered her face, stepping back, her eyes reflecting both fear and fury. Listen closely. When you return, dismiss those frivolous women around your son. Without titles or accomplishments, what right do they have to act so pretentious? Should you dare to call me sister and demand that I stand on ceremony, I will send you paper figures and incense in return for your obsession with decorum.
Oling.
The maid behind Pei Shiqian trembled. I am here. If your lady faces difficulties in the future, come find me. Unless you are dead, how could you possibly be incapable of walking? I understand. Thank you, Second Mississippi. Hong Ling was somewhat agitated. The Fang family was truly deserving of such treatment. Rest assured, no need to glare at me. Pei Shiyuan coldly regarded Wu. Unless you can eliminate both her and her maid, I will ensure your son faces consequences. Should you continue to bully her, I will target your son specifically. Just wait and see if I possess that capability. As for today's events, if you choose to report me to the Pei family, do so. While you are there, kindly inquire whether the head of the Pei family can manage my affairs. Even if you go to the Dali Temple to lodge a complaint, I welcome it. If she endures any further grievances, you may look forward to the repercussions. Wu hung her head, internally wishing to flay Pei Shiyuan alive, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. Having lived so long, she had never been struck before, and the fear was palpable. Prepare the lady for the banquet. It is time to attend. Pei Shiyuan spoke indifferently. Wu had no choice but to comply. Following the attendants to the cleansing room. Sister, why subject yourself to this? If the Prince of Chen and the princess were to learn of it, it would be said of you, Pei Shiqian remarked. If you had any spirit, would I have to offend others on your behalf? You are utterly spineless. Yet you are a legitimate daughter, cherished by your mother, never scolded by your grandmother, and your father has never been harsh with you. You have an elder brother and younger brothers, all willing to support you, yet you still manage to live a life of submission. Truly impressive, Pei Shiyuan mocked. Although these words were piercing, they also warmed the heart. Pei Shiqian pulled Pei Shiyuan closer. Do not be angered. I promise to change in the future. I know you value propriety. Hold on to it. By the time you are worn down, the next bride entering Fang Yuqing's home may commend you. Saying the former mistress was a paragon of decorum, yet sadly passed too soon. How glorious! Your family will say, our eldest daughter, though she died young, was indeed a woman of principle. Pei Shiwan replied sarcastically. These words elicited laughter from Pei Shiqian. Please, stop scolding me. I shall change, truly. While propriety is essential, is life not more important? She did not want to change. Her nature was inherently gentle, and change required time. As they spoke, Wu emerged. Despite enduring several slaps, the attentive Yu Chong had skillfully covered her face with powder, rendering the marks nearly invisible. Pei Shiyuan no longer regarded her, striding away. Once they reached the garden, Wu did not dare utter a word. Her family status had declined. Although she occasionally attended banquets, the truly prestigious families no longer invited hers. After washing her face, she regained her composure. Perhaps causing a scene would bring misfortune to Pei Shiyuan, but it would ultimately bring greater misfortune to the Fong family. Moreover, upon observing the exquisite decor within by Xiao Courtyard and the elegant attire of Pei Shiyuan, it was evident that she had garnered favor. Should she give birth to a child, who could predict the outcome? Furthermore, it was well known that the Eastern Palace was weak, and the eighth prince was the emperor's favorite son, with prospects of becoming the crown prince. Perhaps he might even become the next emperor. If so, their family would surely benefit. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she realized that today's grievances must be swallowed. Moreover, she was genuinely afraid. What if the Pei family truly sought to target her son? Pondering endlessly, she only succeeded in suffocating herself with anxiety. Pei Shiwan, along with Concubine He, followed Concubine Zheng and Concubine Yang to greet the visiting concubines from other households, including several ladies from lower-ranking official families. No one sought trouble. All had come to partake in the banquet, not to create discord, and thus the atmosphere remained superficial yet cordial. Many noticed Pei Shiwan, primarily because her attire was far more exquisite than that of other concubines. It was not merely the abundance of jewelry, but the quality of her garments and adornments that caught the eye. Surely, such elegance warranted admiration. Among the concubines, even Concubine He, who had a son, paled in comparison to her. The people of her household would not harm each other at this time. Causing trouble would only invite the prince of Chen's ire. Thus, everyone maintained a peaceful demeanor. Today, Princess Rongqing also attended, and Pei Shiwan and the others approached to pay their respects. The princess brought numerous gifts, seeking to atone for the previous incident at the racetrack. However, the Prince of Qin treated her with great respect, allowing her to take a seat of honor, referring to her as aunt. Other princes and their wives also honored her, for this elder held some weight in the emperor's eyes. Pei Shiwan followed the concubines to pay their respects, encountering several princesses before retreating to another area. The garden was expansive, providing ample space for everyone. Guests complimented the opulence of the Prince of Chen's estate, praising the garden's beauty, which remained stunning even as winter approached. Zhong Jiao and his guards maintained vigilance, for the gathering was large, and it was prudent to ensure that no ill-intentioned individuals infiltrated the event. Pei Shiwan, after dealing with matters for a while, summoned someone to escort Pei Shiqian, and together they returned to Bixiao Courtyard. Let us take a moment to rest. Your mother-in-law has company, and she appears quite content, Pei Shiwan remarked. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shi engaged in delightful conversation with individuals she usually had no chance to interact with. I am unconcerned, but in such circumstances today, is it appropriate for my sister to remain absent? Pei Shiqian inquired as she settled down. I am merely a concubine. The guests today are not here for me. My presence or absence makes no difference. I merely need to appear during the banquet. It seems you are still the same as in childhood, Pei Shiqian smiled. In her youth, Pei Shiqian's second sister often exhibited such laziness, frequently changing her mind about attending banquets at the last moment. Their mother's steward would often comment on the second daughter's cleverness, noting how she charmed their father, hinting that she was not one to remain compliant. As the girls matured and were permitted to attend social gatherings, those stewards frequently urged their mother to be cautious of the second daughter, fearing she might cause a scandal that would tarnish the reputations of all three sisters. They also warned that the second daughter was quite intelligent and should avoid associating with other noble ladies. Yet when the opportunity arose, she would manage to attend only 4 or 5 out of 10 events. Instead, she preferred to take companions for leisurely strolls in the streets, purchasing snacks and storybooks. She would shy away from gatherings meant for flower admiring and tea tasting, proclaiming that as a mere common girl, such events held no relevance for her. When marriage was discussed, she would assert that as long as her parents made the decisions, she did not mind. provided she was not wed to an older man as a concubine. I am certainly not as clever as you, and I do not know how to express it. But I think about how the crown prince is the emperor's most favored son, inherently spoiled. Your temperament seems difficult to temper. If your lack of propriety leads others to harm you, would he not become angry? Pei Shiqian asked with concern. His anger is unpredictable. Worrying about whether he is angry or not is unnecessary. What do I care as a concubine? Instead, you should be firmer upon your return. They will not dare to dismiss you. Though the Pei family is not remarkable, it is still better than their dilapidated household. Bear 2 children soon, then procure a remedy to ensure that Fang Yuqing will never bear children again, and you will secure your position. In 10 or 8 years, even if other changes occur, you will have your footing. Sister. Pei Shiqian listened in fear. Please do not speak so recklessly. Very well, let us not speak of it.
Just keep your wits about you.
If there is discord in the household, once you have children, will you not find yourself caught in the competition among concubines? Do you think it will be like our father's courtyard? The Pei family is too tranquil. The greatest source of unrest is oneself, leading the eldest and third to be raised like fools. I will certainly remember that, Pei Shiqian said, reaching out to touch Pei Shiwan's face. Take care of yourself. Understood. Pei Shiwan did not shake off her hand, though her eyes rolled dramatically. Pei Shiwan was indeed lazy, having taken a short nap herself and calling for Pei Shiqian to rest a while as well, indifferent to Wu Shi. It was not until the banquet was about to begin that she brought her sister back to Wangchun Pavilion. At that moment, dusk was settling, and the pavilion was adorned with red lanterns, casting a bright glow. The sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air as servants moved in an orderly fashion, bringing in an array of fruits. Pei Shiqian was sent to Wu Shi's side, while Pei Shiwan approached the concubines of the household. As she settled in, He Shufei let out a cold laugh, aware that she could not best Pei Shiwan in argument. She merely scoffed without further comment. Zheng Sufei, however, asked, "Why have you only just arrived? Are you unwell?" "No, I was merely being lazy. It is not as though I have any duties," Pei Shiwan replied candidly. Indeed, she had no obligations. However, it was inappropriate to be so cavalier at this time. The crown prince's wife might not dare to reprimand her, and the crown prince certainly would not. It was precisely this that incited frustration. After the banquet commenced, Pei Shiwan, accompanied by Yang Sufei and a few others, took her seat. This table consisted solely of concubines, with only the 2 of them among the concubines present. The entertainment for the evening was provided by the palace, featuring dancers from the imperial court's entertainment troupe. The main table was adorned with 10 dishes sent by the royal kitchen, previously gifted by the emperor earlier in the day. A plethora of delicacies still lay outside the Qian platform. Such displays had not been seen at gatherings hosted by the 3rd, 5th, or 7th families. Yet, this was not surprising, as the 8th prince was favored greatly. Pei Shiwan realized the time was nearly up and departed without speaking to anyone, heading directly back to Bixiao courtyard. She merely instructed Han Yue to keep an eye on Wu Shi and Pei Shiqian. As expected, the ladies concluded their evening early, while the men continued to drink. Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, the sounds from Qian platform could still be heard. After washing up, Pei Shiwan changed into comfortable attire, and Han Yue returned, saying, "The eldest lady and the others have been sent away." I noticed Wu Shi's expression was poor, but did not dare to say anything. "Let us dine." Pei Shiwan reclined on the soft couch. "The door is closed. What if the prince arrives?" Han Yue asked. "Then open it, go on," Pei Shiwan replied. Han Yue acknowledged and left. Meanwhile, Wu Shi and her daughter-in-law shared the same carriage. Once they sat down, Wu Shi struck Pei Shiqian across the face again. Pei Shiqian was taken aback, and Hong Ling angrily exclaimed, "I shall inform the second lady at once." The steward beside Wu Shi hurriedly restrained Hong Ling. "What are you doing, miss? She struck our lady again. Can she continue to live in your household?" Hong Ling was incensed and spoke without restraint. Pei Shiqian took a deep breath. "Mother, I have endured these 2 slaps today. You are my elder, and I cannot retaliate. If you truly cannot bear me, then return and request a divorce."
Pa.
"Wretched woman, you wish for a divorce? When we return, I shall command my son to dismiss you." Wu Shi's expression was exceedingly grim. Previously, Wu Shi's threats of divorce would have instilled fear in Pei Shiqian, but today she felt unafraid, for Wu Shi dared not, and Yongningbo would not permit it. Thus, she gritted her teeth. "Fine. Then return and tell your son to divorce me." Let us see if he will heed your command. Wu Shi, infuriated, raised her hand to strike again, only to be stopped by her own steward. This steward had not dared to move a muscle in Bixiao courtyard, and now she had provoked Wu Shi, who, unable to strike Pei Shiqian, resorted to slapping her steward's face. But what kind of mistress allows her personal steward to be struck? The steward, a woman of considerable age, with grandchildren of her own, was rendered silent by the slap. However, Wu Shi did not strike again. Upon arriving at Yongning Bo's residence, Pei Shiqian stood in the front courtyard and spoke. If you wish for a divorce, then prepare the divorce papers, and I shall return to the Pei family. Send someone tomorrow to tally my dowry and servants. What is happening? Yongning Bo frowned, glancing at Pei Shiqian before reprimanding his son. Why are you not taking your wife home? What nonsense about divorce? You have done nothing wrong since entering the household. Who dares to divorce you? Wu Shi, in a fit of rage, bellowed, what of it? If I divorce her, what will change? Such a wretched woman. Is she worth anything? Be silent.
Ongmink botenderd.
I see you are becoming increasingly foolish. Realizing that words could not clarify the situation, the group returned to the main courtyard. Yongning Bo glared at Wu Shi several times before asking Pei Shiqian, you are typically gentle in nature, and I hold you in high regard. How has it come to this today? If there is something troubling you, speak to the eldest. Why resort to talk of divorce at the slightest provocation? Han Ling raised her head and spoke directly. Today, at the Crown Prince's residence, Pei Shufei suggested that the master send away the maidservants from the house until Our Lady has given birth, after which he may take concubines. The madam did not agree and even scolded Pei Shufei, calling her a wretched woman. Wu Shi was taken aback. How dare you speak such nonsense? Be quiet, the head matron admonished. How can you address the lady in such a manner, calling her a wretched woman? What error has Pei Shufei committed? I have long advised against having so many women in Qing'er's chamber, but you refuse to listen. What sort of women are they, and you do not mind? Yongning Bo declared in anger, you are truly a fool. Wu was enraged. That concubine Pei, without discerning right from wrong, struck me more than 10 times. Be quiet. The Earl of Yongning, feeling humiliated, flashed a murderous intent. This old woman truly lacks sense. How dare she speak of such treatment? First, take the young lady back.
Daughter-in-law.
Rest assured, with me here, no one in this household dares to bully you. The Earl of Yongning rose. Pei Shiqian, with tears in her eyes, bowed. Thank you, father-in-law. Yes, you should return and rest. Xing'er will come to see you shortly. The Earl nodded and departed with Fang Yuqing, casting warning glances at Wu. In the study of the front courtyard, Fang Yuqing lowered his head. Father, please calm your anger. It is my fault. As the legitimate eldest son, he was not particularly favored, yet the Earl still placed some trust in him. Tomorrow, dismiss those people from your quarters. Today, did you not witness the grandeur of the prince's residence? As father and son of lesser status, we have no chance to attend such banquets. It is all because of your wife. Are you implying this is the intention of concubine Pei? But she is merely a concubine, indeed of lower rank. She holds the title of concubine, likely due to the limited number of secondary consorts. However, should the prince ascend further in status, that would be another matter. In the future, encourage your wife to mingle more, and you should be more understanding and flatter her a bit. As for your mother, I will rein her in to ease her worries, the Earl stated. Yes, I understand, and I appreciate your concern, father. Fang Yuqing thought this was indeed an opportunity. If they could establish a connection with the prince, it would be an immense blessing. No matter how formidable Wu was, she could not dominate the household. Thus, with the Earl's support, Pei Shiqian's life would indeed improve, but that is a tale for another time. At the prince's residence, Pei Shiwan had just instructed the small kitchen to prepare wontons when the prince arrived at the entrance. Li Yixuan frowned as he entered the main room. What are you sulking about again? Is it my fault for spoiling you? What sulking? I have no idea who would say that. Pei Shiwan replied, puzzled. If you're not sulking, then why close the door? Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes at her. Have you been drinking too much? The Bixiao courtyard is so close to the garden, with so many male guests drinking there. If I don't close the door, what if someone mistakenly wanders in? You just knock when you arrive, and it's only been a few days since the move, and already this. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes heavenward. Sharp-tongued, come here, Li Yixuan beckoned, sitting down and extending his hand. Pei Shiwan sighed and walked over. I find your affection for me rather unreliable. You're too difficult to please, getting angry at the drop of a hat. Be quiet.
Li Shun coldly replied.
In the future, do not attribute such accusations to me, and if you dare to frame me again, see how I deal with you. All right. You are a good man, Pei Shiwan laughed. How easy it is to deceive a drunken man. Where's the food? Li Yixuan inquired again. Pei Shiwan pinched his handsome face several times before calling for the small wontons and a few side dishes to be served. Both were rather hungry, and the food was quite enjoyable. It turned out that when a man has indulged in drink, he is not inclined to pursue intimacy. It was suspected that he merely came to rest after leaving the gardens so close to the Bixiao courtyard. However, Pei Shiwan was also quite fatigued and did not mind. The two retired early, but alas, they could not sleep soundly. In the middle of the night, when Pei Shiwan was snugly embraced, the cold night air caused them to huddle together for warmth. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her neck. Pei Shiwan was rather sensitive, although she slept soundly. She could immediately detect anything on her skin. Thus, she reached up to swat at it. This swat caused whatever it was to scurry away, leaving her neck, half her face and shoulder tingling. Pei Shiwan screamed and jumped up, startling Yu Chong, who was sleeping on the couch, into a scream of her own.
Li Shun,
slightly slower to react due to the drink, was awakened by her continuous cries. What is it? There's something. I don't want to stay here. Pei Shiwan sobbed, her tears streaming down her face. Li Yixuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen her cry since entering the residence. On the first night of consummation, she had not shed a tear despite the pain. Seeing her in such distress tugged at his heartstrings. All right, what is it? Let us find it. Stop crying. I want to change clothes. Bring more lights. I want to change. She cried, her words flowing despite her sobs.
Li Shun,
both amused and pained, leaned in to inspect her neck. Indeed, it had turned red, likely from her own swatting. More candles were brought in, illuminating the room, while Yu Ying and Han Yu searched the couch and managed to find it.
Oh, dear.
Han Yu exclaimed, it's a centipede. I don't want to hear. Pei Shiwan cried again. It's dead, Han Yu assured her, carefully removing it with a handkerchief. I don't want it. It had 1,000 legs. And there are legs everywhere on the bed. Pei Shiwan continued to weep. Li Yixuan, initially unfazed, found it hard to remain indifferent after her dramatic outcry. Check the outer room thoroughly, and be sure it's clean, he ordered. The maids hurried to comply, while Pei Shiwan changed clothes, still sobbing intermittently. It's just a harmless creature. You fear this? You fear nothing else in life, Li Yixuan chuckled. Chapter 46. To drive you mad, I don't want to sleep here tonight. I'll go to the front courtyard. Pei Shiwan clung to him, still sniffling. Li Yixuan looked at her. She appeared so pitiful in her tears. Very well, let us go then. In the dead of night. She wouldn't walk on her own. My legs are weak. Carry me. Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. Do you not realize how far Bixiao courtyard is from the front courtyard? I'm not heavy. I can't walk, and I'm scared. Pei Shiwan protested, her demeanor suggesting that if he refused, she might cry again. Li Yixuan took a deep breath. You may continue to act spoiled. With that, he instructed someone to help him change, donned a cloak, and carried her out of Bixiao courtyard. In the middle of the night, such a commotion required lighting, especially since he was holding someone. In the pitch-black surroundings, it was impossible to keep the noise concealed. Moreover, Pei Shiwan's earlier cries had already awakened everyone in the nearby Rui Pavilion, who had lit their lamps. As they made their way to the front courtyard, it did not take long for the entire household to be alerted. Chen, who had been sleeping lightly, assumed something was amiss and instructed someone to investigate. Moment latte. A servant returned with news. It seems the prince is carrying Concubine Pei back to the front courtyard. Chen furrowed her brow. It's past midnight. Something must have occurred. You should rest. Nothing has been said in the front courtyard. You can inquire in the morning, Bai Lu suggested. Chen considered it for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. The front courtyard was now brightly lit, as they needed to check the rooms and beds. Pei Shiwan was genuinely frightened, and her dramatics were undeniable. After a thorough check inside and out, she finally agreed to sleep after drinking a cup of calming tea. However, like a stubborn plaster, she clung to Li Yixuan, unwilling to let go. Yet, as a beautiful, spirited, and beloved young girl of merely a few years, her fear, tears, and clinginess would be tolerated. Although Li Yixuan was unaccustomed to such behavior, he gently stroked her back, allowing her to fuss as she pleased. This time, she slept until late morning. Li Yixuan awoke first and glanced at Pei Shiwan's neck, which was covered in red marks, a result of her own scratching. Your Highness, are you awake? Should I call for breakfast? Outside, the palace maid Jinji waited in the front courtyard. Let us wait a moment, Li Yixuan replied, sitting up and playfully nudging Pei Shiyuan. Still asleep? Pei Shiyuan opened her eyes. Are you no longer afraid? She observed the swelling around her eyes.
Li Yixuan shuklat.
I had no idea you were afraid of bugs. Pei Shiyuan turned over, burying her head under the covers. I'm not afraid of snakes. If you're not afraid of snakes, why fear bugs? Li Yixuan assumed she was just making excuses. You don't understand. Anything with more than 4 legs should cease to exist. Creatures that scurry quickly with more than 4 legs should not be part of this world. Pei Shiyuan declared vehemently. The sight of those dreadful centipedes truly terrified her. They might not bite, but their multitude of legs and swift movements made her want to scream at just the thought of them. Last night, she had struck down countless legs of that creature with a single slap.
Ah!
Just recalling it made her exclaim softly. The people outside exchanged glances. While Hanyu pretended to be invisible, Jinji and Yu Yi shared a look, thinking that Pei Shiyuan indeed had the audacity to express such fears before the prince. Eventually, Pei Shiyuan was urged to rise. Get up. It's nearly noon. It's improper. With little strength, Pei Shiyuan was pulled up, and in addition to Hanyu, Yu Yi entered to assist her with dressing. Once attired, breakfast was served. After the meal, Pei Shiyuan said, I must return. I need to ensure they tidy the house properly. Shall I have someone send some incense to you for a thorough fumigation? Do you need the physician to take a look at you?
Li Yixuan inquirat.
No need. I simply didn't sleep enough. Pei Shiyuan sighed. I'm leaving now. Go ahead, Li Yixuan smiled. Shortly after Pei Shiyuan returned to Bixiao courtyard, someone from the main courtyard came to request her presence. The princess consort wishes to speak with you, Shan Xiang announced. Pei Shiyuan nodded. Be sure to inspect thoroughly. Hanyu, stay behind and check every corner.
Han Irie nodded.
Rest assured, we will thoroughly fumigate with incense. Accompanied by Yu Chong, Pei Shiyuan proceeded to the main courtyard, where she discovered the women of the back courtyard had gathered. So you all were here for morning greetings?
Zhang Sifei smiled.
Greetings to the princess consort, and greetings to the side consorts, Pei Shiyuan responded. Please sit. I called you here to inquire about last night. What caused such a commotion? Chun Shi asked. In the middle of the night, I discovered a venomous insect, which frightened me, and I returned to the front courtyard with the prince. Pei Shiyuan explained. What kind of bug scared you so? He Shu Fei questioned. I don't know. Your Bixiao courtyard is closest to the garden. It's likely that the large number of people in the garden yesterday disturbed the insects, and they came into your room. But it's quite unusual to still have bugs at this time of year. Zheng Sifei shook her head. Bixiao courtyard isn't small, and it can accommodate people on both sides. Even if there were bugs, would they disturb the prince to return to the front courtyard in the middle of the night? He even carried you back, which shows how favored you are, Yang Sifei remarked coolly. Pei Shiyuan glanced at her several times before laughing. Please don't say that. You'll make me think you're jealous. Yang Sifei frowned, refusing to argue, simply stating, relying on favor can lead to arrogance. Sister Pei should consider the future. Is that so? Did Lu Shi also get frightened by bugs in the middle of the night? Pei Shiyuan retorted, what a pity. If the prince doesn't visit your room, you should go to him instead. What good does it do to target me? Can I plead on your behalf? You. Such foul words. You are indeed a concubine born of humble origins.
Yang Jie said head.
Have you ever heard such words before? How many times must I be reminded of my status as a concubine? Yes, I was born a concubine. I am of lowly status. Should I then perish, so that every woman of lesser birth in this world should perish as well? I see not many in the emperor's harem have a higher birth than you. Should they not perish as well? Then you would be of utmost nobility. What is the crown prince to that? The emperor must plead for you to enter the palace. Pei Shi, the crown prince's consort hastily interrupted. What nonsense are you speaking? Princess, will you not intervene?
Yang Jie exclaimed in fury.
She considered herself quite patient, but Pei Shiyuan's provocations were unbearable. What's wrong? I merely suggested that the emperor might request you to enter the palace to teach how to be noble. Do not misconstrue my words. To accuse me of foul language suggests you harbor ambitions beyond your station. Pei Shiyuan stood up and bowed to Chun Shi. Princess, forgive me. I shall not do it again. Chun Shi was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Pei Shiyuan. However, she was not genuinely angry. Her true ire was directed at Zheng Sifei and Yang Sifei.
Pei Shiwan.
You are a side concubine. I am a noble concubine. How dare you confront me in such a manner? Yang So-fei was infuriated and stood up as well. Chapter 47. A foolish mind. The rightful mistress is the princess consort. You are a concubine, and so am I. What makes you so exalted? Are you feeling terribly wrong sitting here? Should I prepare a shrine for you? Perhaps offer incense to you morning and evening? What fragrance do you prefer? I shall prepare it right away. Pei Shiwan raised an eyebrow, refusing to yield an inch. Yang So-fei opened her mouth to retort, but Pei Shiwan was quicker. And her words, though filled with indignation, were delivered with a weary tone. What if I did confront you? If you have the ability, strike me down or sell me off. We are all concubines. What gives you the right to act so proud? Enough. The crown princess consort raised her hand to silence Pei Shiwan. Let us not quarrel over trivial matters. Yang So-fei added with a smile. Indeed. It is not a significant issue. Yang, you are older than Pei. Shouldn't you yield to her? Yang So-fei took a deep breath and sat down, saying nothing further. However, she harbored deep resentment towards Pei Shiwan, believing that such arrogance would not end well for her. Once others ceased speaking, they quickly dispersed. Exiting the main courtyard, Yang So-fei chuckled. Sister, shouldn't your courtyard be thoroughly cleaned? If it's inconvenient, you may come to my place for a visit. Thank you, Yang So-fei, but there's no need for much cleaning. Simply changing the bedding will suffice. I shall return now and visit you another day. Pei Shiwan declined. Very well, then hurry back. You likely didn't sleep well last night. Your eyes are quite red. Rest well, Yang So-fei advised. Pei Shiwan curtsied. Then I shall take my leave. After Pei Shiwan departed, Wei Shi remarked, Do you hold her in high regard? Do you not?
Zhang se fait accoyade.
She is too ostentatious. Even if the prince favors her now, will he endure such behavior in the long run? Moreover, her demeanor is rather frivolous. She seems quite foolish. Wei Shi spoke candidly. You have a point, but for now, the prince dotes on her and I see no harm in supporting her. Yang So-fei sighed. It is not easy for anyone. She spoke of her own situation. Originally, she had a legitimate son, which should have brought her stability. But the health of the eldest son was uncertain. Regardless of who is favored or not, following the prince's path is generally wise. Let us not dwell on this. You have seen the prince. Strive to bear children soon, Yang So-fei encouraged. I understand, Wei Shi replied shyly. The two lived together, and Yang So-fei had always been kind to Wei Shi. Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, Pei Shiwan found the room already cleaned, and the bedding was being changed. Rest assured, the new bedding has been carefully checked by the maids in the sunlight. There's nothing amiss. The old bedding has been washed and is drying in the courtyard. Today is a good day for it, Yu Chang assured. In truth, a couple of other bugs had been discovered, albeit dead, as winter was approaching. However, there was no need to mention this to prevent alarming their mistress. It was truly unexpected that their usually bold mistress could be frightened to tears by insects. That's good, Pei Shiwan sighed in relief. She was genuinely worried it might be a nest. If it were, she would refuse to stay here again. The maids have inquired with the elder women of the household. They all said that these creatures do not nest indoors, but occasionally wander in. They do not bite. They merely scurry quickly. Enough, enough. Pei Shiwan hastily interjected. Let us not even mention it. Yu Chang chuckled. I wouldn't dare. Han Yu with a languid tone remarked, I heard that thing is actually a medicinal herb.
Pei Shiwan.
Irate, retorted. Do you believe I could have someone gather a handful and deep fry it for you? If you can't finish it, you'll be punished.
Han Yu.
Envisioning the scene, silently stepped back. I meant a puppy. Pei Shiwan scoffed audibly, eliciting laughter from those present. Yu Chang inquired, shall I light some incense? Which scent would you prefer today? Pei Shiwan replied, choose freely. Whichever you select will suffice. She reclined on a couch in the outer chamber, leaning back, at noon. Have the kitchen prepare a green bean and pork rib soup. Yes, I shall convey your message, Han Yu affirmed, well aware of the preparation as it was concocted during the young lady's time at home. Ultimately, Yu Chang lit the incense chosen by Pei Shiwan, and the gentle fragrance mingled with a subtle medicinal aroma lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In the afternoon, it was reported that the prince had left the residence. His whereabouts unknown. That evening, he did not return, which typically suggested he had gone to the palace. The following morning, after paying her respects, Pei Shiwan intended to rest, but was soon interrupted by a visitor from the front courtyard. Greetings to the esteemed concubine. The prince has sent word that you should change into lighter attire for a visit to the horse grounds. Pei Shiwan frowned. Which horse grounds? Naturally. It is the one belonging to Princess Rongqing, Liang replied with a smile. Your prince is quite stubborn, Pei Shiwan remarked. Liang, unable to respond directly, merely smiled. He is indeed our prince. Pei Shiwan responded. Oh, our prince is truly stubborn. Are you hoping for me to berate him further? She glanced at Liang. Oh dear. How could I dare? You always tease me. Liang replied with a weary expression. Pei Shiwan laughed. Very well, I shall change. Liang nodded with a smile. I shall await your return. Pei Shiwan decided on a high ponytail. However, in this era, there were no hair ties, and her hair was prone to falling. She tied a large ponytail, separating a strand to wrap around the base several times, securing it with smaller double hairpins, which also served as decoration, and inserted a beautiful ruby flower in the center. She discarded her earrings, donned a pink dress, and draped a cloak over her shoulders, while retaining her riding attire. This time, she was accompanied by Han Yu. A few guards awaited in the front courtyard to attend to Pei Shiwan. Upon seeing her, they dared not look up. Merely bowing, we are here to escort the concubine. Very well, Pei Shiwan replied, refraining from further conversation with the guards as an attendant assisted her into the carriage. They journeyed towards the outskirts. Do you think our prince might face an assassination attempt today? Pei Shiwan mused playfully, toying with her hair.
Oh.
Please don't say such things. The prince is most fortunate. That is impossible, Han Yu replied, her face paling in fright. All right, Pei Shiwan obediently responded. Han Yu shot her a look. Just be cautious while riding. I have heard the horses at that ground are particularly exceptional, unlike our old horse. In Central Plains, horses are rarely bred. Hence, good horses are usually tribute. The Pei family, with their modest fifth-rank official title, could not hope for a fine horse as a tribute, unless they purchased one themselves, which is generally unaffordable for most. Thus, their horses were merely descendants of those domesticated in the Central Plains over generations, and they owned but two. They typically used mules for transportation. This was not due to the Pei family's exceptional poverty. Families of similar status faced the same circumstances. Upon arrival, someone led Pei Shiwan inside, contemplating that she seemed to be a favored individual of Prince Jin, having traveled such a distance to fetch her. The princess was absent today, and not all the princes were present. Scanning the area, she noticed the 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 10th princes were in attendance, while the others were nowhere to be seen. However, there were some young gentlemen from noble families and young ladies from official households mingled among them. As Pei Shiwan approached, before she could offer her greetings, the 8th prince called out, "Come here." Taking the opportunity, she stepped forward, addressing him. Greetings to the prince, and to all esteemed princes. You are too polite, my little sister, Ningguang replied with a warm smile. Pei Shiwan nodded in acknowledgement. Your hair is styled quite nicely, Li Yixuan remarked, casting several glances at Pei Shiwan's hair. I heard the prince mention horseback riding today, Pei Shiwan replied. Indeed, we shall ride shortly, she added, taking a seat beside him. Once seated, she scanned the area and spotted someone in the corner, her elder brother, Pei Su. She paused briefly, then smiled at him. Pei Su nodded back, his expression complex. He had not dared to recognize her moments ago. After more than 6 months apart, there stood his most troublesome younger sister.
Li Shun, noticing Pei Shiyuan's smile,
chose to remain silent. Before long, Princess Rongqing arrived, and everyone bowed in respect. She cheerfully remarked, last time we had an incident and could not enjoy ourselves. Today, I ensured everything was checked multiple times, and the horses are all in good condition. The crowd was delighted. Soon, they all went to change into riding attire. Pei Shiwan donned a lovely water-red riding outfit, complemented by a light pink cloak. The horse grounds had prepared a docile mare for her, similar to the last time.
Today,
there would be no races. Li Yixuan sat atop a chestnut horse and beckoned, "Come, let me take you for a lap." Pei Shiwan nodded, following him as they initially circled the riding area slowly. Once familiar, they ventured outward. It was evident that the horse beneath Li Yixuan was a prized breed, far superior to Pei Shiwan's mount. As her horse grew restless, Pei Shiwan said, "You go ahead. I will catch up shortly,"
Li Shun nudda,
allowing his horse to gallop ahead. Pei Shiwan trotted slowly, reveling in the cool breeze that brushed against her. Occasionally, riders sped past her, yet she remained unhurried, her mount appearing equally calm. As they completed the third lap, Li Yixuan, noticing the absence of others around, mischievously approached her. When Pei Shiyuan turned to look at him, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Startled, Pei Shiyuan let out a shriek, momentarily losing her grip, causing the mare to rear back.
Ha ha ha.
Li Yixuan laughed heartily, one arm encircling her while the other held the reins, and the spirited horse seemed to sense his exhilaration, galloping even faster. This predicament left Pei Shiyuan in discomfort, seated sideways, with half the saddle digging into her. She could only cling tightly to Li Yixuan's waist, exclaiming, "You're insane." Li Yixuan burst into laughter again, attracting the attention of many who turned to witness the sight of Prince Qin galloping with a beauty in his arms. A delightful scene indeed. Whispers spread, inquiring about the identity of the lady. Pei Su, standing at the back of the crowd, wished to cover his face. However, his low-ranking status meant he went unnoticed among his friends. After 2 laps, Pei Shiyuan felt she could endure no longer. "Could we change positions? My waist is breaking." Only then did Li Yixuan agree to pause, lifting her in a circle to face him, but before she could utter a word, he spurred the horse into another wild gallop. Pei Shiyuan felt as though she might faint from the jolting motion. When Li Yixuan finally halted, she could hardly discern her surroundings, lifting herself slightly to nip at his lips. With one thought in mind, to tease him, she aimed to bite him. Before she could act further, a voice from behind shouted, "Eighth brother is so fortunate." Pei Shiyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment but soon disregarded it, cupping Li Yixuan's face and kissing him deeply. She relished the sweetness of kissing this handsome man. Not to do so would be a loss.
Li Yixuan smilat.
One hand still holding the reins while the other encircled her waist. Though he attempted to evade her advances, she held his face firmly, and after several futile attempts to escape, he relented, allowing her to indulge. When she finally withdrew, Li Yixuan felt a sting on his lower lip. "Old 8. Your concubine is quite formidable," Huang remarked, at a loss for words. Yet, the fiery beauty was undeniable. Old 8 was indeed fortunate.
Li Yixuan shuklat, dismonta.
And lifted Pei Shiyuan down. She felt unsteady from the ride and leaned against him for support. "Come, let me take you to change," Li Yixuan said with a smile. Pei Shiyuan glared at him fiercely. "I can't go. It's not a matter of pretentiousness. I genuinely can't walk. My back is killing me, and my posture while riding was all wrong." Li Yixuan chuckled, scooping him up in his arms. "I'll carry you." The princes exchanged playful jests, while the other men dared not look too closely, as she was the woman of the crown prince. A furtive glance was all they dared. Only Pei Su, feeling utterly bewildered, was at a loss for the right expression. His friend, somewhat slow on the uptake, whispered, "Could she be your sister?" Pei Su covered his face. "No. I do not possess such an embarrassing sister." Yet he could not deny it and forced a smile. "Indeed, she is my sister." His friend let out a sound of surprise, wanting to tease but refraining, simply giving a thumbs up. Li Yixuan was not finished playing. After taking Pei Shiyuan to change, he went off to amuse himself, instructing her, "Feel free to wander. I'll call for you when it's time to leave." After changing, Pei Shiyuan summoned the guards to find Pei Su. When they met, he could still manage a conversation. Pei Su, average at horseback riding, had run a few laps before giving up, coming only when the guards called him. "Greetings, concubine," he said. "Big brother, it's been a long time. I haven't seen you since entering the manor." Pei Su nodded. "How is the concubine faring in the palace? Our family is aware of the recent events, and mother is very grateful to you. Sister is gentle by nature, and it is all thanks to you." "It's nothing," Pei Shiyuan replied. "How is everyone at home? Are father, mother, and grandmother in good health?" "All is well," Pei Su said, his words trailing. "Sister, may I ask if you—" Pei Shiyuan raised her hand. "Big brother, please do not lecture me. I do not wish to listen." Pei Su fell silent, his gaze reflecting profound disagreement. "Has the third brother recovered?" Pei Shiyuan inquired again. "Much improved," Pei Su replied, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Finally managing, "I still believe you should." "I do not wish to hear it." Pei Shiyuan's expression was serious, her head not even shaking, as if she were discussing something of great importance. Chapter 49. Biological brother. Pei Su coughed uneasily. "I understand you dislike hearing this, but you are bothersome. I understand. You must adhere to propriety," he insisted. Pei Shiyuan sighed. "I truly wonder, does sister-in-law not find you bothersome?" Pei Su found it difficult to discuss his marital matters with his sister. striving to maintain a stern demeanor. I only wish what is best for you. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes dramatically. Well then, I shall take my leave. It is inappropriate to linger with you. Please take care of yourself. You must still be mindful of propriety. The crown prince has a bad temper. What if he becomes upset with you? After saying this, Pei Su bowed and departed. Han Yu remained perplexed. She had not ridden along and was unaware of the happenings. She wanted to ask but refrained as someone approached. Pei Shiwan felt indifferent. The members of the Pei family each had their own temperament. Pei Su was the most serious of them all, resembling his mother, the legitimate matriarch, Liang. She was strict, upright, and generous. This was the standard of a virtuous wife and good mother in this era. Thus, Pei Shiqian was also raised in this manner. However, Pei Shiqian lacked Liang's capabilities and was too gentle, which allowed the Yongning Marquis' household to take advantage of her. As the eldest brother and legitimate son, Pei Su naturally bore the responsibility of guiding his younger siblings. In their childhood, he often reprimanded Pei Shiwan, yet she seldom listened, usually lost in her own thoughts while he spoke. He did not complain, he simply repeated himself time and again. Pei Shiwan understood he meant no harm. They merely had different perspectives. Thus, it could be said that he reprimanded her the most, but their relationship was not particularly poor. It was what it was. Their relationship was average. He was the type of aristocrat raised with strict decorum, and today's events had startled him. Pei Shiwan wandered with Han Yu until they found a pavilion to sit in. As soon as they settled, attendants arrived to serve them. Those who could come here were not ordinary folk. The attendants of Princess Rongqing were quite adept at hospitality. Pei Shiwan merely requested a pot of tea. In the distance, men were riding horses, laughter occasionally echoing through the air. There were many guards on the periphery. It seemed the previous incident had made people more alert. Someone is coming, Han Yu remarked, glancing into the distance. Indeed, 3 or 4 young ladies approached together. Upon closer inspection, only one was familiar to Pei Shiwan, Zhou Haiying, the daughter of General Zhou. She did not recognize the others. However, while she was unfamiliar with them, they knew who she was. Greetings, Concubine Pei, they said. Being of royal descent, Pei Shiwan had to receive their greetings respectfully. Please, no need for formalities. I cannot accept your courtesies, she replied with a smile. Realizing she was only slightly older than them, especially Zhou Haiying, who was already 17, older than Pei Shiwan. Among them, there was a younger girl who appeared around 12 or 13, with a delicate face, but her expression was unwelcoming. She regarded Pei Shiwan with a critical eye, huffing. I thought you would be more beautiful. This was rather ungracious. The other girls did not chime in. They could not find words to defend her appearance. Shall we leave? Zhou Haiying said impatiently. They were still unmarried girls, and being here with the crown prince's concubine was indeed inappropriate, primarily because they were not well acquainted. Consequently, the younger girl scoffed. If anyone should leave, it should be her. Pei Shiwan looked at her. And you are? A round-faced girl beside her smiled and explained. This is the 9th daughter of the Duke Jinghua. Pei Shiwan replied. Oh, so, do you have an issue with me, young lady? The 9th daughter, Jia, huffed again. What status do you have to speak with me? Pei Shiwan stepped closer, mirroring her scrutinizing gaze, and then, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, let out a soft laugh, shaking her head before walking away with Han Yu. These actions were executed fluidly, possessing minimal impact, yet profound insult. Jia was momentarily stunned before regaining her composure. You. But Pei Shiwan had already distanced herself. What was that young girl's issue? Why did she embarrass herself?
Han irriterar my kid.
Perhaps she has taken a liking to your cousin. It's no wonder. Our prince is quite handsome, Pei Shiwan mused. But how old is she? Around 12 or 13. Han Yu exclaimed, what do beauty and grace have to do with men? Then let us say he is delectable, Pei Shiwan replied casually. Do not speak carelessly. What should we do about this Jia girl? Is she trying to make things difficult for you because she fancies the prince? Does she hope to enter the manor as a concubine? That is a matter for the future, Pei Shiwan said. In truth, none of the previous 8 daughters from the Jia family, whether of concubine or legitimate birth, had entered the 8th prince's courtyard, which was curious. Pei Shiwan did not understand why. Nevertheless, this 9th daughter was still young and likely did not think that far ahead. With animosity present, she would not live in the royal manor. Today, however, was unexpectedly fruitful. After solidifying her position as the crown prince's favored concubine, Others began to consider her family, particularly Pei Laosan. Initially, following that incident, Pei Shirmu's reputation had suffered. For a while, no noble families sought to marry her. Yet after witnessing the crown prince's affection for Pei Shiyuan, many began to entertain thoughts. Those of particularly high status contemplated taking her as a secondary wife, while those of lesser status considered her for the position of a legitimate wife. Others were even thinking of matching her with their brothers. Though the prior incident was unfavorable, she was not entirely sullied. Ultimately, visible benefits were the most crucial. It was evident that the Eastern Palace was weak, and the Emperor's targeting was palpable, leaving the Crown Prince's position precarious.
Now,
he depended on the support of the Empress's maternal family, but the Duke of Lu was quite old and likely would not live much longer. Once he passed, the Crown Prince would certainly be deposed. The Crown Prince was indeed a favored candidate for the next heir, and the Emperor's favoritism towards the noble consort and the 8th Prince was glaringly obvious. The Jia family wielded significant power in court. Many aspire to cultivate relationships of influence, yet often find themselves thwarted in their endeavors. One should not underestimate the ambitions of men. Driven by profit, many are willing to engage. However, for Pei Laosan, this may not be entirely unfavorable. After all, individuals of merit are preferable to those devoid of utility. Princess Rongqing hosted a banquet, inviting everyone to dine at the horse grounds, where they rested for a while before departing. In the carriage, Li Yixuan inquired, "I heard you've been mingling with men? Who has such a loose tongue?" Pei Shiyuan was taken aback. "Who have you been speaking with?" Li Yixuan laughed heartily. "Never mind who it was. Just say whether it's true." Pei Shiyuan chose to ignore him, knowing he was aware of her conversation with Pei Su. Chapter 50. Falling into the water together, is that so? Li Yixuan teased, pinching her chin, his phoenix eyes glinting with mockery. Pei Shiyuan evaded. "Let me ask you something."
what is it?
Li Yixuan reclined, resting his head on her lap. "Why are there no daughters from the Jia family in our household?" Pei Shiyuan queried.
Good question.
"The older ones are married off, and the younger ones are unnecessary. The elder ones are all wed, and the middle ones are not favored by the Empress Mother.
Today,
I encountered Miss Jiajio, whose temper is far more volatile than mine," Pei Shiyuan remarked, caressing his cheek. "Is she troublesome for you?" Li Yixuan asked nonchalantly. "If we both fell into the water, who would you save?" Pei Shiyuan suddenly posed. Li Yixuan, who had been drifting into slumber, opened his eyes wide. "How could you fall into the water?" Before Pei Shiyuan could respond, Li Yixuan continued. "Are the people around you dead? You expect me to save you if you fell? By the time I arrive, you would have already surfaced."
Li Shun skufa.
"You surfaced, did you?" Pei Shiyuan was led astray by him. Li Yixuan burst into laughter. Haha. Watching him, Pei Shiyuan waited until his laughter subsided. "So, who would you save? You just want to hear me say I'd save you? Give up on that notion. If you fall, accept your fate. If you manage to swim back, good for you. If not, I will try to remember to tell someone to burn paper for you." Pei Shiyuan chuckled. "Yes, remember to burn me some hemp rope so I can come and take you away in the middle of the night." As the cold moon retreated, she felt she ought not to be there. These two were quite mad. Li Yixuan laughed again. His earlier drowsiness vanished. "How old is that girl?" 10. "Are you jealous?" "Not at all. How could I dare? I am but a lowly concubine." Pei Shiyuan leaned back against the cushion.
Ha.
"And yet you dared to disregard propriety in front of so many today." Li Yixuan touched the scar on his lip, still prominent. "Did you not frighten me first? My posture was uncomfortable, my back still aches. How was I to know there were so many people? I did not even realize where I was when you stopped." Pei Shiyuan huffed. "Moreover, is it embarrassing if I kiss you? Our relationship is lawful, is it not? I cannot argue with you. As long as you are not afraid of being mocked, it suffices." Li Yixuan closed his eyes again, a smile gracing his face. "Oh, I fear not the mockery. After all, I find great pleasure in kissing you." Pei Shiyuan spoke truthfully. "After all, in the eyes of the world, I am your concubine, and you are my lover. Such is our relationship, and it matters not." The carriage swayed gently, and Pei Shiyuan, feeling drowsy, leaned sideways, their positions quite peculiar. Li Yixuan clicked his tongue, shifting to lie in a different direction, fully reclining in the carriage. The cushions within made it rather comfortable. By the time they reached the estate, both were sound asleep. Forue arrived to summon them, lifting the curtain only to meet a gaze from Han Yue. Upon peering inside, he saw the prince embracing concubine Pei. Both wrapped in the prince's cloak, sleeping peacefully. Furway was momentarily uncertain whether to call out, but given the cold weather, it would not do for them to remain in the carriage indefinitely. After hesitating, he gestured to Hanyue. Though he cursed him internally, Hanyue nodded and approached. Concubine Pei? Your Highness? We have arrived.
Leaks un murmur din acknowledgement.
Pei Shiwan shrank back. It's cold. Yes, let us return to sleep. Li Yixuan sat up, feeling the chill as well. He stepped down and, without saying a word about her walking on her own, pulled the drowsy Pei Shiwan into his embrace, wrapping her in the cloak as they headed back. Hanyue followed, carrying Pei Shiwan's shoes. Worn out and ready for sleep, they decided against returning to Bixiao Courtyard, opting to rest in the front courtyard instead. Pei Shiwan, once placed on the couch, merely removed the 3 pieces of jewelry from her head, allowing her hair to cascade down, rolling in without shedding her outer garments. Li Yixuan did much the same, loosening his outer robe, kicking off his boots, and rolling over to hold Pei Shiwan as he closed his eyes. They slept soundly until dusk. Upon awakening, Pei Shiwan felt disoriented for a moment, having heard that napping until dusk could evoke feelings of loneliness. However, she felt no such loneliness, merely confusion, momentarily failing to recognize her surroundings, reminiscent of her own small chamber at the Pei residence before her marriage. Before she could rise, she heard Furway call out, Your Highness. Li Yixuan responded with an Your Highness. The princess consort was unwell earlier and summoned the estate physician, who reports she is over a month pregnant, Furway said with a smile. Regardless of the prince's affections, the news of the main consort's pregnancy is typically seen as joyous. Li Yixuan appeared bewildered. Who? Your Highness. It is the princess consort. She is over a month pregnant, Furway reiterated. Congratulations, Your Highness. Pei Shiwan sat up. Yes, you go on ahead and tell her I will come by shortly. Bring her something. Choose whatever you think she might like, Li Yixuan instructed. Furway acknowledged with an eye. Pei Shiwan yawned. I will head back first. Are you angry?
Li Yun haltet her.
Angry? Am I a person prone to anger? Pei Shiwan replied, perplexed. You will have children too, Li Yixuan reassured her. The princess consort's pregnancy is good news. I shall not be angry. You are overly suspicious. As she descended, Pei Shiwan remarked, I am still young. I do not wish to bear children so soon. Do not think too much into it. With that, she performed a courteous bow. I will take my leave now. Hanyue draped the cloak over her. Noting that her attire beneath was hardly presentable, she decided to address it later. Clearly, she had no intention of fixing her hair. Donning her hood, she made her way back. The pregnancy of the princess consort should be viewed as good news, as it signifies the potential for legitimate heirs for the prince. However, Concubine Zheng and Concubine Yang, both of whom have ties to the second son, would not be eager for Chen's pregnancy. Ordinarily, if the main wife has no children, it is not seen as stable for the concubines to bear children, as they might raise the illegitimate offspring at their knees. Yet, within the prince's residence, the princess consort lacks such authority. The prince does not prioritize legitimacy over illegitimacy, and the family of the princess consort has historically been at odds with him. Thus, he does not hold high hopes for the children she may bear, making it quite normal for the concubines to seek to replace her. Hence, the pregnancy of the princess consort brings little joy to most, with Pei Shiwan being no exception. Though she verbally acknowledged it as good news, her heart remained unmoved. Let whomever wishes to give birth do so, be they legitimate or illegitimate. I have no interest. Moreover, the matters regarding the princess consort's pregnancy do not concern her, allowing her to remain at peace. Initially, her association with the prince would have garnered whispers among the household. Yet with Chen's sudden pregnancy, that became the focus of attention. She relished the tranquility. Chapter 51. Spitting blood. Meanwhile, Pei Su returned to the Pei residence and sought out his father in the study. Father, I encountered my second sister and the prince today, he began, awaiting further inquiry. Yet the conversation abruptly halted. How is your second sister? Lord Pei was compelled to ask. She has grown taller, though still somewhat slender. Her spirits appear good.
Today,
she was dressed quite simply. Simply? Is it that she lacks funds? Or perhaps she has few garments and ornaments? Lord Pei frowned. No, her attire is quite fine. The kind that grandmother used to say was unaffordable. However, her hair is styled rather strangely, and she wears few accessories. Perhaps it is to facilitate riding. Upon reflection, I added, she lacks nothing. Hanyue is well attired. Indeed, Pei Su comprehended the current attire of Pei Shiyuan as a deliberate choice, possibly to please Prince Chen. Moreover, Master Pei remained quite concerned about his troublesome daughter. Pei Su found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you blushing? Speak up," Master Pei exclaimed, exasperated.
Pei Suriman tikliped.
Understanding his eldest son's disposition all too well, Master Pei decided to summon the servant who had accompanied Pei Su that day. However, the servant hesitated to speak, prompting Master Pei's ire. "If you refuse to divulge, I shall punish your master." Startled, the servant finally confessed, "I saw our second young lady riding with Prince Chun, and they embraced in front of many onlookers." Master Pei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he sank into his chair. This was beyond outrageous. Pei Su struggled to defend himself, noting that while the prince was indeed indulgent, he was also the emperor's own son. Could she afford such liberties? Clutching his heart, he lamented her spoiling. A hint of schadenfreude flickered in Pei Su's heart, but he quickly reverted to reason, asserting that as long as Prince Chen had no objections, it was acceptable. He had advised her as best he could, and it was hoped that such incidents would not recur. Sighing, Master Pei remarked, "You are well aware of her temperament. The recent handling of the Yongning Duke's estate was rather severe, albeit for the sake of your eldest sister. However, such methods must not be spoken of, lest it hurt her feelings. This child has a tempestuous nature, yet her heart is with her family." Pei Su nodded in agreement, having come to understand his sister better over the years. Although he once perceived her as selfish and cold, he gradually understood why their mother showed her such leniency. Yet, dwelling on these matters was futile. "Return to your rest. Let the matter of your sister be. We cannot meddle in the affairs of the royal residence. The more we advise her, the more rebellious she becomes. She is like a stubborn mule, impossible to lead or drive. We can only stroke her mane gently." Around the same time, at the residence of Prince Hui, he and Prince Hung were enjoying a drink. "Seventh brother, do you know which family the concubine that eighth brother brought today hails from?" asked Prince Hui. "The daughter of the Ministry of Work second in command, Pei Lin," replied Prince Hung. "From a fifth rank? TSK, eighth brother is not picky," Prince Hui chuckled. "It is said that she is the favorite concubine of our eighth brother." Prince Hung remarked with a smile. "She does not seem to hold much significance," Prince Hui shrugged. "Seventh brother, the crown prince has coughed up blood."
Suddenly, Prince Hui declared.
Interrupting their joviality, Prince Hung paused momentarily but resumed drinking nonchalantly. "This news is hardly surprising. If he does not survive long enough for our father to depose him, will that be advantageous or detrimental for us? What if the crown prince succumbs before being deposed?" Prince Hung mused. "There is still a child in the East Palace," he added. "That is merely a newborn of lowly birth. Our father will not recognize him," Prince Hui countered. Suddenly rising, Prince Hung clasped his hands together. "Establishing a legitimate heir is vital. If that day comes, I shall resolutely support third brother."
Sit down, sit down.
"Such heavy talk is unwarranted. I dare not entertain these thoughts," Prince Hui waved his hand. "Third brother, you are honorable and just, yet you must not dwell on such matters. The second brother in the East Palace values familial bonds, but his health is truly failing. If he does not endure, that newborn is indeed doomed." At that time, Prince Hung sighed. "Our father's favoritism is evident. If that day arrives and eighth brother ascends, it would be fortunate if we brothers were only condemned to lifelong confinement. The fall of the previous dynasty was brutal, and the northern tribes have already encroached, while their princes still vie for the throne. The previous dynasty's demise was as tragic as that of the second emperor of Qin. The descendants of the former emperor met a similarly grim fate. Seventh brother." Prince Hui took a deep breath. "Please sit down." He assisted his brother in taking a seat. "I understand your concerns, but we must deliberate carefully. Our father's favoritism towards eighth brother is well known, and his maternal family is indeed formidable. Our father trusts the concubine implicitly and holds her family in high regard. If we wish to act, it will not be easy." Prince Hui's mother, Concubine, hailed from a respectable family, yet it paled in comparison to the Jia family. "The more challenging our circumstances, the harder we must strive. Otherwise, will this realm not be forever associated with the Jia name? You speak wisely, yet your mother, as a noble concubine, is also cherished, albeit younger. Our father bestows considerable affection upon you. If you can advance further, I shall enjoy the fruits of your labor."
Prince Hui chuckled warmly.
"My brother lacks such talents. I merely wish to assist third brother. You must trust me, Prince Hung replied decisively. Let's not dwell on this matter. Let us drink. Prince Hui remained cautious, understanding that should the crown prince perish, all princes would be born of concubines. In terms of nobility, those born of the first-ranked 4 concubines would be most esteemed, the 3rd, 7th, and 8th princes. The virtuous consort once bore a 4th prince who died at 4, followed by a 9th prince who passed away at 15. Thus, the virtuous consort need not be considered further. The birth status of the other princes was comparatively lesser. Following this discussion, Prince Hung refrained from further comments, believing that gaining trust was more effective through action than mere words. There was no rush. The news of the crown prince's bloodshed was known to both the 3rd and 8th princes. What did the imperial physician say? The physician dared not speak the truth and only stated it was an old ailment that required rest. However, I employed some means to inquire about the crown prince's medicine, which is currently a mix of tonics, Fu Rui explained. While it is impossible to easily substitute the crown prince's medicine, gleaning information about its contents is feasible. Thanks to the emperor's suppression of the crown prince and elevation of the 8th prince, it would not have been possible with another prince. Chapter 52. Fall from favor. The maidservant hinted at her inquiries, revealing that the crown prince primarily suffers from a lung ailment, which could likely have developed into tuberculosis by now. The 8th prince raised an eyebrow. I suspected as much. I also heard that the crown prince still favors concubines from time to time, Fu Rui added. The 8th prince laughed. Is he so eager to secure an heir? Given his condition, I doubt he possesses the desire for such indulgences. Indeed, the young lord of the East Palace is not particularly robust. His existence seems to be nurtured under the crown princess's watch, Fu Rui remarked. Let us keep an eye on him, but do not rush. We must be wary of the empress as well. The maidservant lamented her powerlessness, stating that the empress was rather strict and their involvement was limited. However, the empress maintained a consistent routine without any exceptional circumstances, save for the frequent visits from the 12th prince and his wife. The 12th prince's intentions cannot be contained. The 8th prince scoffed. We must keep watch. Rising, he declared, I shall visit the main courtyard. Concubine Chen's pregnancy was precarious. She had suffered 1 miscarriage prior and lost a son at 1 year of age. Her health had never fully recovered, leaving her frail over the years.
Now,
her reactions to the pregnancy were severe, rendering her nearly bedridden. She appeared far from auspicious. Despite his dislike for Concubine Chen, she was his legitimate wife, and her pregnancy still warranted his attention. Yet, the more he focused, the more disappointment he felt. Concubine Chen's state was not promising. He recalled the son who had perished at 1, also frail and unwell from birth, hence he had not been given a rank. Concubine Chen could no longer accompany him for meals. Merely a month along, she was already nauseous at the sight of food. Thus, after a brief stay in the main courtyard, the 8th prince diverted to the peony courtyard. The princess could not rise, and daily greetings were no longer necessary. The following day, Pei Shiwan awoke early, pulling back the covers with a gasp. Why is it so cold today? Today marks the beginning of winter. I shall bring in the brazier. We did not dare to light it while you were asleep, the maidservant replied. However, the East Warm Pavilion has a fire burning. Would you prefer to sleep there tonight? Suggested Yu Chong. It is indeed the beginning of winter today. Are there any arrangements at the residence? As of now, nothing has been mentioned. Logically, there should be a family banquet. However, given that the princess is with child, it is difficult to say, Yue Chong remarked. Pei Shiwan nodded. And as she rose, the meal was served. The large kitchen prepared millet cakes and 4 side dishes, while the small kitchen provided silver thread noodles. After enjoying breakfast, someone from the main courtyard came to convey that there would be a banquet in the evening. I crave the pastries from Jianhua Tower, particularly the brown sugar cake. It would be delightful in this weather, Pei Shiwan said. Han Yu, fetch some money and find someone from the front courtyard to buy some. Pei Shiwan added. Very well.
I shall request manager Liang, Han Yu replied.
What a lack of initiative. Why must you request him? What does he do with all that silver? Pei Shiwan shot her a glance. Yes, I misspoke, Han Yu said, shaking her head as she took the silver and departed. Such matters were trivial, and plenty of brown sugar cakes would soon arrive. By midday, Pei Shiwan was already indulging in them. In this household, a man's sleeping quarters often dictated the pride of the women associated with him. Last night, Prince Chen resided in the Farong courtyard. Thus today, it was naturally the turn of Concubine he to bask in her glory. In the evening, Pei Shiyuan accompanied Yue to the main courtyard. Before they could settle down, the newly adorned concubine, he entered with a radiant smile, exuding a sense of triumph. The weather was slightly chilly, and the nurse carried the second young master, who was dressed warmly and was indeed a remarkably handsome child. Several concubines rose to pay their respects, and Concubine, he returned the gesture to Concubine Zheng. Pei Shiyuan remained unmoved. Why is the eldest young master not present? It's cold, so he is staying inside. Concubine Zheng replied, now doting on her child, forbidding him to wander, especially today. Wei Shi observed Concubine He for a moment before saying, Sister He, that hairpin is exquisite. I have not seen you wear it before. Did the prince gift it to you? Concubine He smiled. It is nothing valuable. She was not one to underestimate the significance of such gifts, despite the He family status being inferior to that of Concubine Zheng and Concubine Yang. By the way, why is Sister Pei dressed so simply today? Concubine, he inquired cheerfully. Pei Shiyuan replied with a smile, since I have fallen out of favor. It is prudent to be modest. Oh, you dare not voice such things. Just because the prince has not visited your quarters for a few days, you feel neglected? If we measure by that standard, I would be even more neglected. Concubine Zheng laughed. I am merely joking, meant to amuse Sister He, Pei Shiyuan quipped. Such remarks were rather unkind, suggesting she was merely attempting to provoke a smile. Pei Shiyuan mused on the shallow tactics of these women. What would be the standard answer to explain her modest attire? The insincere would claim they did not wish to overshadow their sisters, while the pretentious would assert that they believed simple adornment sufficed, confident in their own brilliance. Regardless, they all remained within the circle. Why indulge in such pretense? As for the truth, would she disclose that she had been reclining and reading in the afternoon, inadvertently bumping her head due to an oversized hairstyle and heavy accessories causing discomfort? As they spoke, Concubine Yang and others arrived, and the princess was aided in her entrance. It was evident she had dressed up, yet her complexion remained less than favorable. She even held dried tangerine peel in her mouth to stave off nausea during the meal. When the guests offered their greetings, Prince Chen arrived, prompting everyone to rise. Li Yixuan entered and waved, "Please be seated." He assisted the princess to her place and casually scanned the room, noticing Pei Shiyuan. Why is Pei dressed so plainly today? Did you consult with Concubine He about what to say before arriving? Pei Shiyuan teased. Why do your questions mirror one another? Oh, is that so? It seems everyone has grown accustomed to your usual attire, Li Yixuan remarked. Indeed, I mentioned my fall from grace, hence the subdued appearance, Pei Shiyuan replied. Fallen from grace? Li Yixuan chuckled. You are quite the rebellious one. It won't be long. Pei Shiyuan huffed and turned away, ignoring him. Li Yixuan was unbothered, shifting his attention to converse with others, yet it was clear he was unconcerned about Pei Shiyuan's attitude. After some light banter, the banquet commenced. With winter upon them, the meal was markedly different from autumn. The royal menu changes with the seasons, and Pei Shiyuan found today as offerings particularly delightful. Each table was set with a small brass enamel hot pot, heated with fine fruitwood charcoal, containing a savory broth simmering with meatballs and tofu. In this weather, it was truly comforting. It is said that this method of dining was inherited from a previous dynasty, and Pei Shiyuan often wondered if it was a modern creation. Chapter 53, Snowball. Moreover, this particular queen was indeed peculiar, having left behind many wondrous items. Unfortunately, she lived during the twilight of the dynasty, her legacy marred by infamy. And her fate was dire. After her demise, many records regarding her were destroyed, and now, after over 160 years of the Great Zhou dynasty, her traces have long since faded. Yet, such matters are trivial. What truly matters is the comfort of enjoying this hot pot in the current weather. A few sips of the warm broth warmed her cheeks. Li Yixuan glanced over. Is Pei feeling warm? Not warm, just right, Pei Shiyuan replied, tilting her head to him. Do try it, my lord. What a rarity. Clearly, you have not encountered fine things before, Li Yixuan chuckled. Indeed, my family is poor, being of humble origins, Pei Shiyuan stated candidly, preempting the inevitable chatter from the other women. Well, I did not mention you, Li Yixuan said, gesturing towards a plate of milk tofu on his table. Quickly, eat yours. Bring this to her. In these times, milk was a rarity, and the royal household utilized it sparingly. A concubine's allowance would not cover such luxuries. One must expend both money and effort to obtain it. The onlookers observed the interaction between Prince Chen and Pei Shiyuan, each harboring their own thoughts. However, Chen Shi was completely oblivious to their concerns, as even with the dried tangerine peel in her mouth, the aroma of the food made her feel nauseous, especially in the warm room filled with various scents, including the fragrance of the incense burning in the corners. For Chen Shi, the situation was unbearable. She dared not leave freely, fearing that should she succumb to her nausea, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she excused herself to change, quickly summoning someone to assist her to the washing room. Prince Chen glanced over, likely deducing her condition. Yet he remained silent, noting the princess's pallor. Concubine Jing sighed. When I was with child with the eldest young master, I felt similarly nauseous. I experienced nausea too, but it was only after 3 or 4 months. The princess is merely a month along, is she not? Concubine, he inquired, feigning ignorance. Pei Shiyuan cast a glance their way, then lowered her head to continue sipping her soup. Upon returning, Chen Shi had not changed her attire, merely shedding her outer garments for a simple dress. Her complexion remained unchanged, and it was unclear whether she felt better or worse.
Today,
as it is the beginning of winter, I specifically requested the kitchen to prepare golden silver flower cakes, crystal dragon and phoenix cakes, golden milk pastries and golden bell pastries, 4 delicacies for the prince to enjoy later. You have been thoughtful, Prince Chen nodded. I recall the favored concubine adored golden silver flower cakes. Thinking of the last time Sister Pei mentioned her fondness for crabs, I imagine you must enjoy them as well? Concubine Zheng engaged Pei Shiyuan in conversation. While it was difficult to comment otherwise, upon hearing about crabs, Pei Shiyuan understood the significance of the golden silver flower cakes, a renowned dish. Though she had never tasted them, she had a sense they would be delectable. Such exquisite pastries were beyond the means of ordinary households. The guests raised their drinks in a toast to the prince and princess. Chen Shi, of course, could not partake in wine, drinking only water. After exchanging pleasantries, another round of dishes was served, culminating in the pastries spoken of by the princess, each guest receiving their portion. Such rare delicacies are only available during festivals, otherwise, the less favored concubines cannot acquire them even with their money. Pei Shiyuan found the gold and silver floral arrangements rather mundane. But the crystal dragon and phoenix cake piqued her interest, though she did not even touch the latter two, deeming them excessively dry. Once satiated, the family banquet dispersed. Logically, Prince Chen should have remained here today. However, the princess clearly could not bear it any longer. Regardless of whether the prince stayed or not, she had to serve him. Thus, she took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, forgive me. I am quite fatigued today, and shall not keep you. It would be better for you to accompany concubine Pei instead, lest she, being young, feel disheartened by your absence. Prince Chen chuckled. Very well. She is worried about losing favor. If I do not go, who knows what might occur? Indeed, your Highness should comfort her well, replied the princess with a smile. Although everyone felt a twinge of discomfort, they maintained smiles and jested as if they were unconcerned. Pei Shiyuan herself felt a bit guilty for indulging too much and was not keen on serving others. Upon exiting the main courtyard, she sighed in relief, appreciating the fresh air outside. What's wrong? Tired of sitting? Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. I'm just lazy, Pei Shiyuan replied, looking at him. Let us go. He chuckled softly and took her hand. There was no need for him to engage with his other concubines, and as for Pei Shiyuan, he had forgotten her for a moment. They returned to Bixiao courtyard, where Pei Shiyuan instructed someone to prepare warm water for washing up, then proceeded to untie her hair. Ouch, be gentle, she exclaimed. What's the matter? Li Yixuan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing her. The woman before the dressing mirror frowned pitifully. Concubine bumped her head this afternoon. There's quite a swelling, Yu Chang explained. Li Yixuan's lips twitched. You truly have a talent for this. Please apply some medicine. It feels like a huge bump, Pei Shiyuan said, touching her head. Yes, I have already sent someone to fetch medicine for the swelling that is safe for the head. I will apply it shortly, the maid replied. Just then, a commotion was heard from the courtyard. What happened? Pei Shiyuan stood up and went to the door. She heard a soft meow, and Yu Ying was holding a small, dark object that was still wriggling. I caught it just as I was about to close the door. It's a kitten. The guard said it should be about 2 months old. It's not unusual to have a few litters of stray cats in such a large residence. Oh, dear, it's so dark, Pei Shiyuan exclaimed as she stepped outside. Don't touch it yet, let me see if it bites, Han Yu hurriedly interjected, stepping out to receive the kitten. The little creature mewed pitifully, yet it did not scratch or bite. Let us keep it. Clean it up. And tomorrow we'll have someone knowledgeable in the household check it. If it has fleas, we'll take care of that, and then it can stay with us. Pei Shiwan concluded, turning to ask Prince Chen a question. At that moment, Prince Chen was leaning against the doorway of the main room, tall and striking, albeit lacking decorum. Upon noticing Pei Shiwan looking at him, he raised an eyebrow. Did you remember I am still here? Are you afraid of cats, Your Highness? Pei Shiwan approached him, leaning into his embrace. The handsome man assumed a pose that invited teasing, and she did not intend to be polite. If you like it, keep it. After all, I am also raising you, so I don't mind another mouth to feed. You truly are a good person, she said to Han Yu. Let us name this little one Shueqiu.
Yes. Ha.
Han Yu stood stunned. But it's a black cat. A humble name is easy to nurture. From now on, it shall be called Shueqiu, Pei Shiwan insisted. Chapter 54. Becoming a motherly Ishuan chuckled a few times, the vibrations from his chest making Pei Shiwan feel a ticklish sensation. Feeling playful, she reached out to touch his Adam's apple. Li Ishuan looked down at her, his eyes sparkling like stars. What are you doing? Pei Shiwan rose onto her toes, brushing against his chin. Li Ishuan smiled again, lifting her effortlessly.
Oh.
Don't press against my stomach after eating. Pei Shiwan quickly patted his arm. He set her down on the couch, trapping her between his arms as he gazed at her. She, in turn, looked at him for a while before wrapping her arms around his neck and gently kissing his cheek. Li Ishuan remained silent, simply watching Pei Shiwan, contemplating how this woman truly knew how to enchant others with her eyes, which resembled those of a fairy. Pei Shiwan pushed him away. I'm going to wash up. After the family banquet, a wash was indeed in order. They each retreated to their respective bathing rooms and, once on the couch, Pei Shiwan found herself pinned down. Your Highness, your eyebrows are truly beautiful, she remarked as she reached out to touch his brow bone. Li Ishuan looked at her before leaning down to kiss her lips. Her rosy lips appeared incredibly soft, and they were even softer upon contact. In mere moments, the sounds within the tent became rather unseemly, and Li Ishuan's breathing grew increasingly labored. Be gentle. We need to get up early tomorrow, she admonished. If we don't get up, then we don't, he replied. But you should be gentle. I don't like it this way. It hurts. All right, be good, little fairy. The servants outside withdrew. It was best for them not to linger in the room until the master and mistress were ready for bed. In the Tunghua courtyard, Yang's maid, Kaiwe, was massaging her waist and legs. To maintain her figure, Yang required constant massages. This was a method taught by the late Granny Yun, who understood the art of self-care. One could see this in Yang's mother. Though she was already in her 50s, she appeared no older than 30. Yang firmly believed in this practice. Ever since giving birth to her eldest daughter, she had been receiving massages regularly, resulting in a slender waist and legs, making her figure quite attractive. The maid observed, the princess may not carry this pregnancy to term. She is already feeling unwell after just 1 month. How will she endure the rest? Some women experience morning sickness from conception until delivery. Given her frail constitution and previous miscarriages, she was already weakened. As Kaiwa kneaded Yang's waist with medicinal oil, she remarked, it does not matter if she cannot carry to term, as long as the child is healthy, preferably a boy.
True, Yang replied.
The prince is also watching. We might as well wait and see. The prince is currently favoring that pay, after all. Whatever happens next, we must leverage that. Yang took a deep breath. I was rash before. There is no need to rush. The priority is to bear a son. Without a son, one cannot establish a firm position. Indeed, as long as you understand this, the eldest son poses no threat and the second son is still young. Moreover, his background is rather ordinary. She cannot compete with you in terms of favor. You are aware of the situation outside. If the crown prince fails, it is likely that our lord will be the next to ascend. You will eventually become a consort in the palace. Yang smiled. These thoughts should remain in our hearts and not be spoken aloud. The movements within the residence should be observed closely. Pei must be watched. And Zheng Yaoqiu must be kept in check too. That Zheng Yaoqiu is quite cunning. Do not be deceived by her seemingly amiable demeanor.
Indeed.
But I wonder if we could also win over the Yu family? Their appearance is decent, though their background is lacking. She previously clung to Pei, but alas, Pei ignored her. If you were to take her in and promote her a few times, she could become an ally in the future, Kaiwa suggested. Let us wait and see. Speaking of which, send someone to check on Liu and bring her some gifts. It's always good to lend a helping hand in times of need. She must remember this. We may find it useful in the future, Yang said, closing her eyes. No need to massage anymore, just let me sleep. In the middle of the night, Pei Shiwan awoke from a certain dream, feeling a bit cold, and instinctively moved closer to Li Yixuan. He subconsciously pulled her closer, and upon waking in the morning, he understood why it was so cold. The north wind had risen, and it had snowed overnight. The snow was not heavy, but the temperature had dropped significantly. Do not rush, Your Highness. I will fetch you some warm clothes, Han Yu said, handing Pei Shiwan a warm undergarment. Li Yixuan had not yet risen, resting with one arm under his head, watching Pei Shiwan shiver as she dressed. If you are so afraid of the cold, why isn't there fire lit in your chambers? The prince remains unaware that if the inner chamber becomes excessively heated, the concubine may suffer from a nosebleed. The Dongwon Pavilion is now fully habitable. We shall reside there tonight, Han Yu remarked. Li Yixuan, having just risen to partake in a modest breakfast, soon received word that the 8th prince had entered the palace. Such occurrences are commonplace. Princes residing outside the palace seldom return except for court duties. However, Li Yixuan is an exception, frequently summoned at intervals by either the emperor or the imperial concubine. After Li Yixuan's departure, Pei Shiwan settled on the couch in Dongwon Pavilion, pondering whose birthday it might be today. Is it the birthday of the 3rd young master from the 2nd house, the day after the onset of winter?
Han Yu replied. Him, ha.
Pei Shiwan dismissed the thought. Look at you holding a grudge. Han Yu shook her head. Have you seen your cat? It was returned early this morning. Clean and free of fleas, thoroughly bathed, and its claws trimmed sharp. The household's knowledgeable individuals have examined it and found no issues. It was specifically washed with medicinal bathwater. Before long, the small, fluffy creature was brought in. Pei Shiwan received it with a soft, "Oh dear, such a poor thing. Did it really need a medicinal bath? I hope it wasn't harmed." No worries, the household physician prepared the medicinal bath, assuring it is harmless to cats. It's merely a precaution against unseen pests.
Han Yu explained.
The little kitten trembled, mewing pitifully, its eyes still bearing a blue film, its body devoid of any stray hairs, yet it was entirely black. Oh dear. Snowball, you are truly adorable. Your mother adores you, Pei Shiwan murmured, leaning down to kiss the kitten. While at the Pei residence, she had aspired to keep a cat. But alas, Pei Laosand appeared to be allergic to cat fur. Despite her fondness, any contact with a cat would inevitably lead to severe rashes. Thus she ultimately relinquished that desire. Why on earth would you insist on naming a black cat Snowball? Han Yu couldn't comprehend her mistress's reasoning. Snowball, meow? Come here. Let mother give you another kiss. Let us ignore Annie Han Yu. Pei Shiwan teased the cat in a sing-song voice. Han Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. She had never seen anyone dote on a cat in such a manner. Shaking her head, she stepped outside, intending to prepare some foot-soaking bags for her mistress. Knowing that the medicinal herbs were ultimately detrimental to her health, at the very least, soaking her feet daily would provide some relief. Chapter 55. The side chamber. This little cat was exceptionally well-behaved, possessing a notably gentle disposition, albeit timid. It quickly became the darling of the entire Bixiao courtyard, accustomed to the name Snowball. That night, Pei Shiwan moved into the Dongwon Pavilion, drawn by the warmth of the heated beds. Reclining on the couch, with a book, her posture was anything but regal, while the kitten nestled beside her in slumber. Concubine, someone from the main courtyard has come with a message, requesting your presence. As guests have arrived, both the side concubine and the concubine are there, Yu Chang informed her. Who has arrived? What is my purpose there? Pei Shiwan inquired, casting aside her book. It is the Princess of Ning, the Princess of Qi, and the Princess of Yu. They are likely here to pay their respects to our princess. Yu Chang replied. I surmise it is due to our princess's poor health, unable to endure lengthy gatherings. Pei Shiwan contemplated briefly and decided, then I shall go. Help me prepare. As anticipated, she was the last to arrive, for while the others had already adorned themselves and swiftly changed attire, she had not taken the time to prepare, resulting in her delay. Arriving last meant she inevitably became the center of attention. At a glance, the main hall was filled with numerous women. The Princess of Ning, the Princess of Qi, and the Princess of Yu appeared younger than Qinshi, their attire reflecting their status. Moreover, behind the Princess of Yu stood another woman, resplendently dressed, her attire rivaling that of the princess. Pei Shiwan observed her several times. unfamiliar with her, but surmised she was the side consort, Zhou Shi, of the Yu Prince, reputed to be favored and hailing from a respectable lineage. Prior to the Yu Prince's elevation, she had been a favored concubine, capable of contending with the principal consort, and had borne 2 children. Now, with the Yu Prince's ascendance, she had swiftly become a side concubine, accompanying the princess on her visit. I apologize for my tardiness. May I greet the esteemed princesses? Pei Shiwan entered, performing a respectful bow. Please be seated. It is understandable that you arrived late given the distance. Qin Shi smiled warmly. And who might this be? Inquired the princess of Yu. This is our concubine, Pei Shiwan, Qin Shi introduced. The princess of Yu nodded, casting a few glances before her interest waned, indicating a lack of regard for Pei Shiwan's humble origins. However, Zhou Shi, the side consort beside her, smiled and remarked, I had heard that the 8th prince's residence had a concubine named Pei. I had not seen her until now, and she is indeed quite lovely. Sister, you do not recall? Our Li Shi from the household is of the same class of beauties as the concubine Pei, she continued. Is that so? I do not recall. The princess of Yu replied politely, her demeanor noticeably cool. Thank you, side consort Zhou, for the compliment. I can only hope to compare favorably with my sister. Pei Shiwan responded with a smile, though lacking in warmth. Oh, dear sister, you are far too modest. Your beauty is indeed captivating, Zhou Shi chimed in cheerfully. The virtue of a woman lies not merely in beauty, but in her grace and propriety, the princess of Yu remarked coldly, leaving ambiguity as to whether her words were directed at Pei Shiwan or Zhou Shi. The princess herself possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet hailed from the family of the empress. The Yu prince valued her, while simultaneously favoring a visually striking side consort, causing her evident discomfort. Pei Shiwan remained silent, while Zhou Shi merely stifled a laugh behind her handkerchief. The princess of Yu, visibly irked, found herself constrained by the presence of guests, unable to express her irritation fully. Although the women from the Qin prince's residence may not have been on amicable terms, they were compelled to maintain decorum in the presence of outsiders. The purpose of the princess's visit was primarily to check on Qin Shi. After Pei Shiwan had accompanied her for about half an hour, she addressed Qin Shi, Your Highness. I strained my back early this morning, and I find it increasingly uncomfortable to sit. I beg your permission to take my leave. Qin Shi, aware of her intent to evade further engagement, saw no need to insist on her staying and nodded. Then you may return. Summon the household physician to attend to you and apply some medicinal oil. Thank you, Your Highness. I also notice you do not seem well. It would be wise for you to rest early, Pei Shiwan replied, bowing to the gathering. Esteemed princesses, please make yourselves comfortable. I shall take my leave. With that, she strode out confidently. Upon her departure, the princess of Ning furrowed her brow. 8th sister, your household is rather lenient. A mere concubine dares to leave at will? Is the 10th sister unaware? That one is favored by the 8th prince. Every household has a few like her, but such disregard for propriety is rare. The princess of Yu responded, her tone laced with irritation. Zhou Shi, ever cheerful, interjected, Sister, do not take offense. I shall return and apologize to you. Let us not allow the princess of Qin to misunderstand that you imply the Qin prince's residence is lacking in decorum. I certainly did not mean that. The princess of Yu retorted, through gritted teeth. Look at you all, like sisters, Qin Shi chuckled, feeling somewhat vexed by the Yu prince's household's conduct. What was the purpose of bringing a side consort along when visiting? And even then, they could not engage amicably, their words laced with barbs. The princess of Qi, eager to diffuse the tension, smiled and observed, I see 8th sister is looking rather unwell. The month is young, and it is exhausting. Perhaps we should take our leave? Let 8th sister rest properly. When she feels more stable, we shall return to visit. Indeed, we have overstayed. 8th sister appears fatigued and ought to rest. The princess of Ning concurred. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Shi allowed them to depart. Back at the Bixiao courtyard, Pei Shiwan had already reclined on the couch once more, lamenting, in the depths of winter, why engage in such trivialities? That night, the 8th prince did not enter the rear courtyard. The following morning, Qin Shi excused everyone from morning greetings. What should have been an uneventful day soon took a turn. Concubine, trouble has arisen. The 2nd prince is in distress. Pei Shiwan looked on, astonished. Is he unwell? No, it is not that. Someone has tampered with the 2nd prince's medicinal soup, though thankfully he did not consume it, Yue explained. Everyone has gone to attend to the matter. The prince left the residence early this morning and has since sent for assistance. Pei Shiwan clicked her tongue in frustration. Change my attire. We must head to Farong Courtyard to see what has transpired. As she changed her attire, Han Yue remarked, who possesses the audacity to brazenly administer poison. The more this unfolds, the more I suspect that the eldest young master's ailment is not as coincidental as it seems. Pei Shiwan responded, indeed. It would be wise for you to postpone discussions of childbirth for a few more years. After all, the prince has not even mentioned the establishment of an heir. Why the rush? Han Yue whispered, if he had mentioned it, it might have been too late to hesitate, wouldn't it? Once Pei Shiwan was dressed and donned her cloak, she, along with Han Yue and Yue Chong, stepped outside. Upon arriving at the Farong Courtyard, they were greeted by the sound of a beating board. Entering the courtyard, they saw several individuals tied to benches, 3 in total, a nurse, a wet nurse, and a maid. She cast a quick glance and proceeded inside. The women in the rear courtyard were present, except for Lu Shi. Chapter 56. The poisonous plant. After paying her respects, she stood to one side, listening to a maid lament. The herbs were a gift from the princess. I did not recognize them and merely thought they were for treating coughs, so I prepared them. Originally, the herbs given by the princess were sufficient, but I aimed to select the best for the second young master. Who would have thought that poisonous plants would be mixed in? The broken hemlock. How could I have known? I only sensed something was amiss and managed to stop it. Yet it turned out to be truly toxic. You foolish girl, how could the princess's gifted herbs be flawed? Zheng, the concubine, scoffed. I do not dare to claim that the princess's gift is faulty. I simply do not recognize those herbs. Perhaps they were mixed in from elsewhere, who can say? The maid named Dai continued to weep. He Shufei remained silent while Qinshi frowned. All the items I bestow are above reproach. I know not what this hemlock is. And if it exists, how could it have found its way into the estate? You speak in such vague terms. You deserve punishment.
Dai trembled.
I naturally deserve to be punished, but this matter with the herbs is perplexing. I have sealed the remnants of the herbs. It is best to wait for the prince to return and inspect them. Chun Shi, filled with anger, could not deny the prince the right to inspect. The prince must see them. Pei Shiwan raised an eyebrow. The situation was clearly directed at the princess. Just then, the sound of greetings from outside reached them, coinciding with the cessation of the beating board. Prince Chen strode in, casting off his cloak into the arms of a maid by the door. What is happening here? My lord. He Shufei rose, crying as she knelt. She had remained silent while Dai spoke, but now began to lament upon seeing Prince Chen. Pei Shiwan was astounded. Indeed, the women of the ancient noble households were complex. My lord must take responsibility for the second young master. He coughed last night and arose today to take medicine. The herbs were a gift from the princess during my own bout with coughs. I did not wish to take them then. Today, upon consulting the estate physician, I was informed they could be used, so I instructed someone to prepare them. After the concoction was ready, it was the second young master as personal attendant who sensed something was off and had the estate physician examine it, only to discover the presence of poison. He Shufei wept, requesting the remnants and remaining herbs be brought forth, calling for the estate physician who had been waiting in the side room. I do not dare to question the mistress, but this is indeed suspicious. If we do not clarify, we may endanger the child. He Shufei sobbed. I did not intend for him to take the medicine. I feared the bitterness. How could he not? Yet, considering the eldest young master's health, I was anxious. Who would have thought that in my moment of worry, I nearly harmed my own child? My lord, I did bestow the herbs, yet there are protocols to ensure their safety. How could such a long time pass without anyone noticing the discrepancies? Chun Shi knelt. Prince Chun ignored the kneeling figures and pointed at the estate physician. Tell me, what is the situation? In response to your highness, the herbs contained hemlock, which is extremely toxic. If a child consumes it, death is inevitable. My lord, this threatens my son's life. He Shufei's complexion turned even paler. Pei Shiwan surveyed the room. Zheng and Yang, the concubines, remained silent. She had no intention of speaking, yet the absurdity of the situation was apparent, filled with holes. Yet, not a single person took the time to explain on behalf of the princess. Qinshi was indeed obstructing others. She found it perplexing. He Shufei was astute. Did she truly believe the events of the day were as they appeared? Initially, it seemed she was orchestrating the situation herself. But if that were the case, how could she risk such a flawed scheme? Prince Chen surveyed the room. Do any of you have something to say? Yang, the concubine, Spoke, my lord, I was unaware of these matters, but the presence of poison in the herbs is alarming. We must ascertain the source of the hemlock to clear the princess's name. Indeed, it is frightening. There are 3 children in the estate. How could such a thing enter here? We must first investigate the origin of the poison, Zheng, the concubine, asserted. When it was Pei Shiyuan's turn, she glanced at Prince Chun before saying, I arrived late and missed much. Yet I have a question. Even if all are suffering from coughs, is it appropriate to administer the same medicine to a child as to an adult? He Shufei surely cherishes the second young master. How could she administer medicine so carelessly? Moreover, if she is so protective of the child, how can she so easily use herbs given by others?
What do you mean by this, Sister Pei?
I consulted the estate physician, who assured me the herbs were suitable for use. He Shufei countered. The prince ordered me to speak, and I merely voiced my confusion. You need not take offense. You have never borne a child, so naturally, you cannot comprehend a mother's anxiety when her child is ill. With available medicine, I used it, trusting in the princess's reliability. He Shufei wiped her tears. Pei Shiyuan smiled slightly and refrained from further comment. The other maidservants fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Chun Shi, both anxious and enraged, declared, This matter is grave. I also agree it warrants a thorough investigation to determine how the hemlock infiltrated our estate. Stand up. Since your commotion is so loud, we shall investigate properly. Prince Chen's demeanor remained cold. Could this farce not reveal that something was amiss? Chun Shi's expression darkened as she rose unsteadily, supported by her wet nurse. Return to your quarters. None in the Furong courtyard are to move. We shall interrogate each one individually. Prince Chen's expression was frigid. He Shufei paused, her heart racing at the sudden tension, yet recalling that she had indeed exaggerated the situation. She found her composure. Just as they were about to disperse, a flustered eunuch rushed in. It is bad news. Someone has taken their own life. What is happening? Prince Chun demanded angrily. In response to your highness, it is Zhang Mama from the main courtyard. She hanged herself in the Shitsue courtyard. The eunuch, trembling, reported that the servant girls had found her lifeless body some time ago. Chun Shi froze, a sharp pang striking her abdomen. Your highness!
Liu Mama gasped,
supporting the wobbling woman. Yet in the next moment, Chun Shi's vision blurred and she collapsed. Everyone was taken aback. Prince Chen's face remained cold. Return to your quarters and shut the doors. Soon, Zhong Jiao and others were dispatched to remove the body of the old woman to a designated area in the front courtyard. They even discovered a small mound not far from where she had taken her own life. Buried beneath were remnants of half-burned hemlock. Although Zhang Mama had hanged herself, signs of poisoning were evident, sufficient to prove that she was the one who burned and buried the poisonous plants. Back at Bixiao courtyard, Pei Shiyuan frowned. We must be exceedingly cautious with our food from now on. There is likely someone adept in the use of herbs in this estate. Indeed, Hanyua nodded. Do you believe the princess is innocent? Chapter 57. The calamity. The intrigue was directed at her unborn child. These women feared her giving birth to a legitimate heir. Pei Shiyuan shook her head. If that is the case, then He Shufei is the primary suspect. Not necessarily. None of them would wish for the princess to bear a son. Hanyua sighed. This royal residence is a veritable den of peril. Before Chun Shi had even returned to the main courtyard, she found herself spotting blood. Her pregnancy had already been precarious. This turmoil was too much for her to endure. The shock alone made a miscarriage an inevitable outcome. The imperial physician had yet to arrive, yet she already knew she had lost the child. In less than 2 months, the fetus was lost, reduced to merely a mass of blood. The physician, after taking her pulse, merely advised the lady to rest quietly. The child she miscarried was not even worth mentioning. Chan wept for a time, but the greater issue was that a person from her household had died, entangled with the deadly herb. In truth, today's events were a calculated hunt directed at her. He Shufei and her accomplices had not meticulously plotted this. Or perhaps they merely acted independently, yet their aims converged. He Shufei was indeed unaware of the origins of the substances in the medicine, yet it had been gifted to her by the princess some time ago. There was no need for her to elaborate. She only needed to reveal this fact. What she regretted in that moment was her hastiness. She should have implicated others instead. Nevertheless, she had inquired with the household physician, who confirmed that the cough remedy was gentle enough for children. However, he also stated that it should only be used if absolutely necessary. Given the current chaos, Neither she nor the physician would dare to make such claims now. As for the death of Zhang Mama and the origins of the deadly herb she had burned and buried, He Shufei was completely ignorant. Not only was she unaware, but she had also never interacted with Zhang Mama. Thus, this matter could not be traced back to her. Consequently, the investigation became increasingly complicated. In the main courtyard, several basins of blood had been disposed of. When Li Yixuan arrived, the dust had settled, and Chen had already miscarried. He chose not to visit her, but sent word. This matter would be thoroughly investigated, urging the princess to focus on her recovery. There would be more children in the future. In saying this, Li Yixuan was merely speaking out of formality. Chen would not voice her grievances. The main courtyard took a few individuals away, and of course, Fuyun Courtyard was no exception. He could ignore the rear courtyard, but now that the deadly herb had surfaced, failing to investigate further would be unacceptable. Stepping out of the main courtyard, Li Yixuan stood still. Fura hesitated. My lord, go to Bixiao Courtyard and have someone bring meals. When Li Yixuan arrived, night had already fallen. In truth, Pei Xiwan had already dined. Upon seeing Li Yixuan enter, she rose and greeted him. The lord has arrived. Li Yixuan pulled Pei Xiwan closer, placing his hand on her waist. What are you doing? What can I do? Just eating, playing, and teasing Xueqiu. Hearing the name Xueqiu,
Li Shun's lips wisha.
he caught sight of the black cat on the table, tilted its head in a cute manner. Yes, the black snowball is quite charming. This cat was indeed remarkable, exceptionally well-behaved, a bit timid, yet loved to snuggle close to people. Truly adorable. Have you eaten? What time is it now? Of course.
Ever eaten?
My lord hasn't? Pei Xiwan regarded him incredulously, as if to say she couldn't believe he had gone without a meal. What kind of look is that? With all the chaos today, no one thought to ask if he had eaten. I assumed you had. Pei Xiwan replied honestly. Should I have the kitchen prepare something? No need, it will be delivered shortly. Li Yixuan took a seat. The princess has miscarried. Pei Xiwan felt no surprise, yet her expression still changed slightly. Alas, my lord. Do not be disheartened. There will be more in the future. The princess has miscarried twice and has lost a child. Pei Xiwan looked at him, questioning why he was sharing this with her. When their father bestowed Chen in marriage, it was intended as a boon, considering her father was a prominent scholar, thinking it would benefit me. Little did he know, her father was unyielding and looked down upon me. Chen was rigid and dull, constantly admonishing me for this and that. Li Yixuan sighed. She is indeed inept. Pei Xiwan refrained from responding. When she remained silent, Li Yixuan observed her. Do you have nothing to say? Is talking to me about other women your idea of intimacy? Pei Xiwan narrowed her eyes. In that moment, she resembled the cat dozing on the table. Is it too much to ask for a few words?
Li Yun pinchet herweist.
What should I say? I've only just entered the household a few days ago. I can't think of anything to say. Pei Xiwan retorted, exasperated. Just then, the announcement came that the meals had arrived.
Riksum stut, let's eat.
Pei Xiwan forcefully shook off his hand. I want to eat. Nonsense. You must eat, whether you do it yourself or I will feed you. Li Yixuan maintained a stern expression. You scoundrel. Pei Xiwan pounced and bit Li Yixuan's arm. He winced, lifting her. Behave. I am not in a good mood today.
Do not provoke me.
I don't care. You big scoundrel. Pei Xiwan was enraged, striking him several times. Yet, lacking strength, she was ultimately dragged to the outer room and pressed into a chair. Continue and I'll spank you.
Li Shun glarat coldly.
Pei Xiwan paused. Are you out of your mind? You would hit me? Go ahead, kill me today. Li Yixuan laughed again. All right, I was just teasing.
Come.
Eat a little. Eat what? Pei Xiwan's expression was filled with anger. Li Yixuan, unfazed, began to eat. Pei Xiwan glared at him, fiercely declaring, the piece of meat on your chopsticks is from a dead pig. The maid serving the dishes nearly dropped a piece of bamboo shoots from her chopsticks. Li Yixuan glanced at the meat on his chopsticks, momentarily unsure whether to put it in his mouth. Pei Xiwan continued, Go ahead, eat it. Tonight, you'll see that dead pig crying for you. Li Yixuan inhaled deeply and stuffed the meat into his mouth. If it's not dead, how can I eat it? Do you eat fish? Li Yixuan pointed to the steamed fish on the table. Ultimately, this was the 8th prince. Although fish and shrimp were available in the northern part of the capital, not every fish could be found there. The perch, for instance, was only available by the coast. It was commonly served in the household because the 8th prince loved it. Pei Shiyuan glared at Li Yixuan. If you don't come, how can I deserve to eat this? TSK, if you like it, just have someone make it for you. Do I owe you a fish? Li Yixuan personally picked up a piece for her. I don't want it. I want the kitchen to prepare mandarin fish. I like that. Pei Shiyuan maintained an unyielding demeanor. Eventually, she took a few bites, but her expression remained sour. He is in a bad mood, and he brings his troubles upon me? After finishing the meal, Pei Shiyuan directly left to wash up. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, the princess could finally rest. She sat there, dazed, her complexion pale, her lips devoid of color. Chapter 58. Poison. Where is the Lord? I heard the Lord has gone to Bixiao courtyard. Bailu spoke softly. The Lord has instructed the servants to take good care of you. Given the current situation, he cannot stay here tonight. You may leave. I wish to sleep. Chen closed her eyes. Bailu wanted to offer further comfort, but ultimately complied. She placed her hand on her abdomen. At that moment, remaining still brought no sensation, yet she felt an emptiness within, perhaps an emotional sensation, an unsettling feeling of hollowness. In her life, was she destined to be childless? Time and again, she genuinely felt she could hardly endure. They boldly harmed others. Chen knew she was not favored by the Lord and did not consider herself formidable. Yet she was still a princess. Even after the miscarriage, she could not wallow in self-pity. She had many responsibilities beyond bearing children. Yet, at this moment, all she truly desired was to weep. When the sound of crying emerged from the inner chamber, Qiushuang and Bailu considered entering but ultimately halted, thinking it best to allow the lady to cry it out. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere here, Bixiao courtyard presented a different scene. On the bed, Pei Shiyuan, unable to escape, shouted angrily, Li Yixuan, are you trying to force yourself upon me? Li Yixuan paused. You are my woman. Is it wrong to sleep with you? I simply do not wish for it. Pei Shiyuan kicked his shins. Li Yixuan inhaled deeply, visibly angered, pinching her backside before lying down. You can act out, but I'm too tired to argue with you today. Pei Shiyuan huffed, turning to deliberately press her backside against him. Li Yixuan found it amusing, choosing to ignore her. Yet perhaps unable to contain himself, he eventually remarked, who knows if there are any extra bugs on this bed? Not mentioning it would have been better. Once he did. Pei Shiyuan felt something was amiss. Li Yixuan, you scoundrel. Outside the window, the expression on Fiorina's face was quite something. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to rest. After hearing too much, she felt inclined to intervene on the prince's behalf. However, after a single exclamation, the conversation faded, leaving only muffled sounds. On the couch, Pei Shiyuan was tightly embraced, her mouth covered by a hand, while another hand gently stroked her back. After a while of this soothing motion, she relaxed completely and lost her strength. Only then did Li Yixuan chuckle, let us sleep. With her eyes closed, Pei Shiyuan muttered, rascal, scoundrel.
Li Yixuan smilat.
His chest vibrating with mirth. Exhausted and drowsy, Pei Shiyuan ceased her struggles and instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, drifting into slumber. When morning arrived, Li Yixuan awoke to a slight ache in his arm. Upon lifting it, he noticed a ring of redness, a mark from Pei Shiyuan's bite through his clothing. He chuckled softly, refraining from comment, but as he got up, he playfully pinched her waist. The one being pinched merely emitted a few hums, burrowing deeper into the blanket. This little sound caused the one who intended to rise to lose his resolve, and he decided to return to the covers. Holding her close and planting a kiss on her, Fairy. The fairy opened one eye, wrapping her arms around his neck. Rogue. The rogue laughed, leaning down to kiss her cheek. Behave, or I shall leave you cold. Perhaps due to a lack of energy in the morning, Li Yixuan fell asleep once more, nestled against Pei Shiyuan. Upon awakening again, Li Yixuan pinched her waist once more, then glanced at the marks on his skin and asked, still want to argue? Pei Shiyuan simply reached out to embrace him. You talk too much.
Li Yun chaklet, playfully pinching her lips.
This delay caused their rising to be rather late. Naturally, breakfast was still served at Bixiao courtyard. After their meal, Li Yixuan summoned the attendants from the front courtyard to report. Liang stepped forward, saying, Your Highness. During last night's interrogation, everything that needed to be said has been said. Mama Zhang is a former palace servant, never married, but she does have a nephew adopted under her name. In the past, she sent her earnings home to support this nephew, though she rarely visits. Lately, She hasn't been sending money home. No one else has come into contact with the medicine. Only 2 maids claimed that the prescription was issued by the imperial physician. For coughs, there are generally prescribed remedies in the residence, such as loquat leaves, which are effective for any type of cough. Thus, when the princess ordered the rewards, the subordinates prepared the medicine according to the prescription, attributing it to Mama Zhang. But now, with her death, there is no proof. As for the poison hemlock, those involved not only did not know it, but they also did not recognize it. The maids were shown several herbs for identification, but they failed to recognize them. And what of the maids from the Farong courtyard? Li Yixuan asked, not surprised by this outcome. The maids from Farong courtyard all claimed ignorance, and the one who had initially sensed something amiss with the medicine was unyielding at first, insisting that the concoction should not have had that flavor. It was only after the maids were subjected to interrogation that she admitted to feeling something was off during the preparation, yet she still proceeded, and after it was brewed, she became increasingly suspicious of the taste, fearing to give the second young master any. Where did this girl come from?
Li Shuninkirat.
Replying to your highness. She was bought from outside. Zhong Jiu has already dispatched someone to investigate, Liang'an replied. They spoke without concealing their conversation from Pei Shiyuan, who interjected, if all this holds true, then it suggests that the princess intended to harm Concubine he. Yet Concubine, he did not use that medicine. And after the matter escalated, Mama Zhang, fearing punishment, took her own life? I find this line of reasoning rather unconvincing. Liang and hurriedly responded, the greatest enigma lies here. However, the poison is indeed inextricably linked to that woman who took her own life. She went to Shitsue courtyard on her own, without anyone leading her. And it was also she who ended her own life. At this point, the matter appears irreconcilable, yet I have an idea, Pei Shiyuan stated. Please go ahead.
Li Yun urget her.
Firstly, I believe that even if the princess intended to harm someone, she would not resort to poison so openly, as it would be too easily exposed, unless someone deliberately sought to frame her. Based on the timeline, the princess bestowed the medicine when she herself was not pregnant. The outcome is that Concubine, he consumed this poison and died. Such a flawed scheme could not fail to implicate the princess. How will she clear her name then? Others could easily claim she did so to gain favor with the second young master. After all, the prince has now been conferred a title, and the princess remains childless. However, as I mentioned yesterday, Concubine, he genuinely cares for her child. How could she casually administer medicine to him? This problematic potion could not have been discovered by that butterfly as she claimed. Rather, it is likely she had been aware of it long before, merely waiting for this day. But who, then, is Mama Zhang working for? That remains difficult to ascertain, given her demise. Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. You seem to have a great deal of faith in the princess. I merely believe that the current issues in the residence stem from your elevation to a prince, Pei Shiyuan replied. Chapter 59. A beating. Li Yixuan neither confirmed nor denied this. In truth, Pei Shiyuan was unaware that the conflicts in the rear courtyard were not instigated by his new title. Thoroughly interrogate that butterfly, if nothing else can be uncovered. Then let her face punishment. Li Yixuan cast a glance at Liang'an. All the people around the second young master have been replaced, correct? Yes, Liang'an replied, his heart racing, worried that the prince was indeed angry and doubting Concubine he. In my view, the residence's physician is quite muddled as well. He can't articulate anything clearly. And the princess's pregnancy maintenance is of no use, Pei Shiyuan scoffed. Perhaps we should replace him altogether. Li Yixuan nodded. Indeed, let us do so. He promptly ordered for the medicine boy to be dismissed and sent someone to the Imperial Medical Office to find a replacement. The residence's physician was not an imperial physician. Thus, the intention was to seek out relatives or fellow disciples of the imperial physicians, as they would be more trustworthy. Indeed. By the way, since we are investigating, let us do so thoroughly. Ensure that all the guards, both inside and outside the residence, are scrutinized for how the poison hemlock entered. If nothing can be determined, it matters not. All who are on duty should receive 30 lashes. Inform them that should anything inappropriate enter the residence again, the punishment will be 60 lashes. Li Yixuan's tone remained light and airy. Understood. Liang'an's heart raced. Your Highness, Mama Zhang, after all, was a servant of the main courtyard, Furwei reminded. Indeed. In that case, let us deduct half a year's salary from the princess, for she has not managed her servants well. This shall be a lenient punishment. It was evident that Li Yixuan did not believe the princess intended harm, yet he could not refrain from punishment. Otherwise, he would not command respect. Privately instruct Zhongjiu to continue the investigation. Yes, Furwei complied. Thus, the matter was settled. Concubine, he was clearly under suspicion. However, she had a son, and the medicine was certainly not from her. Therefore, it could be considered that she was let off lightly, having suffered 70 lashes while the main courtyard received 30. Yet the maids in the main courtyard breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this outcome. Mama Nyo exclaimed excitedly, "Did you hear? His Highness trusts you. What does half a year's salary matter? That Mama Zhang was indeed one of ours. The prince will continue to investigate, so do not worry. This incident may well have been orchestrated by that he family themselves. Alas, when I rewarded her with medicine, we had just moved in, and the household was in disarray. We even hosted a banquet. Who could have known how it transpired? Now, uncovering the truth is quite challenging. Indeed, it is likely that it was during that time that someone took action. From now on, do not reward anyone with anything that goes into their mouths," Mama Nyo advised. "I understand. I have taken note of it," Jinshi replied, pulling the blanket closer. "Fortunately, he still trusts me. You speak truly. Although there are times when the prince and you have disagreements, you are still husband and wife, and affection remains. After so many years, he knows what kind of person you are," Mama Nyo smiled. The princess smiled lightly, but it was a shallow smile. Did such a bond as husband and wife truly exist between them? Take care of your health. You are still young. If you take good care of yourself, in a few years, you can still bear children. In fact, it may be better when you're a bit older. Do not be deceived by the eagerness of newlywed women to bear children. It is, in fact, the older women who truly understand that the optimal age for a woman to give birth is around 25 or 26. Early childbirth can be detrimental to one's health. I realize that there is little to say nowadays. Even if prompted, I find myself unable to rise. Chun smiled bitterly. Alas, my dear girl. Take good care of your health and maintain a light heart. The affairs of this household are as they are. Do not dwell on them. Mother Nyo sighed as she gently patted Chen's cold hand. Chen lowered her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, and murmured an acknowledgement. As the chill intensified, Pei Shiwan became increasingly reluctant to venture outside, preferring instead to remain indoors, either reading or playing with the cat. The little cat, having only been there for a few days, had already grown plump from the good food. It displayed a remarkable ability to recognize people, despite several individuals caring for it. It seemed particularly attached to Pei Shiwan. "Your Highness, Miss Yi has arrived," announced Yu Chong as she entered.
Please show her in.
Shortly thereafter, Yi entered, smiling as she performed a respectful bow. "Greetings to your Highness. Please have a seat. Is there something amiss with you today? You seem rather lethargic," Yi inquired with a smile as she settled down. "Not at all. The cold weather discourages me from going out. And I didn't feel the need to pay my respects, so I was too lazy to dress up," Pei Shiwan replied with a yawn.
Indeed.
"The weather grows increasingly frigid. I, too, had nowhere to go, so I thought I might visit you."
"I hope I'm not intruding," Yi said.
"Not at all. It's quite fortuitous, as I have nothing to attend to. Please, bring out some refreshments and see what the little kitchen has to offer."
Yeah, Fazed
was already familiar with the little kitchen at Bixiao Courtyard. However, the information about it being connected to the front courtyard had not yet spread. Initially, neither of the two side consorts had a little kitchen, but it was only after moving that they acquired one. Nevertheless, they still lagged behind the primary consort. The little kitchen at Bixiao Courtyard was quite large, with a separate courtyard that connected to it. When she entered, she caught a glimpse but could not see the entirety. Although she noted that the kitchen courtyard was surprisingly spacious. While her own residence, Luoxuan, was larger, it was merely a small courtyard, as she was but a concubine and could not reside in the main quarters. It was nothing like Bixiao Courtyard, which had the luxury of occupying the western main house in summer and the eastern warm chamber in winter, truly spacious and comfortable. Soon the refreshments were served, presenting 4 different varieties. "Your Highness's cat looks quite spirited. I had not heard that you kept a cat," Yi remarked, tentatively stroking the black cat's head. The cat glanced at her briefly, unperturbed, before scampering to Pei Shiwan's lap and settling down. Pei Shiwan affectionately patted its little head, saying, "I found it. How delightful." Yi replied, lifting her teacup to take a sip. "Your Highness may not be aware, but I just heard that Lady Lu went to pay her respects to the princess. She lingered in the main courtyard for about a quarter of an hour before leaving. I didn't witness it myself, but my maid did. She mentioned that Lady Lu appeared somewhat thinner, yet seemed in good spirits. Although Lu Wanyin had lost her position as a consort, she remained a concubine. Was she planning a comeback? Is that so? I've almost forgotten about her. But only a quarter of an hour in the main courtyard? Surely the princess did not see her? But then again, the princess is focusing on her health these days, Pei Shiyuan remarked. Perhaps so. Alas. The household has been rather chaotic lately. I was startled to hear about the recent incident. The heartbreaking herb has surfaced, Yi said, shaking her head, genuinely frightened.
Indeed.
It is said that the poison seals the throat upon contact with blood, Pei Shiyuan shrugged. Ye's complexion paled. The prince has punished the guards. I can only hope such things do not happen again. I am genuinely afraid. Why, be alarmed. You and I have no offspring, Pei Shiyuan replied. To be frank, upon entering the household, one inevitably thinks of having children. Once children are born, how can one not be on edge? Yi asked. Chapter 60. The spy Pei Shiyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, given the 8th prince's conduct, one can never be certain when calamity may strike. The days of anxiety are yet to come. You simply came for a visit, did you not? After enjoying some pastries, sipping tea, and embroidering flowers for a while, she departed. Li Yixuan had not entered the rear courtyard for 4 consecutive days. On the 5th day, he unexpectedly brought out 6 individuals from the estate, an elderly maid from the main courtyard, a 40-year-old steward from the kitchen, a servant responsible for cleaning in the rear courtyard, an elderly matron from Zheng's courtyard, a cleaning matron from the former residence of Lady Lu, and a servant from a garden attending to the Qiyun terrace. Your Highness, the prince has summoned everyone from the rear courtyard to the main courtyard. He claims there is something to discuss, Han Yu said, her expression grim. I have a feeling something is amiss. Let us change our attire. Even if something is wrong, it is of little concern. As long as the 8th prince lives, no major calamity will befall this household. After changing, Pei Shiyuan left with Han Yu, arriving last despite their leisurely pace. Everyone was already present, including Lady Lu. Li Yixuan glanced over. Pei Shiyuan paid her respects and noticed the princess was also seated, heavily bundled up. You seem to have come from quite a distance. Please take a seat. It is quite cold today, Zheng said, urging her to sit down. Pei Shiyuan nodded and settled into her seat. As she did so, she caught Lu's gaze, which was filled with venom. This woman truly fought to the bitter end. Well, everyone is here, Li Yixuan shifted in his seat, leaning against the armrest. Bring them in. Before long, Fu Rui and Liang summoned the guards to bring in the 6 individuals, who were a mix of men and women, most of the women being matrons and the men serving as eunuchs. Everyone had an inkling of the situation. Their expressions varied, but none spoke. They merely knew that some had been captured, without understanding the specifics. Naturally, the princess and Zheng were the most concerned, as they had captured individuals from their own courtyards. Did you confess willingly, or will you face punishment first? Li Yixuan announced. The one surnamed Fan from the palace has already been apprehended by the Zhongjingxi and is currently being interrogated. He was the first to turn you in. The 6 were visibly startled, avoiding each other's gazes, but it was evident they understood. Your Highness, what does this mean? The princess seemed to grasp a portion of the truth. These 6, along with the one who committed suicide, all have masters, Li Yixuan indicated with his chin. Everyone gasped, and Zheng blurted out, Are they all spies? Spies. This revelation took them by surprise. I am innocent. I did not know. One matron pleaded. As she spoke, the others began to cry out in protest. Li Yixuan waved his hand. If you do not confess, take them away for interrogation, even if it leads to death. It matters not. Investigate thoroughly. Zhongjiu, accompanied by several guards, dragged away the protesting 6. The entire process was devoid of any restraint. It was clearly a warning to others. Just days prior, a butterfly had been executed, and now several traitors have been captured. Since you are all present, I will establish a rule. You may quarrel among yourselves. I am indifferent. Regardless of your abilities, you will bear the consequences of your actions. However, if any poison appears in your courtyard, all the servants in that courtyard will be executed, without exception. I do not care whether you are innocent or if you have reasons. As long as you can withstand the consequences, feel free to act recklessly. Chun led the group in kneeling. This concubine will remember the prince's teachings. The others followed suit, kneeling as well. I do not concern myself with your schemes for offspring. As long as your actions are clean and do not leave me with evidence to grasp, I do not have the time to monitor you, but should you slip up, you shall see how I deal with you. You may rise. He did not assist anyone to their feet. Chen was helped up by Mother Nyo instead. Your Highness. A melodious voice suddenly broke the tense silence. Though it lacked any hint of affectation, it sounded sweet and gentle to all present. Li Yixuan turned towards a voice and indeed found Pei Shiyuan.
Speak.
I have heeded your command, Your Highness, but there are certain herbs I do not recognize. What if someone intends to harm me? Thus, I beseech you to request a physician for me. My health is delicate, and a physician could assist in regulating my medicinal meals. The prince occasionally indulges in excessive temper, and there are those who assist in preparing medicinal meals for him, which is beneficial. Li Yixuan smiled. Isn't it amusing that the physician assigned to you is supposed to attend to me? When the prince visits me, won't it be of use? The eldest maid in my household is merely 17 and lacks any understanding. She cannot compare to the elder matron in your courtyards. Sometimes, I am unable to attend to the prince properly. I implore the prince to select someone older for me. Pei Shiyuan smiled brightly.
Li Yun regarded her.
Sensing that this enchantress was entirely confident in her own allure, she spoke as though an agreement had already been reached. Return home and await your fate. Let us return. Li Yixuan gestured dismissively. The others exchanged complex glances with Pei Shiyuan before rising to take their leave. They could not simply follow in Pei's footsteps to demand a person, especially since the two concubines had no inclination to have an additional companion. They would not appreciate having someone extra by their side. Even if it was bestowed by the prince, could it truly be trusted? They never dared to fully believe in the prince. The maidservants below wished to plead, but lacked the courage to do so. Only Pei Shufu dared to make such requests in front of so many. After everyone departed, Chen inquired, do you know who orchestrated this? It was either the crown prince or another royal, for that man surnamed Fan had perished in the Zongjing temple. He simply had not spoken of it earlier. Such a person had long been akin to a dead man, and nothing could be uncovered on the surface. If he were not restricted from infiltrating the front courtyard, one might suspect that the poisoner would have jumped at the chance to directly harm Li Yixuan. However, the current political landscape remains uncertain. Should the 8th prince truly die from poison, they would find it exceedingly difficult to placate his majesty. Yet, if they could eliminate the 8th prince's offspring, that would indeed be insidious. Chen sighed. What does this signify? Why is there only one son left in the East Palace? You cannot genuinely believe they all succumbed to illness, can you? Li Yixuan remained unconcerned. Chapter 61. The art of whining. Chen's heart sank. She was well aware that it was improbable they all died of illness. However, hearing her lord speak in such a manner sent chills down her spine. She was acutely aware of the royal family's fierce rivalries, yet the blatant and naked nature of it all terrified her. Do not fret. Focus on nurturing your health. If you recover well, I will grant you a child in the future. If you do not, and someone in the rear court gives birth, I will ensure you receive one. Li Yixuan tapped the armrest of her chair. I am grateful, my lord. The princess was unexpectedly attentive. You must take care of matters in the rear court. Fulfill your responsibilities, and since we are young spouses, as long as you perform your duties, I shall protect you. I understand. I will certainly be more vigilant in the future, the princess replied. That is well, rise. This matter ends here, and you need not concern yourself with what follows. Just remember, those who wish to harm me will not spare you. Li Yixuan stood. You are still frail. Take this time to recuperate. Given the present circumstances, the rear court should remain peaceful for a while. Yes, I shall respectfully escort you, my lord, Chen curtsied. After Li Yixuan departed, Nyo assisted Chen into the inner chamber, for she could no longer endure the strain. As she helped her lie down, Nyo remarked, the prince's intentions are clear. In due time, you shall have a son. Chen did not respond to this, contemplating that the prince referred to a child. And a son at that. Yet, she still yearned for her own child. From today onward, I shall isolate myself to recover. The matters in the rear court will be entrusted to the managers. I must be thankful that I still hold authority over them. In the front courtyard, Zhong Jiu reported. That steward Fan has died. It is said that he could not withstand the torture in Zongjing Temple. Li Yixuan scoffed. Well, he died well. However, our people have unearthed some information. This Fan had an elder sister who was sold to the palace years ago. She has long since perished, but during her life, she served Concubine Zhao. At that time, Concubine Zhao had only recently entered the palace and shared living quarters with others. After Concubine Zhao was promoted and moved out, she did not take that maid with her. Eventually, that maid fell ill and died. Over time, few remember that this fan once had a sister.
Oh.
The 12th prince? Li Yixuan mused, the 12th prince is cunning. I have taken note of that. Quite impressive. How long has this been in the making? Those 6 individuals, as well as the concubine who took her own life, have all been investigated. The servants from the palace came with us when we established our residence 5 or 6 years ago, Zhongjiu explained. 5 or 6 years. The 12th prince is only 18 this year. Li Yixuan chuckled again. Do you suppose it was Concubine Zhao, or is there someone framing him? According to the subordinate's perspective, it is likely both. This fan must have some connection to Concubine Zhao, yet the meticulousness of it suggests the involvement of others along the way. Could it possibly be the Empress Dowager? The Crown Prince is generally regarded as benevolent, yet it is well known that Empress Xia is truly formidable. However, as formidable as she may be, her family connections dwindle, and His Majesty's favoritism grows stronger. Her son is not particularly promising, making it difficult for her to elevate him. However, it is improbable that she remains entirely passive. We shall have each servant in the residence thoroughly investigated, Li Yixuan declared. Rest assured, my lord. I am already on it, Zhongjiu assured with a bow. This matter is not urgent. Let us suppress it for now. The 12th prince is quite venomous. It would be advantageous to allow him to take a bite out of others later, Li Yixuan advised. I am merely concerned that should the East Palace falter, the Empress might seek to support the 12th prince. Zhongjiu expressed his worries. Fear not, the Crown Prince is still alive. We shall hold on to this matter. It will eventually serve as leverage, Li Yixuan replied. Indeed, it is common for brothers to plant seeds of discord within each other's households. Typically, this involves surveillance and espionage. Each family is cautious, entrusting only those they fully trust to serve closely. Instances like Li Yixuan's household, where poison is directly employed or where discord is deliberately instigated, are rare. Such actions are easily exposed. A single misstep could lead to the removal of the infiltrator. Ah, indeed. Find a physician for pay. Ensure it is someone reliable, of respectable lineage, and preferably in her 30s. Li Yixuan suddenly remembered that enchantress's request for assistance. Zhongjiu appeared somewhat at a loss for words, but he kept a stoic demeanor. Li Yixuan herself was amused. Look at how those women turned pale with fright. She boldly dares to request assistance. I have encountered many women both within and outside the palace, but none possess her aptitude for charm. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately, Zhongjiu affirmed. Physicians are plentiful, especially within the Imperial Medical Bureau. Their role is to assist the royal physicians. Some royal physicians may find it inappropriate to treat concubines directly, thus relying on the physicians to step in. In truth, many skilled physicians can rival the royal physicians in expertise, often stemming from illustrious families. Unfortunately, the emperor would never permit them to treat him directly. Moreover, in many dynasties, the status of female physicians is quite low, leading to a lack of interest among good families' daughters in pursuing medicine. The Great Zhou, however, is somewhat better off. The status of female physicians is not excessively low, comparable to other women, but they still lack the qualifications to treat nobility directly, serving only in a supportive capacity. By the following afternoon, a physician was sent to Bixiao courtyard. Liang-en was the one to deliver her, and Hanyue joyfully rewarded Liang-en. The physician entered the main hall, which was pleasantly warm, and upon her arrival, she knelt down. This servant, Jin Jingxiu, respectfully greets Concubine Pei. Rise. Pei Shiwan raised her hand. Jin Jingxiu. What a lovely name. From now on, I shall call you Jingxiu. How old are you? In response to Concubine Pei, this servant is 32 years old and has served in the Imperial Medical Bureau for 14 years, Jingxiu replied. With such extensive experience, coming here would seem a waste of talent, Pei Shiwan remarked. Thank you for your kind words, concubine. I came here of my own volition. The Imperial Medical Bureau is excellent, but after so many years, I wish to see the world beyond, Jingxiu explained. Very well. Your presence here is of no consequence. Consider yourself my chief maid. As a concubine, I am permitted only one first-ranked attendant, so you shall be designated as second-ranked, but receive the monthly stipend of a first-ranked maid. On ordinary days, you may rest as you please. Please take a look at the meal. If anyone here falls ill, I would appreciate your assistance. Over time, we shall become accustomed to this. Yu Chong. Please accompany Jing Xiao to the residence for a brief inspection. Jing Xiao expresses her gratitude to the concubine, displaying impeccable manners. She is currently unaware of the monthly allowance for the first-class maid in this household, but it must be considerable. In the palace, her allowance is certainly not on par with that of the palace maids. Chapter 62. Ah, so this is what it means to be favored. The girl appears to be quite pleasant, her features suggesting a kind disposition, Han Yu remarked. Pei Shiyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, she seems agreeable enough. Typically, she need not be burdened with chores and can engage in whatever task she wishes. Rest assured, she will be well taken care of. Han Yu offered her a cup of hot tea. I had almost forgotten to mention, Lu has gone to Lady Yang's courtyard. She is quite lively. Pei Shiyuan remarked slowly. What has become of those apprehended yesterday? Pei Shiyuan inquired. I hear they remain in the dungeon, Han Yu responded, a shiver of fear creeping in. I am unaware myself. Pei Shiyuan shrugged. She had seen the map, but it was evidently not marked. It should be on the eastern side. Our residence is vast, with numerous courtyards on both the east and west sides. To the east, behind the courtyard where Lu currently resides, adjacent to the garden's corner, there lies such a courtyard. When I inspected the map, I noted it was rather small, yet its layout seemed rather illogical. I suspect it to be that one.
Han Yu nodded, fortunately.
It is quite distant from our Bixiao courtyard. Though I have not seen it, I suspect the above-ground rooms are minimal. The true confinement must be below. Even if close, one would not hear much. Otherwise, if the cries of despair echoed from the prince's residence, chaos would surely ensue outside. Indeed. The royal residence is indeed different. Reflecting upon our own home, it is rather small, and with so many young masters, it will soon become cramped.
Han Yu chokled.
The old man has such a meager salary, and with the high prices in the capital, he cannot afford a new residence. We shall make do. Pei Shiyuan joined in her laughter. Isn't that so? The Pei family has yet to split, and with the old matriarch still present, the second branch remains with their elder brother. Even when they eventually do split, the first branch currently has only 3 sons, and there may be more in the future. They will still be living tightly packed. TSK, the old man ought to take a look at my Bixiao courtyard. It is not smaller than his front courtyard. Pei Shiyuan boasted. Indeed, our home is only larger within the old matriarch's courtyard. It is merely jesting. Do not mention that the Pei family is not a prominent household. In the capital, how many noble families can truly compare to the prince's residence? If there are any, they may possess a few estates, or perhaps well-maintained courtyards, but they generally do not flaunt their wealth publicly. Pei Shiyuan bantered with the maids. And soon the sky darkened, signaling the arrival of the prince. Pei Shiyuan spotted a figure through the window, hurriedly slipping on her shoes and rushing out. As Li Yixuan stepped through the door, she leapt into his arms. My prince. Li Yixuan was startled, instinctively catching her. Why are you running? I missed you. Pei Shiyuan replied sweetly, only to frown as she added, You are freezing cold. She had begun with a smile, yet her tone shifted.
Li Yixuan, uninteresta.
Released her and tossed his cloak to Jing Xiao, who had just entered. To be honest, Jing Xiao was rather dazed. She had just witnessed her concubine leap into the prince's embrace, and then be cast aside, leaving her uncertain whether the prince was angered. Before she could gather her thoughts, she saw the concubine seated once more in the prince's embrace. That must mean all is well, the prince remarked. This is Jing Xiao, the maid bestowed upon me. Pei Shiyuan pointed to her, and Jing Xiao immediately knelt and bowed. This servant, Jing Xiao, greets the prince. Take good care of concubine Pei, Li Yixuan nodded. You arrived just in time. I had someone prepare floating rice balls. Pei Shiyuan leaned against Li Yixuan, smiling. Floating rice balls? At this hour? Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. Clearly amused, you certainly have quite the appetite. You are so bothersome. The glutinous rice flour for the floating rice balls was provided by the small kitchen in the front courtyard. Not only that, but also cloud ham. Be sure to ask them to prepare a cloud ham pot. TSK, go ahead and eat.
Li Yun pinchet herweist.
Pei Shiyuan still had some flesh on her. Being young, she could eat and gain weight easily, yet losing it was also simple. Nonetheless, she found no fault in having a bit of meat. The newly arrived Jing Xiao naturally recognized that this concubine was indeed favored. Otherwise, she would not have summoned a physician without being pregnant. However, the extent of her favor was yet to be determined. Just from today's conversation, it was clear that she was not lacking. Both cloud ham and glutinous rice were southern delicacies. It is not that they are particularly luxurious, but they are rare in the north. The prince's residence certainly has an abundance, but whether such things can be shared with a concubine depends on her own standing. However, knowing that the concubine has a small kitchen here is also a good sign. At the very least, her mistress is not lacking.
Today,
I heard that a new jewelry shop has opened in the capital. Would you be interested?
Li Shunin Kirat.
I indeed heard about it in the palace. Mentioned by Princess 13. It is said that the jewelry in that shop is particularly exquisite and beautiful, favored by many noble women in the capital. Are there truly such novel pieces that the palace does not possess? Pei Shiwan asked, puzzled. Naturally, there are some items not found in the palace. If you fancy them, I shall have someone bring some for you to choose from tomorrow. In residences like ours, the shopkeeper typically brings the goods for them to select. How dull. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes. You should take me there sometime. Li Yixuan scoffed. Which concubine goes out every day? Such restlessness.
Pa.
Pei Shiwan spat at him. And now you're saying I'm restless? Wasn't it you who took me out riding? Wasn't he that exposing myself? Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that temper flaring up again? The main issue is your absurdity. Pei Shiwan shot him a glare. It is clear you do not care for such matters, yet you insist on using this to provoke me. I can see through your intentions regarding this jewelry. If I were to decline, you would surely accuse me of being pretentious. If I say I'll take a look, you'll claim I am restless. I think those floating rice balls ought to be seasoned with salt to satisfy your cravings. Li Yixuan burst into laughter, embracing her. His amusement evident. Have you stuffed your mouth with toads? Pei Shiwan wrinkled her nose in disdain, trying to get down but finding it difficult. Li Yixuan was in stitches, laughing uncontrollably, and the sight of her struggle only made it funnier. After a fit of laughter, he said, if you wish to go, go tomorrow. After purchasing, have someone come to settle the bill. Pei Shiwan huffed. Then I shall also visit my family tomorrow. Li Yixuan chuckled again. How greedy. Which concubine can casually return to her family? Ah, you are so annoying, Li Yixuan. Pei Shiwan exclaimed. You are the one I am referring to. If I am not good, then you are not good either. Li Yixuan cleared his throat, attempting to suppress his laughter. Whether you go home or not depends on how you serve me. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes dramatically, wishing she could simply roll him over. Jing Xiu was already numb. She had occasionally heard of someone being favored, but it seemed that it merely involved receiving more gifts from the emperor. She had been ignorant. Now she understood what it truly meant to be favored. Chapter 63. A dim future. As dinner was served, Pei Shiwan scooped up a floating rice ball. Here, my prince. Have one. It's filled with salty filling. Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow, accepting without refusal, and took a bite. The filling was made of black sesame, sweet and fragrant. Is it delicious? Pei Shiwan asked. Li Yixuan did not comment on its taste but asked her to guess instead. She refused to guess, simply enjoying her own. The sweet and fragrant filling, blended with lard, crushed peanuts, and black sesame, was to be savored slowly, growing more delightful with each bite. Make sure to inform Fu Rue of how it's made. Send some to the Empress Dowager tomorrow, Li Yixuan instructed. Oh, Pei Shiwan elongated the tone. With that, I need not serve as much, for I am indeed paying my respects to the Empress Dowager. Seizing the moment, Li Yixuan shot her a glare, but said nothing further. It was merely a desire to leave the residence. What a trivial matter. In his conceptualization, there is no mention that women are forbidden from venturing outside. Moreover, while the women of the Dazhou dynasty indeed experienced a reduction in freedom post-marriage compared to their single days, it is not stated that they are outright prohibited from stepping out. However, once a woman becomes a concubine, her situation becomes considerably more challenging, as she must obtain permission from both the male and female heads of the household to leave. It is not sufficient for her to merely seek the approval of the male master. The rights of the legitimate wife are significant, and sometimes even the men must acquiesce to her authority. Of course, this is true for typical households, but in the case of the Chen Wangfu, the prince's word is law, and the princess must comply accordingly. After dinner, Pei Shiwan resumed her usual request. Prince, read to me. Can't you read for yourself? Li Yixuan furrowed his brow. I simply wish to hear you read, Pei Shiwan cooed, leaning closer to him. What rubbish are you reading?
Li Shun Raturta.
Glancing at the book she had picked up, a collection of mundane tales. Can't you choose something better? What is better? Pei Shiwan giggled. What books did the 8th prince read while chasing after his teacher in the palace school? Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. You know quite a bit, don't you? What else do you know? She playfully lifted his chin. I know the 8th prince once broke the leg of his companion, and that he led the way in roasting all the fish in the imperial garden. I also know you fought with the northern D prince, and when your teacher sought to punish your companion, you pushed him down. The more she recounted, the more bleak she felt about the future. Thus, she took to her role with increased fervor. Hurry up and read for me. Where did you learn all this? Li Yixuan inquired with a smile. Pei Shiwan chose not to disclose that she had been aware of these matters even before entering the residence, as her father, though not of high rank, was a court official and thus privy to such gossip. Prince, do hurry.
Pei Shiyuan urgea, checking Li Yixun.
With a resigned sigh, he picked up the tattered book and opened it at her direction. Where should I start? Here, she pointed, settling against him. Let us begin. You certainly know how to indulge, Li Yixuan chuckled. In many affluent households, it is common for the ladies to keep 1 or 2 literate maids or young servants. However, the age of these young servants is typically limited to 12, after which they are sent to serve in the front courtyard. Thus, it is generally the maids who are literate. Of course, there are also children from poor families who seek wealth and would rather serve in the inner chambers, reading and writing letters. Yet, these are usually attractive young boys, serving purposes beyond mere literacy. In Pei Shiwan's case, she had turned the tables, seeking enjoyment by having her male master read to her, which is why Li Yixuan remarked on her indulgence. Indeed, she relished it. Li Yixuan's voice was delightful, possessing a slightly mischievous timbre that was neither overly refined nor awkwardly high-pitched. It was simply pleasing, clear, and imbued with a hint of wickedness. This quality, combined with his striking appearance, created a captivating blend of allure and contradiction, making him all the more intriguing. Thus, after reading just a page and a half, Pei Shiwan cradled his face, exclaiming, Your voice is truly enchanting. I must taste it. Li Yixuan dropped the book, amused. You little enchantress. The other maids were not surprised, but Jingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment, though her years in the medical bureau had instilled a sense of composure in her. Hanya signaled for the others to exit. As soon as the maids left, Li Yixuan found himself pushed onto the couch. The warmth of the cushions enveloped him as Pei Shiwan supported her head on her hand, gazing at him. You truly are handsome, Prince. Li Yixuan reached out, caressing her cheek. Enchantress. With a playful smile, she leaned down to nibble at his neck, startling Li Yixuan into retreat. No more leaving marks. The last one took over 10 days to fade. The red marks were one thing, but the force she applied had left them yellowing in the following days. Pei Shiwan laughed. Are you really frightened of that? Behave, or you won't be allowed outside tomorrow. I warn you, Li Yixuan replied. Pei Shiwan giggled, collapsing into his arms. All right, I'll listen to you. He flipped her over, pinning her down. You are truly reckless. And with that, he lowered his head to kiss her. Outside, Hanyu said, Sister Jingxiu, you may rest. You just arrived today. Tomorrow we shall rearrange the schedule. However, you need not keep watch over the concubine. Yes, should anything arise, just call for me. Jingxiu replied with a bow.
Li Yixun,
unperturbed, noted that Pei Shiwan was still sulking, furrowing his brow in discontent. Why the long face?
Li Yixun shuklat.
I told you to be gentle. Do you think I have withstood countless battles?
Pa.
You are the one who has faced 1,000. Li Yixuan laughed again. What do you think I am? A seasoned warrior? Just stop talking nonsense. It was remarkable how her words could catch him off guard. He often wondered where she learned such absurdities. All right, don't be angry. Next time, I promise to heed your advice, he cooed, embracing her. Be good. Don't be mad. If you're truly uncomfortable, shall I apply some medicine? Get away. How embarrassing, Pei Shiwan huffed. In truth, it wasn't too bad. They had shared a bed for over half a year, and discomfort was inevitable, though she tended to exaggerate. Fine. Let us not go out tomorrow. Perhaps in a few days? Li Yixuan, in good spirits, was patient in soothing her. I shall go tomorrow and clear out the jewelry store. Pei Shiwan quipped with a smirk. How ambitious, but how much can you really buy?
Li Yixun shukja, unkun sarnat.
He truly was not short of funds, receiving generous allowances from the emperor, more than other princes, alongside discreet gifts. Additionally, he had his own business dealings and benefited from the Jia family, who contributed significantly each year. Chapter 64. Wealth. Furthermore, over the years of establishing his residence, during various festivals, officials were expected to present gifts, which amounted to no small sum. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Chen Wangfu was dripping with wealth. Pei Shiyuan, somewhat dazed, simply responded, "Oh." The single word, devoid of warmth, signaled her fatigue, and soon after, Li Yixuan embraced her, drifting into slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Yixuan was already dressing. "After breakfast, you may go. I'll arrange for 6 guards to accompany you. I'll instruct Furu to prepare some items for your father." Typically, it would be inappropriate for a concubine's family to receive such arrangements, as they are often looked down upon. This was true not only for him, but for other princes as well. However, Pei Lin, being of the 5th rank and currently favored by the emperor, had earned some consideration. "Please thank the prince on my father's behalf," Pei Shiyuan yawned, her words muffled.
Yes.
"Purchase whatever you desire, and have them come to the residence to settle the bill," Li Yixuan replied, naturally permitting her to buy more than just a few trinkets. "Thank you, Prince," Pei Shiyuan said as she rose. After they shared breakfast in the Bixiao courtyard, they proceeded to the front courtyard. Han Yu personally informed the main house, honoring the princess's status. The carriage was prepared, with 6 guards tasked with escorting and transporting items, alongside a coachman from the household. Concubines did not have their own dedicated carriages, but the residents possessed several various carriages for use. They provided her with a reasonably sized one.
Pei Shiyuan,
Accompanied by Han Yu and Yu Cheng, left the others behind to guard the house. Their first stop was the jewelry shop, named Yu Xiange, which translates to Pavilion of the Moon Fairy. Pei Shiyuan chuckled, "The name is quite fitting with yours." Han Yu and Yu Cheng laughed in agreement. Upon entering, a woman greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guests, please ascend to the upper floor." This woman was Madame Liu, the shopkeeper of Yu Xiange, and she was quite astute. With a single glance at their attire, she could tell that this young lady hailed from a family of high status and wealth, exuding an air of distinction. Thus, directly leading people upstairs, the items above are indeed more exquisite and beautiful. As expected, this place is worthy of the praise from the princesses of the palace. The jewelry, crafted with such artistry in this era, is indeed remarkably stunning. Pei Shiyuan looked at it with great fondness and selected several sets on the spot. "Is there anything else good?"
Please bring it out, she said.
Lu Nyangzi smiled more genuinely. "Yes, indeed. You have a discerning eye. I happen to have a set that was just completed and has yet to be seen by anyone. In my opinion, it is perfectly suited for you." Saying this, she personally brought it over. On a tray adorned with red cloth lay 10 pieces of jewelry. The base of gold was embellished with exquisite pearls, the quality of which rivaled even those in the palace. Moreover, the craftsmanship was exceptionally delicate and not at all heavy. Often, pearl jewelry can appear rather antiquated, unsuitable for young women, but this set was different. It included a floral hairpin, 2 pairs of hair sticks, a pair of hairpins, and 4 ornamental flowers, all intricately inlaid with floral filigree, exuding opulence and beauty. You are still young. Wearing the entire set at once might overshadow your own beauty. However, when mixed and matched, it will truly enhance your charm, Lu Nyangzi remarked. "You, as the shopkeeper, are indeed sincere. I suspect others in the business would not speak so candidly." Pei Shiyuan replied with a light smile. "Generally, most people prefer to wear a complete set of jewelry. I am merely speaking the truth. After all, how you wear it is paramount. Perhaps you may return again in the future," Lu Nyangzi laughed. "You're right. Then I shall take this set as well," Pei Shiyuan said. "Please select another set for elderly women, 2 sets for my mother, 2 sets suitable for young married women, 1 set for an unmarried young lady. Lastly, for my 2 maids, choose 2 decent pieces for each that are also suitable for daily wear. Additionally, select around 10 silver pieces to reward the matrons in my courtyard. Everyone deserves a share. We must not be partial." Lu Nyangzi's eyes sparkled. This truly was a generous expenditure. The few sets chosen by this lady were already of considerable value. She responded with a smile and promptly called for her assistants. In a short while, everything was gathered, and Pei Shiyuan inspected the items with satisfaction. She instructed Han Yu to pack up the gifts for her family and take them to the carriage. The rest would not be taken back. These would be sent to the residence of Prince Jun, where someone would settle the bill for her. The guards displayed the royal emblem of Prince Jun. Lu Nyangzi was astonished, realizing she was in the presence of a member of the royal family. She hurriedly bowed. "I did not know this was a member of the royal household. There is no need for such formality. I shall take my leave now." Pei Shiyuan replied with a light laugh. Lu Nyangzi courteously escorted her to the carriage. Once the carriage had departed, one of her assistants sighed in relief. "I was terrified. Who could that be from the royal household? I don't know. It cannot be the princess consort. I presume she is one of Prince Chen's favored concubines, though I cannot tell which one. Lu Nyangzi shook her head, not daring to speak ill of them. Quickly pack up the items. I will go to the palace to settle the bill. This transaction was indeed a remarkable bargain. After purchasing the jewelry, Pei Shiwan instructed Han Yu to buy some pastries before heading to the Pei family home. The doorman was taken aback upon seeing Pei Shiwan, exclaiming, "Second young lady?" Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly knelt. "Greetings to the esteemed Lady Pei. Rise and announce my arrival," she replied. The doorman quickly directed someone to inform the family, personally attending to her entrance. As soon as they reached the second gate, Liang Shi had already come out to greet them. "Greetings to the esteemed Lady Pei. Mother, you are being overly formal. Allow me to greet you," Pei Shiwan responded with a bow. "Do not be so formal. Come inside quickly. It is cold," Liang Shi said. Not one to be overly warm, Liang Shi was more reserved, appearing somewhat stern, despite being kind-hearted and easy to get along with. Thus, the scene of their reunion felt particularly awkward and artificial. However, Pei Shiwan understood her stepmother's demeanor. Sometimes, her smiles looked more painful than tears. And it was better to maintain a cool disposition. Upon arriving at the old lady's courtyard, they found her being supported outside. "Second girl? Greetings, grandmother. Seeing you in such good spirits makes me happy." Pei Shiwan smiled at the old lady. Very good, very good. Come inside," the elderly matriarch, Madame Shin, said with a smile, grasping Pei Shiwan's hand. Just as they entered, the children of the second branch, led by Li Shi, had also arrived, while the children of the first branch were a step behind. "I have already sent someone to fetch your father and elder brother. They will return shortly," Liang Shi stated. "Can we stay for lunch?" "Of course. Just return before dark," Pei Shiwan replied. "Please have someone attend to the guards. There is no need for rewards. Just a meal will suffice. The rewards can be given by her." "Okay, I will arrange it," Liang Shi said, quickly rising to make preparations. The second aunt, Li Shi, also busied herself, along with Pei Shiwan's elder sister-in-law, Jiang Shi, and younger sister-in-law, Yu Shi, who did not dare delay, all joining in. Pei Shiwan asked Han Yu and Yu Chang to bring forward the gifts. "These are the jewelry I purchased from the Moon Fairy Pavilion. This set is for grandmother. The rest is for mother and the second aunt. This set is for my elder sister. Please send it to her later. And this is for my third sister. Fourth sister also has a gift. She is from the second branch and still quite young." "The Moon Fairy Pavilion? That is the jewelry shop that opened last year? It is quite expensive." Your second brother hesitated. He knows about the shop. His wife bought a pair of bracelets there last year, and they were indeed pricey. "It's nothing. We don't buy every day," Pei Shiwan chuckled. "Third sister, have you recovered from your illness? You still look a bit pale." "Thank you, second sister. I am much better now. I have been taking restorative medicine lately, so I'm fine." The third girl was unsure how to respond, feeling immensely grateful to her elder sister, but struggling to articulate it. "Thank you for your concern. I am well. My aunt also appreciates your kindness," she managed to say. "That's good," Pei Shiwan replied, casting her a sidelong glance. The third girl did not take offense. Instead, she forced a smile. When Liang Shi and the others returned, the atmosphere in the room became lively. Although Liang Shi was not one for words, her sister-in-law, Li Shi, was quite eloquent. With her speaking, the conversation flowed easily. And the two sisters-in-law also joined in. As the ladies conversed, Pei Lin and Pei Su returned. Having not seen his daughter for half a year, Pei Lin's eyes were red with emotion. "Second girl, why are you back?" "Father, you seem to have tanned quite a bit," Pei Shiwan remarked, causing Pei Lin to suppress any lingering sadness. "I've been out in the sun," he replied. "Father, these are gifts from the prince." I took a look. The writing materials are of the finest quality, including some excellent paper, the kind you mentioned before called snow sandpaper. There are also some precious medicinal herbs, presumably for grandmother, Pei Shiwan explained. Pei Lin was taken aback. "How could we accept gifts from the prince? We must thank him." He bowed solemnly towards the direction of the royal city. "You are bowing here. Can he see you?" Pei Shiwan teased. "Oh, do not jest. I genuinely respect the prince from the bottom of my heart," Pei Lin insisted. Pei Shiwan took a deep breath, choosing not to expose him. Her father was truly adept at playing the part. Before she entered the prince's residence, he had always disdained the favored concubines of the empress.
Now,
he dared not speak so boldly. However, considering her father's demeanor, it was quite good. if he were like the father of the princess consort. Always at odds with Prince Chen, it would render her position in the household quite uncomfortable. Originally, the Pei family had not intended to send their daughter to the selection, but last year, Emperor Zhenyu decreed that daughters of officials with ranks above 7th must send an eligible unmarried girl for selection, aimed at expanding the royal harem. The eldest daughter had already been married off, leaving only the second and third daughters eligible. The third daughter was merely 14, and the family could not possibly send her at such a young age. Pei Shiwan herself agreed to this, reasoning that marrying anyone in this era was challenging, and serving the emperor's family was also acceptable. In fact, Pei Shiwan had considered that if she were selected for the harem, it would not be a bad fate. Knowing that the favored concubine enjoyed the emperor's affection, she did not aspire to surpass her but rather to avoid her altogether. After a decade or so, when the old emperor passed away, she would become the dowager empress. In this dynasty, there is no notion of a royal concubine choosing to become a nun or committing suicide as a form of sacrifice. On the contrary, the emperor generally treats the royal concubines with kindness, demonstrating his benevolence and filial piety. When the time comes, one could merely live as a widow. If that does not suffice, perhaps one might find a suitable match among the relatives, potentially becoming a legitimate wife. However, unexpectedly, she has ended up in the courtyard of the 8th prince, where numerous princes and relatives abound. Given this, what could Pei Shiwan possibly say? She will forever remember Pei Lin's expression of despair upon hearing the imperial decree, leaving the attendant who delivered the message staring at him for quite some time. Are you doing well in the prince's residence? I heard from your sister that your quarters are quite spacious, Pei Lin remarked. And your previous advocacy on behalf of your sister was commendable. In truth, he wished to express that the sentiment was noble, yet he refrained from stating that directly, understanding that his daughter possessed a rather fiery temperament. When provoked, he too would find it difficult to endure. Indeed, the new royal residence is quite expansive. My accommodations are more spacious than your previous courtyard, Pei Shiwan teased. No need to elaborate on Pei Lin, is there? She coughed lightly. Your Highness shows great favor. You must understand the weight of your position. Attend diligently to the prince and princess, and you shall find future support. Such statements were typical of this era.
Yet,
he felt a pang of sorrow as he realized that the future of the 8th prince was intertwined with his daughter's fate. It was frustrating that he was merely a 5th-rank official, a minor figure in the Ministry of Works, though he was now aware of the necessity for progress.
do not.
Let's discuss this after lunch. There's no need for you to rush into advancement, Pei Shiwan interjected. Pei Su hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent, ultimately deciding against voicing his thoughts. The matriarch and Lady Liang were both perceptive and had already grasped Pei Shiwan's intentions. For the moment, they chose to refrain from discussing weighty matters, instead focusing on trivial family affairs. Pei Shiwan had returned with an abundance of items, creating a bit of unease within the household. The Pei family, despite their status, could afford jewelry, yet such exquisite pieces in countless sets were beyond their financial reach. After a brief conversation, the matriarch suggested, go to the main courtyard and spend some time with your mother before returning for lunch. She intended to ask Lady Liang some private questions, considering the poor child had lost her aunt, leaving her at the mercy of her stepmother. Pei Shiwan smiled in response. Hanyu, why don't you go find your friends and have your meal later? I will call for you when it's time. Hanyu cheerfully agreed, having brought a small bundle with her today to share with her close friends. As for her meals, the Pei family would ensure she was well fed, as she was now a guest. In the main courtyard, Lady Liang attempted to initiate a light-hearted conversation but faltered. Are the people in the residence easy to get along with? I've heard that Concubine Zheng and Concubine Yang, due to their noble backgrounds, are rather dismissive even of the princess. Things are manageable. I am merely a secondary concubine without offspring, and they are engaged in other rivalries now. That's good to hear. Life in the royal courtyard is challenging, so you must be cautious. Do you still need to take your medicine? Overindulgence could harm your health. Lady Liang expressed her concern. I must take it, though I cannot conceive at this age. And the household is chaotic. I am well aware of my situation, Pei Shiwan replied with a smile. How is your elder sister faring? Does that old crone still dare to mistreat her? I must thank you. I had previously spoken to her mother-in-law on several occasions, but despite her agreeable demeanor, the reality remained unchanged. After you confronted her, she has become more compliant. Speaking of her daughter, Lady Liang smiled sincerely, though it was not particularly attractive. Some individuals are simply incapable of understanding kindness. When you show them respect, they perceive it as fear, but a firm reprimand swiftly brings them back to reality. Pei Shiwan had long wished to deal with that old woman but had been powerless before. Now, with authority in her hands, why should she hesitate? Once the 8th prince passes, she would no longer require such considerations. What you say is true. Punishing her is one aspect. Primarily, she has now witnessed the grandeur of the royal residence. After all, she had lofty aspirations when she sought a family like this. The Duke of Yongning is not known for his benevolence, Lady Liang remarked, shaking her head. Such is the truth. Those who rise above others often look down on those beneath them. Having a title does not make one superior. Nevertheless, once your elder sister bears a child, she will assume control of the household, Pei Shiwan retorted. You have genuinely invested effort in her. I appreciate it, Lady Liang replied, awkwardly smiling. As for you, your fiery temperament should be tempered. Life in the royal residence differs vastly from home. The crown prince has been favored since childhood, and as you know, his temperament is also difficult. What if you were to lose your composure? Our family has risen from humble beginnings. We have no connections in the court. And the only noble family we are related to is the Duke of Yongning, but in times of trouble, such ties are utterly unreliable. Lady Liang continued, the Liang, Li, Jiang, and you families all share similar backgrounds. The matriarch's family, the Shen family, has also fallen from grace. Should anything happen to you, there would be no one to assist. I understand, Pei Shiwan replied with a smile. I behave quite properly in the royal residence and do not lose my temper. Yu Chong exchanged a discreet glance with her, unable to suppress her laughter. Lady Liang, however, believed half of what she heard, thinking that married daughters would inevitably differ from their behavior at home. After an awkward exchange, they proceeded to the matriarch's quarters for their meal. The lunch was undoubtedly sumptuous. Reflecting considerable care, Pei Shiwan was quite appreciative. Prior to her marriage, the family meals were also quite respectable. In her own courtyard, breakfast consisted of several small dishes, porridge, and pancakes or noodles. Lunch was typically 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, with rice or noodles as staples. Soup was not served daily, but appeared every few days. Dinner comprised 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, along with staples. There were also snacks available for the children. Whether it was the unmarried elder sister or the legitimate daughters of the second branch, all received equal treatment. While this treatment fell short compared to that of the nobility, it was not fair to say it was lacking given the Pei family's financial circumstances. Naturally, the matriarch and the lady of the house received the best treatment, which was to be expected. The lord and young masters in the front courtyard did not fare better than the female members of the family. In the great Zhou dynasty, 3 meals a day were customary, unlike previous dynasties where only 2 were standard. Wealthy families might add a snack, but ordinary households did not have that luxury. Thus, Pei Shiwan had never expressed any dissatisfaction in this regard. The Pei family's commitment to equitable treatment fostered a harmonious atmosphere among the siblings. Of course, this did not preclude Pei Shiwan from being a bit of a rebel, impetuous, affectionate, and occasionally at odds with her father. However, she was also generous and fiercely protective of her loved ones. Everything seemed to balance perfectly, as her legitimate siblings were all upright individuals with considerable tolerance. Had it been anyone else, this family would not have thrived as it did. After a delightful lunch, Pei Shiwan went to converse with her father and brothers in the front courtyard. What news from the court? Pei Lin inquired. The crown prince's health, as you know, is precarious. It is unlikely he will endure long enough to ascend the throne, Pei Shiwan replied. Pei Su was taken aback and quickly moved to the door, instructing, everyone step back. Do not approach. The steward at the entrance hurriedly complied, moving away. Pei Shiwan shot her elder brother a warning glance, cautious in her demeanor. The emperor favors the crown prince, Pei Lin mused, stroking his beard. Indeed, the emperor's affection for the crown prince is undeniable. Yet he has more than just these 2 sons, Pei Shiwan sighed. You are aware of the actions of the imperial concubine and her son, arrogant and unrestrained. Once the crown prince is gone, the empress's clan will not easily bow to the imperial concubine's faction. With so many princes, it would be prudent for them to support another. You know the crown prince has faced several assassination attempts, Pei Lin acknowledged gravely. Therefore, father, as a mere 5th-rank official, do not aspire for promotion. Such ambitions would yield no benefit. Regardless of your affiliations, with me here, you remain secure. Our family lacks a solid foundation, and once drawn into turmoil, we would find ourselves without a burial place. Therefore, let us pave a way for the elder brother to be stationed elsewhere. It would be beneficial for him to gain experience. As for the second brother, he should not linger either. We can wait for 10 or 8 years until the dust settles in the capital. And what of you?
Peisu inquired anxiously.
What can I do? I am currently living in luxury, and as for the future, we shall see. Alas, it is my incompetence, Pei Lin lamented. When the imperial edict arrives, even if you are a first-rank official, you must still obey the command, right? Fortunately, it is I. If it were the third brother, the grass on his grave would grow tall. Pei Shiwan retorted. Second sister, do not speak nonsense, Pei Su urged. It is simply how things are. Do not harbor any illusions. If, by chance, Prince Chen rises in rank, our family will surely flourish, so we must exercise utmost caution now. Pei Shiwan gazed into the eyes of the three present. All three nodded in agreement. In truth, one who has risen from humble beginnings like Pei Lin cannot be considered incompetent. Yet the higher one ascends, the more one realizes the arduousness of the path ahead. With no allies in court, it is already commendable that he has reached this point. The abundance of officials in the capital has made it difficult to achieve any notable accomplishments over the years.
Now,
reflecting on the situation, since there is no upward mobility, one feels considerably more relaxed. The Chen family serves as a cautionary tale, Pei Lin remarked suddenly.
Indeed.
The Chen family, the family of the Princess Chen, who is married to Prince Chen. Lord Chen of the Censorate, a paragon among civil officials, renowned for his integrity, has distanced himself from colluding with Prince Chen and has already forsaken his daughter. But has he truly fared better? Not at all. He has gone against the emperor's wishes, and the emperor is quite displeased with him. How could the other princes consider him when the emperor has such discontent? At least, they would not dare to ally with him openly. In the future, when Prince Chen ascends to power, he will certainly not employ him. Once the other princes rise, there are many others available, so why would they choose a minister with ties to Prince Chen? It is easy to foresee how the concubine and Prince Chen will be treated like pariahs when the other princes take the throne. Even if the emperor were to issue an edict forbidding harm to them, what of covert actions? Their lives would undoubtedly be short-lived. The same goes for the Chen family. Chapter 67. Falling ill on her way back home, Pei Shiwan purchased numerous trinkets and delicacies from the street. After notifying Han Yue in the main courtyard, she proceeded directly to Bixiao courtyard. The items she purchased were now spread out on the table. Pei Shiwan smiled and said, Come, let us divide these treasures. Han Yue and Yue Chang put away their own jewelry, but not before everyone had admired its exquisite beauty. Then, they brought forth the jewelry given to them as rewards. Come, you may choose first. How could we, servants, dare to accept such valuable items? Yue exclaimed, dazzled by the splendor. Rewards shall be given where due, and so shall penalties. Pei Shiwan remarked, lifting her teacup for a sip. The tea from the Wang residence is truly exceptional. She suddenly remembered. I had meant to bring some fine tea for the elder. Perhaps next time. The maidens all knelt in gratitude and each selected their pieces. Everyone was quite satisfied, though Jingxiu appeared slightly uneasy, having received such valuable gifts so soon after her arrival, vowing to serve her mistress diligently. Yuegui and Yueying, being of lower rank, received simpler items, as their status did not warrant extravagance. The gatekeeper also received a share, as did the 2 female cooks from the kitchen, who were equally rewarded. The kitchen even had a male attendant, Chef Zhou, who, being a man, could not wear jewelry, so he was instead granted 5 taels of silver. Everyone rejoiced and bowed in gratitude. Upon returning to the small kitchen, Zhang Shi was overjoyed, exclaiming, It is indeed the favor of a cherished mistress. That is true. The benefits are plentiful, and it is easier to serve, Ma Shi added. The entire Bixiao courtyard was filled with a festive atmosphere. As for Pei Shiwan's purchases, the whole residence was not yet aware. However, when the items were delivered to Bixiao courtyard in the morning, everyone began to wonder. After all, Pei Shi had gone out, and yet she was still bestowing rewards? When Zheng Sidefei sent someone to inquire, she learned that the items were not rewards but rather purchases made by Pei Shiwan. Those with a mind to investigate could easily uncover the truth. Moon Immortal Pavilion. So many boxes filled with jewelry? Even Zheng Sidefei, who usually spoke kindly to Pei Shiwan, was taken aback. Has the prince not been generous with her rewards? I heard she has even dared to play with them. And now she is allowed to buy such things? Indeed, it was said that the jewelry shop was quite expensive. Could her meager monthly allowance cover such purchases? Thus, they were there to settle accounts, and she had the audacity to buy so many items. Moreover, she only returned at dusk. Juxiang furrowed her brow. Zheng Sidefai inhaled deeply. This matter cannot remain known only to me. I understand, Juxiang nodded. In Bixiao courtyard, after changing her attire, Pei Shiwan adorned Xueqiu with a small golden pendant tied with a red cord. Xueqiu tilted its head, allowing its mistress to play with it. Once adorned, it stretched out its little paws, attempting to grasp the pendant but failing, opting instead to roll about playfully on the couch. The pendant, a delicate gourd, had been detached from a hairpin, perfectly suited for the little cat. You all watch, do not keep it on her all the time, take it off occasionally, and only let her wear it now and then. It is fine to wear it when going out. Cats should not be constrained. Everyone nodded in agreement, though somewhat puzzled. They did not question further. Such matters were trivial. When Li Yixuan arrived, Pei Shiwan was holding the little cat and engaging in conversation. She spoke in a sweet tone, and the little cat responded with a soft meow. Quite agreeable. Li Yixuan frowned. This woman, not only was she adept at being coy herself, but she also indulged the cat in an equally enchanting manner. My lord, he said, are you in good spirits today? What treasures have you bought? Let me see. Li Yixuan settled down. Go fetch them for the prince to see. Pei Shiwan waved her hand. Fortunately, Han Yue and the others had merely stored the jewelry without unpacking it elsewhere, making it convenient to retrieve. Li Yixuan glanced over and picked up a few pieces for inspection. Your taste is acceptable. Pei Shiwan smiled as she leaned closer to him. How much did these cost? You ask me how much you spent?
Li Shun raplia, spaklas.
Since it is the princess' money, why should I inquire too closely? Rest assured, it is the first time doing business with them. They would not dare to overcharge. While the prince may be unconcerned, the steward in charge of payments will certainly keep a close watch. Even if there are some perks, they will not be excessive. I do not know. Whatever the cost is, I will pay, Li Yixuan said nonchalantly. Very well, Pei Shiwan nodded, selecting a white jade bracelet from the pile and putting it on. My parents and grandmother expressed their gratitude for the prince's kindness. As long as you know of my kindness, Li Yixuan said, pulling her waist closer. They are all more considerate than you. Pei Shiwan laughed. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I am the worst, yet you still enjoy holding me. This shows you are not such a good person either. As she spoke, she playfully poked Li Yixuan's shoulder with her finger. Li Yixuan allowed her to be frivolous. The Empress Dowager and the mother of the prince both adore you. What rewards would you like? I do not need any, Pei Shiwan replied dismissively. Really do not need any? Li Yixuan looked down at her. TSK. If you are offering me something, it is because you wish to give it. If I desire something, it is because I want it. Not merely to curry favor with the Empress Dowager for rewards. What is the difference? You can think as you wish. Pei Shiwan shot him a glance. Very well. I shall let it be, Li Yixuan smirked. As they conversed, someone approached, and soon Furu entered. My lord, someone from Zheng Sidefai's residence has come, saying that the eldest son is unwell and requests your presence. Li Yixuan frowned, placing the person in his arms down. I will go take a look and return shortly. It is quite cold. At this hour, the prince is likely at Zheng Sidefai's. He can visit me another day. You all provide light for the prince outside. Li Yixuan gently caressed Pei Shiwan's face and lifted her chin slightly, teasing, have you become so understanding? Pei Shiwan swatted his hand away. With a smile, Li Yixuan stepped out of Bixiao courtyard. Exiting the courtyard, he traversed the passage between Qingyu Pavilion and the rear courtyard's treasury, soon arriving at Yuqing Courtyard. The courtyard was brightly lit, and the newly appointed court physician was already present. The eldest son had been awakened, but his complexion was a disturbing shade of blue. His lips similarly tinged, a clear sign of distress. Upon seeing Li Yixuan, Consort Zheng rushed into his arms, weeping, Your Highness. Li Yixuan caught her and inquired, How is the eldest son? The physician replied, Currently, the eldest son is experiencing some difficulty in breathing. We can only perform acupuncture for temporary relief. Unfortunately, there is no effective remedy for this condition. Once it flares up, no medication can provide immediate alleviation. Only skilled physicians may attempt acupuncture, yet the results are often minimal. Hearing this, Consort Zheng's vision blurred, and she fainted in Li Yixuan's embrace. Frowning, he gently laid her on the couch, instructing, take the royal token, and summon the imperial physician. When the imperial physician arrived, Consort Zheng had regained consciousness. The physician's diagnosis for mother and child was grim. The eldest son had indeed relapsed, and there were no viable treatment options. However, it was revealed that Consort Zheng had fainted from excitement and was indeed pregnant, less than 2 months along. The news of her pregnancy brought her a sense of relief. For securing an heir was essential for her standing. With the eldest son in such a precarious state, the prospect of not bearing another child was alarming. Now, however, her wish had come true. That night, the crown prince naturally chose to stay in Consort Zheng's chambers. The next morning, the news of her pregnancy spread throughout the household. With the Zheng family expecting a child, surely she will be able to secure her position? Pei Shiwan remarked. Indeed, she and Consort Yang have been in constant competition, yet they have maintained a cordial rapport, Hanyu added. Is it truly cordial? Pei Shiwan mused, skeptical of the notion that the eldest son's condition was innate. Alas, the servants in this household are uncertain of how to navigate such matters, so we must tread carefully. Hanyu shook her head. Let us prepare the meal. While we can still avoid formal greetings in the main court, we should relish this ease while it lasts. Soon, we will be required to pay our respects daily, and we cannot afford to take leave every day. This morning, there was a grand morning assembly at the palace, so the crown prince had left before dawn. Now that the assembly had concluded, he was accompanying His Majesty for breakfast. This winter, we must send someone to inspect the military camps. I intend to send you, Emperor Zhenyu stated. Your Majesty, I recommend third brother, Li Yixuan replied after sipping his soup. How can you recommend him? Emperor Zhenyu frowned. The third prince is incompetent and unfit for such responsibilities. Your Majesty, I have survived 2 assassination attempts this year. If I were to go on the inspection, who knows what might happen? Why not send third brother? He is the eldest among us brothers after the crown prince, Li Yixuan argued. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Zhenyu acquiesced. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Li Yixuan served Emperor Zhenyu some dishes. Your Majesty, you should try this. I know it is to your liking. Emperor Zhenyu smiled at the pickled bamboo shoots on his plate. You remember your father's preferences.
Lishun shuklat.
Noting that despite the physician's warnings about the unhealthiness of pickles, his father delighted in them, prompting the royal chefs to devise quick pickling methods. After breakfast, Emperor Zhenyu inquired. By the way, how is that child of yours? His tone was detached. Perhaps because the child was not a legitimate heir or because Li Yixuan had not taken the child to see him. Nonetheless, Emperor Zhenyu remembered to grant gifts for a few children, albeit without much concern. The physician has declared the heart condition untreatable, but Consort Zheng is indeed pregnant. Let the physician do their utmost. However, should such a child be born, the mother will receive less favor in the future, Emperor Zhenyu remarked with a frown. Li Yixuan nodded in agreement, but internally doubted that the child's issues could solely be attributed to the mother. It was merely a coincidence. Do not bother with the heir's designation just yet. We can discuss it in the future to avoid complications, Emperor Zhenyu stated plainly. Li Yixuan feigned understanding, as you say. Your Majesty. Amused, Emperor Zhenyu patted his arm. Simpleton, you may leave the palace now. Attend to public affairs more diligently. This year is nearly over. And with the cold weather, I shall assign you tasks come spring. You cannot afford to be idle indefinitely. Li Yixuan left the palace with a heavy heart, the burden of responsibility weighing down upon him. At the palace gates, he encountered his uncle, Jia Kejian. Uncle, what brings you here? He inquired. I have been waiting for you, Your Highness, Jia Kejian replied with a smile. If you wish to see me, you could have sent word. It is quite cold. Li Yixuan noted. Not at all. A brief wait is fine. Your Highness, may we speak privately? Jia Kejian suggested warmly. Certainly. Let us find a tea house to converse. Li Yixuan agreed. Once seated in the tea house, Jia Kejian got straight to the point. Are you aware of the inspections? The Emperor just mentioned it. I recommended third brother. And he has consented. There should be no changes, Li Yixuan informed him. Oh. I share your sentiment, but why did you choose the third prince? Jia Kejian expressed mild surprise, concerned that the crown prince might hastily accept the task. Given the current political climate, it was unwise to stand out. Naturally. He is the eldest, Li Yixuan countered. Is that not a concern? Jia Kejian pressed. Not at all. The 5th and 7th princes are stable. They will have their own struggles. You need not worry. The emperor is in good health, Li Yixuan reassured him. Indeed, the crown prince's greatest support is His Majesty. and the Jia family holds considerable power. As long as you remain mindful, early morning court attendance is essential. We are no longer children, Jia Kejian advised with a smile. You are correct, but with you and my grandfather looking out for me, I can afford to enjoy a few more years of freedom. I appreciate your assistance. Li Yixuan replied with a bow. No need for such formality. We are family, after all, Jia Kejian smiled. By the way, my mother's birthday is at the end of the month. I hope you will attend, Jia Kejian added. Of course. I have prepared a gift for my grandmother and will be there on the day, Li Yixuan assured him. The current Lady Jia was a stepmother, having replaced the late first wife, Lady Li, who passed away too soon. Jia Kejian was born of Lady Li, but had been raised by his stepmother, growing closer to her and having little memory of his biological mother. After parting ways with Jia Kejian, Li Yixuan returned to the estate. During the midday meal, he took a detour towards the rear courtyard. Führer did not inquire about his destination, observing only that the prince headed directly to the main courtyard. Upon seeing him, Chen Shi was naturally delighted. Although still in her confinement, she was nearing a month postpartum and could not remain bedridden all the time. Your Highness, how kind of you to visit, she greeted. How have you been feeling? Li Yixuan raised his hand in a gesture of concern. Thank you for your care. I am feeling much better, she replied. You have not dined yet, have you? No. Please have the meal prepared. I have something to discuss with you, Li Yixuan said. Chen Shi nodded and instructed the servants to prepare a feast worthy of the prince's presence. The birthday of the Lady Jia is approaching, she noted. Yes, I am aware. I arranged gifts days ago. We shall attend together, correct? Will we bring the concubines? Chen Shi asked. No, it will just be you and me, Li Yixuan replied. Regarding her thoughtfully, once your confinement period is over and you feel better, we should visit the Prince Hui's estate. Indeed, the elder brother deserves our respect. Do you understand?
Li Yixuan inquirat.
Chen Shi nodded, saying, I am but a foolish woman, yet I shall heed the prince's every word. This recent miscarriage had thoroughly instilled in her the understanding that within this household, obedience is paramount. The days of advising the prince were behind her. Henceforth, she would support whoever the prince favored internally and align herself with whom he deemed worthy externally. Li Yixuan was quite satisfied with her attitude. It was precisely this quality of Chen Shi that made her commendable. She may not possess remarkable abilities, but she is not obstinately rigid. They had their lunch in the main courtyard, but shortly after, Li Yixuan took his leave. Chen Shi was aware that she could not retain him and made no attempt to do so. What does the prince mean?
New mama remarked.
The external conflicts are quite intense, yet this could be beneficial. The prince wishes for you to pay more attention to the outside affairs, while the matters within the household need not concern you as much. Indeed, Chen Shi sighed, but this contradicts the teachings of my childhood. My father always instructed that men should operate outside while women manage the home, that a woman should not show her face in public. Yet, the prince evidently does not desire such a princess. He expects me to engage in social interactions. Your Highness, do not dwell on it too much. You now rely on the prince for your standing. Do not let other matters trouble your mind. Neo Mama held significant reservations about the Qin family. After all, she had watched the princess grow up and could not bear to see her suffer. Meanwhile, Pei Shiwan was strolling in the garden with Han Yu and Jing Xiu. The winter garden lacked the vibrancy of summer, yet it still offered a pleasant sight. A leisurely walk was enjoyable, though the wind was fierce atop the pavilion, making her regret stepping up there and hastily descending. Shall we go to the listening snow pavilion? Han Yu proposed. There's no snow. Let us just wander about,
Came the reply.
As the trio ambled along, they spotted the prince from a distance. Pei Shiwan was surprised that Li Yixuan had ventured so far in the cold winter. Greetings, Your Highness, she said as they approached. What are you doing running about in this frigid weather? Do you not fear the cold? Li Yixuan observed her. And why are you wandering aimlessly? He retorted, I went to your Bixiao courtyard and did not find you. Taking her hand, he noted its icy chill. Let us return. Did you come specifically to find me? Pei Shiwan beamed with pride. The prince is truly kind. Li Yixuan regarded her in silence, merely pinching her cheek. Such thick skin you have. Will you carry me back, Your Highness? She whimsically pressed. Do not even think about it, Li Yixuan chuckled. He had never carried anyone in his life. Are you unable to walk? Pei Shiwan teased. What would you have done if I hadn't come?
Li Yixuan lauga.
If you hadn't come, I would have managed just fine. Her boldness amused him further. You little rascal, walk on your own. As they neared the western gate of the garden, Pei Shiwan's incessant murmurs of discontent prompted Li Yixuan to sigh, scoop her up in his arms, and say, "Be quiet." She, however, persisted, "Isn't it because the path was too long that you feared you couldn't carry me? Now that we are close, you can." Li Yixuan nearly set her down. Silence. Yet Pei Shiwan only giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You are the best, Your Highness." Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, she was gently placed down. "Greetings, Your Highness," the attendants hurriedly said. "Rise," Li Yixuan instructed, taking Pei Shiwan inside. Upon entering, they spotted the snowball cat on the stool. "Oh, how did my darling manage to get up there? So impressive," Pei Shiwan exclaimed, immediately tossing Li Yixuan aside to embrace the kitten and shower it with kisses. Li Yixuan frowned, unable to watch. Her penchant for affection was amplified in the presence of a cat. "Have you congratulated the prince yet?" "Consort Zheng is with child," Pei Shiwan remarked, cradling the kitten. "You may congratulate her when you yourself are with child," Li Yixuan replied. "I am in no haste. I am still young," Pei Shiwan asserted. "Still young? How old is not young?" Li Yixuan chuckled. "Do you not desire children?" "Not at this moment," Pei Shiwan candidly stated. "Do not want? Very well. Then, be obedient, and I shall protect you even without children." Pei Shiwan smiled at him, yet her skepticism lingered. "Just you? Who are you protecting?" "Next year, the emperor will embark on a northern tour. Will you accompany him?"
Li Yixuan inquirat.
"A northern tour?" Pei Shiwan was surprised. Has the emperor ever toured north before? "I recall one such instance from my childhood. The northern tribes have been restless in recent years. The emperor's tour is intended to assert dominance along the borders."
Li Yixuan explainat.
"Is it dangerous?" Pei Shiwan asked anxiously. "And if there is danger, should we refrain from going?" Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow, displeased. "While I believe your statement is somewhat redundant, I must still say that if danger exists, we ought not to proceed." Pei Shiwan displayed remarkable boldness. "You are free to choose. We will depart in February, whether you wish to go or not. Unless," Li Yixuan teased, "if you were to become pregnant, then we shall not go. You need not put me in such a predicament. It is merely a northern tour, and observing the scenery could be quite delightful." "Giving birth is far more daunting," Li Yixuan remarked, pinching her cheek. "Are you truly so averse to having children?" "You are indeed bothersome. I've said I am still young. In a couple of years, I shall consider it," Pei Shiwan retorted, playfully swatting his hand away. Li Yixuan then embraced her. "Very well, 2 years hence will suffice." He also casually stroked the kitten's head nestled in her arms. The kitten gazed up at him. Just like your own?" Li Yixuan mused. Pei Shiwan burst into laughter. "Your Highness," a voice called from outside. "What is it?" "Your Highness, there is word from the front courtyard." Fu Rui did not elaborate further. "Come in and speak," Li Yixuan gestured dismissively. Fu Rui entered, casting a glance at Pei Shiwan before stating, "In the East Palace. The Crown Prince has coughed up blood again, and this time it is rather severe." Li Yixuan waved him away, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Pei Shiwan remained silent, leisurely petting the kitten. In this struggle for imperial power, the fate of the 8th prince was uncertain. However, the Crown Prince was undoubtedly the first to be eliminated. "What are you pondering?"
Li Yun suezet herweist.
"I was contemplating what hair adornments to wear tomorrow. Should I pair gold with agate or pearls?"
"Ah."
"Did you not hear Fu Rui's words?" He lifted her chin. "I did hear. The Crown Prince is gravely ill." "What of it?" Pei Shiwan met his gaze directly. "Under your protection, I can peacefully contemplate how to adorn myself and enjoy my meals, can I not? The Crown Prince has coughed up blood several times in a short span, and even the most divine beings cannot save him now." When the Crown Princess entered, everyone greeted her respectfully. The Crown Prince, with a voice that lacked resonance, instructed, "You may all leave. Only the Crown Princess should remain." Once the others had exited, the Crown Princess sighed. "How do you feel?" "Just as it is," the Crown Prince replied as he slowly propped himself up against a pillow, devoid of any elegance. "How is Conger today?" "Quite well, though the cold has left him somewhat lethargic," the Crown Princess answered. Conger, the sole male child of the Eastern Palace, was over a year old, born to a concubine and cherished by the Crown Princess. Given the numerous children lost in the Eastern Palace, this boy was perhaps the last glimmer of hope. However, even with his efforts, the Crown Prince's frail health made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to conceive. The child, too, was weak, having been overly pampered, which made his condition even more precarious. Your health is of utmost importance, the crown princess implored, her voice tinged with sorrow.
Do not neglect your well-being.
Must you not accept your fate? The crown princess, Fei, genuinely cared for the crown prince. Yet no amount of love could shield him from the presence of numerous concubines. It pained Fei to see the crown prince in such a state of illness, still fighting against his fate, burning like a candle that could not endure. With a deep sigh, the crown prince grasped Fei's hand. Do you think I do not wish to accept my fate? I am already weary. I no longer wish to endure this torment. But I cannot. My maternal grandfather is still at the frontier, commanding a formidable army. As the father of the empress, he is destined not to be utilized by others. What becomes of such a person? What of the entire Xie family, over 100 souls? And your Fei family? Your brother died under mysterious circumstances, with no resolution in sight. Your family, being the maternal kin of the crown princess, is inherently tied to the crown prince's lineage. Who will they rely on in the future? And what about you, me, everyone in the Eastern Palace, and the empress? How can I let go? The crown prince spoke, heavy with sorrow. But if it ultimately fails, it pains me to see you suffer so, Fei cried. I cannot bear to see you in such anguish. Do not weep. I promise to refrain from visiting the concubines again. It is unnecessary, the crown prince replied with a faint smile, though his complexion remained grim. As Fei gazed at him, her heart ached more. He had once been such a handsome man. When they first met, before their engagement, she had been captivated by him instantly. He stood there, exuding an aura of warmth. Over time, she came to realize that her initial impression was indeed accurate. He was gentle, patient, compassionate, noble, and of high character, a naturally gifted scion of the royal family, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Yet, this remarkable man was not favored by his father. And even as the crown prince, he had long been subjected to his father's oppression. Now he lay here, diminished and on the brink of death.
Do not weep.
Take good care of Connor. After I am gone, he will be your hope, the crown prince said, struggling to wipe away Fei's tears. Do not speak such words. If you die, I shall not live either, Fei lamented. Do not utter foolishness. Connor and the two maidens require your care, the crown prince sighed again. What a pity that I do not have the opportunity to see you as empress. I cannot afford to die now and abandon everything. The empress has been oppressed by the favored concubine for half her life. I cannot leave her to fend for herself. The next crown prince absolutely cannot be the eighth prince. Fei nodded through her tears. Regardless of your intentions, the Fei family will undoubtedly support you. The crown prince's health was such that it could not withstand the emperor's wrath for much longer. Thus, they had no choice but to alter their strategy. If a change was necessary, it ought to be in favor of the crown prince's faction. They must at least leave the Xie and Fei families with a path to survival, as well as the loyal ministers who supported the crown prince. Switching allegiances was not as simple as it sounded. The crown prince's brother, the king of Chun, was unaware of these matters. The Chun royal household continued its lively existence. After becoming pregnant, concubine Zheng secluded herself, especially after suffering 2 recent miscarriages that left her apprehensive. Having just dealt with a spy, no matter who had ulterior motives, this was the safest time to be with child. The cruelty of Li Yixuan was not lost on the women in the inner court. Even those who were oblivious had likely come to realize that committing any misdeed at this juncture would be unwise. Thus, one must admit that concubine Zheng was fortunate. Should she bear a son again, she would have 2 sons, even if the eldest was no longer viable. After her month of confinement, the princess resumed her duties in the main courtyard to receive morning greetings. Pei Shiwan listened to her converse with concubine Yang, pondering how remarkable the princess was for maintaining her spirits during such trying times. Yet, there was an underlying sense of heartbreak and helplessness. This year was unlike any other. Not only had they recently moved and had not yet experienced winter at the royal residence, but several new sisters had also joined. I have been unwell and unable to attend to you all. Are the provisions sufficient? Chun inquired after her conversation with concubine Yang. Concubine Zheng was absent, and concubine Yang responded first. Thank you, princess. I lack for nothing. Indeed, she had no shortages, as she was caring for her child. That is good to hear. And you, he? Concubine, he eagerly replied, with your care, I am also well provided. Chapter 71. Distinction recently, concubine, he had been rather disheartened. Whether due to the previous incident being fortuitous or intentional, it had certainly displeased Li Yixuan, who had been unwilling to see her. Given this, she found it difficult to articulate her needs or lacks. Pei Shiwan answered proactively, I also lack for nothing. Thank you for your concern, princess. Since you live a bit further away, if you need anything, do not hesitate to send someone to me, Chen smiled. Pei Shiwan acknowledged this. Since inquiries were being made, it was only fitting to ask all the concubines. Lu responded first, Princess. I find the charcoal insufficient. The side courtyard is inherently cold. I feel quite aggrieved. Since my miscarriage, my health has not been good, and I truly require more. Now that you are like us, all being concubines, you cannot expect the same treatment as before. If the entire room cannot be heated, then perhaps you should heat a smaller room, Wei suggested.
Indeed.
The concubines' quarters were not large, and there was no real shortage. However, it was evident that those who were disliked by the prince might find themselves at a disadvantage. If it is insufficient, I will have someone check and provide you with more. However, the rules are in place. There should be a set amount. And if I replenish yours, others must receive the same, Chen stated. Lu quickly nodded, grateful for any assistance, as she was quite sensitive to the cold. The other concubines claimed they were not lacking in anything, but even if there was a slight deficiency, what could they say? Without favor or status, they were bound to use only what was allotted to them, which was just enough. The treatment at the Chen royal residence was already quite favorable, as they at least had separate accommodations. It was said that some of the palace maidens had to share a room with another. Once the morning greetings concluded, Pei Shiwan exited the main courtyard with Yue, followed closely by Lu. At the entrance, it seemed she was enjoying herself and intentionally brushed past, bumping into Yue.
I was left speechless.
Pei Shiwan chuckled, Lu Wanin.
What?
Lu Wanin turned back, unimpressed. Do you realize you are now a concubine? Pei Shiwan asked with a smile. Lu Wanin did not respond but tacitly acknowledged it. Whether a concubine or a secondary wife, there need not be any regulations from the palace. Both the prince and princess could set the terms. I certainly cannot kill you, but I can strike you. Are you certain you wish to maintain this spirited demeanor whenever we meet? Pei Shiwan challenged. Lu Wanin was startled and instinctively took a step back. You still no fear? Then why do you persist in making things difficult for me? Pei Shiwan genuinely could not understand, and her curiosity piqued. Is it that you despise anyone the prince favors? Life is long. I cannot be the last one you resent. You speak nonsense. You only seek to flatter yourself. Lu Wanin retorted harshly. You entered the palace on the same day as I. Do you truly harbor such deep feelings for the prince? Pei Shiwan inquired. Lu Wanin remained silent, too embarrassed to respond. Think for yourself. Do not provoke me any further, as it brings no benefit. You are aware of my temper. Pei Shiwan declared sincerely. Who do you think you are? You are merely a secondary concubine, a trivial existence. If you possess the capability, become a favored concubine, and then attempt to reprimand me. Lu Wanin retorted with venomous disdain. Thus, do you wish for either Zheng or Yang to perish? Pei Shiwan smirked wickedly. Lu Wanin gasped nonsense. I have never uttered such words. Look at you, fearful of everyone and everything, yet still choosing to provoke. What is the point? Do not incite me. I harbor no interest in you. This is your final warning. Should there be a next time, I shall truly take action. With a delicate shake of her finger, Pei Shiwan departed with Yue in tow. Chansha hesitated for a moment before advising Miss. It would be wise to keep your distance from her. Yang and he, both with children, are not to be trifled with. The lord and the lady pay her no mind. If you offend her now, will there be a place for you in this residence? Lu Wanin bit her lip, remaining silent as she slowly retreated to the side courtyard. After a long pause, she lamented, but why? We entered the residence together. What right does she have to be so favored while I am relegated to the side courtyard? Do not dwell on it. Once the lord's anger subsides, if you attend to him more frequently, perhaps your status will be restored. Do not overthink. Misunderstandings have arisen in the past. Consider ye, the three of you entered the residence together, yet how many times has she served the lord? He hardly remembers her, Chansha remarked.
Indeed.
It is unwise to comfort someone with reassurances that may not hold weight. However, should you mention someone else who is worse off than you, it might just do the trick. Lu Wanin, though still discontented, begrudgingly accepted the sentiment. Upon returning to the Bixiao courtyard, Pei Shiwan was instantly captivated by a small black cat perched on the lowermost shelf of the antique cabinet by the door, having learned to leap up. The weather was frigid, and apart from attending to its needs, The kitten seldom ventured outside. Yet, upon hearing Pei Shiwan's footsteps or voice, it would scurry to the door to await her. For this reason, that shelf was left empty solely for the feline. Pei Shiwan scooped up the kitten, exclaiming, "Snowball, you are such a good little one." The kitten mewed sweetly in response. "Oh, our Snowball is so adorable." "Kiss, kiss, kiss," Pei Shiwan cooed, even more affectionate than the kitten. Hanyu, unable to bear the sight, furrowed her brow and retreated to the small kitchen. After indulging the kitten, Pei Shiwan suddenly turned to inquire about the incense burner in the main room, asking Yu Chong, "Is our charcoal sufficient?" Yu Chong paused before responding, "Yes." "Is the secondary concubine feeling chilly? Would you like me to add a brazier tonight? You might not prefer a fire in the inner room, but a small brazier should be acceptable, no?" "No, I am merely curious." Today, Lu mentioned her charcoal was insufficient. Pei Shiwan waved her hand dismissively.
"Oh.
Our charcoal is certainly adequate. The small kitchen allows for more to be sent from the front courtyard. Do not worry." Is the small kitchen not using black charcoal?" "It is, but for pots and such, we use high-quality wood charcoal. We have plenty, especially considering your position and the extra sent from the storeroom," Yu Chong explained. Pei Shiwan understood that there were complexities at play. Indeed, where one is favored, abundance abounds. Where one lacks favor, scarcity reigns. With a sigh, she mused, "It is no wonder that everyone vies for favor. Ensure your quarters remain warm. Do not freeze. While I still hold favor, enjoy it well. When that changes, you shall find yourselves in a meager state. Save what you can while you can." She waved her hand and resumed playing with the kitten. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in amusement. Chapter 72. The new favorite on this day. Nothing of note occurred, and Li Yixuan did not visit in the evening. The following morning, while paying respects in the main courtyard, everyone learned that the Lord had spent the night at Li Wuxuan. This marked the first time since their relocation. "Sister Yi has finally seen her patience rewarded," Wei remarked with a smile. "Miss Yi is undeniably beautiful, yet since entering the residence, she has rarely caught the Lord's attention. Now that he has taken the initiative, perhaps she is indeed to be favored," Yi replied, feeling bashful. "We all share the same sentiment. Serving the Lord and the lady is indeed a blessing," Wei nodded. "Let us all harmoniously serve the Lord together," Chen added with a smile. "Not to mention, at least Miss Yi understands the rules," he remarked coolly. This statement bore pointed implications. In this residence, who did not adhere to rules? Pei Shiwan chose not to respond. Her silence prompted he to remark again, "Let's wait for the day when Miss Yi also becomes a secondary concubine. After all, her beauty is on par with anyone else's." "I do not dare, nor have I ever contemplated such a notion," Miss Yi replied with a gentle shake of her head. "Being content and compliant is what truly reflects wisdom," he smiled approvingly. Suddenly, an inappropriate laugh broke the tension, drawing everyone's gaze to its source. "Pei Shiwan, what's the matter? Am I interrupting your amusement?" she asked innocently. "What are you laughing at?" He glared at her. "I am simply amused by your desperate attempts to compensate for your shortcomings," Pei Shiwan retorted, adjusting her posture. "It is quite laughable to hear you speak of rules and propriety with such sincerity. How can you utter such words?" "Why should I not speak?" He clenched her handkerchief, anger evident in her voice. "You may speak as you please, but I must inquire. Has the butterfly's blood dried up yet?" Pei Shiwan grinned mischievously. "You, who dare to slander the matriarch with poison, now preach about rules and compliance. How utterly shameless of you."
Pei Shiwan.
"Do not speak such nonsense. I have never slandered the matriarch." He stood in outrage. "Standing atop your perch does not grant you immunity. Do you think everyone is blind? You tread your own narrow path while provoking me unnecessarily. Is there something wrong with you? And if you are so compliant, why not consume the medicine given by the matriarch? Should you perish from it, someone would indeed take care of your affairs. Is that not compliance?"
Pei Shiwan.
"You are insufferable." He trembled with rage. "Enough of your prattle. What is your status? The matriarch has said nothing, yet you continue to chatter. Speak of compliance, but let me tell you, had there not been only 2 secondary concubine positions, I would have strived to ascend myself. You are merely a concubine serving a man. What heirs do you hold? Do you think being a secondary concubine is something special? In the outside world, you are nothing more than a mere servant. You relish in your perceived importance, thinking you can manipulate the other concubines." "Enough," Chen interjected. "Having seen enough, It is early, do not quarrel. Indeed, Pei Shiwan replied, falling silent. The lady is too biased, he scoffed. She was among those who did not regard the lady highly. She had a son, while the lady had neither favor nor offspring, and had suffered a miscarriage. The prospect of her bearing again was uncertain. Pray tell, where have I shown bias, as the matriarch? Chen's expression darkened. He was taken aback, but quickly retorted. I spoke without thought. I beg for the lady's forgiveness. In the past, Chen would have tolerated such remarks, too cautious to offend a concubine with children. However, the incident with the bitter herb had harmed her child regardless of the instigator. Even if the true perpetrator were someone else, he had indeed wielded the knife. Therefore, the usually gentle lady found her temper rising. Since you speak carelessly, you shall be confined for half a month and forfeit a month's allowance. He paused, surprised but realizing she could not retract her words. Very well. Today, Yang remained silent throughout, reverting to her previous demeanor. Upon exiting the main courtyard, he cast a cold gaze at Pei Shiwan. Do not become too pleased with yourself. Pei Shiwan's response was succinct, brain-dead. Although she had not encountered the term before, she quickly discerned its meaning, an insult implying mental deficiency. Upon grasping the implication, the onlookers gasped, appreciating the essence of such a sharp rebuke. What are you arguing with her for? I see them all acting quite sinister, as if they are ready to harm someone, Han Yu murmured. I don't know. Am I inexplicably irritable? Is my period coming? Pei Shiwan pondered, placing a hand on her abdomen. Calculating the days. Is it a bit early? However, your cycle has always been irregular, Han Yu remarked. Shall we call Jingxiu to take a look? Otherwise, we could just take some medicine, she suggested.
All right.
Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, they summoned Jingxiu to check Pei Shiwan's pulse. It was Jingxiu's first time attending to Pei Shiwan since entering the residence. The secondary consort's irregular periods are primarily due to her youth and the short time she has been here. She requires some regulation. I will prepare a prescription to discuss with the palace physician, Jingxiu noted. She sensed what medication Pei Shiwan had been taking but refrained from inquiring further. As Pei Shiwan had explicitly stated, she did not wish to conceive at this time. Please check on Han Yu as well. Her cycle is similarly out of order. They can take the medicine together, Pei Shiwan instructed. Han Yu frowned. Is that necessary? I would rather not take it. Pei Shiwan regarded her. Which master has their servant drink medicine alongside them?
Han Yu grumlet, expressing her reluctance.
Go inform the personnel department that we are to hang the red flag. Pei Shiwan waved her hand. But it hasn't arrived yet, Han Yu replied, puzzled. It doesn't matter. Let it hang. I prefer to avoid seeing anyone, Pei Shiwan dismissed. In theory, the role of concubines in the rear courtyard is to bear children, hence when their menstrual cycle arrives, they typically signal this by hanging the red flag, leading the male master to stay away. However, in reality, some men would rather spend time with favored concubines who cannot share their bed than visit the neglected ones. Secondary consort, a voice from the entrance announced. The snacks you requested will be delivered this afternoon, as the kitchen has been informed. I just saw some treats being awarded to Liwu Pavilion. I wonder what they are? Good. Pei Shiwan yawned. I will take a nap. You all may attend to your duties. If there is nothing pressing, feel free to rest as well. She was indifferent to the rewards. However, it seemed that Yishur was beginning to rise in status. Yishur's favor appeared to surpass the expectations of the other women in the rear courtyard. For just that noon, Liwu Pavilion received another reward, a few dishes from the front courtyard's kitchen, which was quite a generous gesture. Yet that was not all. In the afternoon, news arrived that the prince had summoned Yishur to the front courtyard to keep him company. Such occurrences were rare. While enjoying some snacks in the afternoon, Yu Chang remarked, they say Missy is talented, and the prince has taken her into the study. Where did that news come from? Pei Shiwan inquired, intrigued. When I went to fetch the snacks, I encountered people from the front courtyard looking for someone in the rear kitchen. I casually inquired, and rest assured, they only divulged what they could. They would not reveal anything for money, she replied. People from the front courtyard value their lives. Oh, just yesterday they claimed she had lost favor, and now this? Pei Shiwan chuckled to herself. How could that be? You are young and beautiful. How would you lose favor? The prince is merely experiencing a fleeting novelty, after all. Missy has not served him many times, and now she has finally earned his attention, Yu Chang explained. It's nothing to worry about. Talents emerge in every generation. Be cautious when you go out. Do not fall into traps. Indeed, Pei Shiwan was not overly concerned. As long as her own treatment remained unchanged, she was content. Men, after all, have the right to bestow their affections as they please, and she could not interfere. That evening, naturally, Yi Shi attended to the prince, remaining in the front courtyard. Regardless of how many in the rear courtyard were unable to sleep, Pei Shiwan slept soundly. After enjoying a warm soup before bed, her period arrived the next morning, and she felt little discomfort. Jing Xiu, your warm soup is truly effective. Jing Xiu smiled. The ladies in the palace also drink this. Sometimes, medicine is unnecessary. Very well, let us continue having the kitchen prepare it. After a simple breakfast, Pei Shiwan went to the main courtyard to pay her respects. Since she lived far away, there was no rush, and she was the last to arrive. Upon her arrival, she noticed Lu Shi's discontented expression, indicative of a recent quarrel. It seems she lost that argument. The other party must have been Yi Shi. Today, Zheng Sufei was still absent, while Yang Sufei sat composedly. After Pei Shiwan greeted her and took her seat, they awaited the arrival of the princess. Soon, Chen Shi also arrived, after the customary inquiries. They waited for those below to speak. Today, all eyes were on Yi Shi, dressed in a peach-red gown that accentuated her fair complexion. Previously unnoticed, Miss Yi appeared particularly striking when adorned. Yang Sufei remarked, "Secondary consort, you flatter me. As a mere concubine, how could I dare to say such a thing?" Yi Shi chuckled lightly, showing no signs of arrogance despite her newfound favor. This morning, no one dared to speak ill of Pei Shiwan, but it seemed everyone was thinking that her good days were numbered. Yet even if they managed to suppress Pei Shiwan, no one wished for Yi Shi to gain undue favor. Everyone secretly hoped it would be themselves instead. Li Yixuan, the prince, was known for his unwavering affections. He would lavish gifts upon those he favored. Just as he had with Pei Shiwan, he now seemed to shower Yi Shi with similar attentions. In the following days, the women in the rear courtyard witnessed the spectacle of Li Yixuan bestowing his affections upon another. Gifts flowed in waves, and she was summoned almost daily to the front courtyard, spending every night there. Rumors spread that Liwu Pavilion was too small for the prince's liking, and plans were in motion to provide Yi Shi with a larger residence, Jutsue Courtyard, which was currently unoccupied. However, as a mere concubine, how could she reside in such a grand dwelling? Would this mean a promotion? There were still several secondary consort positions available. For a time, Liwu Pavilion basked in unprecedented glory. However, prolonged prominence often invites unforeseen troubles. One afternoon, Pei Shiwan furrowed her brow at the dining table. "If I recall correctly, where is the crystal-sliced fish I ordered?" In response to the secondary consort's words, it was indeed prepared, and I witnessed it myself, but Miss Ye's maid, Qiao Yu, snatched it away, claiming their mistress desired it and instructed the kitchen to prepare another serving. Unfortunately, the kitchen only made a limited amount today, and there are none left. After much discussion, they merely said they would make more and deliver it by evening, Yu Gui reported, lowering her head. Pei Shiwan clicked her tongue. Has she become so brazen? How dare she seize our belongings? Han Yu exclaimed angrily, "I will go confront the kitchen." "No need. Once the crystal-sliced fish is ready this evening, serve it at the entrance of Liwu Pavilion. Let her indulge if she wishes. Inform the kitchen that starting today, I require it delivered to Liwu Pavilion daily." Han Yu was taken aback. "Isn't that rather unseemly? Should I go and give them a piece of my mind at Liwu Pavilion? She is currently favored. If she speaks to the prince about this, you might suffer the consequences." "She wouldn't dare. It must be her underlings who are foolish," Pei Shiwan replied with a smile. "Go ahead and do as you wish." Han Yu nodded. "Then I shall follow your wishes." Thus, that night, a bowl of crystal-sliced fish was tossed at the entrance of Liwu Pavilion. When Yu Chang arrived, she found that Liwu Pavilion had not yet retired for the night. The prince was not in the residence and had not summoned Yi Shi. Consequently, the guards quickly discovered the bowl and created a commotion. However, given that it was Yu Chang, the second-ranked maidservant serving Pei Shiwan, they did not dare to escalate the situation. Yu Chang maintained an indifferent demeanor. "Our secondary consort has something to say. Since Missy enjoys it, we shall have it delivered daily from today onward. You may partake as you wish." With that, she departed, feeling quite satisfied. Upon learning of this, Yi Shi was furious, not because Pei Shiwan's actions were unbecoming. She always knew Pei Shiwan to be such a person, one who would never allow herself to be bullied. Her anger stemmed from her own people's incompetence. Having gained favor for only a few days, they could not hold their ground. The following morning, Pei Shiyuan overslept and decided to send someone to excuse her from attending the morning greetings. However, in the eyes of the discerning, it tells a different tale. The matter of the crystal delicacy has become known within the residence. Should Pei Shiyuan choose not to attend, it is Lady Yi who bears the brunt of the consequences. A mere remark of superficiality serves as a sufficient humiliation for her. Fortunately, Lady Yi maintains her composure and refrains from causing a scene. It has been proven that Lady Yi is indeed astute. Without needing to resort to further measures, she personally came to apologize. Upon leaving the main courtyard, she first reprimanded Xiaoyu and then proceeded directly to Bixiao courtyard. "Shall we invite her in, concubine?" Yue Chong inquired. "Miss Yi has been waiting outside for quite some time. Please, do let her in." Pei Shiyuan was particularly curious about Lady Yi's demeanor at this moment. Upon entering, Lady Yi displayed an exceptionally cordial attitude, greeting, "May the concubine enjoy peace." "I am not worthy," Pei Shiyuan replied, cradling a snowball and gently stroking its fur, much to its delight, as its little tail wagged against her sleeve. "It is my foolish attendant who has dared to offend the concubine. I have brought her along, and she has already been punished. I implore the concubine to remain calm. Should you wish to impose further punishment, I would not object," Lady Yi stated, getting straight to the point. Xiaoyu extended her hand, already reddened from the punishment, a sight painful to behold. Chapter 74. Appropriateness. She immediately knelt down, saying, "I was foolish. I was foolish. I only thought of the other day, when Our Lady expressed a desire for crystal delicacy. Thus, I assumed the kitchen had some left and took it. It was truly my fault." Pei Shiyuan observed the scene and chuckled softly. "Was it really necessary? It is I who failed to manage my subordinates properly. So please do not be angry. How could one be so audacious over a mere morsel?" "You need not be vexed," Lady Yi apologized.
Indeed.
"The entire residence is aware of who is favored. Naturally, life is easier for them. But what significance lies in so eagerly snatching a bite? You might as well dismiss this girl. Keeping her around is merely inviting trouble. Such superficiality will inevitably lead to more issues." The remark about superficiality struck at Lady Yi's core. She sighed, "How I wish to do so, but as a mere concubine, how can I so casually dismiss anyone? However, I shall report to the princess tomorrow and request a different maid to serve me. Then let it be so, since you have come personally. This matter can be set aside, for it is not a grave issue." Pei Shiyuan smiled. Lady Yi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, concubine." Her sincerity was such that it left no room for reproach. Pei Shiyuan did not retain her, and after clarifying the matter, she allowed her to leave. "That Xiaoyu's palm is swollen. She must have truly been punished," Han Yue remarked. "Lady Yi is indeed one who can endure and bend," Pei Shiyuan smiled. "What other choice does she have? Surely she cannot report to the prince over this? Given his temperament, he would surely disregard her," Han Yue retorted. "Indeed, you speak correctly. But perhaps she is too adaptable?" Pei Shiyuan shook her head, pondering the situation. She then extended her hand to the small cat that had jumped onto the stool. "Come here, little snowball." As she bent down, the kitten intended to leap into her arms, but unfortunately slipped during the jump and ended up sprawled on the stool. Mewling in dismay, the room erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Lady Yi, having returned to Liwu Pavilion, pursed her lips. Xiaoyu knelt once more. "I understand my error. I shall never act on my own accord again. I beg you not to replace me. If I cannot serve you, the fate of those dismissed by their masters is dire. The best outcome is to be relegated to menial labor. Yet, those who fall from grace are often mercilessly treated, with no chance of returning to serve in the main courtyard. Who would wish for such a fate?" Lady Yi sighed. "You have always been meticulous. Why must it come to this?" Xiaoyu dared not speak, only weeping. Xiaoyan chimed in, "Mistress, please do not be angry. She was merely momentarily confused. Previously, others were favored and would take our belongings as they pleased. In the past, the kitchen did not regard us highly, with Pei Shiyuan favored. All the good things were given to her. Once, when you were unwell, I sought some broth, only to be told there was none. Yet in a blink, 2 dishes were sent to Pei. She has taken advantage of her favor, often seizing our possessions. Though Xiaoyu's actions were inappropriate, they were motivated by thoughts of you. She has already been punished. Please do not remain angry." "Very well, I cannot bring myself to dismiss you. However, you must be cautious in the future. I am merely a concubine. How can I not fear offending anyone? You must be even more vigilant. If the master were to punish you, what could you do? Lady Yi supported Xiaoyu to her feet. You have already been punished. Focus on healing your hand. I will not dismiss you. Thank you, mistress. I shall act with utmost caution from now on and will never err again. Xiaoyu knelt once more in gratitude before rising. Go now. I shall rest for a while. Mistress should rest. You have traveled much this morning. Xiaoyan assisted her into the inner chamber. Lady Yi's favor continued unabated, yet it had no bearing on Bixiao courtyard. The crystal delicacy was but a minor incident. Since the apology had been offered, Pei Shiyuan did not cling to it. Regardless, from that day forth, the necessities of Bixiao courtyard remained unaltered. If something was truly unavailable, then none would have it. However, as time wore on, Lady Yi gradually began to overshadow everyone in the rear courtyard. In the main courtyard, the princess expressed her surprise. Is it appropriate to bring Lady Yi to celebrate the Grand Duke's birthday? After all, she is merely a concubine and has no offspring. The prince tapped the table. I have my arrangements. She will ride in your carriage. Chun hesitated but finally replied, I understand. Do not overthink it. Just let her accompany you as if she were a maid, the prince instructed. Yes, I have it all noted. How is your health? Thank you for your concern. My health has improved significantly, though I still require several months of restorative medicine, yet my spirits are much better, Chun replied with a smile. That is good. It is late. You should rest early. They had just shared an evening meal together. Prince, it has been a while since you visited Bixiao courtyard. Why not check on Pei? Chun suggested.
What? Did she complain to you?
The prince asked with interest.
No.
She is merely younger and has not seen you for quite some time. No matter. I shall go to Liwu Pavilion. Keep an eye on the rear courtyard and ensure no one bullies her, he said before departing. The prince often summoned Miss Yi to accompany him now. Who in the rear courtyard would dare to bully her? Qiu Shuang shook her head. The prince meant to say not to allow anyone to bully concubine Pei. Niu Mama draped a warm cloak over the princess, helping her to sit in the warm chamber. The princess was momentarily stunned. The prince, now your highness. Those captured previously are still in the dungeons, their fates unknown, Niu Mama informed her. The princess realized this, but was left even more perplexed. Regardless, you should heed the prince's words, Niu Mama added. I know, I just feel it is unsuitable to bring a concubine to such an occasion. However, since the prince has said so, there is nothing more to discuss. Now that you mention it, I understand. The news that Miss Yi would accompany them to the Grand Duke's banquet was revealed by the princess the following morning. I shall select a set of jewelry for you to wear. There is nothing else to advise. Simply accompany me, Chen said kindly to Lady Yi.
Yes.
I shall comply with all your wishes, Lady Yi replied, bowing in gratitude. It was a rare occasion that Zheng's side consort also attended. She was 2 months pregnant and appeared well-nourished. Previously, the prince had taken only Miss Pei out of the residence, but now he was also bringing Miss Yi. I cannot compare. I only go for a ride at the horse track. Now, Miss Yi is to attend the Grand Duke's banquet. What an important event. Congratulations, my sister. Pei Shiyuan, breaking from her usual demeanor, smiled graciously. It is merely the prince's whim. It is nothing of significance. You sisters are being overly complimentary, Lady replied, blushing. It could be said that this was quite appropriate. Chapter 75. Bloodshed indeed. There is confidence in being favored. I had thought Miss Pei to be a fierce character. Yet now I see she is quite understanding, Lady He laughed lightly. Now that the prince no longer visits her, she naturally has become more amiable. It is evident that she had previously relied on the prince's favor. Lu Wanin scoffed. Pei Shiyuan smiled, genuinely amused. What are you two so eager about? Are you wishing to see me either reprimand Lady Yi or weep for myself? How novel. With favor comes disfavor. I am unperturbed. Yet look at you two. How anxious you are. Pei Shiyuan shook his head. Rest assured, even if I were to seek trouble, it would be with the prince, not with anyone else. The prince's interest is but fleeting. Soon he will turn his attention back to Sister Pei. Lady Zheng chuckled as she sipped her tea. Honestly, what is there to fear in losing favor? Who doesn't lose favor in the end? Once disfavored, one simply lives as a disfavored person. As long as no one bullies me, I am content. Should anyone dare to bully me, I will not hold back. After all, we all have but one life. If it is good, then it is good. If it is not, whoever brings me misfortune shall die along with me. What is a severed head but a mere scar the size of a bowl? Pei Shiwan fixed his gaze on Lady He. Sister He, do you not agree? Her words were rather bloodthirsty. The women of the inner courtyard were not accustomed to such talk. This brazen attitude of life and death was hardly suitable for the royal residence. Ladies, please take your time. I shall take my leave first. Pei Shiwan stood and curtsied to the princess. Your Highness, I shall return now. Lady Chen nodded and addressed the others. If there is nothing else, you may all return. The sky is overcast. It seems snow is imminent. Indeed, as soon as Pei Shiwan returned, without even changing her clothes, the snow began to fall. The first snow of this winter came rather early. The little snowball, having never seen snow before, was frolicking in the snow, attempting to catch the falling snowflakes. Filled with excitement. But after a while, it grew cold and curled up its paws. Pei Shiwan called for someone to wipe Snowball's little paws clean, and then held it while watching the snow. The kitten stretched out a paw to paw at the snow, appearing very joyful. If it snows a bit more, we shall go to the garden to admire the snow tomorrow, Pei Shiwan declared.
Lady He.
You mentioned the prince plans to take Miss Yi to the duke's residence. This must be good news for her, right? Perhaps she will soon be favored? Yu Chong inquired. Pei Shiwan clicked her tongue. I cannot say for certain, but you all know the prince's temperament to some extent. When he favors someone, he is utterly careless. However, should any mishap befall us concubines, I fear he would be indifferent. The maid felt that as a mere concubine, to be taken to such an occasion, especially at the duke's residence, the maternal home of the imperial concubine, was quite unnecessary. Yu Chong shook her head. Pei Shiwan, too, found it perplexing. Unable to fathom it, she decided not to dwell on it. The joy of the present was most important. Given this weather, let us ask the kitchen to prepare a hot pot for lunch. Indeed, I shall inform the kitchen shortly, Yui added. It soon became evident that the prince's intention to take Lady Yi to the duke's residence was not merely talk, for that very day, around mid-morning, news arrived that he had taken Lady Yi to the residence of Prince Cheng. Prince Cheng had invited several brothers for drinks after morning court. It was not a significant occasion, just a gathering for camaraderie. With the snow falling, it would serve as a cozy gathering. In such circumstances, Li Yixuan brought along a concubine. In the Tonghua courtyard, Lady Yang instructed, keep your distance from Lady Yi. If she comes around, I shall not be available. Find a way to intercept her. Understood, Kaiwei replied, without further questions. The snow fell throughout the day and continued as they retired for the night. Pei Shiwan lay on the couch, cradling the kitten, and fell into a peaceful sleep, the day's events leaving little trace in her heart. Yet that night, many found it difficult to sleep. The following morning, during the early greetings, Lady Yi was absent. Oh, Miss Yi has not arrived today? Wei Shi remarked with a smile. I heard she stayed in the front courtyard after returning last night. She should still be there. Quite fortunate, Zhang Shi chimed in. Lin Shi quickly added. We live far away. How could we know? Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Zhang Shi nodded vigorously. Although Zhang Shi was a bit too outspoken, Lin Shi was cautious. Given their positions, they ought not to involve themselves in the affairs of the residence, and it was unwise to say more than necessary. Ultimately, Lady Yi did not come, but she had not remained in the front courtyard for long. After lunch, she departed. Li Yixuan was then reclining on the imperial concubine's couch. What do you think? She must have seen him.
Furui remarked. Ha!
Li Yixuan, upon hearing this, became nonchalant. Is that woman in the inner courtyard behaving herself these days? Fu Rui immediately understood whom he referred to. Concubine Pei is as composed as ever. She truly possesses remarkable patience, Li Yixuan chuckled. At this moment, he was unaware that his composed concubine Pei was planning something substantial. The snow viewing plan was thwarted because Pei Shiwan caught a chill and began to cough. Though it was not a grave issue, Han Yu adamantly forbade her from going to the garden. While admiring the snow was permissible, it must be done in the courtyard at home. The garden is vast, and with such strong winds today, you are coughing like this. If you go out, it would be disastrous. If you insist on going, then you might as well kill me, Han Yu frowned. Pei Shiwan took a deep breath, sitting there. You are such a stubborn mule. What could be done? She resigned herself. Han Yu had been spoiled by her. In her 2 lifetimes, even though Han Yu was of similar age, she had always perceived Han Yu as a child, while she was the adult. The master-servant relationship was as such. She did not preach equality. Yet her feelings for Han Yu were different. She simply could not bring herself to scold her. I will personally supervise your soup. Once you stop coughing, We shall go admire the snow. There will be plenty of snow in winter, Han Yu chattered. Pei Shiwan buried her head in her shoulder and hummed in response. The birthday celebration for the Duchess of the Duke of Jing was naturally a grand affair. The Jia family's outstanding in the court needs no elaboration, as all the court officials were expected to attend the birthday festivities. The princes were no exception. Li Yixuan would certainly come, and the other princes, despite their reservations, would also make an appearance. Moreover, at this birthday banquet, they would have the opportunity to interact with other officials. Thus, the Duke's residence was bustling with excitement. The imperial concubine sent gifts for the old lady's birthday early in the morning, which were displayed in the front hall, both splendid and exquisite. In the morning, the emperor's gifts also arrived, causing the old lady to beam with joy, exclaiming about the emperor's benevolence. The front hall was filled with guests, both male and female. Even as winter approached, the atmosphere remained lively. Lady Yi accompanied Lady Chen. Her status went unnoticed. But it was different for Lady Chen. Therefore, she followed Lady Chen, dressed not as a maid, and naturally, someone included her in the festivities. Even in the changing area, she was afforded a separate space. After a full day of feasting, by the time the couple of Prince Chung returned to their residence, the moon was already high in the sky. Chapter 76. House arrest that night, of course, was tranquil. The following morning, Pei Shiwan was the last to arrive at the main courtyard. As soon as she entered and took her seat, someone from the front courtyard arrived. It was Liang En, who, after greeting the princess, stated, "The prince has instructed that Lady Yi is to be confined to Liwu Pavilion, with only those who bring food and clean to enter and exit." Lady Chen was momentarily taken aback before asking, "But why?" Liang En smiled. The prince did not say. He also mentioned that your highness need not concern yourself with Liwu Pavilion, just ensure that no one enters or exits indiscriminately. Lady Chen's heart raced. Yes, I understand. After Liang En departed, the others exchanged glances. Wei Shi's expression darkened. After going out yesterday, could it be that she has offended the prince? As the princess, Lady Chen could not remain silent. There was nothing amiss yesterday. Perhaps she has displeased the prince over some other matter. Do not speculate too much. The prince is not one to punish without cause. Indeed, there was nothing overtly wrong yesterday, so this clarification was necessary. Everyone harbored numerous speculations. Those astute had already sensed something amiss, and now it seemed the dust had settled. Perhaps she had become too complacent. Who knew if she had been too reckless? As she spoke, Lu Wanyin instinctively glanced at Pei Shiwan. Pei Shiwan viewed her as a mere poodle and, feeling lethargic today, chose to ignore her. As the crowd departed from the main courtyard, they soon spotted a throng of people gathered at the entrance of Liwu Pavilion. Curiosity piqued, Wei inquired, "What could be happening? Let us go and see." Prompted by her words, the group made their way toward the scene. Yang, the side consort, along with Pei Shiwan, Lin, and Zhang, who resided nearby, hastened to join them. Though Liwu Pavilion was modest in size, it was situated in close proximity to the front courtyard. The layout of the estate dictated that the larger courtyards lay further back, while the pavilions near the front were more accessible. At that moment, 6 guards stood vigil outside Liwu Pavilion, and the maidservants attending to Yi were ushered out. Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu, who served Yi closely, found themselves seized by the guards. The scene caused many faces to pale. Typically, if someone were to be apprehended, it would involve eunuchs or stronger matrons from the back courtyard. So the direct involvement of guards signified a grave matter, inciting considerable fear. The guards, upon noticing the gathering of ladies, quickly bowed their heads in respect.
Yang inquired.
What is the meaning of this? She was advised not to delve further, as it was a directive from the prince.
Yikam smiled amiably.
Yang nodded. In that case, we shall not intrude any further. Sisters, let us disperse. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the onlookers refrained from lingering and quickly returned to Bixiao courtyard.
Inside,
Han Yu's complexion remained ashen. She was clearly shaken. Upon entering the main room, Pei Shiwan pinched her cheek, teasing, "Why the fright? Just days ago, you were in favor. How could you be so terrified now? Even if you had offended the prince, it wouldn't warrant guards dragging you away. This is rather alarming, isn't it? What if one day our young lady were to offend the prince as well?" Overthinking, she replied. "If I were to provoke the prince, the worst fate would be akin to that of Lu, being sent to the side courtyard. You must be colluding with outsiders." Pei Shiwan chuckled and pinched her again.
Rakunising Haniwas Burrias.
She comforted her gently. Your naivety is rather endearing. Perhaps it's best to feign ignorance. After a moment of bewilderment, Han Yu finally comprehended. Am I mad? I am merely a consort. How could I possibly collude with outsiders? Pei Shiyuan clicked her tongue. I always thought there was something off about her. Seeking favor is commonplace, but her mannerisms seem peculiar. She desires attention, yet gives off an impression that her ambitions lie elsewhere, which feels dissonant. Han Yu remained perplexed, but Yu Chum nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, I too sense that Miss Yi's actions appear meticulously calculated, as if every step is premeditated. Or perhaps she is simply deep in thought. Regardless, it feels insincere. Pei Shiyuan clapped her hands, precisely that sensation. Once Han Yu grasped this, her fear dissipated. I am but a simpleton. Your words grant me solace. As long as this matter has a source, it can be addressed. If there is indeed collusion with outsiders, then employing guards to capture someone is not so shocking. Pei Shiyuan playfully pinched Han Yu's cheek, grinning. Oh, my dear, you are far too early in your reassurances. There are still matters you ought to fear. Han Yu, noticing her mischievous smile, felt a twinge of anxiety. What are you scheming now? It has been a while since I last saw the prince. I find myself rather eager. Pei Shiyuan reclined on the warm couch, particularly eager. Han Yu scrutinized her for a long while, unable to discern her thoughts. At that moment, as Li Yixuan was about to exit the estate, he suddenly sneezed. He paid it no mind, unaware of the tribulations that awaited him. In the afternoon, Li Yixuan finally arrived at Bixiao courtyard after a lengthy absence. Clad in a moon-white robe and draped in a silver fox fur cloak, he exuded a charismatic charm. Pei Shiyuan rushed out, beaming as she approached. Your Highness. Li Yixuan caught her in his arms, smiling. Did you miss me? The prince lacks a heart, but I certainly possess one. Hence I missed you, Pei Shiyuan replied, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Once inside the main room, she immediately pulled him toward the east warm pavilion. It's warmer in here. Li Yixuan took a seat, tossing his cloak to Han Yu. Have you recovered from your cough? Somewhat better. It worsens in the morning and evening but is manageable during the day, she said, leaning closer to him. Your Highness, what has transpired with Yi? This morning, I witnessed guards escorting her maidservants away. Pei Shiyuan had already devised a plan for this performance. If Li Yixuan was willing to divulge, all the better. If not, she would have to resort to more persuasive tactics. She was determined to pry the truth from him. Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. You miss me and are anxious to inquire about this? Tell me, for I am frightened. You once doted on her as if she were your precious jewel. How could such a calamity occur suddenly? I am terrified, Pei Shiyuan pouted. All right. Her affairs do not concern the back courtyard. They are linked to external matters. Li Yixuan gently pinched Pei Shiyuan's cheek. Do not be afraid. I would never treat you in such a manner. Pei Shiyuan nodded. Then I shall not fear. I trust you. She wore a compliant expression as if to say she would believe anything he told her. However, this facade lasted only briefly before her countenance shifted to one of confusion, shock, and disbelief. She sprang to her feet, retreating several steps. Li Yixuan was taken aback. What is wrong? Pei Shiyuan extended her finger toward him. You. What is going on? Li Yixuan reached out to her, but she abruptly retreated several steps. You have crossed the line. Completely bewildered, Li Yixuan replied, What? Speak plainly.
How have I overstepped?
He pondered whether her reaction stemmed from his absence. As he was about to approach her again, Pei Shiyuan took a deep breath, strode forward, and unexpectedly shoved him toward the door. Caught off guard, Li Yixuan stumbled outside. They stood apart, framed by the doorway. Before he could utter a word, Pei Shiyuan seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at him. Leave.
Depart.
I despise you. The servants inside and outside were startled by the scene. The cup shattered on the floor, and Fu Rui hurried in. Pei Shiyuan's voice, laced with tears, rang out, Li Yixuan. You are inhumane. My heart was wholly yours. Yet you treat me as a fool. What is this behavior, Pei Shiyuan? How dare you speak to His Highness in such a manner?
Fu Rui intervened. Begone.
If you dare, command your prince to kill me. Pei Shiyuan cried, tears streaming down her face. How could you take me out, insisting on bringing me to the palace? You are a deceiver. You doubt me? How could you suspect me? I offer my heart to you, and you trample on it? You are worthless. Leave. I never wish to see you again. Pei Shiyuan's heart seemed on the verge of shattering, her hand pressed against her chest. as if ready to collapse at any moment, tears pouring down. Li Yixuan couldn't help but smile. You have misunderstood. I have not.
Da part, Li Yixun.
You scoundrel. Why are you laughing? You dare to laugh? Pei Shiyuan sobbed. You suspect I am a spy. How could you doubt me? You pretend to care for me, yet your feelings are feigned. I have misplaced my genuine affection. You are not human. As her lamentations grew more sorrowful, she hurled another teacup at Li Yixuan, this time hitting him squarely on the leg. Fu Rui rushed to intervene but was too late. Oh dear, please calm down. Cease your actions. Li Yixuan stepped back, suppressing laughter. While he had indeed doubted Pei Shiyuan's character, he had never suspected her of being a spy. Her penchant for drama sometimes led him to wonder if her antics were intentional. As for Yi, she was merely a pawn in a larger scheme, having revealed certain shadows under duress. Pei Shiyuan's misunderstanding was understandable, given the circumstances surrounding Ye's situation. Are you still laughing? How can you still find amusement in this? With a heart full of sincerity, I was met with nothing but disdain. You may leave. Pei Shiyuan rushed forward, intent on striking someone, only to be stopped by Fu Rui, who subsequently bore the brunt of her fury. Fu Rui felt utterly aggrieved. Who in the royal residence would dare to claw at the prince? Madness. Yet, the prince remained unperturbed, as his only option was to restrain her. Leave me be. I do not wish to see you. In a fit of rage, Pei Shiyuan began to smash things. And before long, the interior was littered with debris. Li Yixuan contemplated offering an explanation but was at a loss for words. As items were shattered, a growing annoyance took hold. Pei,
What is it you want?
either kill me now, for I refuse to endure this unjust humiliation, or leave. I do not wish to see you. At that moment, Pei Shiyuan bore an expression of profound shame, as if her heart were shattered. She had nothing left to fear. She was ready to face death. Li Yixuan's ire dissipated. Cease this commotion and allow me to explain. I will not listen.
Leave.
Pei Shiyuan protested, covering her ears. Li Yixuan felt a smile tug at his lips, though the situation was exasperating. This woman truly knew how to create chaos. Pei Shiyuan wept and coughed, and Han Yu, having risen from the ground, hurried to support her. Observing her agitation, Li Yixuan sighed. Calm yourself. I shall depart for now and return tomorrow. As he left, he glanced back to see Pei Shiyuan nestled in Han Yu's embrace, sobbing softly. With a resigned sigh, he urged, reflect on this. I speak the truth. I shall return to explain.
Leave.
Came her muffled response. Li Yixuan shook his head, suppressing a laugh. Very well, I shall go. Do not weep. I will summon the physician to attend to you shortly. After Li Yixuan and Fu Rui departed, Han Yu consoled Pei Shiyuan. Do not cry, my lady.
Yet.
She soon witnessed the previously distraught woman take a deep breath. I am utterly exhausted. Tears continued to stream down her face, but her voice had returned to normal. Han Yu paused, recalling how this skill had once frightened their master. The other maidservants halted in their tracks. They had never witnessed such a scene. Ultimately, Han Yu gave Pei Shiyuan's back a reassuring pat. You frightened me half to death. Pei Shiyuan gasped at the force of the slap, her heart racing. Amidst the chaos, everyone set about tidying up. Upon returning to the front courtyard, Li Yixuan noticed the red marks on Fu Rui's face and chuckled. Here's a reward of 100 taels. Oh, thank you, your highness, Fu Rui replied. This Pei Shiyuan has quite the temper. It's fortunate she only clawed my face. Fu Rui could not restrain her chatter. Her little self enraged. Li Yixuan, not overly concerned, instructed, inform her that she has broken many items. Ensure they are replaced, along with some additional gifts. The commotion in Bixiao courtyard was too loud, especially during the day, and soon spread throughout the residence. The news of Pei Shiyuan expelling the prince was sensational. The day was filled with drama. Just that morning, Yi Shi, who had basked in favor for over a month, was suddenly confined, with no word on how long the confinement would last. Then, reports emerged that Pei Shiyuan had expelled the prince and destroyed numerous belongings while hurling insults at him. No one knew which topic to discuss first. Chapter 78. Just wanting to cause a scene, Pei Shiyuan sat down and noticed a small cat peering in through the outer door, looking quite forlorn yet hesitant to enter. Her heart ached for the creature. Do not move. Everyone quickly complied, and Pei Shiyuan stepped outside. Han Yu cautioned, watch your step. The floor is littered with shards. As she walked, Pei Shiyuan called out, Snowball, come here. The little creature had indeed been frightened. It had fled to the outer room when its owner had lost control, hiding in a corner. Now, it seemed uncertain whether to be angry or aggrieved, mewing loudly. Pei Shiyuan knelt down, extending her arms. Come here, let your mother hold you. I am so sorry for scaring you. Snowball hesitated, but eventually scampered over, looking up at its owner with a plaintive meow. Once in her arms, she stroked it gently. Mother was wrong. I frightened you, didn't I? Hanyu rolled her eyes. Hurry and clean up. Do not step on any shards.
With that,
She promptly began tidying up. The inner chamber was a complete mess, debris scattered everywhere. Just as they finished, they heard someone approaching from the front courtyard. More than one person.
in fact,
Liang and arrived with a group, bringing supplies. Pei Shiwan chose not to greet them, instead lying down to rest her eyes. Hanyu emerged with a troubled expression. Manager Liang has arrived. What is this? Oh, this is from the prince, Liang and replied cheerfully. Items to replace what the consort damaged. Quickly, carry everything inside, but be careful not to break anything. Inside were numerous decorative items, including candelabras that were previously absent from Bixiao courtyard, as well as 2 sets of teaware, among other assorted treasures. How is the consort? Liang and inquired cautiously. Hanyu sighed. She hasn't spoken. Oh, encourage her to talk. The prince is concerned. He mentioned he would return tomorrow. Liang was unaware of the specific events that had transpired. He had merely noticed the red marks on Furue's face. Surely, the prince would not strike anyone. So it must have been Pei Shiwan. If she could strike Furue, something significant must have occurred. The prince's urgency in replacing the items suggested they had been destroyed.
who could have done such a thing?
The prince would not engage in such behavior. Moreover, the events had spread throughout the residence. After Liang and departed with his rewards, Hanyu directed others to arrange the items. Pei Shiwan remarked, those teaware should be given to the 2 maids. Very well. Typically, a master's tea set would consist of complete sets, often 10 teacups and a teapot, along with other items. If 2 teacups were broken, the set was no longer complete, though it could still be used. With the teapot also destroyed, it was even less useful. Bestowing these items upon the maidservants brought them joy. For them, using such fine wares was a luxury. Their everyday items were mere ordinary porcelain. The masters possessed exquisite wares from official kills. Even if the sets were incomplete, they could still fetch a price, as there would always be buyers. This was akin to bestowing silver as a reward. With few people remaining in the room, Hanyu finally asked, why did you suddenly lose your temper with the prince? Is this not the perfect time to express anger? Pei Shiwan retorted lazily. Is there a right or wrong time? You startled me when you erupted. It is nothing. You said I was being unreasonable, so I merely acted on a whim. Why did she express anger? It was inconsequential. She may not be favored, but she would not allow others to hold anything against her. There were numerous concubines in the residence, yet few had been taken out by the prince.
Deep down,
She understood that Li Yixuan had never suspected her. However, after being taken out a few times, there was no telling what others might say later. If that were the case, why not be the one to speak up? Pei Shiwan admitted to being someone who would cause a ruckus even without reason. Now that she had justification, was it not in her nature to make a scene? Fine. She acknowledged that she simply wanted to stir trouble. If too much time passed without a fuss, her heart would grow restless. In Liu Xian, Yishur sat on the couch, her face a mask of distress. Her swift exposure was, in part, due to Pei Shiwan's influence. The entire household had witnessed the prince's affection for Pei. Gifts flowed to her like water. And she was often taken out and granted a small kitchen. In short, the prince had bestowed upon her everything one could wish for. Thus, when it came to Yishur, the prince's indulgence was somewhat comparable, and she had no reason to doubt it. Everyone in the residence knew the prince was capricious. When he chose to shower someone with gifts, he did so wholeheartedly. Who could have anticipated that this time, he was acting deliberately? At this moment, she was incredibly anxious. Yet the prince did not inquire about her. However, when she interacted with those outside, she was seen by someone who was secretly following her. It would be all too easy for them to trace back and discover that she was associated with the 12th prince. In truth, she was reluctant, for the Yi family had pledged allegiance to the 12th prince. The Yi family had several daughters, but they were not particularly valued. She was not a legitimate offspring, merely raised by her legitimate mother, thus recorded as such. She had a stepmother and a younger brother. both of whom were her vulnerabilities. The family had promised her that once the 12th prince achieved his ambitions, she would enjoy her share of glory. Whether she wished to or not, she had to comply. For if the 12th prince failed, the entire Yi family would suffer, and she could not protect her stepmother and brother. While the Yi family was indeed clever, she was still quite young, and it was alarming how quickly her identity might be exposed. In the study, she read testimonies from those imprisoned in the dungeons, realizing that the prince was already aware of the 12th prince's schemes against him. How could she not disseminate such news? The birthday of the Duchess of Jinghua was the perfect opportunity. Indeed, it was on that very day that she was spotted by those lurking in the shadows. It was only then that she regained her composure, realizing that even if this information were to spread, it would be of little consequence. The individuals were already imprisoned in the dungeons of the Chun Wangfu. If the 12th prince learned of it, could he send someone to silence them? What she did not yet realize was that her identity had also been revealed by the people in the dungeons. They were unaware of the specific individual who was planted among them, but they knew it was one of the three who had entered the household this year. Pei Lu.
Or Yi.
Lu was a fool and had nothing to do with it. As for Pei, she had enjoyed favor for quite some time. If she had intended to relay information, it would have surfaced long ago. Thus, the answer was evident. After sitting in silence for an entire night, Yi, with a hoarse voice, instructed the servant delivering her meals. My monthly cycle has not arrived. Please convey a message for me to summon the physician to examine me. Even if I am found guilty, if I am with the prince's child, it cannot be delayed. The elderly servant hesitated for a moment, accepting the silver bracelet she offered. Understood. Chapter 79. I am willing. The prince had gone to court, which meant the news had reached the main courtyard. At this moment, everyone had just arrived at the main courtyard to pay their respects, eager to discuss the incident from the previous day when Pei Shiwan had lost her temper. Suddenly, Xiang Xuan entered to report. The prince is currently not in the residence. What do you think, princess? Since the prince is not here, we shall wait for his return to discuss it, Chen said, waving her hand. Xiang Xuan nodded in response and exited. Oh, Yi has been favored for over a month now. Hasn't she? Pregnancy is indeed possible, Lu remarked. Yes, if we count the days, it truly could be, Wei frowned. However, if she is indeed pregnant, how shall that be addressed? The child would be the prince's bloodline, and while the mother may be of lesser status, the child remains significant, He Shufei added. Indeed. It would be well to give birth. Finding a mother for the child is not difficult, Lu nodded in agreement. Yes, the princess still has no children. If he is truly with child, bringing the baby to the main courtyard would be beneficial, Yang, the side consort, suggested. Sister, you need not worry about me, Chun replied lightly. Speaking of which, the prince finally went to see Pei Shufei yesterday, yet she still became angry? I heard she smashed quite a few things. What was the reason? He Shufei inquired about Pei Shiwan. What does it have to do with you? I am willing, Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes. Indeed. The prince has not visited you for so long. Could it be that you were sulking and angered him, causing him to leave? Lu laughed meaningfully. Pei Shiwan frowned. Please refrain from such gestures.
What?
Lu was puzzled. It's particularly unattractive, overly dramatic, and quite sour, Pei Shiwan said earnestly.
Pei.
Lu snapped, annoyed. Yes. I am here. What is it? Pei Shiwan replied. You constantly lose your temper with the prince. It has been so long since you've seen him. Yet you still get angry. Is it any wonder he has not returned? Lu was seething with jealousy. Truly, it is infuriating. What is so good about this woman? She is not gentle at all. The prince must be blind. Yes, indeed. He has been driven away. What of it? Why are you unhappy that I have driven him away? Why are you angry that I have lost favor? As I have said, you must indeed favor me the most. Otherwise, why not come and sleep with me? Pei Shiwan smiled sweetly. You speak nonsense. Lu's face flushed, and her anger dissipated.
Pei.
Did you indeed argue with the prince yesterday? Chen asked. No, it was merely a trivial matter, Pei Shiwan chuckled. Chen nodded. That is good. You are still young. And the prince is indulgent. However, you must pay attention. Do not offend the prince. If you enter the palace, it would be difficult for him to explain. And it would not be good for you either. I shall remember, Pei Shiwan said earnestly. I have been in this residence for many years. Yet it is the first time I have seen the princess be so close to anyone. The prince is a royal. Who would dare offend him? One should not even argue with him. Now Pei calls the prince by his name. that is already disrespectful. To insult the prince is no different from offending him.
Is it?
Does the princess not care? Yang laughed, her tone laden with meaning. The princess has such cultivation. She truly can lower herself. Her insinuation was that the princess was so eager to please the prince that she would even flatter his favored concubine. Yang's words left the concubine perplexed. Pei Shiyuan interjected. Where did you hear that I insulted the prince or called him by name? Yang was taken aback. You made such a commotion. Who in the residence would not know? Do you think the servants do not clean up the shards of porcelain you threw out? You truly are busy. You are watching me closely, aren't you? Who exactly knows? Which one of you present has seen or heard me call the prince by his name? What did I say to insult him? Can anyone elaborate? Lu attempted to speak, but was pulled back by her maid. Naturally, no one else could answer. The prince is noble. I have already been so disrespectful, yet why has he not punished me? The princess merely offered a kind reminder. Yet it became a significant issue in Yang's ears. Why not tell the prince to deal with me? Pei Shiyuan scoffed. I cannot argue with you. However, Pei, you must understand that relying on favor will not last long. Today, you are brazen because of the prince's affection, but you will inevitably suffer later. Yang said with a cold smile. Really? Hearing you say that makes me even more inclined to be arrogant. I can be arrogant for a few years and enjoy myself for a few years, and when the time comes for me to suffer, I will accept it as my due. Pei Shiyuan replied defiantly. Enough, Jin waved her hand. If Yang has any objections to me, she might as well discuss them with the prince. How could a concubine dare to? Yang's tone was calm. It was merely idle talk. Ultimately, the princess still holds authority in this residence. Although she said so, both she and Zheng's side consort had never cared for the princess. Since that is the case, let us disperse. Do not go to Liwu Pavilion, lest you attract trouble, Jin admonished once more as she rose. One by one, the attendees bowed and exited. Some passing by Liwu Pavilion could not help but steal glances. The entrance was guarded by unfamiliar servants, and no one knew what lay within. The Chun Wang returned in the afternoon, and upon his arrival, news of Ye's situation was conveyed. Li Yixuan furrowed his brows. Furway, you personally take the physician to check on her. In truth, Yu was uncertain about her condition. Her monthly cycle had indeed been 9 days late, and her maids had advised her to consult the physician. However, she thought it was still early and did not voice her concerns. Now, it was unavoidable. She was filled with trepidation. The situation had escalated to this point, and she feared she might quietly succumb to illness at any moment. If she were indeed pregnant, perhaps there would still be hope. Forway took the physician to Liwu Pavilion, and as he waited throughout the morning, she grew increasingly haggard. She dared not utter a word. She understood that pleading for mercy would be futile. Perhaps only if she bore a child could she temporarily evade disaster. After the physician meticulously examined Madame Ye's pulse, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she was pregnant a little over a month along. Forway gazed at Madame Ye several times, clicking his tongue in admiration. Truly, she was a remarkable woman. Given this circumstance, Miss Ye should take good care of herself. I shall report this immediately. Forway understood that this child was likely to be born. The prince did not place excessive emphasis on offspring, and he was still quite young. However, now that a child was on the way, it was not as if he would forbid its birth. Even if the mother had issues, it did not negate the child being of the prince's bloodline. Yet, in his opinion, whether Madame Yi gave birth or not was ultimately inconsequential. She herself would not be retained by the prince. Why would the prince keep a woman whose original intent was to act as a spy? The news of Madame Ye's pregnancy did not circulate widely. Sooner or later, it would be impossible to conceal, yet no one intended to keep it a secret. There simply was no necessity to broadcast it. In the front courtyard, after learning of this matter, Li Yixuan merely advised, ensure that the princess pays attention. If the child is born, it should be raised in the main courtyard. If not, then so be it. Forway acquiesced. Indeed, the main courtyard faced challenges with offspring. But who could say whether nurturing this child would yield good or ill? The Yi family was already finished, and currently, the prince found it difficult to take action against the court officials, but this would be noted. The prince held grudges deeply. Matters of this nature were not something he would tolerate. Presently, refraining from confrontation was merely due to the 12th prince's connections to the empress. It would not suffice to deal with just the 12th prince. This could be considered a sign of the prince's patience. Let us go and check on that troublesome one. Li Yixuan rose, feeling a twinge of apprehension. It would be best not to stir trouble. Fourway straightened, instinctively touching his face. Luckily, Consort Pei did not favor long nails. His scratch from yesterday had not broken the skin, only leaving a red mark. In the Bixiao courtyard, Hanyu entered with a coarse porcelain teapot. Pear soup has arrived, consort. Please have some. It is soothing for your throat, which seems quite dry. Jingxiu mentioned that the pear soup is not too cold, so it should be consumed in moderation. But a small amount is beneficial. She had also added loquat leaves, claiming they were excellent for coughs. Pei Shiyuan sat up. Come, let us drink together. Hanyu placed the coarse porcelain teapot on a small table, took out 2 matching coarse cups, and poured the pear soup, just right for drinking a little hot. The master and servant enjoyed the sweet pear soup, and unbeknownst to them, they truly felt their throats becoming more comfortable. When Li Yixuan arrived, Pei Shiyuan could hardly be bothered to greet him. Thus, he entered to find the coarse porcelain teapot and raised an eyebrow. Is this what we use? Pei Shiyuan huffed and turned away. Hanyu quickly spoke. Your Highness, this is not our everyday teapot. It is specially used for boiling pear soup for our consort's cough. We use fine tea sets for regular tea. This was delivered by Steward Liang yesterday. Hanyu, though young, was quite clever. She understood that her consort would never feign such distress. If she did, it would seem overly contrived. What did the physician say about the cough? If it's serious, we should consult the imperial physician. Li Yixuan sat down. Hanyu hurriedly took her cup away, replaced it with a new one, and poured him some pear soup. Your Highness, the physician said it is nothing serious. Our consort did not wish to take medicine. Jingxiu checked and said that drinking some loquat leaf pear soup would help. Though the cough is worse in the morning and better during the day, Hanyu replied. Li Yixuan nodded. Still angry? Have you thought about it since yesterday? Did you misunderstand me? Pei Shiyuan, with one hand still petting the kitten, spoke in a softened tone. How could I dare? With a look of feigned innocence. Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. With your temper, if you had thought about it yesterday, would you have gotten so upset? Pei Shiyuan initially said nothing, but after being pulled to face him, she pouted. It's all your fault. I thought you doubted me. The last time at the horse track, I saw my elder brother, and you deliberately mentioned it. Even if I misunderstood, it's still your fault. Li Yixuan, you are not a good person. Li Yixuan replied. It is all your logic. So, you misunderstood me yesterday, and still dared to act out. Shouldn't you be punished? He pinched her cheek. I am not at fault. It is your problem. You have no reason to punish me, Pei Shiyuan retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Li Yixuan chuckled. Very well. I shall not hold it against you, little girl. Humph, Pei Shiyuan replied, unsatisfied. What about Furwei? I should reward him, but he is the prince's personal attendant, so I dare not reward him casually. You shall reward him on my behalf. She looked up at him. Li Yixuan thought of saying he had already rewarded him, but chose not to. You certainly know how to direct me. Very well, Furwei. Go to the treasury and collect 100 taels as a reward. Furwei at the door expressed his gratitude, bewildered, and felt like giving a thumbs up. Truly remarkable. He had thought that today Consort Pei would cause a scene, and that the prince would have to appease her for a long time. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have resolved her issues on her own. Each time she had created a ruckus, he assumed it would take a long time to smooth things over. Yet the prince arrived only to find that it was unnecessary. Li Yixuan held Pei Shiyuan in his arms. What have you been doing these days? Coaxing our son. Thinking of my husband, Pei Shiyuan answered succinctly. With what wild man did you bear this child?
Li Yun tiset, pinchin herdaist.
Pei Shiyuan lifted the now considerably larger kitten. Here, our son.
Li Yixun, iam truli capable.
Just as they were exchanging intimate words, there was a commotion outside. It was Zhongjiu, hurrying over. Go summon the prince. There is urgent business in the palace. Upon seeing this, Furwei understood the gravity of the situation and hurried inside. Your Highness, Zhongjiu has arrived, saying there is urgent business in the palace. Li Yixuan frowned. Very well. The prince hastily departed. Pei Shiyuan knelt up. Put on your clothes. It's quite cold. Yes, be good. I will come back to find you. Li Yixuan pinched her chin and left. Pei Shiyuan nodded. What could have happened in the palace? Yue Chang remarked after the prince had exited the main door. Pei Shiyuan shook her head, feeling it was not a good omen. What has occurred? The favored consort has been poisoned. His Majesty urgently summons you. She is safe now, but she has vomited blood, Zhongjiu informed. Li Yixuan was taken aback. Quickening his pace, nearly breaking into a run. Upon entering the inner palace, he immediately sensed the chaos. Guards were being dispatched everywhere. One could only assume that poison had infiltrated the palace, and if the favored consort had been poisoned, would His Majesty not be at risk as well? It was only natural that the entire inner palace would be placed under strict surveillance. In the courtyard of the Yaguang Hall, two women dressed like concubines knelt, and Li Yixuan spotted Jia Fei, the favored consortess niece, among them. Many servants were also kneeling. At that moment, Jia Fei looked over, her face streaked with tears, filled with guilt. However, Li Yixuan did not linger, striding into the hall. The favored consort appeared pale, her face resembling that of gold paper. She was not yet 40, having maintained her beauty well, but she now looked extremely fragile. In such a sudden state, Li Yixuan had never seen her like this, and his heart ached. His Majesty was present, accompanied by the imperial physicians, presumably having ordered that no other concubines be allowed in, as there were none other present. "Father, how is mother?" Li Yixuan asked, trembling with anxiety. "She is currently out of danger. Fortunately, the maidservants by her side were capable and swiftly made her expel the poison," His Majesty replied, his face darkened. "Rest assured, Father will provide an explanation for mother." "Mother, how did you come to be poisoned?"
Li Shun prasa.
In response to the words of the prince, it was revealed that the pastries brought by Lady Jia were suspect. She claimed they were made by the beautiful Li and the talented Yu in her small kitchen. Yet these pastries unmistakably contained arsenic. Had it not been for Her Highness consuming only a single piece and promptly regurgitating it, one might have feared that the close attendants of the imperial consort would have sobbed for the physician. "Physician, how fares the imperial consort?" The countenance of Emperor Zhenyu darkened ominously. "Your Majesty, Her Highness has suffered a disturbance in her stomach and requires careful recuperation. She cannot partake in food for the time being. Her throat is also affected, so she ought to refrain from speaking." The physician hastily replied, "Beasts, summon those wretched women." Emperor Zhenyu seethed with fury. His affection for the imperial consort was genuine. He had cherished her for many years, favoring her over others. Now that the consort was in such a state, how could he not be heartbroken? Lady Jia, the beautiful Li, and the talented Yu entered and knelt before him. The emperor approached Lady Jia and delivered a kick to her chest. "Wretched woman, the consort is your aunt. Do you dare to harm her?" Lady Jia was immediately knocked to the ground, unable to rise or utter a word. "Father, please quell your anger. There may be more to this matter." "I believe Lady Jia would not act so foolishly." Li Yixuan quickly interjected. "Though Lady Jia may harbor some intentions, she is also a mother. Yet the prosperity of the Jia family is tied to the consort's well-being. Her misfortune would bring ruin upon them. She has a son, but her lack of favor is a reality. Her ascension to the rank of consort was at the behest of the imperial consort. If the consort were to perish, Lady Jia could not possibly replace her. At this critical juncture, with many eyes watching, it is unlikely that Lady Jia would conspire against the consort. The consort's demise would bring no benefit to the Jia family." Emperor Zhenyu took a deep breath, perhaps recognizing this truth, yet his anger remained unabated. "You two wretches, speak. Who dares to poison the consort?" "Your Majesty, we are wronged. We prepared the pastries in Lady Jia's small kitchen, using ingredients from her palace. We merely followed instructions. With palace attendants and maids observing us, we would never dare to tamper with the food." The beautiful Li wept as she clutched the emperor's leg. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have always stood by the imperial consort. Had the food been prepared by anyone else, she would not have accepted it. Today was indeed a lapse in vigilance. Your Majesty, the ingredients for the pastries were retrieved yesterday, and one of the palace attendants has gone missing. I have dispatched individuals to search the palace, and it has been confirmed that the missing attendant had contact with Fingning Palace before vanishing. In the pastries made in the consort's hall, the lotus root powder was mixed with arsenic. Investigate further. Who proposed making the lotus root cakes? If the powder was tainted with poison, who can guarantee that others would not consume it?" Li Yixuan furrowed his brow. "Yes, I shall investigate further." At this moment, Lady Jia, recovering somewhat, remarked, "The imperial consort has always enjoyed lotus root cakes, but I cannot eat them as they cause me to break out in rashes, which is why they are seldom present in my palace. The maid who brought them back yesterday is Suyi. After all, as a consort, Lady Jia's intentions were to honor the imperial consort. However, the consort lacked nothing and did not require frequent gifts. Today's preparation was merely due to the fact that the maid had brought back the lotus root powder, and coincidentally, they made 3 types of pastries, only for the consort to consume a piece of the lotus root cake and succumb to poisoning. Go, arrest this Su Yi and interrogate her thoroughly, commanded Emperor Zhenyu. Pointing at Qin Zheng. No, arrest everyone from the consort's hall and interrogate them all. Also, take into custody everyone associated with these 2 wretched women. Immediately summon the Empress to see me. Li Yixuan frowned. This matter was unlikely to have been instigated by the Empress. If she truly wished to poison someone, it would be more advantageous for her to eliminate the consort herself. Why would she poison her own mother? If the consort were to perish, the emperor would surely not spare the one responsible. The crown prince's position remained tenuous. Furthermore, should the emperor, in a fit of rage, depose the crown prince and the empress, who would ultimately benefit from such turmoil, the Duke of Lu, commanding significant military power, would not find it easy to remove the crown prince or the empress, hence the delay. This transaction was not worth the risk. It would only exacerbate the conflict between the Xia and Jia families, leading to uncertainty about who would ultimately profit. Li Yixuan supported Emperor Zhenyu as he sat down and calmly spoke. Father, there is something amiss in this matter. I do not believe it to be the Empress's doing. Emperor Zhenyu furrowed his brow. Are you still defending her? No, father, think about it. To so easily implicate the Empress is concerning. Would she truly resort to poisoning her own mother? If it were about vying for favor, would she not have acted sooner? Why now? The Empress is a proud person. She would disdain such actions. At this moment, Li Yixuan felt a tangle of emotions. He understood his father's affection for him, yet the emperor was, after all, an emperor. With the crown prince still present and numerous other princes, some of his thoughts were difficult to voice. Whatever his father decided to give him, it would be an act of kindness. Yet to express certain thoughts might suggest greed. Even the most favored son of an emperor must tread carefully in matters of power. Li Yixuan was aware of his father's distress over the consort, but he implored, Father, do not allow the true instigator to revel in triumph. All princes sought to vie for favor, and with the crown prince's position precarious, it would be unwise to hastily depose him. With the crown prince in place, there would always be a target. Without him, the most favored son might become that target. While this was already the case, the crown prince's position offered a semblance of protection. The northern Di had been restless in recent years, and a conflict was likely on the horizon. Father, Li Yixuan called again. The Xia family had no outstanding talents left, and the Duke of Lu was no longer young. There was no need to take unnecessary risks when results were imminent. Emperor Zhenyu took a deep breath. Very well. I have often said you have not matured. Yet now you seem to comprehend. Summon the Empress, for I must inquire whether this matter indeed involves her. I cannot let this go unaddressed. Your thoughts are known to me, do not worry. Li Yixuan pondered whether this incident was linked to the 12th prince. It would not be easy to maneuver within the Empress's palace. Chapter 82. Offense. The Empress soon arrived. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the consort's condition? Emperor Zhenyu, having been persuaded by Li Yixuan, refrained from reprimanding her upon their first meeting. She is stable for now, Empress, but this matter has implicated your palace. The Empress was not surprised by the urgency of the summons. It likely meant someone was attempting to lay blame at her feet. I have done nothing wrong. If anyone has wrongfully accused me, let them present their evidence. The Empress's tone was not particularly amiable. Mother, please calm your anger. I believe in you. There are likely those who wish to muddy the waters and frame you, Li Yixuan interjected. The Empress regarded him for a moment. Prince Chun speaks wisely. To dare poison the consort reveals the heart of the perpetrator. I trust you, and thus I will trust your judgment. In the inner palace, the Empress must diligently investigate this matter. It must be resolved thoroughly. The Emperor added coldly, the inner palace requires a thorough cleaning. The Empress had long since grown accustomed to the Emperor's icy demeanor and merely responded affirmatively. This matter implicated her, and she could not ignore it. Given the severity of the situation, and the fact that the consort had not succumbed to the poison, uncovering the truth would not be simple. After all, within the inner palace, the threat of punishment could elicit confessions from Lady Jia, the beautiful Li, and the talented Yu and their associates. The most crucial link lay with Lady Jia's confidants, particularly the maid Su Yi, who had retrieved the lotus root powder. The consort had always been exceedingly cautious, and Lady Jia appeared to be the only potential breach. Su Yi was originally from the Jia family, having been one of Lady Jia's dowries. Generally, lower-ranked concubines could not bring numerous attendants. Those of lesser standing often brought none at all. When the Jia family entered the palace, their rank was modest. Yet they brought 4 attendants, due to their lineage. One of these was Su Yi, who was even a direct descendant of the Jia family. It was unreasonable for the Jia family to conspire against the consort, thus they cooperated fully with the investigation. Before long, the matter was clarified. On the 3rd day following the consort's poisoning, all involved individuals had been identified. Within the Zicheng Palace, the Emperor and Empress sat, with Li Yixuan seated at their side. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Rights are present. Excellent, splendid indeed. After reviewing the documents presented by Qin Zheng, Emperor Zhenyu smirked. Convey my decree for the princes to enter the palace. Your Majesty, I have already delivered the message. They should be arriving shortly, Qin Zheng replied. Very well, summon the concubines from the inner palace as well. Invite the high-ranking officials, the Emperor added. His expression was grim, yet his words floated lightly. There is no need to disturb the Empress. Qin Zheng exited to relay the instructions. Within a quarter of an hour, the princes arrived one after another. The main hall of the Purple Hall was filled with the most distinguished individuals of the dynasty, either seated or standing. When the inner attendants brought in the severely tortured Su Yi, along with her father and brothers, many faces shifted in color. The long-absent crown prince slowly entered the grand hall, surveying the kneeling figures on the ground like blood-soaked gourds. May father and mother be at peace. Provide a seat for the crown prince, the emperor gestured. Once seated, Emperor Zhenyu pushed the documents before him. Present these for all to see. After the officials reviewed the documents, Duke Jing knelt and implored, We beseech your majesty to administer justice impartially. This matter not only concerns the fate of the empress, but also reveals the malicious intent of the perpetrator. If such a person dares to poison within the palace, who can guarantee that they would not attempt the same against your majesty? For the sake of the great Zhou and your safety, please do not let familial ties cloud your judgment. Upon hearing these words, the princes exchanged glances, some turning pale. The emperor waved his hand, and several visibly tortured individuals were brought forth, identifiable as guards. The hall fell silent. With the emperor's silence, no one dared to utter a word. Scanning his sons, the emperor's gaze settled on one of them. I underestimated you. All the princes knelt, speechless, but compelled to show their submission. Fifth, I believed you to be a benevolent child, yet your heart is so venomous, the emperor pointed out, identifying the 5th prince, Prince Cheng. Prince Cheng remained silent for a moment before smiling. Father, you are aware of this? The emperor's fury ignited. Beast. How dare you commit such a cruel act? Prince Cheng sighed. Father, do you recall how my mother met her demise? The means were quite similar. Why is it that when I act, I am deemed ruthless? The late empress, Consort Su, held the 2nd rank but was never bestowed a title during her lifetime. After her death, she was granted the title of Zhen. Though not favored, she had endured long enough to attain her position due to her early childbirth. How did your mother die? The emperor retorted. She clashed with the empress. Should she not be punished? She took her own life, and I did not hold her accountable for her faults, yet you harbor resentment? The emperor's anger escalated as he flung his teacup, though it fell short of striking Prince Cheng. Father, how did my mother clash with the empress? She served you for many years. It was merely an unintentional slip of the tongue, yet the empress belittled her to her face. I cannot believe she would take her own life. Someone must have harmed her, Prince Cheng exclaimed passionately. Brother, Li Yixuan interjected coldly. Do you realize you are using her as a shield now that she has passed? You aim for the throne, and in doing so, seek to poison my mother and frame the empress, all to pit me against them for revenge, allowing you to reap the benefits. How can you now claim this is an act of vengeance for your mother? I am indeed seeking vengeance. Prince Cheng retorted defiantly. Enough. When your mother passed, I was only 10. How could I forget your fervent defense of her then? A concubine's suicide is a grave offense. If father were to punish, it would implicate her family. Since you are so certain she was poisoned, why not prove it? The disdain was palpable. It is truly lamentable. Others bullied your mother. Yet you, as her only son, exploit her death for your own conflicts. How despicable. Your Majesty, I have something to say. A finely adorned yet aged lady from the inner court rose. She was the concubine Cheng. Speak, the emperor replied, glancing at her. For all to know, I was among those of lower rank residing in the Empress's quarters. On the day of her suicide, no outsiders were present. When we discovered her, she had dismissed all her attendants. She was alone in the room. The events of that day are no secret. Not only were there many attending her, but there were also those attending me. With dozens present in the hall, it is impossible that no one noticed if an outsider entered. If Prince Cheng doubts this, he may investigate. Her words resonated with weight. Although they were clearly aimed at pleasing the Empress, they served as evidence at this moment. Another mature lady-in-waiting stood. Indeed, the Empress rebuked her, and the Empress punished her. It was her own narrow-mindedness that led her to take her life. These matters are not concealed secrets. His Majesty claimed she died of illness to protect Prince Cheng. By saying this now, you unjustly slander the Empress. Among the women of the inner palace, few were unafraid of the Empress. Prince Cheng scoffed. Times change, and naturally, you will say what you please. Father's favoritism and trust have persisted for years.
Beast.
Bring him to the dungeons. Emperor Zhenyu commanded, his ire palpable. From this moment forth, strip him of his title and demote him to commoner. Such a viper I shall not acknowledge. The emperor paid no heed to the past, having little memory of the Empress. Father, calm your anger, my brother. Third, do you intend to speak for him? The emperor glared at the third prince. Terrified, the third prince quickly prostrated. I dare not, father. Please temper your rage. Who dares to plead for him? I will hold you all equally accountable. Emperor Zhenyu sneered. Who would dare? The third prince spoke not for genuine concern but to maintain the facade of a good brother. True sincerity? Such a thing does not exist. Convey my decree. The Empress's suicide is a crime. From this moment, she is to be excluded from the ancestral shrine and demoted to commoner status. The Su family has failed in raising their daughters, and all relatives holding office shall be dismissed, barred from service for 3 generations. The Su women, known for their jealousy and malice, shall not be allowed advantageous marriages for 3 generations. Empress Xia cast several glances at Emperor Zhenyu, wanting to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. This decree severed the Su family's lifeline completely. The men would be barred from service, forced into commerce or agriculture, while the women would be restricted from advantageous marriages, left only to marry below their status. It remained uncertain how deeply the Su women would be disgraced over 3 generations. Father, I have sinned. The Su family was unaware. Father, my mother accompanied you for over 20 years. The 5th prince, restrained, could no longer endure and cried out. Why have you not taken him away? Emperor Zhenyu mocked. Did you not insist your mother was harmed by the Empress? I cannot overlook right and wrong. Father, you might as well kill me. Just end my life. Your ignorance is appalling. His cries were muffled as the guards covered his mouth. Regardless of the reasons, he could not be allowed to speak further. If he continued, he might escape unscathed, but many others would lose their heads. Investigate those around him. See what else he intends to do. Third, go to his residence and instruct them to relocate. Provide them with new accommodations, allowing only the women to take their dowries. 8th, accompany your brother and burn the plaques of that residence. Seize anything suspicious. Your servant obeys, the 2 princes replied in unison, departing the palace. Once outside, the 3rd prince chuckled ruefully. 5th brother is finished this time. What of the Empress? Thank you for your concern, brother. Mother as well. Let us go, Li Yixuan replied. They proceeded to Prince Cheng's residence, where their first task was to urge everyone to remove the plaques and burn them at the entrance. They had arrived with guards and quickly surrounded the estate. The wife of Prince Cheng, Lady Li, was terrified as she rushed to the front courtyard. Uncle, 8th uncle. What is happening? Father has stripped 5th brother of his title, and he has been imprisoned in the dungeons. Father has decreed a relocation for you. Take only your dowries and prepare to leave, the 3rd prince explained.
Listutun stedili, bawildarat.
What is happening, Zhongjiao? Go with them and open the treasury of this residence. Exchange the current silver for banknotes, and in smaller denominations. 500 taels for each child, 300 for each concubine, and any surplus will be confiscated. If it's insufficient, take it from our residence.
Yes.
Zhongjiao silently complied. Li, filled with uncertainty, asked, what is my uncle planning? 5th brother has fallen from grace, yet you and the children are not at fault. 5th sister-in-law, please manage this. I advise you to leave behind the overly extravagant items. It would be wiser to exchange them for some gold and silver. Fifth brother has been relegated to commoner status. Your family is now of the common folk.
Li Yixun spuka kuuli.
Li swayed slightly but steadied herself, solemnly bowing to Li Yixuan. Thank you for your great kindness, uncle. As the matriarch, she could easily alter her dowry if no one were to scrutinize it closely. It was evident that the Prince of Chun was granting her this opportunity. Regardless of his motives, it was a blessing, and she could not afford to ponder too much. She had 3 children to consider. As for the prince's intentions, perhaps he was simply being benevolent. After all, do people not thrive on such superficial gestures? When Li Yixuan returned home, it was already deep into the night, and Pei Shiwan had already retired. Upon his arrival, he was awakened by Pei Shiwan, who sat wrapped in her blanket on the warm couch. You are quite noisy. Having toiled throughout the day, Li Yixuan gazed at the enchanting woman in the dim candlelight, her head propped against the pillow, appearing drowsy, while a small black cat sprawled beside her. He chuckled. Are you sleeping with our son? Aren't you concerned that I am exhausted? Pei Shiwan rubbed her eyes and murmured, How is the imperial concubine? Is she any better? In recent days, Li Yixuan had not returned, but news of the imperial concubine's illness had spread, and Chun had visited the palace several times. While they would not openly declare that the imperial concubine had been poisoned, speculation was rampant. She is better now. Today we raided the residence of the Prince of Chung, Li Yixuan replied as he settled down, lifting the warm tea that Hanyu had brought. That is good to hear. Pei Shiwan leaned against his back and drowsily responded, then suddenly exclaimed, The Prince of Chung? Is something wrong with him? There is no longer a Prince of Chung, Li Yixuan replied with a smile. What? He is dead? Pei Shiwan's eyes widened as she leaned closer to him. What happened? Not tired anymore? Li Yixuan laughed, pulling her into his embrace and wrapping her in the blanket. Are you cold? Not at all. Pei Shiwan yawned. Do tell me what happened? Well, he poisoned his mother, framed his own mother, intending to pit me against the crown prince. The emperor was furious, and he was stripped of his title and imprisoned.
Li Yixun succinctly explained.
Pei Shiwan took a moment to process this. Oh, it is good that the imperial concubine is fine. She realized her earlier mistake. It was not the crown prince who exited first, but fifth brother. Nothing else to say? Li Yixuan looked down at her. The woman nestled closer, appearing warm and soft, eliciting a tenderness in his heart. I am rather curious. I had heard the Prince of Chung had a decent reputation. I did not expect him to be this kind of person. Oh? And what have you heard of my reputation? Li Yixuan inquired, his tone subtly teasing. Pei Shiwan playfully poked his chest. Does it matter? You are still my man. Chapter 84. A poor reputation. It seems you have not heard of my good reputation. Li Yixuan teased, lifting her chin and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. It is late. Do you wish for a meal? If so, I shall have the kitchen prepare something for you, and then we can sleep. I am tired. Pei Shiwan pouted, feigning grievance. Fine, lie down and wait for me.
Li Yixun gesturat.
Go summon the kitchen staff to bring us some food. Yes, I shall do so at once. Please change while you wait, Hanyu promptly replied. Soon, Yu Chong and Yu Yi entered to assist Li Yixuan with changing his attire and hurriedly summoned hot water from the kitchen. Having the kitchen at their disposal was exceptionally convenient. Previously, aside from the little water used for tea, all hot water needed to be fetched from the main kitchen, as conditions did not allow for boiling water. Now, however, they had an abundance. The Bai Shao courtyard received a substantial daily supply of water, all delivered from outside. When she first entered the residence, Pei Shiwan had assumed they used well water, only to discover that it was specially transported. All water for cooking and bathing came from outside. Naturally, there were distinctions. The water used for tea was the finest. The well water served merely for watering flowers and washing clothes, primarily utilized by the servants. The Bai Shao courtyard received truckloads of water each morning from the back. Pei Shiwan had often reflected on this. Within the feudal dynasty, the elite truly were akin to vampires. The costs of transporting water were likely borne from the blood and sweat of countless commoners. Yet, she had little right to criticize, for she was one of those who benefited from it. Li Yixuan changed into a lighter robe, and the meal was soon served. My lord, the meal is rather simple. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can fetch something from the main kitchen, Hanyu said, her head bowed. It's fine. Indeed, it was simple. The small kitchen offered fresh ingredients daily, so the selection was limited. However, Li Yixuan was hungry at that moment and did not mind. After eating, he proceeded to wash up. Upon returning to the warm chamber, Pei Shiyuan had already fallen asleep, cradling their son, who lay sprawled beside her. Li Yixuan watched for a while, frowning and shaking his head. Does this cat really have to sleep on the couch? Yu Chong cautiously suggested. Cats enjoy warmth and prefer the warm couch. I shall take it away. Take it away, and find a warm place for it, Li Yixuan replied. Unable to bear the thought of sleeping with the cat, Pei Shiyuan, deep in slumber, remained unaware of her separation from their son. When cradled, she instinctively nestled closer. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, sweeping away the fatigue of the past few days. Li Yixuan found it difficult to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts. Fifth brother was finished. He would not emerge again, alive or otherwise. Fifth brother was not a significant figure, and lacked clean methods, compounded by the fact that he had no allies. Or perhaps this was merely a gamble. If one were determined to bring down the crown prince, then fifth brother's flawed scheme mattered little. As long as it implicated the empress, the Chun line would fiercely attack her. Once the blame was placed upon the empress and the crown prince, fifth brother's culpability could not be revisited. At this critical juncture, even if the Chun line uncovered some clues, they would have to find a way to smooth things over. Unfortunately, the Prince of Qin did not act as he had hoped. The Crown Prince's downfall was inevitable, and the Qin line had gathered enough leverage against the 12th Prince. At this moment, attacking the Crown Prince would be unwise. Even a broken ship still has 3,000 nails. The Crown Prince's health was indeed poor, but he still retained considerable support, not to mention his maternal grandfather's military strength. To confront him head-on now would be too perilous and unwise. The person in his arms stirred slightly, nestling deeper against him. Li Yixuan kept his eyes closed, tightening his embrace. He shifted a bit, finding a comfortable position as he gradually drifted into slumber. By morning, Pei Shiyuan had awoken, while Li Yixuan remained asleep. At some point, the little cat, Xueqiu, had sneaked in and was playfully pawing at Pei Shiyuan's hair. Upon noticing her wakefulness, it meowed softly. Pei Shiyuan hugged the cat and sat up. Han Yu entered quietly, asking, "Is the concubine planning to rise?" Pei Shiyuan nodded. Li Yixuan opened his eyes briefly before closing them again, clearly wishing to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Having just finished washing up, Pei Shiyuan noticed someone had arrived in the main courtyard. It was Xiang Shun. "May I greet the concubine? Has the prince not yet risen?" "Yes. Does the princess wish to see him?" "I shall go summon him," Pei Shiyuan replied.
No.
"The princess has matters to discuss with the prince." But there is no rush, Xiang Shun thought to himself. Given the state of affairs in the residence, if the princess sought an audience with the prince, she must first allow him to rest fully. "Once the prince awakens, I will inform you. Today, I did not attend the morning greetings. I should have taken a leave. Correct?" Pei Shiyuan inquired. Upon returning to the residence, the maid reported that she had visited the concubine. Jing Xiu inquired about the affairs of the household. "Nothing of significance," the maid replied. "I went to the main courtyard early this morning and saw nothing unusual." "Is it related to the Pear Blossom Pavilion?" Jing Xiu expressed surprise. "Let it be. Instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal. I shall summon the prince." Pei Shiyuan entered the warm chamber and, in a sudden rush, threw herself onto Li Yixuan, nearly causing him to leap in shock. His fierce glare met her, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death? Is the prince not rising? Are you not hungry?" Pei Shiyuan disregarded his fierce expression and reached beneath the covers. Get away." The chill of her hand against his abdomen made Li Yixuan squirm, struggling against the weight of the blankets.
Pei,
he protested. Pei Shiyuan merely hummed in response, leaning closer to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Get up. I wish to dine with you." Li Yixuan took a deep breath, muttering, "You are truly insufferable." Pei Shiyuan rolled to the side. That makes us a perfect match." "You are insufferable too," Li Yixuan inquired. "What has transpired now?" He had not been sleeping soundly, and her incessant chatter was hardly quiet. "I don't know. The princess requests your presence. After breakfast, you should go. It seems there is nothing pressing in the residence." Pei Shiyuan rolled closer, complimenting, "Prince, you are truly handsome. Even in the early morning, you are without a trace of sleep."
Li Yun ignored her, hastily rising.
After breakfast, while Pei Shiyuan sipped tea, she noticed the newly replaced tea set. "Do you like it?" she asked. "It's adequate, though I prefer the set of pink porcelain," he replied. "Then use it." he added after taking a sip. Pei Shiyuan remained silent, turning her head away. Han stepped forward to explain, Prince, one of the pieces is broken. Feigning ignorance. Pei Shiyuan dismissed it. Li Yixuan chuckled. Serves you right. Pei Shiyuan huffed in response. The porcelain of the present day was indeed abundant. Yet the everyday pieces were often less vibrant due to the challenges of crafting brightly colored items. A complete set of pink porcelain was quite valuable.
Well,
If it's broken, it's broken. I haven't said anything, have I? Pei Shiyuan sulked. Li Yixuan teased. Otherwise, would you still have the audacity to complain? Pei Shiyuan turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Very well. Be good and wait. I shall visit you tonight, he said, rising. Pei Shiyuan stood as well, gently tugging at his sleeve. What are you doing? Do you wish to go out again? Li Yixuan looked down at her. Am I that thoughtless? Knowing there are matters outside, I still venture out? Well, considering your rare moment of understanding, what do you desire? He asked, patting her head gently. Nothing much. Just come early tonight. I wish to dine with you. Pei Shiyuan cooed. Understood. Be a bit more agreeable, he replied with a smile, giving her chin a playful lift before departing. Furu, observing quietly, thought to himself that Pei Shiyuan indeed possessed a certain charm, having won the prince's favor. When the prince was elsewhere, other ladies hurried to adjust his attire or greet him properly, yet Pei Shiyuan, with her playful demeanor, could easily capture his heart.
Hanuri.
After the prince leaves the residence, go to the front courtyard and find Liang and inform him you have matters to attend to at the Pei family, and request his assistance. Tell your family to remain low profile for a while. There may be chaos in the capital, and they should be aware of the turmoil surrounding the imprisonment of Duke Cheng. Yes, Hanyu nodded. In the court, there will certainly be officials implicated. The uproar will not be small. Advise your father and brother to be cautious. Pei Shiyuan frowned. The Pei family is too weak. In this turmoil, even a mere brush could spell trouble. Hanyu solemnly agreed. Though she lacked understanding of such matters, she would relay the message accurately to her family. In the main courtyard, upon seeing Li Yixuan, Chenshi hurried to greet him. The prince has arrived. Please enter, it's cold today. Li Yixuan offered a gentle hand to assist Chenshi as they entered the main hall. Chenshi spoke first. I am aware of the happenings outside. While the prince was away yesterday, many sent invitations to see me, but I did not meet with anyone. Now I wonder, are we officially closing our doors to visitors? There is no need, Li Yixuan replied. Meet those who are necessary, ignore those who are not, according to your mood. If someone inquires, what can you disclose? Whatever is said outside is what will be believed. Li Yixuan tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. Yes, I understand, she replied. Chenshi continued. How is the royal mother? I shall go to the palace tomorrow morning. There is nothing pressing, Li Yixuan assured her. Indeed, Chenshi nodded. In the Pear Blossom Pavilion, Lady Yi is doing well. I have assigned a mute maid to attend to her. She is not one to chatter. In noble households, it is not uncommon to have a few deaf-mute servants. They are quite useful. Simply ensure that nothing needs to be disclosed externally. Just say she has offended you.
Lishun instructa.
I shall take my leave then, if there is nothing else, he announced. Farewell, Prince, Chenshi replied, rising to see him off. After Li Yixuan departed, Chenshi sighed. Nanny, do you think I should return to the Chen family? Master Chen is a court official. He cannot remain silent regarding this matter, Nyosha replied, shaking her head. Your Highness, it would be unwise to return. Over the years, there has never been a visit home that did not end in anger. At such a critical juncture, your return would yield no benefits. The prince may not speak of it, but it would not be meaningful. Chenshi remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The circumstances have changed. Heads are beginning to roll outside. The prince is growing increasingly tense in court. Nyosha sighed. You are, after all, the princess of Cheng. Your future days will be spent here. Chenshi was all too aware. Despite years of marriage, she had yet to bear a child. The prince was distant, and her family had become estranged, with her father solely focused on his reputation, indifferent to her plight. Her mother merely urged her to endure and persevere. Though she held the title of princess, without offspring or affection, the other concubines were ever watchful, leaving her uncertain of what the future held. Like a drifting leaf without roots, Chenshi's heart sank, and she took several deep breaths to steady herself. Keep a close watch on Lady Yi. I genuinely hope for this child, regardless of gender. At least, it would alleviate my solitude. Rest assured. Lady Yi wishes to survive as well, Niu Shi assured her. Chun Shi nodded, suppressing a flicker of guilt. Please pay extra attention to the meals. Niu Shi nodded, refraining from further mention of Lady Yi. In the court, actions unfolded swiftly. The family of the fifth prince was relocated to a courtyard on the outskirts of the capital. Secured by the third prince, it was relatively spacious, accommodating them adequately. Unrelated servants from the fifth prince's residence were either captured or dismissed, with only the female relatives and their personal attendants allowed to accompany them. The childless concubines were given silver as compensation and freed from marriage obligations. They were deemed insignificant, mere footnotes in the grand scheme. Those close to the fifth prince faced dire consequences, with the Jia family detaining Sui's kin, revealing their entire family's betrayal. This was hardly surprising. Within such a vast family as the Jia, the emergence of traitors was commonplace. The Su family, initially only accountable for Su Shi's suicide, found themselves implicated in the fifth prince's dealings as well. Thus, from this day forth, executions became a daily occurrence in the city. A heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, the white snow contrasting sharply with the red blood, an alarming sight for all. Moreover, in recent days, the palace had begun executing guilty servants, not allowing their families to claim their bodies for burial. The outskirts of the capital became a site for mass graves, where some bodies were dragged away while still clinging to life, though they were not fated to survive. Some audacious vagrants may venture to the unmarked graves, as they are likely to be sent out from the palace, potentially bearing valuable items. The palace eunuchs have already taken action, yet it is uncertain if anything remains. If not, they could strip the clothing from the deceased and clean it for use. Troops march out of the city in droves, dispatched to apprehend individuals from elsewhere. The fall of the fifth prince has led to countless casualties. The court has finally begun to hold ministers accountable, a third-rank official from the Ministry of Personnel, a fourth-rank official from the Ministry of Rights, and several lower-ranking officials have all been imprisoned. These vacancies will swiftly be filled, and the Jia family will certainly seize such an opportunity. At least one of the positions will be filled by someone recommended by the Jia family. The strife within the court is not unprecedented, nor will it be the last. All parties are well-versed in the art of survival. In this regard, Li Yixuan refrains from intervening. The Jia family's capacity to maneuver is largely due to the favor bestowed upon the eighth prince. Otherwise, their path would have diverged significantly. Thus, Li Yixuan need not involve herself excessively. During turbulent times in the court, she either accompanies the imperial concubine or remains by the emperor's side, or simply rests within her residence. The atmosphere at home has been remarkably peaceful lately. Yet the sudden incident concerning Yi has been closely followed by turmoil in the harem and the court. Perhaps it is due to Li Yixuan's rarity in the residence during this period. As the lunar month of December arrived, the imperial concubine finally showed signs of recovery. However, the poison had taken a toll on her health. Although she was improving, she still could not eat normally. The emperor, feeling distressed for the imperial concubine, rarely sees any other concubines, spending most of his time in the Zikan Palace managing affairs, or in the Yaguang Hall with the imperial concubine. Many young concubines, eager to vie for his attention, find no opportunity. Although Lady Jia was not demoted, she was publicly reprimanded and had her salary reduced by the emperor. Both Li Marin and Yu Kairan were demoted, and those around them faced severe consequences. During this period, heads rolled outside. The fifth prince in the celestial prison had his legs broken, yet even this news failed to reach the emperor. It is unlikely he will be executed, as generally, emperors do not personally order the death of their sons. However, his fate is to remain imprisoned in the celestial prison. On the first day of December, the royal family held a banquet, a rare occurrence indeed. Li Yixuan was not particularly enthusiastic about such gatherings, and Chun, feeling constrained, dared not take the initiative in planning. Today, she had first consulted the prince before proceeding with the arrangements. The main hall was brightly lit. Both secondary consorts were present. Zheng's body was expected to give birth in May of the following year, and although her belly had begun to show slightly, her attire was loose enough to conceal it. The eldest son, being led by her, appeared to be in decent spirits, though a lingering illness was evident in his demeanor. Naturally, Yi did not attend, claiming instability in her pregnancy necessitated rest. No one in the residence openly discussed her condition, yet there was an unspoken understanding among them. Li Yixuan raised her glass to signal everyone to drink, stating, "I apologize for neglecting you all during this tumultuous time." The guests, hesitant, took their first sip. It is most joyous that the imperial concubine has recovered, remarked Zheng. The matter of the imperial concubine's health was similarly treated with discretion. They could only say she had been unwell. Indeed, with the imperial concubine's recovery, I feel much more at ease, added Yang. Thank you for your hard work during this time, Li Yixuan acknowledged, nodding. It is but my duty. I appreciate your kindness, my lord, Chen replied with a smile. As everyone engaged in pleasantries, Pei Shiwan found herself distracted, her attention drawn to Yang's daughter, the eldest girl in the household. The little one kept glancing in their direction, her curiosity palpable. Pei Shiwan returned her gaze and mused, what a lovely little girl. After an extended moment of eye contact, Han Yu tugged at her sleeve, saying, The princess calls for you. Princess? Pei Shiwan turned to look. Chen smiled and inquired, What are you thinking about? You seem distracted. Oh, nothing. Thank you for your concern. Pei Shiwan replied with a smile. What were you thinking about? Li Yixuan also turned her attention to her. I was just admiring the eldest girl. She is truly beautiful. Pei Shiwan answered. Yang's brow slightly furrowed before she laughed. If you admire her so much, why not have one of your own? You have been in the residence for quite some time. It is time you consider pregnancy. Indeed, Pei Shuin encounters the prince often. Do not fall behind, added He Shuin. The remark about falling behind was aimed at someone, and Lu should have had something to say, yet she failed to grasp the implication. That would disappoint the elder sisters. Pei Shiwan replied with a radiant smile. You do not know, but I consulted the physician, and he said I cannot bear children. Her declaration was indeed shocking. Yang and he were momentarily stunned, as were the others present. Only Li Yixuan regarded her with a half-smile, choosing not to engage further.
Shiwan.
Such statements should not be made lightly. Is there some ailment afflicting you? If the household physician is inadequate, we can summon a royal physician to examine you. You are still young, and any condition can be treated, Jin furrowed her brow. If I cannot bear children, then so be it, Li Yixuan interjected, seemingly addressing Chen while also responding to Pei Shiwan. After all, does she not already have a son? Chen was bewildered. Ah, yes. The princess need not concern herself with her, Li Yixuan said, casting a glance at Pei Shiwan. If she cannot bear children, she should dutifully serve. At that moment, Pei Shiwan obediently rose and bowed to the main seat, stating, Yes, I will heed the prince and princess's guidance. How obedient she was, to an almost excessive degree. The other women were at a loss for words. One would think that if anyone truly could not bear children, they would rally against her. You cannot bear children, yet continue to occupy the prince's favor. That would cause an uproar. Yet at this moment, it was the prince himself who had instructed her to serve well. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, contemplating the enigmatic nature of Pei Shiwan. There was no denying her favored position. Although she was only a secondary consort and of humble origins, she could not be overlooked.
Li Shun,
observing the enchantress silencing the room with a single utterance, found it amusing. She seemed unfazed, bold enough to speak her mind. Li Yixuan noted Chen's hesitance to speak further, and her amusement diminished. Chen was a good person, yet rather dense. Had that enchantress possessed even a modicum of subtlety, it might have yielded different results. Perhaps Pei Shiwan's explosive comment had rendered the banquet considerably quieter. All present needed time to process the situation. Once the family banquet concluded, Li Yixuan remained in the main hall. After Chen assisted her with changing attire, she inquired, Should we summon a royal physician to attend to Pei Shuin? Can you not see she is spouting nonsense?
Li Shun raturta. Shen, momentarily stunned, stammered, Ah?
Does she not realize how rare that is? What woman would dare speak so? She is young and does not take such matters seriously. Just consider her words as sincere, Li Yixuan replied. Understood, Chen said, still struggling to comprehend, yet making an effort to understand. She is merely a concubine. Whether or not she bears children is inconsequential, Li Yixuan stated. At least for now. He had not wished for Pei Shiwan to have a child, nor did he harbor hopes for anyone to bear children. A legitimate heir was necessary. But if the legitimate wife could not conceive, he had nothing to say, as he himself was not a legitimate son. Children would come eventually, regardless of who bore them. Thus, after instructing someone to inform Chan about the child in Ye's womb, he did not inquire further. He only cared that Yi was still alive. On another note, Han Yu remarked, by saying that today, they may have genuinely believed you. Impossible, how naive. Pei Shiwan chuckled. They merely believed it momentarily. Han Yu shook her head. No. I think they believe it partially. Do you remember when you were young and deceived the master by claiming that studying made you feel as though needles were pricking your brain? At first, the master was skeptical, but each time you recited your lines with such genuine tears, he eventually came to believe you, did he not? The lady was originally unconvinced. Yet your heartfelt explanation swayed her as well. Ahem, it loses its charm when the truth is revealed, remarked Pei Shiyuan with a stern expression. Perhaps the family initially bought into it, but what about later? Eventually, the truth came to light. After all, a year later, she still had to recite her lines. One cannot remain willfully blind forever, can they? After about a year, her acting skills may have waned, and she could no longer summon tears. Perhaps it was the sight of her father genuinely seeking connections to find a physician for her ailment that struck her. In their family, seeking a physician is not merely a matter of wealth. It requires connections, for not everyone can consult a physician. At that moment, Pei Shiyuan's still somewhat fragile conscience pricked, leading her to cease the pretense. Her father was furious enough to want to reprimand her, yet her tears and feigned innocence rendered him unable to scold her or strike her. Ironically, it was her elder brother, Pei Su, who chastised her, only to find himself irked for the rest of the day. Back then, the master truly believed you.
But now, there is a prince involved.
Knowing full well that you are fabricating stories, the prince still indulges you, does he not? The emotions of Hanyue at this moment were difficult to articulate. Having grown up alongside the young lady, she struggled to comprehend the presence of such individuals in the world, those who deceive, manipulate, and utter falsehoods with ease.
Now,
with the prince led astray, she even dares to claim in public that Shueqiu is the son of a lady. How remarkable! Upon returning home, she must inform the master that you have become a grandfather and your grandson is a cat. Expressionless, she contemplated how to amuse the master. The unsuspecting Lord Pei was engaged in conversation with his wife when he suddenly sneezed, though he paid it no mind. To her surprise, the following morning during the morning greetings, the prince was still present. Pei Shiyuan glanced at the others and noted that they were all dressed exquisitely. Putting her own simplicity to shame, she truly had no idea. Li Yixuan, perhaps feeling lazy, chose not to enter the palace that day and instead lingered in the main courtyard. However, Pei Shiyuan thought, today is the Grand Court Assembly. Is he truly skipping it? Li Yixuan rose at that moment. All right, you may greet the princess. He approached Pei Shiyuan and paused. Come find me in the front courtyard later. Pei Shiyuan nodded. Today, there is nothing pressing. You should accompany the prince, Chen remarked. Very well, let us depart, Li Yixuan replied. Pei Shiyuan bowed to Chen and followed them. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Li Yixuan intended to enter the study while Pei Shiyuan lingered at the doorway. Isn't it cold?
Come in, leaks unbeckoned.
Pei Shiyuan shook her head. No, my life is precious. Li Yixuan chuckled. Get in here. Pei Shiyuan tilted her head. What secrets do you have on your desk? I do not wish to see. No secrets at all, just come in, Li Yixuan grumbled. Eventually, Pei Shiyuan cautiously stepped inside. How dangerous. I fear there might be traps. Li Yixuan tossed a crumpled piece of paper at her. Are you not coming over? Pei Shiyuan pouted and slowly approached, covering her eyes. Really, there are no secrets? I'm afraid that the prince will catch me off guard. What do you mean by catching you off guard? Li Yixuan asked, puzzled. Nothing, Pei Shiyuan said as she walked over, navigating around the desk to sit in Li Yixuan's lap. Why did you bring me into the study?
I'm scared.
What are you afraid of? Afraid you won't have the chance to play pretend?
Li Yun tiset, pinchin her.
Pei Shiyuan blinked. I can paint. Well then, come on. Li Yixuan urged, pulling her hand to have her sit properly in his embrace. Draw something simple. All right, let us prepare, Pei Shiyuan said. Soon, someone brought ink, brushes, and paper. Pei Shiyuan stood up, pulling Li Yixuan with her. Don't look. I'll finish quickly with just a few strokes. Li Yixuan complied, standing beside her. All right. Let me see your skills. Pei Shiyuan nodded obediently. Hanyue lowered her head, sensing an ominous premonition. Pei Shiyuan's posture was commendable. She stood before the table, diligently moistening the brush, dipping it in ink, and smoothing the paper before starting to paint. Within moments, she exclaimed with delight. Done. Hanyue cast a glance, unsurprised. Li Yixuan initially frowned, unable to comprehend, then moved to stand beside her for a better view, his handsome face showing confusion. What is this? A chick pecking at rice. Pei Shiyuan declared earnestly. Li Yixuan examined the chaotic scroll, chuckled after a moment, and shook his head. Well, good. The prince, shaking his head in bemusement, looked at her work with genuine curiosity. Pei Shiyuan set aside the chick painting and pulled out a fresh sheet of fine paper. Dipping her brush anew, this time she refrained from mischief and, with just a few strokes, sketched a charming scene of a white-walled, black-tiled house set in the misty waters of Jiangnan, alongside the silhouette of a woman holding an umbrella on a stone-paved road. While her technique was not particularly refined, it was far superior to that of the chick. Moreover, such a style was rare, especially the figure of the woman with an umbrella, drawn with just a few strokes. Though her head was obscured by the umbrella, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her flowing garments suggested an ethereal beauty typical of Jiangnan, prompting one to imagine how stunning her face would be if she turned. Well, you do possess some skill, Li Yixuan nodded, pulling her into an embrace as she set down her brush. Was the chick painting not good enough? Pei Shiyuan tilted her head. Have you seen a better chick painting? Well, I haven't. It was quite an eye-opener, Li Yixuan admitted with a smile. Then you should draw me one. Let us create a painting of a hen pecking at rice, Pei Shiyuan coaxed. Li Yixuan frowned, momentarily unable to recall what a hen looked like. I've never seen a hen. Pei Shiyuan fell silent, regarding Li Yixuan with a look that suggested the downfall of the Li family was inevitable.
Li Yixuan,
Puzzled by her gaze, frowned. Forway, go fetch a hen. Forway complied, then paused. Your Highness, do you want chicken soup? A hen, alive, Li Yixuan specified, frowning.
Ah?
Yes. I shall go this instant. Forway indeed felt burdened as he left, his steps unusually heavy. He was certain that this was not the prince's intention, but rather the wish of Pei Shiyuan. Chapter 88. What does a favorite concubine desire? What do others seek when favoring a concubine? Gold, silver, jewels, fine silks, or perhaps positions for their families. Even if they settle for less, it is typically for something rare and precious. Why does Pei Shiyuan desire a hen? Is she truly so unpretentious? Regardless, he still instructed someone to fetch a hen from the kitchen, and it was a beautiful speckled one. To be honest, Pei Shiyuan had not seen such a hen in quite some time. Can the prince paint now? She called out. Release the hen, and give it some grains. Li Yixuan sighed deeply. I want to paint. Why not? ISN, to the princess final? Pei Shiyuan retorted. Did I say I wanted to paint? I didn't practice just to paint such a trivial thing.
Li Yixuan exclaimed, turugli exasperata.
Pei Shiyuan pouted. But I want it, so the prince should indulge me. Be reasonable, Li Yixuan sidestepped. Your Highness, painting beautiful women and landscapes is all well and good, but painting this speckled hen will bring me joy. And I'll cherish it for years to come, Pei Shiyuan said with a playful blink. Li Yixuan took a deep breath. I'm not skilled with flowers and birds. That's all right. I won't mind if it's not perfect, Pei Shiyuan beamed. You are the best, Your Highness. Li Yixuan huffed. You certainly know how to beg. I won't ever come to your study again. You've been deceiving me, deliberately misleading me, Pei Shiyuan declared, feigning distress. Li Yixuan sighed. All right, be quiet. Forway entered, to grind ink. Let me do it. Forway, take a break, Pei Shiyuan exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she began to prepare the ink. She dripped water into the inkstone, and after retrieving the ink stick, she chose to sit aside rather than stand to grind it. Li Yixuan observed her actions and shook his head. He dipped his brush into the ink she had just used and began to paint. The Lu Hua chicken was inherently black and white, rendering the need for additional colors unnecessary. Although he was not particularly adept at painting flowers and birds, he had learned it since childhood. His skills were modest, yet he could manage. In less than half an hour, he completed the painting of the Lu Hua chicken. In Pei Shiyuan's eyes, it was the finest ink wash painting. However, in reality, the artwork was rather mediocre. Li Yixuan frowned to himself. It was nothing special, just passable, and should not be displayed. You can't stop me. It's mine after all. She took the brush, inscribed Li Yixuan's name, and stamped it with the small seal from his waist pouch. Watching her smug expression, Li Yixuan remarked, Do you truly cherish my painting? Pei Shiyuan first handed the painting to the servant Fu Rue at the door, instructing him to find someone to mount it. Only then did she respond. I cherish that chicken. Li Yixuan was not surprised, sneering, Someone, take the chicken to the kitchen for a stew at noon. Liang exclaimed and hurriedly called for someone to fetch the chicken back to the kitchen. The masters were engaged in a game they could not comprehend. As they laughed and chatted, Pei Shiwan glanced outside and exclaimed, "Oh, it's snowing." "Indeed," Li Yixuan replied, looking out to see that snowflakes were indeed beginning to fall. This winter had been notably dry, with very few snowfalls. "Let us go enjoy the snow in the afternoon. I coughed after returning last time. And Hanyu wouldn't let me go," Pei Shiwan said. "We can discuss it later." "I'm tired," Li Yixuan replied, taking her hand as they passed through the study and into the main hall, then through to the warm pavilion. The warm pavilion in the front courtyard was quite spacious. Anne Li Yixuan intended to pull her to sit on the warm couch, but Pei Shiwan stubbornly refused. "Why not?" "I don't want to. You've slept here with Yi Shi, and I find it distasteful." Pei Shiwan was adamant in her refusal. "Then don't touch me at all," Li Yixuan retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Well, that's not possible. At least you've washed. Has this couch been changed?"
Li Yixuan skufa.
"It hasn't been changed in ages." The maid Jinji, sensing the master's sentiments, stepped forward and explained, "Lady Pei, previously, Miss Yi stayed in the room on the west side and never rested here." Pei Shiwan was surprised, "Really?" "Indeed. How could a maid dare to deceive you?" At that time, the weather wasn't so cold. Although the warm couch was heated, the prince found it too hot to sleep. Pei Shiwan turned to Li Yixuan. "Wow. The prince is truly wonderful." Is that so?" Li Yixuan raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely, and you are so considerate that you even slept on the warm couch with me." Pei Shiwan replied, looking quite satisfied. "Huh. You weren't in the room to stoke the fire at night. I wasn't warm at all." This statement was half true and half false. The maids in Bixiao courtyard were quite clever. Perhaps it was the master's intention. As the warm couch wasn't heated too much, he could sleep comfortably.
"Oh."
Pei Shiwan's expression changed abruptly. "You're truly not a good person." Li Yixuan couldn't be bothered to address her petulant temperament. During lunch, the Lu Hua chicken was indeed stewed. The broth is fresh and delicious." Li Yixuan gestured to Jinji, "Serve her more meat. This is her favorite Lu Hua chicken." Pei Shiwan nodded. "Indeed, the Lu Hua chicken is so beautiful. It must be stewed." Li Yixuan paused. "Shall I stew your cat son later? And would you enjoy that?" Pei Shiwan frowned. "Then you can stew me. I have tender flesh, and I would surely taste good." Jinji, holding the bowl, almost dropped it in shock. "All right, let us eat." Li Yixuan realized he had provoked her. Pei Shiwan gritted her teeth. "We are a pair, regardless of whether I have a cat son, a dog son, or perhaps I'll raise a turtle son in the future. You
"Are."
there, father." Li Yixuan took a deep breath, focusing on his meal. He was hungry. The plan to enjoy the snow was temporarily thwarted, for once lunch was over, Pei Shiwan began to feel drowsy. With Li Yixuan guiding her, she collapsed onto the warm couch. When she awoke, she was dazed for a while. This was her first time sleeping in the front courtyard. After a moment of regaining her senses, she pushed him. "Let us go enjoy the snow." Li Yixuan replied with a sound of agreement, summoning someone to attend to them. Rarely did they have a day of rest, and he was in a good mood. The two donned thick cloaks and strolled towards the garden. The snow that began in the morning had completely covered the ground and branches, and it was still falling. The lake in the garden had long since frozen, now covered entirely in snow, appearing remarkably smooth. The entire garden was cloaked in silver, evoking a sense of vastness. Occasionally, birds flitted through the branches, shaking off more snowflakes. The chirping of birds faded into the distance, as if one were in the wilderness. "When can we see a heavy snowfall in the northern frontier?" Pei Shiwan mused. "The northern frontier? You wish to run far away. I'll take you there when the opportunity arises." Even Li Yixuan himself could not foresee such an opportunity. He led Pei Shiwan towards the pavilion at the center of the lake. The pavilion was already prepared with a fire pit, cushions, and hot tea placed on the charcoal stove nearby. Li Yixuan and Pei Shiwan sipped the warm tea while admiring the snow scene. It was truly not cold. "Did the prince ever have snowball fights as a child?" Pei Shiwan inquired. "No. Too dirty," Li Yixuan replied disdainfully. "You really missed out on the fun." Pei Shiwan had played as a child, despite her sisters not participating, as she would mischievously entice her older brother to join her. Perhaps it was also a chance for him to get back at her, along with the second and third brothers, those petty fellows. Each time they played, it was wild and exhausting, yet incredibly joyful. Li Yixuan looked down on such activities. Pei Shiwan raised an eyebrow, plotting mischief. The two lingered in the pavilion for a while before wandering through the garden. As dusk approached, they prepared to return. Pei Shiyuan gathered a large handful of snow, shaping it into a solid snowball. Fu Rui noticed, but Pei Shiyuan was too swift. She called out Prince, and as Li Yixuan turned around, one hand tugged at her clothing while the other swiftly shoved the snowball, executing the action seamlessly. Fu Rui attempted to intervene, but it was futile. As for Li Yixuan, he gasped as he attempted to remove it, but it had already slid down his chest. His face darkened from the cold. Pei, you're seeking death. Pei Shiyuan blinked. Then, accompanied by Han Yu, dashed away. Li Yixuan stood frozen, unsure how to react. In the icy weather, he couldn't very well undress right there, could he? He quickly made his way to the Duojing terrace, retrieving the now nearly melted snowball, shivering from the cold. What a troublesome thing.
Fu Rui urged, Prince.
You should return and change. Don't catch a chill. He dared not speak further about Pei Shiyuan. Her audacity was remarkable. Li Yixuan frowned as he headed to Bixiao courtyard. Upon entering, Yu Chong and Yu Yi approached with clothing to assist him. After changing, he caught sight of the person hiding. You still no fear? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I got carried away. I shouldn't have done that. It could have made the prince cold. Punish me, would you? Pei Shiyuan's attitude was quite good. Li Yixuan sneered. He wasn't one to bear grudges so easily.
Come here.
Pei Shiyuan walked over, only to be embraced. Li Yixuan grasped her waist. Getting carried away? What makes you think you can do anything?
How could that be?
I dare to joke, but I surely wouldn't dare otherwise, Pei Shiyuan replied, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hiss, why are your hands so cold? Li Yixuan complained again. Pei Shiyuan even reached her hand slightly into his collar. It's cold. Warm me up, Prince.
Li Shun frowned,
pulling her hands down to hold them in his. Behave yourself. On a snowy night, let us make lamb hot pot. Pei Shiyuan leaned against Li Yixuan's embrace. I also want to eat crystal sliced fish. I didn't get to enjoy it last time. I want to eat glutinous rice cakes too. And I want to have lotus leaf steamed fish. What a list you have. If you want to eat, just make it. If it's not available in the small kitchen, have someone fetch it from the big kitchen. Li Yixuan felt his stomach growl in response. In the company of youthful souls, the 16-year-old Pei Shiyuan felt hunger keenly, while the 22-year-old Li Yixuan was not far behind. Naturally, dinner was a feast of their desires, devoid of anything excessive. After satisfying their appetites, Pei Shiyuan's hands began to warm. Li Yixuan teased her, revealing that her hands were cold due to hunger. After washing up, Li Yixuan emerged wearing only a simple garment, its ties undone. Just as he was about to approach the bed, Fu Rui called from outside, announcing, Your Highness, Zhong Jiao has brought a secret letter. Let it be brought in. At this hour, Zhong Jiao could not enter, and Fu Rui merely handed the letter to Yu Yi, who brought it inside. Pei Shiyuan, engrossed in playing with a cat, did not move closer to see. Li Yixuan sat at the edge of the bed, one leg bent and the other resting on the ground as he slowly unfolded the letter. After reading, he neatly folded it again. Pei Shiyuan looked at him and suggested, Burn it. The brazier is still here. Li Yixuan gazed back at her. Do you wish to see it? Pei Shiyuan squinted. If I see it, will you take me out? What a joke. Li Yixuan leaned forward and tossed the letter into the brazier. Pei Shiyuan shifted closer, wrapping one arm around his neck, while the other slipped under his loose garment, playfully pinching his collarbone. A man's chest and abdominal muscles are his finest adornments. What are you doing? Li Yixuan glanced down at her mischievous hand. Nothing much. Pei Shiyuan nestled against the back of his neck, exhaling softly, just getting cozy with the prince. You're getting rather close, Li Yixuan chuckled. Pei Shiyuan pressed closer. The prince is warm.
Pei, he replied.
Pei Shiyuan continued to snuggle, her hands now both at play. Who taught you to act so spoiled?
Li Shun shifted,
pulling her into his embrace on the soft, warm bedding, encircling her waist as he gazed at her.
Self-taught?
Pei Shiyuan leaned in closer to his face. The prince is truly handsome. Li Yixuan clicked his tongue. Is that all you admire about me? Pei Shiyuan shook her head earnestly. Not at all. I adore not only your face but also your physique, which is both tall and elegant. I appreciate your hair, your hands, your stomach, indeed everything about you. Li Yixuan laughed at her boldness. She dared to say anything. Since you like me so much, I shall indulge you. With that, he gently pressed her down onto the soft bedding and leaned over her. Yu Chong and Yu Yi quickly exited, shutting the door to the inner room. They dared not eavesdrop on the sounds within. Is there enough hot water in the small kitchen?
Yue whispered.
Yes, Yu Chong nodded. If it's insufficient, we can stoke the fire again. On the bed, Pei Shiwan nudged Li Yixuan. Be gentle. You're handsome like this, yet you act like a rogue. The rogue lowered his lips to hers. Indeed, gentle. Holding such a captivating creature, he often felt tender towards her. After playful antics, Li Yixuan, content, embraced the woman whose lips could hold an oil pot, a wave of affection swelling within him. In such moments, a man is always tender-hearted. He stroked her long hair. So obedient. Pei Shiwan ignored him, about to call someone in when Li Yixuan leaned down to kiss her again. Ultimately, after washing up and lying down, Pei Shiwan fell asleep without uttering a word. It was undoubtedly a restful night, followed by a morning devoid of formal greetings. Strangely, it was Li Yixuan who left early, presumably related to the secret letter from the previous night. Upon rising, Pei Shiwan encountered Liang'an, who brought gifts bestowed by the prince. The noble consort has awakened. The prince instructed that if you are not awake, you must not be disturbed. What is this? The prince ordered me to deliver this for your amusement. Liang'an smiled. Liang'an genuinely admired the prince's generosity. Unlike the other consorts and concubines, she had received gifts repeatedly since entering the estate less than a year ago. The quality was always exceptional, as the prince would not permit anything lesser. Today's gift, a beautifully crafted hairpin resembling a tower adorned with a ruby at each corner, was particularly exquisite. This is truly lovely. It must be heavy, Pei Shiwan remarked, lifting it and confirming its weight. Please tell the prince that I adore it, she added with a radiant smile. Liang'an responded cheerfully. Rest assured, your affection will surely delight the prince. It was the first time Pei Shiwan had expressed such fondness, demonstrating her discerning taste. Having received a delightful gift, Pei Shiwan immediately donned it and, accompanied by Han Yu, ventured out to admire the snow. The snowfall had ceased today, and the sun was shining brightly. The winter garden of the Qinhuangfu, though less vibrant than in summer, transformed into a picturesque sight with the snow. During her outing, she encountered others, notably Consort Zheng. Pei Shiwan was somewhat surprised. What brings Consort Zheng out? Be cautious. The snow makes the ground slippery. It's nothing to worry about. I have many attendants with me. Primarily, the eldest son has been inactive for too long and insisted on seeing the snow, Consort Zheng replied, smiling as she observed the children playing beneath the pavilion. Pei Shiwan glanced at the child, noticing he appeared much thinner, his chin pointed. Dressed too warmly, he appeared even smaller. We must ensure the eldest son does not catch a chill, Pei Shiwan remarked. Indeed, let him play for a little while before taking him back. Consort Zheng sighed. If only I could take his place, she added. Sister, do not say that. You are expecting another little one, Pei Shiwan replied. In time, the eldest son will grow stronger. We have recently changed doctors and the medicine seems to be helping, but it remains a difficult illness to cure, Consort Zheng lamented. Let us not dwell on that. I must say, sister, your hairpin is quite exquisite. Such a style of ornamentation is rarely seen outside the palace. Wasn't he a consort Zhao who wore something similar? Consort Zheng inquired uncertainly. Yes, you are correct. However, hers lacked the gemstones and was only adorned with a pearl at the top. It was not nearly as grand or intricate as yours, the maid, Zhu Xiang, chimed in. It appears that your hairpin is a new creation from the palace's jewelry department. Pei Shiwan lightly touched her hairpin. There are many designs. I simply wore it because I liked it. Consort Zheng chuckled and shook her head. You are young and innocent. Naturally, you wear what you fancy. Such adornments are rare. Indeed, the craftsmanship was exquisite, revealing every detail, a true labor of love. Pei Shiwan chose not to continue discussing her ornament, and Consort Zheng instructed her attendants to return the eldest son home. The estate has been remarkably peaceful lately, Consort Zheng observed. Although the household was filled with people, Pei Shiwan had no close companions. Previously, only Yishur would visit, but she had never welcomed her. Now that Yishur could not come out, others were reluctant to approach her. Each time she encountered Consort Zheng, they exchanged a few words. In truth, she was not oblivious to the fact that Consort Zheng was a smiling tiger. However, as long as she did not provoke her, she was indifferent to how Consort Zheng behaved. Even if many of her comments held double meanings, it sufficed for Pei Shiwan to remain unencumbered by them. Indeed, once the child was returned, Consort Zheng began anew. Recently, Consort Yang has seen the doctor and is said to be taking medicine. What sort of medicine? Is she unwell? Pei Shiyuan inquired with curiosity. Not at all. It's medicine for her pregnancy. When she bore her eldest daughter, the child was rather large, making the delivery difficult and taxing on her body. She has been taking medicine for years and is merely trying a new prescription now, Consort Zheng explained. Pei Shiyuan nodded. I see. I recall Lu Shi's pregnancy. It would have been wonderful had she given birth. Indeed, but alas, she lacked the fortune and could not hold on. Consort Zheng smiled. I shall not concern myself with such matters. I am still young. Perhaps in a few years, I will address them. For now, I shall focus on living comfortably, Pei Shiyuan replied earnestly. Zheng, the favored concubine, found it difficult to ascertain the sincerity of her feelings. She believed that giving birth to a son while still in favor was of utmost importance, for royal women faced immense challenges. If one did not bear a child during their youthful and cherished days, they might never have another opportunity. Yet, she could hardly counsel Pei Shiyuan on this matter. Their friendship served its purpose. Moreover, dear sister, once you give birth, you will indeed be the most esteemed person in the household, theoretically speaking. After all, possessing 2 sons certainly qualifies one as a victor, though in the royal context, such triumph is fraught with uncertainties regarding longevity in that position. The title of nobility pales in comparison to that of a princess, yet I appreciate your kind words, Zheng chuckled. After a brief interlude, Zheng prepared to depart, mindful of her pregnancy and the chill in the air. Pei Shiyuan observed as several attendants carefully escorted her, ensuring she would not slip and fall. The eldest son had lost considerable weight. The maidservants mentioned that his dietary restrictions had become quite severe. It was said he had little appetite, consuming barely a few bites at each meal. With a child's appetite diminishing, the situation could only worsen. The inability to eat well was undoubtedly detrimental. Alas, there was little to be done. The current medical conditions were such that even incurable ailments only prompted dietary restrictions, and there were many foods to be avoided. A child already burdened with heart issues could hardly thrive without proper nourishment. Pei Shiyuan shook her head, acknowledging that this was not her child, merely lamenting the unfortunate reality. Let us take a stroll. Sitting too long may invite a chill, Han Yu urged, tugging at her sleeve. Pei Shiyuan nodded and rose to walk alongside her around the lake. In the front courtyard, the princess experienced some discomfort today. After taking her medicine, Nurse Niao entered with an update. Your Highness, I have personally checked on Li Wuxuan. The Yi family has been quite ill, but her spirit remains intact. That is reassuring, Chun replied, exhaling in relief. I advised her to focus on her pregnancy, and the prince had no objections. She is clever, yet being with child, she dares not overstep. Nurse Niao mused that while the prince often overlooked the affairs of the inner court, individuals like Yi certainly could not be permitted to remain. Let us hope she delivers safely. Chen nodded. Nurse, please pay extra attention. Rest assured, I am vigilant. You too must take care of yourself. You are still young. In a year or 2, you will need to bear a child of your own. While others may raise children in the main courtyard, there is no comparison to having your own. Chen nodded. Indeed, I am taking my medicine. Chapter 91. Aspiring to be a noble consort, the case of the 5th prince had yet to reach its conclusion. Many had already met their demise. Yet the ripple effects continued to spread. This upheaval within the court had infiltrated the provinces as well. However, the 5th prince's influence was not solely responsible. Rather, the princes seized this opportunity to place their own people in positions of power, while the court officials sought to eliminate dissenters and promote their allies. Ultimately, it was a thorough reshuffling from top to bottom. Recently, the Eastern Palace had been bustling with activity, with missives from the prince's estate arriving in rapid succession. Li Yixuan found himself unexpectedly busy, even attending morning court diligently. During the coldest days of the 12th lunar month, Pei Shiyuan relished her comfortable life in Bixiao courtyard, postponing her greetings as the new year approached. Most of her days consisted of sleeping beside her beloved black cat, who was as affectionate as a true offspring. One drowsy afternoon, Pei Shiyuan sprang from her couch, her neck chilled. Turning, she saw Li Yixuan smiling at her. Why do you startle me? She huffed. Keep your distance. You are so cold. Is that how you greet me after so many days apart? He teased, settling down and warming his hands over the incense burner. You bully me just because you've been away, she retorted. Not one to suffer loss, he laughed. It was then that Pei Shiyuan noticed he was clad in court attire. The princely robes were a deep crimson adorned with subtle dragon embroidery, distinct from those worn by the emperor and crown prince, as all princes were permitted to don dragon patterns. His robes also featured prominent embroidered dragons, with golden dragon motifs on his boots. The exquisite golden crown atop his head was a sight to behold. Pei Shiwan's eyes sparkled. "You look splendid in court attire, my lord. Do you fancy court robes?" He chuckled, amused by her immediate enthusiasm. "I do, particularly because you wear them so well. If only the third prince did not have such a protruding belly."
Ah.
The third prince's appearance during morning court springs to mind, Li Yixuan sighed. "Regrettably, as a secondary concubine, you lack court attire. If you desire it, I could have a set made for you, though it would not be identical, merely similar," he suggested. Pei Shiwan, puzzled, asked, "Why? You are a secondary concubine. Do you not fear the gossip?" He shot her a sidelong glance. "I meant, why should I wear such an unattractive garment? To be frank, the princess's robes are quite unappealing, and the details of the secondary concubines are not much better. Such garments are coveted by others, and yet you complain?" He shook his head. "Then why not seek someone else?" Pei Shiwan haughtily rolled her eyes. "Besides, being a secondary concubine is a fact. Whether you craft me a secondary concubine's outfit or a noble consort's, I remain a secondary concubine. Are you playing tricks on me? Perhaps I am simply being too talkative," he replied. Pei Shiwan immediately donned a cheerful expression, "My lord." In that moment, the handsome prince, seated rather casually as he warmed himself, appeared exceptionally alluring. She leaned closer, playfully poking at his leather belt. "My lord, speak." Li Yixuan, feigning impatience, retorted, "Do you wish to become a noble consort?" Pei Shiwan's eyes widened. "I am not. Do not speak nonsense. Ambitious, yet when faced with fear, where is your courage?"
Li Shunteasa.
"Contemplate it. A noble consort will not be yours, but perhaps a favorable position will await you." Pei Shiwan fell silent, reflecting on the moment. She pondered the emperor's health. Was he still vigorous? How much longer could he endure? The eighth prince seemed rather unreliable. Han Yu, trembling, scurried outside, beginning to comprehend her mistress's sentiments. "What kind of gaze is that?"
Li Yun playfully pinched hash.
"Ouch!" Pei Shiwan protested. "I have a suggestion." "Speak," he encouraged. "My suggestion is that we refrain from such discussions in the future. It frightens me." Pei Shiwan gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Fearful? You fear this?" Li Yixuan was truly surprised. "You possess a courage that surpasses all." Pei Shiwan found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. To be honest, the crown prince is still in good health. "I beg you, keep your thoughts to yourself. Speaking them feels perilous." Li Yixuan regarded her for a while, charmed by her earnest expression. "What a lack of ambition," he mused, lowering his gaze to her.
Yes.
"As if you are the embodiment of ambition. You, who relies on your family's fortune." Pei Shiwan pushed his head away and shot him a disdainful look.
Ah.
"You little sprite," Li Yixuan mused, unsure of her thoughts but not inquiring further, leaning down to nip at her lips. Pei Shiwan glared at him. "That hurts." "Endure it," he replied, pinching her again. Just as she seemed ready to explode, he captured her lips once more, this time tenderly, kissing her for an extended moment.
Peng Shiwan,
breathless from the kisses, grew irate once more. She took refuge on the couch for a considerable time, only to kick Li Yixuan on the waist. "You are utterly annoying."
Li Shun.
Li Yixuan chuckled, rising to change attire. The ceremonial robes were indeed splendid, yet regrettably heavy, making them burdensome to wear. Once Li Yixuan donned his casual garments, Peng Shiwan clung to him, insisting, "Please paint a portrait of my snowball." "Can't you do it yourself? It's just a dark blob. What is there to depict? Simply dip a bun in ink and stamp it on paper. And if you're industrious, add a tail with a brush," Li Yixuan replied, his disdain palpable. Peng Shiwan sighed after studying him for a moment, reaching out to stroke the snowball's fur. "My dear son, your mother and I have fallen from grace. Your father has turned his affections elsewhere, preferring to dote upon a plump chicken, neglecting you entirely." Veins visibly throbbing on his forehead, Li Yixuan retorted, "Be quiet. Bring me the ink and brush." He lifted Peng Shiwan's chin, commanding, "Tonight, you shall produce another cat for me. If you fail, I shall make you suffer." Peng Shiwan whimpered, "Your Highness, I was mistaken. You are the best, and I truly adore you." Unmoved, Li Yixuan turned and exited to the outer room to paint a cat. This woman truly knew how to stir trouble. However, to be fair, Painting the snowball was indeed simple, just a few strokes, perhaps a few more, but certainly not many. Chapter 92. The royal family life in Bixiao courtyard was always pleasant. Even though Li Yixuan often found himself exasperated, he felt at ease within the courtyard. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the year's end. The fifth prince, imprisoned in the dungeons, was gravely ill. Although he was not as favored as Li Yixuan, he had grown up in luxury, only to find himself a prisoner in a dark cell. There were no heating facilities in the dungeons. Those who entered were doomed to perish. Even if the emperor spared the prince's life, he could not remain confined indefinitely. Sadly, he would not live to see a new place of incarceration. His legs had been broken previously and received no proper treatment, merely a bandage to stop the bleeding. As the year drew to a close, he could no longer endure the cold and darkness of the dungeon. Thus, on the 20th day of the lunar month, the fifth prince passed away. He had become a commoner, and his death was reported to the emperor, who merely acknowledged it with a grunt, saying to bury him adequately, without even specifying the manner of burial. This exemplified the emperor's ruthless nature. Perhaps having too many sons rendered him indifferent to their fates. Conversely, the other princes, whether out of a desire to win favor or genuine brotherly affection, arranged for a proper burial and summoned the prince's family to pay their respects. Ultimately, however, it concluded with a modest burial befitting a commoner. New Year's Eve fell on the 30th day, leaving them only a day and a half to conduct these arrangements. Therefore, regardless of how well they managed, it remained a hurried affair. Li Yixuan also made an appearance, merely to see him off. At the simple funeral, he noticed the eldest son of the fifth prince glaring at him with hatred. After the funeral, he stopped Li's sister-in-law. "Did you instruct your nephew to seek revenge?" Li's sister-in-law was startled. "How could I dare? It was the prince's folly. He committed a grave error, and for the emperor to spare him is already a mercy." "Oh, I presumed you to be a wise woman, yet your nephew's gaze towards me seems filled with a desire for vengeance," Li Yixuan scoffed. "Your family is in dire straits, and you still harbor such thoughts? Do you wish for death?" Li's sister-in-law was genuinely frightened and immediately knelt. "Eighth uncle, please forgive us. We do not dare." It was Li Zixian who erred. "His death is simply that. My children harbor no such intentions. Should anyone dare to think so, I shall disown them." Her eldest son had bowed, clenched his fists, silent. Li Yixuan smiled, gesturing for Furu to help her up. "It is best this way.
Do not seek death."
With that, he departed. The other princes remained silent. Li's sister-in-law, feeling a wave of relief, pulled her son close without uttering a word. How could they seek revenge? She had no deep affection for the fifth prince. Given the circumstances, surviving was commendable. They had been reduced to commoners, with no clear future ahead, yet they still entertained thoughts of revenge? Did they truly wish for death? However, today's incident was a clear demonstration of the eighth prince's arrogance, threatening a family in mourning. The words that would spread afterward would undoubtedly be unflattering. But Li Yixuan was unconcerned. Upon returning to the estate, he proceeded to the main courtyard. Who would enter the palace during the new year? Chun Shi busily remarked. "I inquired with them. Now that Zheng is with child, the eldest son requires care. Perhaps she should refrain from entering? The new year is not just 1 or 2 days. From New Year's Eve to the 8th day, she would have to go every day, rising early and retiring late. I fear she cannot endure it. How about Young accompany us instead?" "Very well. What of Pei? Will she join?"
"Well,
there is no precedent for a concubine entering the palace during the new year. If the prince wishes to bring her, he may do so," Chun Shi replied, no longer obstructing such matters. I doubt she would care. She is far too lazy." "Never mind. I shall send someone to inquire." Li Yixuan smiled. "Have arrangements been made for those remaining in the estate during the new year?" "Rest assured, Your Highness. Since Zheng will not enter the palace, I have entrusted everything to her. On New Year's Eve, we shall host a family feast, and she will oversee it. The kitchen has also been prepared." Chun Shi assured him. Li Yixuan nodded. "I am weary. I shall rest for a while." He rose and made his way to the inner chamber. Chun Shi nodded in agreement, promptly assisting him in removing his outer garments before he lay down. As she exited, she softly said, "Please send someone to inquire at Bixiao courtyard." Bailu nodded. "Then I shall go. I will also remind the kitchen about dinner." Chun Shi nodded. When Bailu arrived, she found Peng Shiyuan amusing the cat with a homemade toy, swinging it in the courtyard, producing a whirring sound. The small black cat dashed about trying to catch it, becoming frustrated when it couldn't, letting out little cries. The chill seemed to vanish as they played. When Bailu entered, Pang Shiyuan put away the toy and picked up the kitten. Sister Bailu, what brings you here? Oh, it is Our Lady who sent me to inquire. On the day after tomorrow, we are to enter the palace for a banquet. Does Concubine Pei wish to attend? If so, preparations should be made. Bailu did not mention the prince's words. This was indeed a gesture of kindness. Mentioning only the princess sufficed. I am merely a concubine. I do not possess such qualifications. I appreciate the princess's thoughtfulness, but I shall not go. Pang Shiyuan smiled, declining. Very well, I shall return to inform the princess. Bailu sighed in relief. Concubine Pei's cat is truly lovely, so sleek and shiny. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Bailu. Pang Shiyuan responded with genuine delight. Watching Bailu depart, she stroked the cat's head and headed inside for tea. Why would the princess suddenly summon you to the palace? Surely, it must be the prince's intention? Yu Chong inquired. If they say it is the princess's wish, then it must be so. Pang Shiyuan smiled, seeming unconcerned. I would prefer to stay at home. The maids sometimes failed to grasp their master's sentiments. When it came to public appearances, the mistress was often indifferent, seemingly unbothered. Pang Shiyuan's thoughts were simple. Entering the palace would be exhausting. As for other benefits, she was merely a concubine of the Qinhuang manor. What more could she desire? Realizing one's life's worth? The moment she became a concubine, her life's value diminished. Unless the 8th prince remained alive, what purpose did she serve now? Please ensure the small kitchen is prepared in advance, lest the large kitchen lacks sufficient provisions, and we cannot enjoy our favorite dishes during the new year. Do not worry about anything else. Having placed the cat down, Pang Shiyuan went to have tea. Yes, you can rest assured, Yu Chong nodded. Today the weather was ominously overcast, hinting at impending snow. It would be uncomfortable if it snowed during the New Year celebrations. The prince and others would need to pay respects at the ancestral temple, needing to rise in the dead of night. If it snowed, that would truly be troublesome. Yu Chong mused. Thus, it was evident why the princes, upon reaching adulthood and establishing their own residences, still desperately wished to return to the palace. Who would not prefer to be worshipped rather than to worship others? Chapter 93. Bestowal upon awakening. It was already New Year's Eve. When Pei Shiyuan opened her eyes, the crown prince had already taken the princess and the secondary consort into the palace. In the Bixiao courtyard, the maidservants were adorned in their splendid new garments. However, in the northern regions, the New Year celebrations commenced from the first day of the lunar month. The crown prince and his entourage were headed to the palace to pay their respects to their ancestors. The true festivities would begin the following day. On this eve of a new year, the secondary consort Zheng had long sent word for everyone to gather at her residence. The Yuqing courtyard, though not small, paled in comparison to Bixiao courtyard. It was also a 3-part courtyard, with the main rooms at the front and additional quarters for the maidservants at the back. The layout was similar, yet Bixiao courtyard was slightly larger, featuring a rockery and several trees. Yuqing courtyard lacked such amenities, especially since Bixiao courtyard had integrated a small courtyard, which visually enhanced its expanse, even with the floral gate obscuring it. Today, the secondary consort Zheng donned a red dress adorned with gold accessories, exuding a festive air. In current times, there was no longer a stipulation that only the primary consort could wear red. Rather, it was customary for concubines to tone down their attire when appearing alongside the primary consort. However, in a royal residence like this, the distinction of ceremonial robes was a significant divide that concubines could never cross. Everyone was dressed in celebratory attire, taking their seats in the main hall of the Yuqing courtyard. Today, we sisters celebrate the new year together, which is indeed a delightful occasion. This is our first new year in the new residence, Zheng's secondary consort remarked with a smile, although she felt disappointed about not being able to enter the palace. Her condition, being with child and having to care for the eldest son, rendered her absence appropriate. In front of everyone, she instructed, "Go check on Yang's secondary consort to see if the eldest daughter has had her meal." This year, children were not brought to the palace. Neither Yang's eldest daughter nor He's second son were present. With He's own presence, there was no need for Zheng to worry about her son. But she felt obligated to inquire about Yang's child. It was a matter of propriety. Pei Shiyuan savored her meal while listening to their conversations, occasionally interjecting a comment. During this festive season, if there is anything inconvenient, do not hesitate to inform me. It won't be long before the prince and princess return. Zheng's secondary consort said with a smile. Everyone agreed in unison. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Zichuan hall was ablaze with light. Emperor Zhenyu and the empress sat prominently, with the favored concubine seated just below the empress. This was the first time she had appeared before such a large gathering since her recovery from poisoning. And she still retained her beauty. Below, the princes and noble relatives were seated, and there was a considerable number of them. Emperor Zhenyu appeared in high spirits. Come, let us raise our cups. He then added, Concubine, you need not drink wine. Enjoy your favorite rose syrup instead. The concubine nodded with a smile. After a drink, Emperor Zhenyu remarked, this year, you have all been conferred titles. Things are different now. The burdens on your shoulders have grown heavier, and henceforth, diligence is required. The princes stood in agreement. Sit, today we are all family. There is no need for such formality. The emperor showed no sign of discontent regarding the absence of the fifth prince's family. The fifth prince's lineage had been removed from the royal family,
And there was little to say about it.
Li Yixuan occasionally glanced at the crown prince across the hall.
Today,
He was not in ceremonial robes, but rather in a light yellow, everyday outfit. He appeared markedly thinner, yet his face bore a smile, his eyes sparkling brightly. As Li Yixuan sipped his wine, his mind wandered through many thoughts. He pondered which candidate the empress had ultimately chosen. It could not possibly be the 12th prince, who was too reckless, nor could it be concubine Zhao, who lacked the mettle for such responsibilities. So, who could it be? The crown prince could not realistically survive long enough to ascend the throne. He had only 2 or 3 years at most. Li Yixuan then turned his attention to his brothers, who were all wearing smiles and engaging in lively conversation with those around them, embodying the essence of New Year merriment. He retracted his gaze with a smile, contemplating that it mattered little who stood out. Anyone who did would simply be dealt with. On the first day of the new year, Pei Shiyuan arose early. Gifts of bestowal were already arriving. In truth, these had been sent previously during the 12th month. It was a customary practice to bestow gifts for the new year. For those facing hardship, such gifts were crucial for sustenance. The gifts Pei Shiyuan received were appropriate for her status, neither excessive nor insufficient. Today's offerings were from the prince and princess, likely prepared well in advance. The items were quite commendable, including fabric, jewelry, tea leaves, and other consumables, roughly a dozen assorted items. Additionally, there were 100 taels of silver, a standard amount for a secondary consort. As Pei Shiyuan settled down, the residents of Bixiao Courtyard hurried to pay their New Year's respects. We wish the secondary consort a prosperous New Year. Pei Shiyuan smiled. Very well, rise. It is New Year's Day. Everyone will receive a reward. Han Yue, distribute the gifts. Han Yue acknowledged with a nod. First, she provided the 3 from the small kitchen, Jiang and Ma, each with 2 sets of fabric and 10 taels of silver, along with some scraps of fine fabric that Pei Shiyuan had cut while making clothes. While unsuitable for complete garments, they were perfect for patchwork or crafting shoes and hats, which the recipients appreciated immensely. There were also some treats like candy and eggs as rewards. The other household servants received 2 sets of fabric and 12 taels of silver. The secondary consort remarked, you need not worry about the trifles. Take an additional 2 taels of silver for personal use. The 3 knelt in gratitude, as this was indeed a generous reward. Han Yue and Jingxiu each received 10 taels of silver, 2 sets of fabric, and 2 pieces of jewelry. The second-ranked Yue Chang and Yue received 8 taels of silver, 2 sets of fabric, and 1 piece of jewelry. The third-ranked Yue Gui and Yue Ying were given 5 taels of silver and 1 set of fabric. The gatekeepers, Aunt Wu and Aunt Lu, each received 3 taels of silver and 2 sets of fabric, though their fabric was of the coarsest quality. Such inexpensive fabric would not provoke any complaints from the third-ranked maidservants. Everyone expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply in thanks, aware that such rewards were substantial within the household. It was uncertain how this year would unfold, but last year, even the top maidservants in the secondary consort's quarters received only 5 taels of silver, with no additional rewards exceeding 10 taels. Clearly, the weight of favor was evident. In this moment, the 100 taels of silver bestowed by the prince was already running low. However, with such rewards, everyone understood their standing. Pei Shiyuan beamed at them, stating, I have no demands of you. Serve me well, and you shall receive your due. Should any harbor treachery, the consequences will be dire. I hope we can maintain this bond without deviation. The crowd hastily affirmed their unwavering loyalty. Pei Shiwan mused that loyalty was perhaps contingent on her own actions. She hoped they would prosper, so that should the household ever decline, they might find a way out. Once inside, Pei Shiwan beckoned Hanyu over and handed her a small box. Here. Chapter 94. Happy New Year, you're giving this back? Hanyu hesitated to accept. Take it. Do not be so modest, Pei Shiwan chided playfully. Hanyu wavered. I truly have enough fine items. You have already been so generous. I am but a servant. Hanyu sincerely felt she had ample gifts. Take it. What I possess, you also share. If I have less, we will manage, Pei Shiwan insisted, handing the item to her. Hanyu did not even glance at its contents, her eyes moistening. Miss, you are so kind to me. Although the young lady could be irksome at times, her kindness surpassed that shown to the other maidens in the household. Pei Shiwan rolled her eyes, quickly adorned Shueqiu with the decorations. Hanyu complied, putting the embroidered collar they had made on Shueqiu, along with a small red pendant tied with a red string. Shueqiu had grown accustomed to being adorned with various oddities and did not resist. It simply lowered its head to inspect the new additions. How festive. Happy New Year, Shueqiu.
It meowed.
Let us go to the Yuqing courtyard to pay our New Year's respects to secondary consort Zheng. On the first day of the new year, the master of the house was absent, yet the atmosphere was still lively. Lanterns adorned every corner, creating a beautiful scene. The Yuqing courtyard was bustling, with guests arriving early for lunch, and another feast was planned for the evening. After these two meals, the celebration of the new year would be considered complete. It was anticipated that the princes would not return until later, as the grand banquet in the palace would take time, and they still needed to travel back to the residence. As everyone chatted and laughed, a sense of harmony prevailed. As night fell, the courtyard was brightly lit. The small gathering in Yuqing courtyard was quite merry, despite underlying tensions among the guests. They refrained from discussing any grievances, which made the atmosphere appear pleasant. However, the tranquility was soon interrupted when a maid from Furong courtyard came to find Consort He. Earlier that day, Consort He had brought her child over, but she had not called for anyone to bring the child back in the evening. The maid, in a hurry, informed her, "You must return quickly." The second young master choked on water and is coughing incessantly. "I have already sent for the physician." Consort He sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Let us go." After taking a few steps, she remembered herself and turned back to Consort Zheng, saying, "Sister, please do not take offense. I shall return shortly." Her Furong courtyard was indeed very close to Yuqing courtyard. "Sister, hurry back. The child's well-being is paramount. If all is well, just send a message." Consort Zheng replied with a smile and a wave. Consort He acknowledged this and hurriedly took the maid's hand as they rushed out. Pei Shiwan twirled the cup in her hand and remarked, "The wind has picked up." Indeed, it was still quite cold for the new year. Having been overcast for 2 days without snow, perhaps it would fall tonight? Consort Zheng frowned. At least wait for the princes to return before worrying about the weather. While snow was not imminent, the wind was certainly growing stronger.
Pei Shiwan instructed, Han Iui.
"Please fetch me a hand warmer and remind our servants to be cautious with the fire. We must avoid any mishaps." "Yes," Hanyu said, rising to leave. Moon Chong was also accompanying the consort. "Sister, be careful," Consort Zheng said with a smile. Amidst their light-hearted banter, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by shouts that there was a flood. Pei Shiwan remarked, "What a strange occurrence. Where is the flood?" A maid rushed in, stating, "Consort, there's a flood in Furong courtyard. I have already sent someone to extinguish the fire. Quickly send more people to see what is happening. We must ensure Consort He and the second young master are unharmed," Consort Zheng urged. The noise grew louder, and soon flames were visible. The houses of today are far too susceptible to fire. Given the intensity of the flames, it would be challenging to control. Pei Shiwan tightened her grip on Moon Chong's hand. Moon Chong leaned in to adjust her cloak, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Our Bixiao courtyard is far enough away." Pei Shiwan nodded in acknowledgement. The maids were bustling back and forth, and many from the household rushed to fight the fire. Soon, word came back that Consort He and the second young master were unharmed, though Consort He had twisted her ankle in her haste. Consort Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were safe, everything else could be managed. At that moment, she did not wish to bear any responsibility. However, while the second young master was fine, the eldest young master had fallen ill. The two courtyards were adjacent, and the flames were visible to all. The eldest young master, having never witnessed such chaos, was frightened. Just as they announced that the second young master was fine, the eldest young master fainted. Consort Zheng was alarmed and quickly summoned the household physician. But the eldest young master appeared to be in serious condition. On this first day of the new year, it was difficult to find a physician, and Consort Zheng, shaken by the child's state, could not think clearly. They could only hasten to call for the physician. The fire in the front courtyard was still raging. While the people were safe, the ongoing flames were frightening. Pei Shiwan directed Consort Zheng's attendant. "Why are you not going to the front courtyard to find someone to extinguish the fire?" The attendant nodded and hurried off. It was not that Pei Shiwan was the only clever one. Generally, the servants would not act without the master's command. However, in such chaos, anyone could move forward. This turmoil reached its peak only when the fire in Farong courtyard was finally extinguished. After 2 days of waiting, the snow began to fall, and the wind howled. The main building of Farong courtyard was half burned, Consort He's ankle swollen like a bun, and the second young master cried in the nurse's arms, clearly frightened. At this moment, Consort Zheng was utterly preoccupied with the eldest young master's condition, which was truly concerning. "Quickly, go to the palace and report to the prince. Summon the imperial physician." Consort Zheng was frantic. The attendant from the front courtyard, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to inform the guards, who would hasten to the palace. Pei Shiwan stood outside, wrapped in a thick cloak, holding a hand warmer, silently observing the chaos. Behind her, Zhang and Lin were equally silent. Inside, Wei attended to the frantic preparations. The attendant who went to report encountered the carriage of Prince Chen, as it was nearly time for his departure from the palace. Upon hearing of the events at the residence, Li Yixuan cursed, "Useless creatures, go fetch the imperial physician." He urged the carriage to speed back to the residence. By the time Li Yixuan and the ladies returned, the fire in Farong courtyard had been completely extinguished. In such a large estate, how could they not have fire precautions? The second young master had ceased crying, resting in the west chamber with the nurse. Consort, he was next door treating her ankle, but in the Yuqing courtyard, Consort Zheng clutched the eldest young master's hand tightly, while the household physician was anxiously pacing, unable to remedy the fainting spell caused by fright. Li Yixuan approached and saw Pei Shiwan standing in the courtyard. "Why are you standing here? Do you not feel cold?" "I am a bit frightened. Perhaps the prince should go inside and take a look," Pei Shiwan replied, frowning. Zhang and Lin were already disregarded by Li Yixuan. "Frightened of what? It's quite cold. Come inside," Li Yixuan insisted, pulling her along. Chen glanced over, but remained silent. Yang shot Pei Shiwan a disdainful look, but also refrained from speaking. Inside, Consort Zheng's expression darkened as she heard the prince's arrival and quickly rose. "Your Highness, has the imperial physician arrived?" "Do not fret. I have already sent for him." "How is Zhen?" Chen asked, stepping through the crowd. "Not well. He has not awakened," Consort Zheng said, her face filled with sorrow. "He has yet to regain consciousness." Chen sighed. "Let us wait. The physician will arrive shortly." "How did the fire start? Where is Consort He?" Li Yixuan inquired, taking a seat with a furrowed brow. "Your Highness, Consort He said she twisted her ankle and could not come. The fire broke out while we were busy attending to the eldest young master." "I will go check," replied a maid. Pei Shiwan glanced at the speaking maid and smiled subtly. Indeed, they were quite astute. It was unclear whether they feared the prince would blame Consort Zheng, or if they were intentionally shifting the blame to Consort He for her twisted ankle. Regardless, this statement placed the responsibility on Consort He. "Have Fu Rui go check on her. If she cannot come, carry her over," Li Yixuan said, suppressing his anger. Such a significant incident on New Year's Day was truly embarrassing for him. "Where is Zongjio?" he called out. "At your service," Zongjio responded from the entrance. "Take some people to the residence and assess the situation. You know where to look." Zongjio nodded, fully aware of where to go, particularly the Pear Blossom Pavilion, which could not be overlooked. At that moment, Consort Zheng was struggling to maintain her composure. Her maid supported her. "Consort, are you all right? Please sit down. You are still with child." Chen quickly instructed the others, "Hurry to the main gate and see why the physician has not yet arrived. What is taking so long?" Someone rushed off, but given the new year, the physicians were likely celebrating as well. It was possible that one had indulged too much and was incapacitated. It was not unusual for the on-call physicians to remain in the palace. It was already late at night. Did they expect to create a ruckus to summon one? If the physician could not be found, they would need to seek a doctor, even if it meant spending extra.
Li Shun frowned.
Consort he was indeed brought over. And she had truly twisted her ankle, not fabricating any excuses. Amidst such a significant incident, Li Yixuan was consumed by anger, indifferent to whether one's ankle was sprained. How did the fire ignite in your courtyard? Upon the inquiry, the reply was uncertain. I do not know, Your Highness. I heard the child coughing and hastened back. When I returned, the child was fine, so I lulled him to sleep, intending to come back to Sister Zheng's side. However, after giving a few instructions to those below, the area where the child resided suddenly caught fire. Today, with the strong winds and dry weather, it spread rapidly. In my haste to rescue the child, I twisted my ankle. I truly do not know how the fire started. Consumed by fear, Concubine he knelt. Your Highness, please quell your anger. The fire is indeed suspicious, and I was frightened. Your courtyard, perhaps it is ill-fated? Last time it was the poisonous plant, and now, during the festive season, did you ignite a fire for merriment? Pei Shiwan remarked coldly.
Pei.
Li Yixuan shot her a glare. Pei Shiwan retreated a step. I spoke out of turn. The estate had guards stationed throughout, especially during the festive season when lanterns were abundant. I had previously increased the number of personnel to keep watch. On New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, there were dedicated individuals on guard. How could such an incident occur? Chen frowned. Zheng, do you know anything? Zheng, the side consort, appeared weary and frail. Everything was conducted according to protocol. With individuals assigned by the princess, I did not alter a single arrangement. She was astute enough not to hastily replace her personnel during the New Year festivities. Hence, she truly made no changes. The fire in the courtyard must be an internal issue, remarked Yang, the side consort. First, send the second young master to the main courtyard. Starting tomorrow, Chen, you need not enter the palace. The estate is busy, and you should oversee matters here. Conduct a thorough investigation into the courtyard. Prior to this, he forbade anyone from going out.
Li Shun frowned.
Understood, Chen quickly replied. Your Highness, the second young master is still so small. How can he be separated from his mother? Concubine, he implored urgently. The princess has no children. Can this child be taken away and returned? She possessed a respectable lineage, yet it paled in comparison to the Qin family. Silence. Since when has my command been met with your discontent? Li Yixuan, in a fit of rage, was inclined to strike. Your Highness, the physician has arrived, called out Furu. Soon after, an elderly physician was ushered in. I seek the safety of your Highness and the princess. No need for formalities, Hu Taisher. I apologize for the late hour. The child's condition is grave, Li Yixuan stated. I dare not. Where is the young master? I shall examine him immediately. He was soon led into the inner chamber. Outside, those waiting grew anxious. Zheng could no longer sit still and leaned on her maid to enter and observe. After examining the pulse, the physician's expression darkened, and he hesitated to speak. Seeing his demeanor, Zheng collapsed, fainting. At the sound of cries from Zhu Xiang and others, Li Yixuan rushed inside, supporting her to lie down. Hu Taisher assessed Zheng, finding it was a simple case of fright during pregnancy. What of the child? Li Yixuan's expression darkened further as she beheld the child barely breathing on the bed. Hu Taisher sighed. The young master's heart condition cannot withstand fright. If he awakens, there may still be hope. Otherwise,
Li Yixuan inhaled deeply.
What can be done to save him? I can only administer acupuncture, though it may not yield results. Hu Taisher lamented such a small child. At that moment, Chen hastily instructed someone to assist Jing back to her own quarters. Have the estate physician prepare medication to preserve the pregnancy. Hu Taisher attempted to awaken the child through acupuncture, but alas, it was in vain. Without timely intervention for a heart condition, recovery was nearly impossible. No one could return to sleep. After the midnight hour, Hu Taisher shook his head. The acupuncture has proven futile. The eldest young master still clings to life. But only just. Li Yixuan maintained a stern gaze for a while. Furu, arrange for immediate action. Furu nodded and hastened away. Upon awakening, Zhang was yet unaware of the news. They merely informed her that the physician was still treating the child. Yet, she harbored a sense of foreboding. As dawn broke, the child quietly drew his last breath. Regrettably, even with the substantial wealth of the Prince Chen's estate, acquiring an appropriate coffin in such a short span was impossible. They could only procure a coffin meant for an adult. After dressing him in new garments, he was laid to rest. Additionally, it was deemed inappropriate for a child who passed away young to remain in the household, especially within the royal family. Thus, arrangements were made to send him to the countryside swiftly. Fortunately, it was already the second day of the new year, and Prince Chen would enter the palace before noon. Sparing the need for a late-night visit, the fire at the Farong courtyard had already consumed half the structure, and it was difficult to ascertain the cause in the dark of night. It was a tangled mess. Regardless of the circumstances, palace matters took precedence, and Li Yixuan had no choice but to return to the front courtyard to rest for a while. Pei Shiyuan and others gradually dispersed. As she exited, she noticed Lu Wanyin being supported by her maid, her complexion pale. Clearly, the previous miscarriage and move to the side courtyard had taken a toll on her health. And after enduring a night like this, she could not hold on. Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, Yu Yi approached to attend to her. Concubine, please have something to eat and then rest. Given today's events, there is likely nothing else to attend to. Pei Shiyuan nodded. Prepare the meal. You must be exhausted. The maid, Han Yue, remarked. No need. I will change after eating. I have no appetite. Just a few bites will suffice. Pei Shiyuan was indeed fatigued after a sleepless night. Do not worry. This matter does not concern us. It is the eldest young master who suffers. Yu Chong sighed. Have we inspected our courtyard? We must not allow anyone to exploit any weaknesses, Pei Shiyuan inquired. Rest assured, when Han Yue came last night to fetch items, we checked thoroughly. Fearing it might not be secure, before your return, both Han Yue and I took lamps and made another round. Pei Shiyuan nodded, feeling turmoil within. Yet her exterior revealed little beyond a display of weariness. After a light meal and washing up, she retired to the warm chamber for rest. Li Yixuan also sought a moment's slumber in the front courtyard. Otherwise, she would not endure the day. The second young master had been sent to the main courtyard. Having been frightened, and by dawn, he had developed a fever. Qin quickly summoned the estate physician again. Upon learning of the child's demise, Zheng fainted once more, and even bled. Thankfully, she was 5 months along this time, making miscarriage less likely, and the estate physician rushed to Yuling courtyard. The situation had escalated dramatically, with Zhongjiu beginning to investigate the matter. However, given that it occurred at night and the fire had already ravaged the area, finding evidence would prove challenging. Pei Shiyuan slept until just before noon, awakening to this news. The prince had already entered the palace, and neither the princess nor Yang, the side consort, had gone. The second young master now resided in the main courtyard, while Concubine, he was confined and forbidden to leave. Upon hearing of the eldest young master's passing, Zheng fainted again, claiming to have bled. Pei Shiyuan frowned. During the New Year festivities, this is truly severe. Indeed. What a calamity. How could a fire break out? Han Yue sighed. Concubine, someone from the main courtyard has arrived, announced the maid, Yuegue. Let them in, Pei Shiyuan instructed. Yuegue entered with Xuedong from the main courtyard. We come to greet Concubine, he. Our Lady requests your presence in the main courtyard for a discussion. Xuedong smiled warmly. Shall we go now? Or, may I first have a meal? Pei Shiyuan inquired. Of course. Please eat before you go. There is no pressing matter, Xuedong replied diplomatically. There are many affairs in the estate, and today, we only wish to inquire about last night's incident. Zhang is too distraught to rise. And Concubine, he is also unwell. Very well, I shall go after I finish my meal. Pei Shiyuan, still feeling fatigued, was not particularly inclined to accommodate the visitor. After Xuedong left, Pei Shiyuan sighed. I do not wish to be embroiled in these trivial matters. However, participation was unavoidable, residing within the estate. One could not decline an invitation related to serious matters. With a sigh, Han Yu helped her change into a new gown. Remarking that at least it was not a matter concerning them, she surmised that the princess merely wished to inquire. In the main courtyard, when Pei Shiyuan arrived, she noticed that Chen's countenance was rather poor. It was understandable, given her frail health. It was hardly surprising that she felt unwell after enduring a sleepless night. Best wishes to the princess, she said as they sat down to converse. Chen forced a weary smile. What a situation to find ourselves in during the new year. She had summoned Pei Shiyuan alone, and Pei Shiyuan was already aware of her intentions. The princess sought information regarding last night's events. I shall speak candidly, she replied. Indeed, the chaos of last night was unprecedented. How had the fire ignited so suddenly? The eldest son had perished unexpectedly, and her heart ached with sorrow. The prince could not remain in the manor and had to hasten to the palace for a banquet. Just last year, he had been conferred the title of prince. This should have been a time of grandeur for their household, yet now the prince entered the palace alone, which was utterly disgraceful. Pei Shiwan sighed. I know not how the fire began, yet it seems too coincidental. Given the circumstances of last night, if something were to happen to the second young master, Concubine Zheng would undoubtedly be on edge. I need not express the obvious. The last incident resulted in Chen losing her child due to sheer fright. Are you implying this is no mere coincidence? Chen furrowed her brow. Your Highness is astute. I need not elaborate. Coincidences do occur. Yet it seems our household is plagued by an abundance of them. Pei Shiwan refrained from addressing the matter directly, instead posing a counter-question. Chen did not appear to be perplexed. She simply required someone to stand by her side. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. Pei Shiwan had no intention of taking sides. Indeed, it is also my fault, Chen sighed. Now that the eldest son is gone, we must ensure the second does not suffer injustice. The prince has tasked Zhong Jiao with investigating last night's events, and I too have dispatched inquiries. As of now, there are no conclusions. Your Highness, there is something I ought not to say, yet I find myself compelled to speak. Pei Shiwan, observing Chen's demeanor, could no longer contain her thoughts. I summoned you to converse. Feel free to speak your mind. I shall not hold you accountable for what you say. Chen encouraged. Very well, then I shall proceed. The loss of the eldest son is indeed a grave matter, and sorrow is inevitable. However, with His Majesty above us, the new year remains a matter of utmost importance. The second young master can be entrusted to the care of others. The princess ought to accompany the prince to the palace. Even with an injured arm, one must conceal it within their sleeves. Today, it may not concern the prince, yet others may not look favorably upon it. Who cares about the death of someone in your household? Chen was momentarily taken aback, then replied, You raise a valid point. After delivering her thoughts, Pei Shiwan continued, If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The affairs of the manor are numerous at present, and I shall refrain from appearing for a few days. Should you require my presence again, do not hesitate to send for me. Very well, you may return, Chen nodded thoughtfully. Once outside the main courtyard, and at a distance, Pei Shiwan remarked, I now understand why she has lost so many children.
Ah?
Why is that?
Han Iue inquired softly.
She is a good person, yet she ought not to marry into the royal family. Her disposition is too gentle. In this den of wolves, had Chen not been the mistress, she would have long since been devoured. Han Yu still did not fully comprehend but refrained from probing further, particularly since this matter did not pertain to Bixiao courtyard. Upon returning, Han Yu finally asked, Were you advising her to accompany the prince to the palace? Indeed, but regrettably, even if I spoke to her today, she may not heed my counsel. It would be futile. She did not enter the palace today, and now it is too late, Pei Shiwan replied. However, with the state of affairs in the manor, it is indeed crucial for her to remain. Han Yu remained puzzled. What good would her presence do? Can the dead be revived? Or would her absence embolden anyone to harm the second young master in the main courtyard? Pei Shiwan queried. Surely that would not happen. Regardless of whether it was an accident or not, it is unlikely anyone would dare to act today. Han Yu grasped the situation, but the prince instructed her to stay, and she likely would not dare to contradict him. Thus, I assert she is a good person, yet ill-suited for this environment. Pei Shiwan shook her head. Let us not dwell on her. Send word down that Bixiao courtyard shall be closed to visitors for the next few days. Chen, being the mistress of the household, must indeed rely on her husband, yet she must also bear her own responsibilities. To remain in the manor during the New Year festivities? In truth, who has not experienced the loss of a child? The demise of a child within the royal household is indeed a significant matter, yet within the palace, it may not hold the same weight. Previously, the favored consort's poisoning had already caused considerable uproar. Now, because a child has passed away in the manor, the princess refuses to attend the banquet in the palace? Li Yixuan, of course, was indifferent. He had been pampered since childhood and would not perceive any impropriety. He would not consider how Chen would manage the scrutiny of other women in the palace. Yet, in a gathering of women, such an absence would be seen as a breach of etiquette. In this world, where men dominate, do women hold no value? Do the empress and the favored consorts not require the princess's support? Even if she does not need to defend anything, should she not ensure harmony during the new year? To speak brutally, The dignity of the Prince of Chun is deemed more important than the life of an eldest son. This is not a world that prioritizes humanity. When Li Yixuan suggested that Chen remain, he perhaps did not contemplate the broader implications, yet Chen acquiesced to remain. Had she insisted on entering the palace, Li Yixuan would not only have been unperturbed, but would have regarded her with greater esteem. Alas, Pei Shiyuan was deeply troubled with Li Yixuan's disposition. He was bound to meet an untimely end. Do not dwell on it, there are advantages too. The princess's gentle nature ensures she will not make things difficult for you. Should another princess take her place, your own daughter would suffer from her habitual reluctance to pay her respects. Pei Shiyuan shook her head. Yet she cannot remain in the inner courtyard. She is ineffective in every regard. Were I in her position, I would forego entering the palace and seize this opportunity without hesitation. Given the current state of affairs in the manor, what a splendid opportunity it would be. If Chen possessed any cleverness, there would be no need for harm to befall the children. However, at this moment, she ought to have put Jing Xianfei in a precarious position. How had Zheng and Yang treated Chen in the past? If she had any capability, would this not be a prime opportunity for vengeance? Knowing that both concubines were fierce rivals, how would it be if one were to be removed? Even if she were hesitant to act, she could at least take this chance to cleanse the internal order of the household. As for Li Yixuan, should he be aware of Chen's ruthlessness, he might even applaud her actions. If she were to consider the Zheng family's ties to the Prince of Chen, she could refrain from eliminating Zheng. Since the blame currently lay with the He family, she ought to be more assertive, demanding strict punishment for them. Would Li Yixuan remain indifferent? As the legitimate princess, if she resolutely pursued her objectives, even if Li Yixuan could suppress her, he would still owe her an explanation. Perhaps he would officially record the second prince under her name. Regrettably, Chen had never contemplated whether she dared to act.
Now,
Investigating how last night's events transpired would be futile for her. Regardless of whether the outcome was discovered or not, it would always reflect poorly on her as a result of her arrangements. She would appear incompetent, having already gained a reputation for ineptitude. Should she not strive to secure some advantages for herself? She was truly digging her own grave. The more she pondered, the more hopeless she felt. Have the kitchen prepare some dumplings for me, with pork filling. Let us share a meal. Hanyu smiled. Very well. I shall inform the kitchen. Do not be upset. Why let their affairs trouble you? I shall keep you company. With that, Hanyu proceeded to the kitchen. In addition to requesting dumplings, she also instructed them to brew a pot of chrysanthemum and pear soup for the concubine to soothe her temper. Pei Shiyuan resisted the urge to sleep again. Having rested adequately during the day, sleep would elude her at night. Thus, she rose to play with her pet snowball. For the moment, news from the manor was sparse, making it difficult to investigate. Moreover, with the New Year festivities ongoing, even if any information emerged, Li Yixuan would be unable to spare the time. The household had also dispatched personnel to the estate to commence arrangements for the eldest son's funeral. Such a young child could not have a formal mourning ceremony. However, as a prince of the royal household, he deserved a proper burial. The following day, Pei Shiyuan awoke to the news that the princess had accompanied the prince into the palace. She smiled lightly, nodding in indifference. It was said that in the morning, Concubine Zheng had sought an audience with the prince, who spent half an hour there, the details of which remained unknown. Concubine, he was still confined, and the servants from her courtyard had been taken for questioning. Yu Chong remarked. Pei Shiyuan nodded, expressing her desire to remain uninvolved, saying they could simply close the door and live their lives. Indeed, this matter appeared to be unresolved for the time being until the 8th day, when the couple from the prince's residence no longer had to enter the palace daily. However, by then, the gossip surrounding the fire on the first day of the new year, which had tragically claimed the life of the young prince, had already spread widely. Rumors, once started, often morphed into something unrecognizable. When one denied that the young prince had perished in the fire, others questioned whether a fire had even occurred. The answer was affirmative. And did it not result in the demise of a young prince? Indeed. Thus, the consensus was that he had been burned to death. Regardless of the specifics, the princess residence had undeniably suffered a loss of face this time. On the afternoon of the 8th, the Empress Dowager sent someone to admonish the prince's consort and directly took the second prince into the palace. While the Empress Dowager may not have cared much for a grandson, taking this child was a clear indication of her disfavor towards the Qin family. It implied, I believe this child will not thrive under your care, hence I shall take him. The snow that began falling on the first day continued into the afternoon of the second day. Whether due to busyness, fatigue, or the sorrow of losing a child, it was on the 8th that Li Yixuan fell ill. His ailment required careful attention. He summoned Pei Shiwan, instructing that she should manage the affairs of the residence, while the matter of his illness need only concern her alone, sparing others from disturbing him. Li Yixuan spoke with a hint of impatience. Chen dared not utter a word of dissent, having just faced the Empress Dowager's reprimand. However, Pei Shiwan herself was quite reluctant, thinking, I am unwell. Why must I leave my comfortable life to attend to a sick person? Yet, despite her reservations, she had to comply. It was indeed a serious matter. In the front courtyard, Pei Shiwan gazed at Li Yixuan, who lay upon the couch, indeed appearing ill, yet still strikingly handsome. She settled down beside him and asked, Your Highness? He replied with a faint As he opened his eyes to look at her, he inquired, Are you cold? Indeed, it's quite chilly, she responded. Pei Shiwan smiled at him. You seem quite frail, Your Highness. I shall take good care of you. If I am not well, you cannot return.
Li Yixuan assertà.
Very well, Your Highness. Take your time to recover, Pei Shiwan replied, leaning down to nuzzle his face. I will protect you. Li Yixuan chuckled. So frail and soft. Can you truly protect me? Pei Shiwan huffed. Do not underestimate me. I am here, and illness shall not dare approach you. Li Yixuan laughed again. Good. Then do protect me well. At that moment, Li Yixuan felt a sense of relief. During these past few days, everyone he encountered had expressed their condolences, which felt insincere. Chapter 98. A refreshing breeze. It was not that he lacked affection for his son, but he simply did not wish to witness that particular gaze. With Jin'er gone, how many could genuinely mourn? To be honest, even he, as the biological father, did not grieve with much sincerity. Only Concubine Zheng, as the child's mother, could truly feel the loss. Li Yixuan reached for Pei Shiwan's hand. The new year was not celebrated well, was it? Once I am well, I shall take you out to have some fun. Did you not say that in February, the Emperor is to tour the north, and you would take me along? You must recover before that journey. Pei Shiwan squeezed his thumb. Is it going to take that long? I am merely fatigued. A few days should suffice.
Li Yixuan smiled faintly.
In the palace, news of the prince's illness reached the Emperor, who sent numerous gifts. And the imperial physician visited morning and night to check his pulse. The prince's ailment was not severe. It was merely a result of lack of sleep and too many matters at hand, compounded by poor eating habits, leading to a slight cold. Pei Shiwan stated that it was merely an illness requiring her presence. She need not personally prepare medicines or feed him. Her role was simply to accompany Li Yixuan. Yet even in his illness, she maintained her playful demeanor, refusing to become overly gentle. However, Li Yixuan clearly did not mind. On the third day of her attendance, while she clung to him, asking him to read to her, Li Yixuan, exasperated, remarked, Do you even remember why you came to the front courtyard? Pei Shiwan blinked innocently. Should the prince lie down? I can feed you and provide you with water. If you need to visit the restroom, I shall assist you. Do you consider yourself a critically ill patient? Li Yixuan pondered that image, frowning. How many days did the prince fall ill last time? Pei Shiwan inquired. Li Yixuan could not recall. But this time, merely 3 days, and you already look well. You only need to rest a bit longer, she continued. Why is that? Because I believe your illness is trivial, hardly worth concern. If you disregard it, it shall pass. Li Yixuan laughed. That is a twisted logic. Even if it was twisted, he was willing to listen. A man in his 20s, as long as he was not inherently soft-hearted, who would not enjoy hearing compliments about their health. A minor illness. The quicker the recovery, the better. So, Your Highness, please read to me. The slightly hoarse voice of the prince was indeed entertaining.
Li Yixuan siga.
You have come to torment me. Pei Shiwan nestled beside him, remaining silent, her bright, enchanting eyes fixed on him. They did read, though not extensively, as his voice could not endure much. In the past few days, individuals from the palace had been coming and going, and the Empress Dowager naturally learned that Pei Shiwan was attending to the prince. She held no particular sentiment towards Pei Shiwan, having chosen her solely for her beauty. However, the Empress Dowager was genuinely dissatisfied with the prince as consort, especially following the fire at the prince's residence during the new year. Chen's father had begun writing letters to criticize the prince. Who could find humor in such a situation? The Empress Dowager had voiced her grievances to the emperor, who regretted his choice of wife for the prince, originally intending to garner support from scholars. Who could have anticipated that Chen Yushi was such a fool? Chen Si herself was not the issue, but her father was indeed a source of exasperation. According to the Empress Dowager's view, Chen should have long since perished. Li Yixuan did not act upon that, perhaps out of respect for his first wife. Therefore, Pei Shiyuan's service during his illness earned her the Empress Dowager's favor. Although the Empress Dowager remained indifferent to Pei Shiyuan, this nonetheless served as a warning to Chen. Pei Shiyuan scoffed at these rewards. She need not enter the palace to express her gratitude, merely offering polite words to those delivering the gifts would suffice. On the 11th day of the new year, some leads regarding the fire at Furong Courtyard began to emerge. The servants there had remained silent, but Zhongjiao and others found some clues amidst the ruins of the burned room. The fire had not originated from outside. That night, with strong winds, the lanterns in the corridor had indeed posed a risk. However, professionals could discern whether the fire started from within or without. The fire had first ignited at the window. Once it caught, the paper shattered, and in the ensuing panic, it was difficult to determine its origin. Given the lanterns were blown down by the wind, it was initially assumed to have started from outside. Now that the truth was known, it would be easier to investigate. Previously, without clear accountability, it was inappropriate to punish all the servants of Furong Courtyard.
Now,
with 3 individuals confirmed to have been in the second princess's room, a wet nurse and 2 maids, interrogation would focus on them. After several rounds of punishment, the maid from outside confessed everything. The maid, Qianghua, signed a statement claiming that Concubine, he orchestrated the incident, intending to eliminate Concubine Zheng and her child. Concubine Zheng was pregnant, and any disturbance could lead to a miscarriage. The eldest prince could not be startled, as it might cause trouble. The subordinate admitted incompetence. Qianghua succumbed to the torture, resulting in her death. Zhongjiao handed the signed statement to Furui, then knelt down. Li Yixuan waved his hand, not wishing to see rise. The executioners will receive 30 lashes. Understood, Zhongjiao replied. They are indeed quite capable, Li Yixuan remarked with a smile. We have already investigated. This Qianghua entered the residence alongside Concubine He, and her family has not faced any mistreatment from the He family. Our investigation continues, Zhongjiao added. Present this to the princess for her review. Li Yixuan waved his hand. You all may leave. Continue your inquiries as needed. Zhongjiao acknowledged and took his leave. After their departure, Li Yixuan observed the silent Pei Shiyuan for a while and inquired, What are you pondering? Pei Shiyuan smiled slightly. Leaning on the table with her chin resting in her hand, I was thinking about the wind on the night of the first lunar month. Ah, what a delightful breeze. What strange words you speak. Did you see anything while at the Yuqing courtyard? The fragrance of garments, the shadows of beauty, laughter, and conversation. Pei Shiyuan sat up straight and sighed. If I had seen it, surely others would have as well. Li Yixuan nodded. Indeed, none are blind. He then reclined back.
Come here.
Pei Shiyuan approached and lay beside him. You must recover quickly. I dislike seeing you so listless. Li Yixuan glanced at her, remaining silent, and simply closed his eyes. In the afternoon, Pei Shiyuan returned to the Bixiao courtyard, intending to visit again the following morning. Upon her arrival, several attendants came to assist her with changing clothes. The news has spread throughout the estate. Everyone knows it was Lady He who orchestrated the plot against the eldest son.
Oh.
Has the incident from this morning already circulated? Did it come from the main courtyard? Pei Shiyuan was taken aback. Yes. I suspect it is the will of the princess, said Yue. Pei Shiyuan frowned. Does this mean that Li Yixuan intended for the confession to be delivered to the main courtyard? Surely not. However, it seemed reasonable for Chen to publicly reveal Lady He's guilt based on Qianghua's confession.
Lady He?
Yue called out, noticing Pei Shiyuan's cold demeanor. Yes. Let us proceed with the change of attire. Pei Shiyuan contemplated Chen's intentions. Was she eager to conclude the case? To undermine the He family? Or was it for the sake of the second son? With the eldest son lost, the second son remained the only male heir in the household. Even if Prince Chen did not prioritize him, he was still the sole male descendant of the royal family. Chen's decision to publicly disclose the still unverified confession did indeed seem a strategic move. Pei Shiyuan chuckled, recognizing Chen's efforts to mend the situation. What of Xueqiao? She asked. Lady He, Xueqiao has gone out but should return shortly. These past few days, it has been calling for you, Wei replied. After changing her clothes and waiting for a while without seeing Xueqiu, Pei Shiyuan went outside to call its name. After several calls, she faintly heard a cat meowing. Continuing to call, she spotted a small black, swiftly approaching. Pei Shiyuan crouched down and called to it, and as the grew larger, the plump Xueqiu dashed towards her, meowing in a slightly off-key tone, appearing quite anxious. It leapt into her arms, where she enveloped it warmly.
Ah!
You've just changed, exclaimed Han Yue. Xueqiu mewed in a pitiful tone, receiving a kiss from its owner before being cradled in her warm embrace as they returned to the cozy room. The estate was quite chaotic and disorderly, yet the little black cat's eyes sparkled with clarity. Upon learning of Chen's actions, Li Yixuan merely scoffed, saying nothing further. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, Lady He was sent to the countryside under the pretense of recuperating. However, those in the estate understood she would not return. Farong Courtyard was temporarily closed for repairs, which would not commence until after the new year. This matter was thus resolved. Though the second son remained in the palace, and Li Yixuan showed no inclination to bring the child back, Chen made no mention of it either. The Emperor's inspection was scheduled for the 16th of February, just over a month away, and the capital was bustling with preparations. Li Yixuan's health had improved significantly, negating the need for Pei Shiyuan to attend to him. Zheng Sifei still struggled to rise, though her condition had stabilized. This covert scheme had unfolded entirely outside her Yuqing courtyard, a circumstance she had not anticipated. Had the eldest son not suffered from a heart ailment, the incident would not have occurred. It was merely a fire. Zheng Sifei would not have bled. Regrettably, she remained unaware of how her poor son had developed such a malady, and others utilized this to conspire against her, a trap she could not evade. Nevertheless, compared to Chen, Zheng Sifei exhibited resilience. Although she lost her son, she did not suffer a miscarriage. On the 13th morning, the main courtyard extended greetings. Zheng Sifei was unable to attend. Lady He had been sent away, and both Lady Yi and Lady Lu were unwell. Only a few individuals were present that morning, making the atmosphere unusually quiet. It is rather fortuitous that Lady He is recuperating in the countryside. After all the turmoil during the new year, it is unsettling, Chen spoke. The matter of Lady He's illness is indeed peculiar, Yang Sifei remarked after sipping her tea. Previously, it was said she orchestrated this debacle, which led to the demise of the eldest son. Is this not harming both herself and others? Indeed, one who is ruthless should expect retribution, Wei Shi coldly asserted. Retribution? Pei Shiyuan smiled. The prince merely sent her away for recuperation. He did not pass judgment. Gossip abounds in the estate, yet this matter lacks a definitive conclusion. What sort of retribution is that? What is Lady Pei's implication? If Lady He is innocent, why would the prince send her to the countryside?
Yang Jefei cuestionet.
I do not know. I am merely curious, Pei Shiyuan replied, glancing at Yang Sifei. I simply do not understand. We all know the condition of the eldest son. To speak bluntly, had he not been frightened this time, would he have survived to adulthood? Who can say with certainty whether Zheng Sifei's child will be a boy or a girl? Lady He used her personal maid to set the fire, and then harmed others? How could such a blatant act go unnoticed?
Oh?
Are you suggesting that Lady He is innocent? That someone else caused her harm?
Yang Jefei scrutinizat Pei Shiyuan.
I do not know. I am simply perplexed. However, Lady He is not blameless. She has stirred up considerable trouble and ultimately brought this upon herself. Pei Shiyuan shook her head. I have only served the prince for a short time. Not yet a year, while you have been here much longer. Given the prince's temperament, how should he have dealt with Lady He? If Li Yixuan had believed Lady He's actions were self-directed, he would not have sent her to the countryside. At this point, if Lady He had remained, her survival would be uncertain. By sending her away, he has perhaps granted her a chance at life. Li Yixuan would not go out of his way to protect Lady He. He simply found it too bothersome to delve deeper into the matter. However, Lady He is the mother of his child. Preserving her life is a priority. Had Chen not leaked the information, the situation might have unfolded differently. Now, however, it seems Chen has succeeded. Li Yixuan, it seems, does not place much importance on the women of the inner courtyard. As long as there is a resolution, he is indifferent to any injustices suffered by others, especially when a child has been born. Indeed, Yang Sifei remarked, implying that even if mistakes were made, the birth of a child should not warrant a death sentence for her. Chen sighed. Yes, Pei, you are still young and do not grasp many matters. The estate has suffered a decline in offspring. While Lady He may have erred, she has still contributed through childbirth. Pei Shiwan nodded with a smile. Your Highness speaks wisely. Therefore, the dwindling offspring is a fault shared by both Li Yixuan and you, one who is indifferent, the other lacking capability. Now that chaos has emerged, it matters not. For all are entangled in this web, the eldest brother does not mock the second. Upon returning to Bixiao courtyard, Hanyu questioned, why did you engage in such a debate with Yang Sifei? Whether they wronged someone else is inconsequential, as long as it does not concern us. It may not concern us now, but what of the future? They all desire sons, and cannot tolerate another child. I may not care about these matters, but do they believe me? I have no children, yet I still bear the title of a favored concubine. Who knows if it might not irritate them? Now they are eager to scheme against children. What if I become a target in their plots? Hanyu understood. Alas, it is indeed difficult for you. What can be done? Pei Shiwan replied resolutely, we must make do. Do you truly believe the main courtyard can raise the second son? Hanyu asked, puzzled. If you are already doubtful, then you should understand. Regardless of what happens in the future, for now, she need not concern herself. With Li Yixuan accompanying the emperor, it seems unlikely the second son will return to the estate. Caring or not is one matter. We cannot allow all male heirs to perish. Lady, there are visitors from the front courtyard, announced the maid at the door. It is Ji Kong from the front courtyard. I have come to greet the lady. The prince requests your presence. What is it? Pei Shiwan replied lazily. The servant was unsure but speculated it was to summon her for companionship.
Yikam Chakelad.
Chapter 113. I shall not go, Pei Shiwan replied nonchalantly. I lack the energy. Oh dear, the prince desires your presence. As a concubine, you ought to exert yourself a little. It would be unwise if the prince grows impatient. Ji Kong continued to smile, his words sharp. What is your name? Pei Shiwan suddenly inquired. Ji Kong was taken aback. I am Ji Kong. Oh, you mentioned the prince might become impatient. Pei Shiwan asked gently.
Yikam hesitated.
Then forced a smile. The prince is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Pei Shiwan scoffed. And what if I choose not to go? She stepped closer to Ji Kong. If I refuse, you will certainly embellish the tale and speak ill of me to the prince, will you not? I would not dare, I would never. Ji Kong continued to smile, inwardly cursing Pei Shiwan. In that case, I shall not go. You may return, Pei Shiwan laughed, her joy evident. Yes, I shall return to convey your message. Ji Kong bowed and stepped back slowly. However, his reluctance meant he did not hear Pei Shiwan mention any rewards. The rewards she gave were not always substantial. Often, it was merely copper coins, and this time, it was evident no silver would be given to Ji Kong. He could not linger, and the more he thought, the angrier he became, naturally returning with no kind words. Does the concubine dislike him? Yui asked. An insatiable creature. When I first entered the manor, unfamiliar with everything, and despite Hanyu's youth, he scolded her mercilessly, leveraging his status in the front courtyard. Had it not been for others present, he would have struck her. Pei Shiwan retorted coldly. Her heart is as narrow as a pin's head. How could she forget such matters? I have also heard Ji Kong is not favored by the prince. Even the steward in the front courtyard pays him no mind. He has a poor relationship with Liang, and the others